Chapter 1 The Time-Space Bus. First, relinquish your minds they while beretter ni dafterio finish reading. An weltering summary venning within swaying confines of Abbas, thestifling presset heavily upon her senses. Jiang Song grasped the handrail, her skin beneath her clothing slick with heat, having just concluded a grueling days of ice worker, schwelt and dire need to return home for a refreshing shower to wash away her fatigue. Her rented apartment lay in the outskirts of North City, requiring a 2 journey to reach her workplace. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Song finally noticed a elderly woman in front of her preparing to disembark. A statement beside her cast as a delonglancy and subtly nudged Jiang Song. The woman maneuvered between them, and Jiang Song swiftly eyes head back off the seat, plopping down his tenant's foot still occupied his step, he scowled, his flesh eyes contorting in irritation her feet audibly. Exhausted, Jiang Song did spare Maglansin turned her gaze at Yuan Dao. Agent Labreeze wafted through the open window, albeit still Korean warmth, yet it weighs or alchemy leaf compared to the oppressive heat inside. Jiang Song clutched her plush toy should win an amor lottery earlier that day. The intricately packaged doll appeared costly according to the attendant. It was priced at 1888 yuan. Jiang Song contemplated selling it in her social media soon as got home. Once she found her seat, her head lolled against Yuan Dao, and she closed her eyes. She woke suddenly, chilled, opening her eyes, realized it was dark outside. The street lights appeared to be malfunctioning, casting the road into anent blackness. She touched her barium, startled with the sudden drop in temperature. The bus was empty. She checked her phone twice and lie a little past 6. It was summer, so high was it so dark. Driver, where are you? Haven't we reached a stop yet? Jiang Song stood and took a few steps forward, intending to inquire why the headlights were off, rendering visibility nearly non-existent for too dangerous. However, as she approached her driver's seat, a wavy off-goosey bump jet through her behind the transparent partition. The driver's seat weighed her live account, yet the bus continued to speed along. In the resilience, the inly sound waste the tires rolling over the road. Jiang Song gasped, realization dawning in her. She attempted to pin the partition, but it was firmly locked. The vanished along with the driver. Suddenly, the bus lights flickered in, forcing Jiang Song to instinctively shut this against the harsh brightness. When she finally opened them, she surveyed the interior of the bus. It was desolate. She was the sole occupant standing, trembling. She fumbled for her phone, took her for help, but oh her dismay, there was no signal. Jiang Song right toasted her racing heart. She moved to Yuan Dao and opened it, a frigid wind rushing in, chilling her to the bone. The bus accelerated, and as heaped outside, she realized that she could see nothing and oppressive darkness so obscured her view. This realization killed her desire to jump from the vehicle. She closed the window, the cold air calming her anxious mind. Old how she had an understanding of how she'd awaken to this bizarre situation. She was attaining to ways anything but normal. Its image had anything like coming snared in a peculiar event that defied human comprehension. Despite a absence of a driver, the bus maintained a steady course, akin to autonomous driving. Jiang Song felt treasure taught a collision waging likely for the moment. Shara turned to her seat, attempting to gather her thoughts when a sudden clearing grace sonated through her air. Jiang Song was unsure of these ends region, but it was distinct in a toes end to shiver down her spine. Welcome to the time-space bus. Player has been bound. Please select initial equipment. The abrupt voice heightened Jiang Song's alertness. She stood and scanned her surroundings, searching for the source of the voice, but found herself alone. Who's the? Jiang Song calidite. Beatrice of Ednori, what player? Cautiously, she crept back to her seat, ready to grasp Smithingus or Ipan Butosh Sorway steadily kitla packagadol as her fingers brushed against it. A brilliant light erupted. Shakwikla weed her gaze, raising her hand to reveal the doll now radiating a blue glow. At that moment, the verse returned. Initial equipment has been acquired. Please check. Jiang Song furrowed her brow. What initial equipment? The Sisma doll. Instantly, a luminous screen materialized before her. Play Jiang Song's initial equipment substitute doll. Equipment description: the doll can absorb Oneller Tharblow in each game with a defense rating of 100. Note: player's initial equipment cannot be dropped. In the next instant, the doll vanished, transforming into a stick figure imprint in her wrist. How extraordinary. The scene shifty day gain, and countless neatly arranged cards appeared before her, block with golden embossing, their intricate patterns exuding an extraordinary charm. What is this? Please draw personal card. Following the prompt, Jiang Song randomized selected a card, wick flipped to reveal a flash of golden light. Congratulations, player has obtained the attraction card. Card description: regardless of your social standing, the attraction card allows you to choose an NPC in the game to gain their favor, compelling them to follow your commands and assist you in completing your objectives. Note: player's personal cards cannot be dropped. Jiang Song believed this attempt could prove useful. After confirming her acquisition, she noticed the personal information to be in the upper right corner of the blue screen and clicked it to view it. Player: Jiang Song. Gender: female. Age: 24. Games completed: 0. Initial points: 100 Newbury Ward. Online players: 150, 020, 006. Jiang Song sheet sunk. Despite her daily struggles against work pressures, she had read in novels and watched films with similar themes to know that unless and waste the protagonist arrive in her core placer Jalimi and teeth. She felt certain she lacked the fortune of being a main character. After graduation, she had become just an of the cogent the machine, working tirelessly for 3 years in light to see her bank balance dwindle to mere 3 digits by year's end. Now, she found herself ensnared in this bizarre game. However, the online play account intrigued her over 100 million. Rethil ensnared like here? Jiang Song sudden swears but found none. She exited her personal interface and discovered a marketplace filled with an array of bizarre and astonishing items, each capable of leaving her in awe, with prices that were exorbitant lie. The time-space buzz remnants play a story turned other sets. The first destination is approaching. Obeying the prompt, Jiang Song settled back into a seat, fully aware that such games of Teng are board dangers. Thou see had equipment and cards, thou offered a little reassurance, shipping at the marketplace at her browse. But what could she purchase with just 100 points? Drawing upon her years of shopping experience, she ultimately selected a highly cost-effective healing liquid. Item name: healing liquid. Price: 100 points. Item description: strong adhesive properties that can staunch bleeding from wounds. Jiang Song regarded as small but in her hand, feeling fortunate to acquire such a phase of item for only 100 points compared to the other exorbitant offerings in the marketplace. As the buzz accelerated, so did her heart rate. She scrolled through her phone, searching for Somion, but found no issue shed to contact. Finally, she opened a file transfer and wrote a farewell message. Thorfinn failed thousand, she managed to record her current feelings. With a resigned sigh, she put the phone away. As the bus gradually slowed, her heart raced. Outside a remaining in impenetrable darkness there vertically came to a halt, and the doors opened automatically. The time-space buzz remnants place that the destination has been reached. Please disembark. 10, 9, 8, 7. Fugent countdown prompted Jiang Song. Her hadn't tendered to linger a moment longer, took us into her breath. She did no wish to test what might happen if she stayed on after the countdown ended. Surely nothing good would come of it. Chapter 2: Kyoto Apocalypse 1. With a sense of trepidation, Jiang Song stepped off the bus, the dust closed behind her, and as happened, the scenery transformed the old Burston Tockler, a vibrant green lawn, a group of energetic skicked as Exerbol, which soared toward arena parabolikark, dirt and footer dortling behind it. Watch out! Addy Standmiller voiceled. With barely 20 centimeters to spare, Jiang Song instinctively raised her hand and caught the ball with precision. Her ramping led slightly as her mechanical voice returned, freezing the scene around her. Game title: Kyoto Apocalypse. Game identity: third-year student at Kyoto Academy. Game description: in 2042, a virulent plague erupted in Kyoto, plunging the world into an unprecedented crisis. As a student of Kyoto Academy, you must evade your infected classmates. Game duration: 30 days. Game objective: reach the Kyoto shelter before the game concludes. As the introduction ended, the scene shifty day gained. Jiang Song straightened, observing the boy approaching her from a distance, her mind racing with the game's premise. Theward zombie Chueden hurt heights. Swallowing hard, she took off running. The boy, bewildered, scratched his head. What's up with her? Wait, our ball. She left T-ball at edge off the playground, not returning it. Unfamiliar with physical game world, Shadner door was after run, but she knew she had to find the shelter within 30 days. Just then, her burkett vibrated. A phone, presumably Linky Toage Maidentity, buzzed with a message from Haramate, Linshingshing. Roommate Linshingshing, hey babe, I just woke you and I'm starving. Can you bring messa me food when I get back? Sam as usual. Jiang Songlin seed at the time in her phone 10:30 a.m. It seemed Haram it was quite heavy sleeper, however, it amended her tate in this virus survival game, sufficient supplies were essential. Uncertain of when the outbreak would occur, Jiang Song knew should to act quickly, should dash head toward the nearest supermarket. Once inside, she grabbed 2 baskets and began her shopping spree, dismissing bulky, less-filling items like bread. She opted for 4 packs of instant noodles, 20 packs of ready-to-flavored compressed biscuits, 10 Snickers bars, 3 bundles of softened sausages, 5 bags of gulp, and 5 bags of dried bamboo shoots. Additionally, she picked up 5 bottles of young Chanel energy drink, Red Bull, and a cage of 12 bottled water steam maximum share cold Korean Ungo. At checkout, her total comito 334.5 yuan. Jiang Song opened with Chatterpay, only to find the transaction failed. Her facey turny dashina shechik at her balance only 20 yuan remained. Jiang Song felt a mix of anger and disbelief. She mentally cursed the game, then calmly opened the again and successfully completed the payment. Hey, if you spend over 300 yuan you can go as Egypt, the cashier pointed to a shelf behind her. The available items included a premium 2-litre thermos, a snack gift pack, a frying pan, and shampoo. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Song set the frying pan. Her purchases were rebig don LRGs for food, ano for water and drinks with frying pan tucked under her arm. In this comical posture, she sprinted toward the dormitory. Earlier, she had seen the group Shatnam the Ferris off room 6302 confirming her dormitory's location. Throughout the journey, Jiang Song remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings and avoiding Garney suspicious scenes. She kept their distance from their sound. Fortunately, Medea backed out the dormitory without incident. Once inside, Shelley and Ed against the door, panting slightly after climbing 3 flights of stairs with her heavy load. Yert shackled into Fritorelix, scanning through him, she noticed and Lena person stillness a leaden bed, curious about her. Lin Shengsheng asked, babe, why did you buy some muck stuff? Jiang Song forced a smile, I'm a bit angry. Lin Shengsheng's expression shifted, okay, but didn't you forget bring mefford? Jiang Song wazer where buttered naughty meadow fulfill her request. Sorry, I didn't see a message. Lin Shengsheng chuck a lead and lay back down. No worries, I'll just store to take it. By the way, you didn't eat either, right? I cannot afford you to, what doyant? Jiang Song declined, I'm notating. Cheverifaid tate door was securely locked before rushing to the bathroom. Fortunately, the dormitory facilities were decent, with a 4-person room featuring a private bathroom. Jiang Song began feeling very spontaneous with water. Meanwhile, she continued to search for information her phone. Soon enough, a video was heard in the Academy's group chat, depicting 2 indistinct figures, from a distance, the appeared to be kissing, but Jiang Song was certain they were zombies. They should erupted with comments. Cosmic sweetheart goody gang what heck, is stating this intensino. Real man big but is it expensive eater enterum? Smiley face. Maker Bargoth eyes is no thing in Thegel's dormitory. The make out sessions at night are readless. Every time I turn it feels like 1,000 critical hits. Incompetent clamp bug is kissing. It looks more like item is Thegel resisting. Pineapples no I suggest let in GT chirting my eyes. After reading 30 messages, Jiang Song focused on filling her containers. Once she finished, Lin Xingxing finally go to top bed and noticed Jiang Song's actions. Babe, were you filling summer quarter? Jiang Song fabricate Dariuson, I heard some money say they might be war true to Jet this afternoon, so I'm preparing her head. Oh eyes, thanks for the heads up, babe, I'm heading down to Jet food no. Lin Xingxing, still in her pajamas and slippers, move to open her door. Jiang Song grasped her arm, wait, don't put just yet. Why? Lin Shengsheng gasped, puzzled. Jiang Song hesitated to explain, I heard 3 people pretending to be delivery drivers, specifically targeting female students. It stood in garage you shouldn't go. Lin Shengsheng replied. Babe, our academy has a delivery locker. What's going? Why are you acting so strange? Lin Shengsheng inquired, confused. Jiang Song grappled with her talethago. Considering the consequences of being govily kind under unfamiliarity with Lin Xingxing after Shura's merely our character in this game she ultimately decided against it. Released her grip on the door handle, adopting a casual tone its finu kango. Lin Xingxing stepped back, crossing here Ram's in suspicion, something soft. Your demeanor makes me uneasy. At that moment, Lin Xingxing's phone arranged to wash her mother as Sheen's word, the matter slipped from her mind. No, Mom, how could I just be getting up? Was worky at 7, studying for has. I just got back from Thelebury and I'm exhausted. Jiang Song Shuthrabem Musiclance. Chapter 3, The Kyoto Revelation 2. The virus spread more swiftly than Jiang Song had anticipated. Within a mere 20 minutes, she was startled by piercing cries emanating from downstairs. Fearful and trembling, Lin Xingxing hung up the phone and, alongside Jiang Song, peered curiously over the balcony, only to witness a throng of panicked classmates fleeing as if pursued by some monstrous flood. What is happening? Lin Xingxing felt an involuntary surge of dread. Jiang Song pointed towards a direction, saying, "Look over there." Following her gaze, they beheld a grotesquely disfigured figure, its face smeared with blood, pursuing others in a bizarre manner. The slower ones were seized, brought down to the ground, their flesh viciously torn away. Such eerie scenes were not isolated. Lin Xingxing stared in shock, her voice quivering. "Bibarbe, what is going on? What manner of monster is this?" In truth, Jiang Song was equally terrified, yet she feigned composure, resolute not to succumb to fear. "It resembles the zombies from the movies. We must barricade the door and prevent them from entering." Right, Lin Xingxing nodded vigorously. However, as they approached the door, intending to move a cabinet to block it, a frantic banging resounded, causing them both to flinch. "Xingxing, Jiang Song, is anyone there? Please, let me in." The voice from outside was laden with terror, and the door was struck with considerable force. "Xinjia." Lin Xingxing recognized the voice. Jiang Song recalled the name as well, having seen it in their dormitory group chat. Before they could open the door, it swung open, and Jiang Song, her pupils dilating, quickly slammed it shut just in time to thwart a blooded and grotesque zombie from entering, the stench of blood almost suffocating her. Xinjia tumbled inside, collapsing to the floor as she frantically scrambled backward. Lin Xingxing, unable to concern herself with her, had witnessed the harrowing scene, realizing how close they had come to having that terrifying creature breach their dormitory. Fortunately, Jiang Song acted swiftly. The zombie was kept at bay outside, and after a moment of banging, it was drawn away by other sounds. Jiang Song stood guard by the door, not daring to leave until silence prevailed. Xinjia had entered using her own key. She was indeed a part of their dormitory. Despite Jiang Song's lingering apprehension, she felt no inclination to reproach her, as she would have undoubtedly sought entry if she had been in Xinjia's position. Jiang Song instructed Lin Xingxing to keep watch over the door while she examined Xinjia's condition. "Were you bitten?" Xinjia remained in shock, momentarily disoriented. When confronted with Jiang Song's inquiry, she mechanically replied, "No." Jiang Song proceeded to check her limbs, neck, and other visible areas, confirming her safety before she and Lin Xingxing barricaded the door with the cabinet. "What transpired, Xinjia? Weren't you supposed to be on a date?" "What is happening outside? I saw someone being attacked." Lin Xingxing helped her to her feet. Xinjia took a moment to collect herself, recounting, "I'm not sure that I was supposed to go out with the Jiang, but he said he needed to return to the dormitory to grab something, so I waited downstairs. I didn't see him, but then I saw a horde of people running from the teaching building. Many of them were covered in blood, and I even witnessed classmates devouring others. I was terrified and ran back." Jiang Song pondered. "Did they come from the teaching building?" Xinjia nodded. "Shouldn't we call the police?" Lin Xingxing immediately reacted. Jiang Song shook her head. "The lines are down." "What do you mean? Have they been overwhelmed?" Jiang Song opened her phone, noticing an influx of messages in the group chat. "Look at the chat." The two girls followed suit, opening the group conversation. Countless gruesome and violent videos circulated, depicting brutal murder scenes, terrified students, and frenzied creatures tearing into human flesh, the horror rendered in disturbing clarity. Lin Xingxing felt her stomach churn. Thankfully, she had not eaten recently, and she shuddered at the thought that had Jiang Song not stopped her from going out, she might have fallen victim to those zombies while fetching her meal. "Bao Bei." Lin Xingxing lunged toward Jiang Song. Jiang Song stiffened at the sudden embrace, unsure how to respond to the softness enveloping her. What's wrong? Thank you, Bao Bei, for saving my life. If I had gone out for food, I might not have returned. Lin Xingxing nuzzled against Jiang Song's neck like a needy kitten. Though Jiang Song felt somewhat uncomfortable, she did not push her away. It's nothing. We should discuss our next course of action. Yes, let us figure out what to do. Lin Xingxing extricated herself from Jiang Song's embrace. Given the current situation, we certainly cannot leave the dormitory. It's too perilous outside, so this will be our strategic base. Jiang Song asserted, let us search the dormitory for any usable supplies, food, water, tools, and the like. Jiang Song's calm demeanor prompted Shenjiao to begin thinking rationally. I have food, she said, promptly rummaging through her cabinet to produce a bounty of snacks. I like to stockpile snacks. These are from the last shopping festival. Jiang Song nodded in satisfaction, and Lin Xingxing pointed to her own desk. Bao Bei, I don't have snacks, just some fruits. Jiang Song glanced in that direction and saw an array of fresh fruits on the desk. That's perfect. I bought quite a bit of food as well. Together, we should have enough to last us for a while. The three of them gathered and assessed their provisions, concluding that they had a decent supply. For the moment, Jiang Song felt reassured about food for the coming month. The campus was filled with incessant screams, a continuous cacophony. While observing from the balcony, Jiang Song clearly witnessed a male student in the opposite dormitory being overwhelmed as a horde of zombies broke through the door, with dozens of them surging in. The boy, in a state of panic, leapt from the building, while the zombies that fell alongside him remained unscathed. In contrast, he landed with a broken leg, howling in agony as he helplessly watched the multitude of zombies descend upon him, tearing into his flesh. Jiang Song grimaced at the sight, knowing that the male dormitory was rife with similar horrors, mad zombies and fleeing students, the air filled with chilling cries. It was not difficult for her to imagine that their own building reflected the same grim reality. Lin Xingxing approached and pulled Jiang Song back inside, saying, "Don't look, it's too unsettling." She drew the curtains, and Jiang Song made no effort to stop her. I tried calling my parents, but no one answered. I am so worried about them. Lin Xingxing sighed heavily. Jiang Song offered some token words of comfort before beginning her search for any makeshift weapons within the dormitory. Several hours passed, and the campus gradually fell silent, the screams nearly dissipating. Yet within dormitory 302, the three young women continued to send out desperate messages for help. However, no response came. It seemed the virus had spread across the globe, leaving no one to attend to their plight. As the clock struck midnight, the moon hung cold and lonely in the night sky, casting elongated shadows of aimless figures beneath the streetlights, where blood and darkness intertwined. Chapter 4, Kyoto Apocalypse 3. That night, the three of them found their appetites diminished and consumed only a meager meal. After ensuring that the locks on the doors and cabinets were secure, they retreated to their beds. The dormitory was structured with lofted beds and desks below. As Jiang Song climbed into her own bed, she noticed Lin Xingxing following suit. Curiously, she inquired, "You?" Lin Xingxing interrupted, "I want to sleep with you." Jiang Song, who was accustomed to solitary slumber, felt a twinge of resistance and replied, "It's too cramped for two. We won't sleep well." Lin Xingxing leaned against the stairs, her large, doe-like eyes glistening with a touch of vulnerability as she pleaded, "Yeah, but I'm scared. Didn't we always sleep together before? Darling, do you not love me anymore?" Jiang Song's temples throbbed in exasperation, feeling cornered and wishing to avoid revealing any signs of distress. She relented. "All right." Lin Xingxing joyfully climbed up beside her. The most frightened among them, Shenjiao, glanced at the two nestled together and tightened her grip on the blanket, curling into herself. "Shenjiao, you should go to bed early as well. Tomorrow, we'll assess the situation. The school surely won't abandon us." Lin Xingxing comforted her before drifting off to sleep. Perhaps due to the strangeness of their first day in this bizarre game, Jiang Song found it difficult to fall asleep quickly. Her mind replayed the events on the bus, still puzzled as to how she had unwittingly become embroiled in this game. As her thoughts swirled, she eventually surrendered to slumber, while Lin Xingxing, entwined around her like an octopus, began to emit soft breaths. The following morning, Jiang Song awoke with a start. Her immediate reaction was to check the time. Upon seeing it was already 9 o'clock, panic gripped her for 3 seconds before she realized she did not have to work that day. The dread of tardiness evaporated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of liberation. Perhaps there was nothing wrong with this. Could any horror in this game compare to the terror of being berated by a superior while feeling tied down by obligation? Lin Xingxing rubbed her eyes, stirred by Jiang Song's movements. "You're awake." Jiang Song glanced at her companion, MHM. Then she turned to the adjacent bed, only to find Xinjiao absent, instantly heightening her alertness. Grabbing the frying pan, her sole weapon, she cautiously peered down, only to spot Xinjiao standing on the balcony. Xinjiao entered, greeting them. "You two slept soundly." Jiang Song finally noticed the dark circles under her eyes and sighed in relief. "You're up so early." "With the outside in such a state, how could I sleep?" Xinjiao lamented. Lin Xingxing began scrolling through her phone. "We can only wait for rescue now. Everyone is in a dire situation." Xinjiao was aware of this reality, yet she could not quell her anxiety. Jiang Song recognized Xinjiao's restlessness but lacked the emotional bandwidth to offer comfort. On the second day of their ordeal, they occasionally heard distant, guttural screams echoing in the hallway. The trio maintained an eerie silence, fearful of making any noise. That evening, the water flowing from the pipes appeared murky, accompanied by a viscous, unidentified liquid. Jiang Song turned off the faucet, opting not to use it. The water she had consumed the day prior was pre-stored, sufficient for their needs, so she felt little concern. However, a message that arrived on her phone left her feeling perplexed. At 6 in the evening, her in-game mother sent a text inquiring about her safety and urged her to hold on for a few more days, claiming that a relative was nearby and she had enlisted him to come to the school to bring her home. Jiang Song felt a wave of embarrassment. The campus was swarming with zombies, and survival was a challenge in itself. "Who would be so kind as to rescue a distant relative?" With resignation, she replied. "Jiang Song." "Who is it? Why would they come to save me? It's so dangerous." "Mom, he is your distant uncle, Shintingsi. He came down from the military. He even held you when you were a child, and he is quite capable. I've informed him of your dormitory. Just wait for him to bring you home, dear." Jiang Song was taken aback by how realistic the game experience was, not only assigning her a virtual identity but also meticulously crafting familial ties. She chose to ignore the message. Her priority was to find a sanctuary. She did not want to fail, nor did she wish to know the repercussions of failure. As for the relative in the game, she decided to let that go. As night fell, they prepared for rest. Around 2 in the morning, Jiang Song was abruptly awakened by a series of rhythmic, sharp knocks at the door, sending a chill of dread coursing through her. Were zombies capable of knocking? She roused Lin Xingxing, who, along with Xinjiao, was also startled awake. All three felt a surge of fear. Jiang Song was the first to descend from her bed, moving cautiously to the door, wielding the frying pan and straining to hear the commotion outside. Lin Xingxing and Xinjiao similarly grasped their makeshift weapons, ready for anything. In the pitch-black room, only a sliver of moonlight crept through the curtain seams. Jiang Song held her breath, straining to listen to the sounds emanating from beyond the door. A faint, trembling voice pleaded, "Is anyone in there? Please, open the door. I'm so scared. It hurts." Jiang Song realized that someone outside was calling for help. The incessant knocking continued, sharp and eerie, resonating through the stillness of the night, heightening her fear that the noise might attract more zombies. No one could ascertain whether the person outside was infected. Letting them in could pose unimaginable risks. They all silently agreed to remain still, pretending no one was home, yet the voice outside grew increasingly frantic, pounding on the door with urgency. "I haven't he been bitten? Let me in, open the door." The distorted, deranged tone startled Jiang Song, and she soon heard more footsteps approaching. "Quick, come here, block the cabinet," she whispered urgently. Lin Xingxing and Xinjiao rushed to her side, the three frail bodies pressing against the cabinet. The howls of the zombies crescendoed at the door, a powerful force jolting Jiang Song's body as she braced herself against it. The commotion outside had indeed attracted the zombies in the hallway, all congregating at their door, threatening to breach the fragile barrier at any moment. Her screams mingled with despair as she begged the zombies not to bite her, yet Jiang Song distinctly heard the sound of tearing flesh and chewing. Cold sweat trickled down her back as the door rattled violently under the assault, a narrow gap opening, and she could not afford to let her guard down. Lin Xingxing and Xinjiao gritted their teeth, resolutely resisting the onslaught. Time dragged on, and no one dared relax their vigilance. As moments turned into eternity, the teetering door gradually stabilized. Jiang Song quietly exhaled a breath of relief, but upon glancing down, she noticed blood seeping through the crack, thick and viscous. A mere doorway, someone had been devoured alive by the zombies. Chapter 5, The Kyoto Revelation. After the tranquility outside the door, several individuals found themselves utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. The atmosphere was grave and silent, with no one uttering a word until it was shattered by the faint sound of sobbing. Shinjo was in tears, large droplets cascading onto the floor as she struggled to suppress her cries. Jiang Song glanced towards the doorway, rose to her feet, and approached Shinjo, gently patting her shoulder while softly reassuring, "It's all right now." Shinjo concealed her face, her body trembling, as the tension that had gripped her for 2 long days finally snapped, leaving her a quivering mass, unable to contain her voice any longer. The zombies outside had yet to disperse. Jiang Song, hearing footsteps, coldly cautioned, "Keep your voice down, there are still zombies outside, and they are highly sensitive to sound. We mustn't attract them again." Shinjo's cries abruptly ceased, and she raised her tear-streaked face, her disheveled hair from 2 unkempt days adding to her pitiful and despondent appearance. The words Jiang Song intended to say lodged in her throat. With a sigh, she handed Shinjo a bottle of water, saying, "Drink some water to calm yourself." Shinjo took the water, managing to cease her weeping, yet sat there in a daze, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. The 3 of them barely managed to sleep that night, as the zombies outside gradually dispersed. 3 more days passed, ushering in the 6th day of their ordeal. Since the last message from Jiang Song's in-game mother 2 days prior, there had been no further communication, and Jiang Song had not reached out herself. As for the person she mentioned who was supposed to rescue her, there was still no trace. Over the past 2 days, she had been tirelessly searching for information regarding the shelter, but to no avail. During lunch, the 3 of them received a simultaneous message on their phones from the dean. "Dean, attention all students of Kyoto Academy, following the outbreak of an unknown virus, the casualties among faculty and students have been severe. After considerable effort, I, along with the heads of various departments, have established contact with the outside world. We now need to account for survivors in preparation for rescue. All surviving students, please contact me." My heavens, finally! "Darling, we are about to be saved," Lin Xingxing exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Jiang Song, however, wore a skeptical expression, perplexed as to why the dean had chosen now to send a message after so many days of silence. Shinjo also expressed her eagerness. "That's wonderful, the dean truly hasn't he abandoned us?" Noticing Jiang Song's demeanor, Lin Xingxing inquired, "What's wrong, you seem troubled?" Jiang Song struggled to articulate her reasons, feeling an inexplicable unease, and replied, "It's been nearly a week since the virus outbreak. Why would the dean suddenly announce a rescue now? Hasn't he shown his face or comforted the students during all this time?" As Shinjo interrupted, asserting, "Jiang Song, are you being overly sensitive? We should be grateful for the prospect of rescue." Jiang Song frowned. "Don't you find it odd that he is asking for dormitory numbers right off the bat? It feels like a hunt, precisely pinpointing the students' locations." A chill ran down Lin Xingxing's spine. "Darling, your words are making it hard not to overthink." Shinjo remained unconvinced. "What are you all afraid of? The outside is teeming with zombies, and you don't find that terrifying. Now that the dean is coming to save us, why are you two becoming paranoid?" Jiang Song held firm to her intuition. "Let us refrain from reporting our location for now. We should wait and see how others are faring. It's wise to remain cautious. If everything turns out to be fine, we can report later." Yet, at that moment, Shinjiar hesitated. But noticing her guilty expression, Jiang Song comprehended what had occurred. Indeed, upon checking her phone, it was evident that Shinjo had already reported their dormitory location along with the names of a few others. Shinjiao retorted stubbornly, "You're just overthinking. Our immediate priority is to leave here. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Are we really going to stay here and wait for death?" Suddenly, Shinjio's phone buzzed. She glanced down to find a message from the dean. "Good, please be patient." "See," the dean replied, "you all can relax. With so many people at the school, whether we even get rescued is still uncertain," Shinjia said. Jiang Song also read the message, uncertain if she was merely overreacting. Her phone then buzzed with an unfamiliar text. A quick glance made her assume it was spam, only to read, "Don't trust the Dean." A tightness gripped Jiang Song's heart as she stared at the unfamiliar number with no identification. She replied, "Who are you?" Silence ensued on the other end, and Jiang Song initially dismissed it as a prank. However, an hour later, a chilling response arrived. "The Dean of Kyoto Academy has turned into a zombie." This message sent Jiang Song's heart racing, the bizarre yet eerily plausible assertion unsettling her. Soon after, the sender provided evidence, a video of the Dean being bitten in his office, with someone nearby frantically calling his name. At that moment, Shinjiao excitedly exclaimed, "The Dean sent me a message, saying he is coming to find us with some people. We should open the door for him." Jiang Song, unable to dwell on the implications further, hastily packed her belongings. She filled a single backpack with supplies she had previously gathered, keeping it light and simple. Lin Xingxing, noticing her urgency, began to pack as well, asking, "What is going on?" Jiang Song, not bothering to turn around, replied, "The Dean has turned into a zombie." Lin Xingxing froze. "What?" Shinjiao appeared incredulous, but after a moment, her expression darkened. "Jiang Song, is this some sort of joke? Do you take me for a fool? If the Dean truly became a zombie, how could he still send us messages and come to rescue us? Would he really be trying to deceive us?" The very utterance of Shinjiao's words sent a shiver down her spine, while Jiang Song regarded her with a knowing gaze. Lin Xingxing fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, murmured, "No way, regardless of whether you believe me, we cannot stay here any longer." Jiang Song resolved, determined to leave. "All right, darling, I believe you." Lin Xingxing quickly donned her gear, but Shinjiao lingered, hesitating in place. Jiang Song, clutching her frying pan for courage, recognized the peril outside. The area was far from secure yet, compared to the threat of intelligent zombies, facing the mindless ones that merely attacked brought her a modicum of reassurance. "I'm not going." As Shinjiao stubbornly refused to budge. Jiang Song dismissed her, for the lives of others held no significance to her. Chapter 6, The Kyoto Revelation. 5-inch knock, knock, knock. No one anticipated the Dean's arrival would be so swift. The three of them turned in unison towards the door. Despite it being the hottest part of the afternoon, a shiver coursed through Jiang Song. "Is classmate Shinjiao there? I'm Dean Zhang, here to rescue you. Open the door quickly. I will take you away from here." His voice was benevolent yet resonant. Shinjiao's face lit up with joy. "Listen, it's a normal person's voice. Dean Zhang truly has come to save us." As she moved to shift the cabinet to open the door, Jiang Song swiftly restrained her, gripping her wrist with a serious and earnest expression. "The corridor is teeming with zombies. Did you not hear the sounds of struggle just now?" Shinjiao paused, seemingly unaware. Jiang Song, exasperated, continued, "So do you think he is able to stand outside the door unscathed by the zombies?" Lin Xingxing exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" The sounds from outside persisted. Dean Zhang's voice lingered in the air, causing Shinjiao to instinctively take 2 steps back. At that moment, Jiang Song showed them the video. Although they did not know who had sent it, the footage revealed the grim truth. Both Lin Xingxing and Shinjiao turned as pale as death, and Jiang Song was no better off. Regardless of whether the figure outside was indeed the Dean, they could confirm that it was definitely not human. At that moment, Shinjiao's phone buzzed incessantly with messages. "Classmate Shin, I have arrived. Open the door. Hurry up, I'm right outside. I will take you away from here. I do not have much patience. Many other students are waiting for me to rescue them. What are you afraid of? Speak up. Classmate Shin, I am truly angry." As if sensing they had uncovered the truth, the messages ceased. Instead, an eerie voice emerged from outside. "I know you are inside." There was no dramatic scene of the door being broken down. They once again braced against the door in silence, yet no forceful impact followed. Outside was as calm as if he had never been there. Jiang Song sensed something was amiss. Would he simply give up so easily? In the next instant, a thought struck her. The adjacent dormitory had been eerily quiet for days, with the occasional sounds of zombies howling, indicating it was unoccupied, and the door was ajar. Jiang Song dashed towards the balcony, swiftly locking the door before the shadow could land. Through the window, she clearly discerned the figure's features. It was unmistakably a human face, yet its eyes bore abnormally enlarged black pupils, and its skin was pale and withered, adorned with a ghastly grin. "Dear student, it saddens me that you have locked the dean outside." The sight of such a face uttering those words was more repulsive than any zombie. Zhang. Dean Zhang, a Xinjiao recoiled in disbelief, staring at the figure outside. Lin Xingxing immediately grabbed a weapon nearby. He approached the balcony door, slowly turning the doorknob but not opening it. He sought to exchange glances with Jiang Song, but upon looking up, he realized she had already vanished from her spot, now exerting all her strength to push the cabinet aside to escape. It was evident that this creature claiming to be Dean Zhang was far from amicable. Jiang Song had no intention of engaging in a verbal duel with the villain. Survival took precedence. The instant the door swung open, Dean Zhang shattered the glass and stepped onto the balcony. To Jiang Song's surprise, there weren't as many zombies outside as she had imagined, only one or two. She seized a frying pan and struck forcefully at an approaching zombie with a resounding clang. The zombie fell to the ground, and Lin Xingxing gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Song dashed down the stairs, but just as she was making good progress, Xinjiao suddenly shoved her aside. Fortunately, Lin Xingxing caught her, preventing a fall. Glancing up again, she saw Xinjiao had already fled on her own, and a chill swept through Jiang Song. Nonetheless, she pressed on. Dean Zhang was already in pursuit. His countenance was dark and even more grotesque than before, his pace quickening. Disobedient students. Jiang Song's face paled as she and Lin Xingxing raced down the stairs. The commotion of their escape, coupled with Dean Zhang's voice, attracted numerous zombies, and Jiang Song could hear countless growls echoing in her ears. Fortunately, they were fast enough to evade the zombies' grasp. Jiang Song managed to secure the anti-theft door on the second floor, but unfortunately, the main entrance to the dormitory was locked. At that moment, the zombies on the first floor had noticed them, converging towards the hole. Xinjiao, who had descended earlier, was desperately banging on the door, but her efforts seemed feeble against the heavy barrier. Witnessing the unyielding door and the approaching horde, Xinjiao began to cry in terror, attempting to hide behind Jiang Song. Naturally, Jiang Song would not indulge her. She seized Xinjiao by the collar, her tone sharp and clear. "If you wish to survive, grasp your weapon and join me in fighting the zombies." After issuing her command, Jiang Song turned to Lin Xingxing, shouting, "Xingxing, go find the key in the dorm matron's room." The swift division of labor left no room for refusal. It was their only option in that dire moment. The grotesque faces and contorted bodies of the zombies lunged towards them, emanating a foul stench. Jiang Song steadied her resolve, gripping the frying pan tightly, assuming a standard baseball stance, and charged at the first zombie, swinging the pan down. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head spun a full 180 degrees, its body collapsing limply to the ground. The situation proved to be more manageable than Jiang Song had anticipated. The frying pan was surprisingly effective, making the act of dispatching zombies less daunting than expected. With the first success came a second. Jiang Song grew increasingly adept at slaying the undead. Despite her fears, Xinjiao, driven by the instinct to survive and bolstered by Jiang Song's leadership, mustered the courage to fend off two zombies. As time ticked by, they heard the sound of a door being pushed open. Dean Zhang was descending, but he was thwarted by the locked door Jiang Song had secured. While fending off zombies, she kept a vigilant eye on Lin Xingxing, who was still rummaging through the room but appeared to be at a loss. Jiang Song began to struggle as yet another zombie lunged at her, its face grotesquely half-mangled, with the remaining half dangling from its jaw, blooded and crawling with maggots. The sight struck her with such force that she nearly vomited her last meal. With effort, she hurled the frying pan, striking the zombie's head and sending blood and maggots flying, inadvertently splattering them across Dean Zhang's already hideous visage. His already ghastly face became even more repulsive, surpassing the previous zombie in its nauseating appearance. At that moment, Dean Zhang's expression darkened ominously as he approached her, his movements slow and mechanical. However, Jiang Song noted that upon his emergence, the ordinary zombies seemed to cower in his presence, retreating to a distance of half a meter, refraining from advancing towards Jiang Song and her companions. Just then, Lin Xingxing emerged from the dorm matron's room, her face ashen. "I couldn't find it." Jiang Song furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to deploy the attraction card. Upon hearing Lin Shengxing's words, Dean Zhong leisurely produced a key from his attire, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Are you looking for this?" Chapter 7. The Kyoto Revelation director Zhong's expression, a blend of pride and cunning, left Jiang Song feeling quite displeased. "Director Zhong, why must you act this way? We are all your students," Shen Jiao implored, tears glistening in her eyes as she appealed to his emotions. Zhong, amused, cast a sidelong glance at her and clarified, No, our relationship is merely that of patrons and their sustenance." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiao's despair deepened. "Jiang Song, Sheng, what should we do? I do not wish to die, nor do I want to become a zombie." Jiang Song's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a crimson fire axe. Perhaps it could shatter the door. At that moment, an abrupt knocking reverberated from outside. The three turned in unison to behold a tall, statuesque figure standing before the door, casually leaning against the glass. His countenance was strikingly handsome as he gestured for Jiang Song and the others to step back. They complied, and then, to their astonishment, the man raised his foot and kicked the glass door with force, shattering it into 1,000 shards. The tremendous impact sent glass particles flying indiscriminately into the hole, striking all present. Jiang Song winced as a shard grazed her arm, drawing forth a stream of blood. Turning her gaze back to Director Zhong, she was met with a horrifying sight. A large shard of glass had lodged itself in his throat, rendering his body rigid, the shock etched upon his parched skin. Within 3 seconds, Director Zhong met his demise. The remaining zombies, unleashed from their stasis by Zhong's fall, surged towards Jiang Song and her companions. "Run, my dear children," the enigmatic man outside called out. Jiang Song, complying with his urging, hastily vacated the girls' dormitory. The man led them at a rapid pace to the nearest small dining hall, where the occupants promptly opened the doors, barricading the pursuing zombies behind them. The exhilarating sprint came to an end as Jiang Song leaned against the wall, surveying the scene before her. The room was filled with surviving students, approximately a dozen, both male and female. "Brother Shen, you've returned," one girl exclaimed as she rushed towards the young man. "Did you find my niece?" The man's gaze flickered momentarily, and in an instant, all eyes were trained on Jiang Song. She was taken aback. "I found her," he replied. In a flash, Jiang Song recalled her mother's words in the game, mentioning someone named Shen Tingsai would come to rescue her, and this very classmate had just called him Brother Shen. Jiang Song's gaze slowly shifted to meet his, and she inquired, Uncle?" Shen Tingsai offered a faint smile, his expression nonchalant. "By marriage." Jiang Song understood, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Uncle. I never expected you would truly come to save me." Yet, a sense of disbelief lingered within her. Could genuine emotions truly exist within this game? This was starkly different from the perilous narrative she had read in novels bereft of humanity. Shen Tingsai merely shrugged, "No need for thanks." "Was that video from Director Zhong sent by you, Uncle Shen?" Jiang Song asked. Shen Tingsai, appearing to be in his 20s, felt an inexplicable discomfort at being addressed as uncle, yet he could not quite discern the reason behind it. He simply acquiesced with a grunt. Regardless, having escaped peril was indeed a cause for relief, yet Jiang Song could not shake off a lingering sense of dread. She approached Shen Tingsai and gently touched his arm, whispering, "Uncle, may I have a word?" Shen Tingsai shot her a glance but complied, leading her to a secluded corner. Jiang Song prided herself on her adaptability. The game had bestowed upon her a lifeline, and she intended to seize it with vigor. "Uncle, it's been a while. My mother mentioned that you held me as a child," she said, forcing a smile. Shen Tingsai, perceiving her insincerity, cut to the chase, "Speak plainly." Jiang Song chuckled nervously. "When do we leave? Do you have any plans?" Since entering, she had remained vigilant, acutely aware that the current environment was anything but secure. While she was not facing zombies, humans could be far more terrifying. The students had limited provisions and could not last long, and her own supplies would barely sustain her for 10 days. Should they harbor any covetous thoughts towards her resources, her chances of survival would diminish considerably. Furthermore, she could not remain within the confines of the school indefinitely. She needed to seek out a refuge before the game concluded. Thus, she sought to ascertain Shen Tingsai's timeline for departure. Upon hearing her question, Shen Tingsai's eyes twinkled with a bemused glimmer. Who told you we were leaving? Jiang Song momentarily faltered, but my mother said you were here to rescue me. With a hint of sarcasm, Shen Tingsai replied, you do not truly believe that the outside world is safer than this, do you? Ignoring his mockery, Jiang Song pressed on, so, how long do you intend to stay here? Shen Tingsai appeared somewhat indifferent. We'll remain until rescue arrives. And what about food? If aid does not come soon, what will you eat? With an air of impatience, he retorted, we'll eat whatever we can find. If there is nothing, we'll go hungry for a few days. Jiang Song's realization dawned upon her. This was no lifeline but rather a sinking ship. Thus, she lost all desire to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Shenjia had seamlessly integrated into the small dining hall's community, having found a familiar senior with whom she quickly bonded. Jiang Song approached Lin Xingxing, who had been waiting for her. Over the past few days, Jiang Song had found Lin Xingxing to be a reliable ally within the game. At the very least, her company was quite comforting. Darling, since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. There are plenty of people here, and it seems safe. Let us stay for a while and see if rescue arrives, Lin Xingxing suggested. Jiang Song had little choice but to agree. As she had no other options, the two found a secluded spot, and soon night descended. With many bellies protesting their emptiness, the senior in charge produced food and even warmly invited Jiang Song, come, join us. Lin Xingxing tugged at Jiang Song's sleeve, let us go, let us head over. Jiang Song allowed herself to be led, concealing her own provisions. Everyone appeared quite amiable, and the situation seemed far better than she had anticipated. Later that evening, Lin Xingxing posted on the school forum regarding zombies masquerading as humans, sharing examples from their recent ordeal to alert and caution other students. Observing her edits, Jiang Song interjected, be careful not to disclose our location. If you publish that, not only will our classmates see it, but the zombies will as well. Lin Xingxing, realizing her oversight, quickly deleted the part about their refuge in the small dining hall. Oh dear, thank you for the reminder. My silly brain. Jiang Song shook her head. It's fine, just be mindful. Before long, the comments beneath Lin Xingxing's post began to flood in with inquiries. Is this true? Surely you jest. The idea of zombies impersonating humans is utterly absurd. Where did you escape to? Exactly, if you don't share specifics, it lacks credibility. At least provide a comprehensive account. Countless similar remarks inundated the comments section, leaving Lin Xingxing exasperated as she glanced at Jiang Song. Darling, what should we do? Jiang Song's expression remained impassive. You've done your best. If they choose not to believe it, that is their concern, and we cannot intervene. Lin Xingxing, disheartened, lowered her head, mindlessly tapping the screen. Chapter 8 The Kyoto Revelation. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the small cafeteria was silent, with everyone fast asleep. In a corner, Jiang Song lay quietly, but a sudden faint sound roused her from slumber. She did not immediately open her eyes. Instead, she focused intently on the noise, as if someone were rummaging through something. After a moment, she partially lifted her eyelids, allowing her to adapt to the night's gloom. To her alarm, she discerned a figure crouched before her, directly above Lin Xingxing, and a flash of white light revealed the chilling sight of a knife. Driven by instinct, Jiang Song swiftly raised the frying pan in her hand and struck out, the clatter resonating alongside a piercing scream. In an instant, she seized Lin Xingxing and scrambled to her feet. The commotion startled everyone awake. The night lamps flickered on, and curious gazes turned towards them. Lin Xingxing appeared bewildered, feeling a chilling sensation on her neck. Upon inspection, she discovered a small wound, which Jiang Song assessed as not serious. The assailant was a slender, seemingly gentle boy, yet his recent actions betrayed a sinister and treacherous demeanor. Jiang Song held the frying pan defensively before her, her expression a mask of vigilance as she scrutinized the assembled crowd. What is going on here, Jiang? How could you strike a fellow student? The senior in charge stepped forward, her tone stern. Jiang Song let out a cold laugh. You failed to see the wound on Lin Xingxing's neck or the knife in his hand. The senior approached without acknowledging the boy, as if Jiang Song's words had fallen on deaf ears. Why must you resort to violence? Students should treat one another with kindness. Immediately, the other students formed a menacing backdrop behind her, their eyes dark and fixated upon the backpacks of the two girls. A sense of dread surged within Jiang Song. She realized she had stumbled into a den of wolves. Given their threatening posture and the boy's earlier assault, she understood that even if she willingly surrendered her supplies, she could not escape the fate that awaited her. Jiang Song's heart sank as she discreetly glanced outside. The movement of zombies was lessened at night, providing her a slim chance of escape. However, facing such ill-intentioned humans within these confines would surely lead to her demise. She contemplated using the attraction card on the girl, yet she was reluctant to squander it in such a manner. Just as Jiang Song was devising a plan to stall for time and slip away, Shintingshu lazily rose from his slumber, having apparently been asleep through the entire ordeal. He surveyed the tense situation, his gaze shifting to the comically brandished frying pan in Jiang Song's hands. While his expression was inscrutable, she could not shake the feeling of his underlying irritation. Though Shintingshu had previously rescued Jiang Song from the dormitory, he had also brought her to this place, and it seemed he shared a certain camaraderie with the senior. Jiang Song hesitated, uncertain of which side he was on. Standing at the center for what felt like an eternity, Shintingshu finally inhaled deeply and slowly approached Jiang Song. He turned his back to her, addressing the gathered students. "You cannot bully my niece like this." His tone was so irreverent, tinged with an almost playful quality, that Jiang Song couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. "Brother Shin," the senior replied, her face darkened. "We merely wish for them to share their supplies. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?" Shintingshu loomed tall, nearly obscuring Jiang Song's figure, his voice calm. "There is nothing inherently wrong, but it is night, and night is meant for rest. If you disturb everyone's sleep, that would be quite excessive." With a decisive step forward, he placed a foot upon the boy's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the ground as the boy howled in agony. Shintingshu, however, silenced him with a finger pressed to his lips. "Sure, quiet now," the boy complied, though his face turned a ghastly shade of blue, veins bulging on his forehead and neck as he stifled any sound. From the side, Shintingshu's visage was so strikingly handsome it seemed almost unreal, yet the coldness of his expression was terrifying. He applied pressure to the boy's wrist until it was rendered utterly useless. The students in the cafeteria held their breath, the senior merely observing silently until Shintingshu finally released his foot, prompting her to order the unconscious boy to be dragged away. As Shintingshu turned, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. "Get some rest, my dear niece." The frigid aura that had enveloped him dissipated, as if the earlier brutality had been merely a figment of her imagination. Jiang Song's expression was complicated. Why did everyone seem so afraid of Shintingshu? They dared not resist him, yet, recalling how he had kicked open the glass door of the dormitory earlier that afternoon, she found the fear somewhat understandable. His formidable prowess could indeed dictate one's standing. Fortunately, Shintingshu stood on her side. The cafeteria returned to a semblance of calm, and Jiang Song sat beside Lin Xingxing, maintaining a safe distance from Shintingshu, ensuring that any disturbances would rouse him from his slumber. After the night's turmoil, sleep eluded Jiang Song, her mind restless. Soon, another figure approached them, and she recognized it as Shinjiao. She settled nearby and whispered, "Jiang Song, may I sit with you?" Jiang Song cast a dispassionate glance at her. No, Shinjiao opened her mouth to protest, but the sound of Shintingshu shifting in his sleep made her retreat a few steps, ultimately choosing to sit at a distance. That night, Jiang Song remained wide awake, troubled by unease. When dawn broke, marking the 7th day since entering the game, the internet was down. Whether the others in the school believed the events of the previous night was uncertain, yet they had severed all ties with the outside world. Perhaps due to the recent confrontation, the familiar faces in the cafeteria and Jiang Song's trio had formed distinct factions, devoid of the previous night's false camaraderie, with dissatisfaction and greed evident on each face. Except for Shintingshu, the enigmatic man straddling both worlds. That noon, chaos erupted outside as zombies stirred, and distant sounds of a broadcast emanated from the direction of the playground. Jiang Song leaned against the door, listening intently to the cacophony of zombie growls and hurried footsteps converging upon that location. This was an opportunity. "What is happening? Who is broadcasting?" Lin Xingxing inquired, curiosity piqued as she joined Jiang Song. In contrast, the others seemed indifferent, remaining engrossed in their prior activities. Xing, the zombies are drawn to the playground. I plan to leave soon, Jiang Song whispered in her ear. Lin Xing nodded. All right, when? I'm ready at any moment. Jiang Song glanced at her. Do you wish to come with me? Lin Xing's expression faltered, a wounded look crossing her face. You're not planning to leave me behind? Jiang Song bit her lip. No, of course not. Still skeptical, Lin Xing's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her large orbs glistening with anguish. Please, don't abandon me, Jiang Song conceded. Fine. Chapter 9, The Kyoto Revelation 8. As Shinjiao observed the two women huddled together in conversation, she felt an overwhelming sense of restlessness. Curiosity gnawed at her. She longed to discern the nature of their discussion. After the events of the previous night, the thought of remaining here alone filled her with trepidation. The notion that her classmates could resort to violence over food was more terrifying than any horde of zombies. She yearned to rejoin Jiang Song's group, if only for the solace of having a formidable cousin by her side. Jiang Song, acutely aware of Shinjiao's earnest gaze, chose not to respond. Keeping such a person close was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, for one could never predict when they might strike from the shadows. After a brief wait of 5 minutes, the broadcast outside persisted, its tone elevated, while the sounds of zombies had notably diminished. Jiang Song sensed the moment had arrived. She slung her bag over her shoulder, preparing to depart alongside Lin Xing. Their movements caught the attention of Xingtingsha, whose voice drifted in, laced with mockery. Are you leaving without taking your little niece with you? Such familiarity was unsettling. Jiang Song glanced over to see Xingtingsha lounging against the wall, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. To be frank, she had not intended to include him in her escape. Didn't you plan to wait for rescue at school? Cousin, our paths diverge, Jiang Song replied with a forced smile. However, Xingtingsha pierced through her facade. I suspect my little niece has received some news prompting her to leave, hasn't she? A jolt of anxiety coursed through Jiang Song. Indeed, in the dead of night when all had succumbed to slumber, she had stumbled upon a message on her phone detailing a rescue operation set to unfold at noon, where a broadcast would lure zombies to the playground, followed by a bus awaiting students at the southeastern entrance. The source of this message was anonymous, and while Jiang Song had initially been skeptical, thanks to Director Zhang's past misjudgments, the reality of the broadcast today offered her a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet, she had no intention of heading to the southeastern gate. Instead, she sought the northeastern exit, a chance for a different route. She hadn't anticipated that Xingtingsha would be privy to this information. Given that the internet had been cut off before anyone awakened the following day, very few had seen this message. Jiang Song fixed her gaze upon Xingtingsha, her expression a blend of amusement and challenge. Cousin, you jest. I merely wish to leave the school. Xingtingsha straightened, his smile fading. Very well, then I shall accompany you. After all, I promised your mother to look after you. That would be much appreciated, cousin, Jiang Song replied with a smile, finding comfort in the fact that he was willing to join her, especially given his impressive abilities. No one dared to impede Xingtingsha's departure. The senior simply glared at Jiang Song's retreating figure with indignation. Just as Xinjiao prepared to surreptitiously follow, she was seized by someone from the cafeteria. Who permitted your departure? The captor whispered near her ear, causing Xinjiao to wilt under the pressure. She called out to Jiang Song, her eyes pleading for her to take her along, but Jiang Song did not look back. She had no desire to play the savior, particularly in the face of such individuals. Xingtingsha cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Song, a devilish glint in his eye, and trailed her out of the cafeteria, closing the door behind him and severing Xinjiao's desperate gaze. As anticipated, the zombies outside were sparse, with only dried bloodstains and various unidentified human tissues littering the ground, a pungent odor permeating Jiang Song's nostrils. Cautiously, she maneuvered along the wall until she reached the corner, peeking around to confirm the presence of only 2 zombies before advancing toward the northeastern gate. With his long legs, Xingtingsha quickly outpaced her. Jiang Song had intended to stealthily circumvent the zombies and even signal to him, but he seemed oblivious to her intent, striding boldly toward the 2 oblivious creatures. Jiang Song could not restrain him. Unarmed, Xingtingsha approached one zombie from behind and whistled, startling it from its stupor. The creature turned, its desiccated face contorted with ravenous hunger, and lunged at him. He sidestepped effortlessly, redirecting the zombie toward Jiang Song. Her pupils dilated as she raised the frying pan, but the zombie towered over her at nearly 6 feet 3, and her strike only connected with its shoulder, causing her to stagger back several steps. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Song noticed Shen Tingshi, who stood by, coolly observing. "You two handle this one, I'll take care of the one ahead," he declared, his tone devoid of remorse. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Song braced herself against the towering zombie. Striving to maintain her footing as it bore down on her, Lin Xingxing wielded a long wooden stick she had fashioned from a mop, assisting Jiang Song in fending off the creature. Both girls were relatively petite, and the zombie's saliva and decaying flesh rained down upon them. "Xingxing, can you hold on?" Jiang Song asked, glancing at her struggling companion with gritted teeth. Lin Xingxing nodded. "I can. Here." "Good, just hang in there," Jiang Song instructed, momentarily lifting the frying pan, transferring the weight of the struggle entirely onto Lin Xingxing. Jiang Song did not allow Lin Xingxing to bear the burden for long. She swiftly maneuvered behind the giant zombie and delivered a powerful kick to its knee, causing it to collapse. Seizing the moment, Jiang Song retrieved a fruit knife she had brought from her dormitory and plunged it into the zombie's temple. The creature, which had been thrashing about, fell silent, lifeless on the ground. Though the skirmish had lasted less than 2 minutes, Jiang Song was drenched in sweat. Turning back to Shen Tingshi, she saw him standing a short distance away. Another zombie sprawled on the ground, its demise a mystery. A surge of frustration welled within Jiang Song. Her gaze toward Shen Tingshi was laden with suspicion. "Don't look at me like that, little niece. Those 2 zombies were obstructing our path and had to be dealt with. Besides, you need to hone your skills in zombie extermination. I am merely looking out for your best interests," he explained, his demeanor unperturbed. "He clearly did that on purpose," Lin Xingxing murmured under her breath. At that moment, Jiang Song caught the sound of approaching footsteps. The commotion had likely attracted nearby zombies. She immediately sprinted toward the northeastern gate. As she neared the entrance, she spotted a bus waiting outside, several individuals standing near the door, glancing inside intermittently. Suddenly, a group of students burst forth from the opposite street, racing toward them, pursued by a horde of zombies, effectively blocking their path. Jiang Song promptly altered her course, heading for the southeastern gate, with Lin Xingxing trailing closely behind. Shen Tingshi, noticing her change in direction, followed suit. However, they were a step too slow. They boarded the bus just as the zombies drew perilously close. A mere meter away, the bus did not wait for them, speeding away like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 10, The Kyoto Revelation. Lin Xingxing shouted loudly, "Wait for us, we haven't gotten into the car yet." The occupants of the vehicle did not pause. They merely cast a sympathetic glance in their direction, showing no inclination to lend a hand. The horde of zombies accompanying their group was considerable, visibly numbering over 20, and Jiang Song did not harbor any illusions regarding their chances of survival. She sprinted along the road outside the school, aiming for a red car she had spotted. Inside, a driver, now transformed into a zombie and restrained by a seatbelt, was helplessly howling. Jiang Song plunged a fruit knife into its skull, unfastened the seatbelt, and dragged the zombie out, seamlessly transitioning into the driver's seat without a moment's hesitation. Lin Xingxing slipped into the passenger seat just as a swarm of zombies surged forth, quickly surrounding the vehicle. Shen Tingshi had disappeared without a trace, but Jiang Song was too preoccupied to care. Grasping the door, Lin Xingxing trembled as she said, "Darling, haven't you struggled to pass your driving test? Can you actually drive?" Jiang Song remained silent, demonstrating her capability. She released the handbrake, shifted gears, and expertly coordinated the clutch and accelerator, swiftly starting the car. Fortunately, there were not too many zombies in front of them, allowing them to break free from the encirclement. Jiang Song's driving skills were forcibly awakened in this perilous situation, drifting and skidding as they quickly merged onto the main road. In the rearview mirror, a throng of zombies was hot on their heels, and Jiang Song felt a shiver of dread. Lin Xingxing patted her chest, saying, "Darling, your sinister cousin has vanished. Shouldn't we be concerned?" Jiang Song shook her head. "That person is capricious. He nearly led us to ruin just now. It's best to shake him off, and besides, he seems formidable enough to survive." Lin Xingxing nodded in agreement. "If that's how you see it, I must say, I sensed something eerie about your cousin yesterday." He was so ruthless, I nearly died of fright when he shoved the zombies toward us. Not wishing to continue discussing Shintingsha, Jiang Song said, please adjust the radio for me. All right. With the internet down, this was their only means of acquiring external information. After several attempts, Lin Xingxing finally tuned into a channel broadcasting a message from a concerned citizen, detailing the situation in downtown Kyoto. South Ring Road was overrun with zombies, making passage impossible, and that was the route they needed to take to enter the city. Jiang Song slowed the vehicle. Throughout the entire afternoon, they had heard no news regarding a refuge. She reassured herself not to be anxious, as they had barely progressed through 1/3 of the game, and time was still on her side. As nightfall approached, Jiang Song found a relatively concealed spot to park the car, preparing to spend the night inside, for zombies roamed freely, and this area was suburban with few buildings, only the school, making it safer to stay inside. After replenishing their energy with a small meal, Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing briefly accounted for their supplies, which were sufficient to last them for over 10 days. With the car doors securely locked for the night, Jiang Song instructed Lin Xingxing to sleep first, as they would take turns keeping watch. In the wilderness, one could never anticipate unforeseen events. Once Lin Xingxing fell asleep, Jiang Song, clutching a frying pan, gazed outside, finding the pan rather useful. Though it had not served its original purpose, it had certainly been put to practical use. With only 30% battery remaining on her phone, she connected it to a power bank, the last vestige of energy. Suddenly, Jiang Song's eyes flicked to the message section, recalling the enigmatic man, wondering how he fared, whether he had escaped the horde when leaving the school. Nonetheless, Jiang Song did not regret her abrupt departure. It was human instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. Having grown up an orphan, her solitary nature only intensified this instinct, and besides, Shintingsha was indeed a perilous individual, unpredictable and ruthless, someone she could not afford to confront. On the morning of the 8th day of the game, after only 4 hours of sleep, Lin Xingxing suddenly awoke her with excitement. Darling, quick, listen. Jiang Song's groggy slumber dissipated instantly as she perked her ears to the radio's voice. Attention, citizens, recent virus has shown human-to-human transmission, infection, loss of reason, aggression, attacking humans. Those infected should be luring humans. Families should remain calm, maintain silence. Defense, do not get infected. Government is controlling the situation and has established a refuge located at East Bridge, West Jiang Old Town, Sunrise South Street No. 2. Everyone can proceed to ascertain the safety of the area. The broadcast was raspy and riddled with static, but they managed to catch crucial information amidst the intermittent phrases. A refuge had emerged, the message repeated several times, and after listening attentively, Jiang Song confirmed the location: East Bridge Street, West Jiang Old Town, Sunrise South Street No. 2. Lin Xingxing noted that it was near West Jiang Park. That's fantastic. Jiang Song could hardly contain her excitement. But darling, how can we be certain this news is genuine? What if it's a trap set by the zombies? Lin Xingxing expressed concern. Moreover, West Jiang Park is in the city, the surrounding commercial and residential areas are vast, there will be many people and just as many zombies. Our journey there won't be smooth sailing. Jiang Song understood her apprehensions. The risks were substantial, however. She had no other options. She needed to reach the refuge before the game concluded. It was the mission, and she had already been outside for 10 days. This was the only information she had received regarding a refuge, so whether it was true or false, she felt compelled to investigate. Without divulging her thoughts about the game, she simply stated, wandering aimlessly outside isn't a solution. I must go. You're right, heading to West Jiang Park will undoubtedly involve encountering numerous zombies, far more than we faced at the school. Xingxing, this is my decision and does not obligate you to follow. If you wish, you may stay behind. Lin Xingxing frowned at her words. Jiang Song, why do you insist on saying that? Jiang Song was taken aback, not expecting her to be displeased. I've already said, wherever you go, I will follow. I am merely assessing the situation. It doesn't imply fear or cowardice, nor do I wish to go alone. Please stop considering abandoning me. I would genuinely be upset. Lin Xingxing's tone was uncharacteristically serious and earnest. Jiang Song's heart softened. She had not anticipated encountering such a devoted NPC. She nodded. All right, I understand that I won't mention it again. Lin Xingxing's expression returned to normal as they began planning their route together. They downloaded offline maps on their phones and sketched out their itinerary using a pen and notepad they found in the car. Familiar with the area due to her role as a game character, Lin Xingxing took the lead while Jiang Song feigned understanding. Chapter 11 The Kyoto Revelation. There exist two paths leading to the sanctuary, both of which traverse the Southern Ring Road, a route notorious for being the epicenter of the recent zombie outbreak they had previously heard about. My dear, if you trust me, we shall drive straight in. I will guide you as you steer, Lin Xingxing declared earnestly. Jiang Song cast a glance at her, noting the seriousness in her demeanor, devoid of jest, and nodded. I trust you. You shall be my navigator. They exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding palpable. What followed was a period of meticulous planning, as they envisioned various unforeseen scenarios that might arise upon entering the city, concurrently confirming solutions and committing their escape routes to memory. It was not until evening that they felt a semblance of confidence. Their dinner that night was rather sumptuous, a preparation for the morrow, and a precaution against the potential loss of provisions due to unforeseen circumstances. They slept soundly, and upon awakening the next day, Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing reaffirmed their route before embarking on their journey. The streets of the city were infinitely more gruesome and terrifying than Jiang Song had ever witnessed. Each thoroughfare appeared as though it had been washed in blood, with dismembered limbs and wrecked vehicles littering the landscape, and a palpable aura of death pervading the air. Proceed forward, then turn left at the end, Lin Xingxing instructed, her expression grave, though her heart raced with trepidation. Their journey thus far had been relatively smooth. They encountered no large congregations of zombies, only scattered ones, posing no significant threat as long as they maintained speed and steadily. The impact obliterated the creature, splattering gore across the windshield. Jiang Song activated the wipers, attempting to clear the filth, yet crimson streaks remained. It's all right, we are almost there, Lin Xingxing said, her excitement palpable as the sanctuary. Before Jiang Song could revel in the moment, a cacophony of blaring horns pierced the air, tightening her chest. Who was that fool, unaware that such noise would attract the zombies? Yet, upon lifting her gaze, she realized that the foolish ones were heading straight for them. Shit! Jiang Song slammed on the brakes, while Lin Xingxing clutched her seatbelt in a state of panic. Immediately, Jiang Song shifted into reverse, retreating, for behind the reckless individuals loomed an innumerable horde of zombies, a threat that promised dismemberment upon halting. Oh my god, reverse, reverse, reverse. Lin Xingxing exclaimed, cold sweat beading on her brow as the oncoming vehicle accelerated toward them. Jiang Song focused on the rearview mirror, her speed escalating. In such a perilous and tense environment, she remained unnervingly calm, her expression impassive as she recalled the routes they had traversed, noting which streets had fewer zombies. After navigating past an intersection, Jiang Song turned the vehicle around, alternate route. Lin Xingxing promptly responded, continue forward, then take a right at the second intersection. Following her lead, Jiang Song adhered to the new path, yet the vehicle behind them persisted in its pursuit. The deafening horns attracted an ever-growing throng of zombies, who surged from both sides of the street. Damn it, are they insane? What do they want to drag us down with them for? Lin Xingxing could not help but voice her frustration. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed two terrified men in the following car, yet they clung desperately to their tail. Regardless of their reasons for being in this predicament, they would not drag Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing to their doom. Brace yourself, Jiang Song declared, executing a drift into a narrow alley, shattering the side mirrors, yet managing to squeeze the vehicle through. She had previously observed that the pursuing car was significantly larger than theirs. Their compact sedan could just barely navigate the tight passage. Upon entering the alley, the larger vehicle lost its target and barreled straight through, disappearing from sight. We're out of fuel, Jiang Song announced grimly as they exited the alley, delivering unwelcome news. Their initial calculations had suggested they would have enough, and while they had anticipated such a scenario, the reality of it left them feeling somewhat despondent. They had been on the brink of reaching the sanctuary, only to be diverted by those reckless individuals, depleting their fuel and distancing them further from safety. It was now afternoon, and after enduring such prolonged tension without sustenance, both were utterly exhausted. We should find a place to rest and reevaluate our strategy for reaching the sanctuary, Jiang Song proposed as she exited the vehicle, with Lin Xingxing following closely behind. The zombies, having caught wind of their presence, surged toward them. Jiang Song brandished a frying pan, deftly dispatching the approaching zombies as they sprinted toward the less populated area. After running for a short distance, Jiang Song's eyes were momentarily blinded by a flash. She looked up to see someone on the third floor reflecting light toward her with a mirror. Moments later, the front door swung open, and a vigilant young man peeked out. "Quick, come in." Without hesitation, Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing dashed inside. As the security door slammed shut, the frenzied pounding of zombies echoed behind them. The young man exhaled in relief. "It's all right, they'll stop banging in a moment. Thank you for saving us." "Who are you?" Jiang Song inquired, her trust not easily given. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm from Lin University. My friends and I heard there was a sanctuary at the Kyoto Stadium, so we came together," he replied, producing his student ID to assuage her doubts. Jiang Song inspected it but found no cause for concern. "You're students too, right? You certainly look the part," he remarked, sizing them up. Jiang Song smiled. "We escaped from Kyoto University." What a coincidence," he said, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "We also have someone from Kyoto University with us." Jiang Song felt a surge of curiosity as she followed him upstairs, where he opened a door on the third floor, revealing a significant number of people, both men and women, inside. Indeed, as he had stated, they appeared to be students, providing her with a sense of reassurance. "By the way, who is the person from Kyoto University you mentioned?" Jiang Song asked, intrigued. "Are you looking for me?" "Little niece," a chilling voice echoed, reminiscent of a tortured soul rising from the depths of hell, each word infused with an icy coldness that sent shivers down Jiang Song's spine. Following the voice, she beheld Shintingzi, leaning casually against the wall, his tall frame exuding an air of nonchalance. His strikingly handsome face bore a faint smile, yet it lacked genuine warmth. Jiang Song was momentarily stunned, as was Lin Xingxing. "Brother Shin, do you know each other? You call her little niece. Are you relatives? What a coincidence," the young man exclaimed in delight. "What is this? Are you unhappy to see me, little niece?" Shintingzi straightened and began to walk toward Jiang Song. She felt enveloped by his presence, and under the weight of his imposing aura, she managed a smile. "How could I be? It is truly wonderful to see you alive, little uncle." Chapter 12, The Kyoto Revelation 11. Shintingzi's expression visibly darkened at an alarming rate. The young man observed that the atmosphere between them was peculiar, resembling that of adversaries rather than amicable relatives. Yet, as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to comment. "Let us continue our discussion regarding tonight's plans." "Tonight's plans?" This piqued Jiang Song's interest. "We intend to set off for the refuge this evening. Will you join us?" "Why leave at night?" Jiang Song inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Because Brother Shin informed us that the zombies are less active at night, making them harder to detect," someone elucidated. Jiang Song's gaze shifted to Shintingzi once more. It was him. She harbored an unsettling impression of this man, who consistently regarded her with an uncomfortable intensity, akin to the gaze of a venomous serpent. From the moment he had thrust the zombies into her path, she had erected a barrier of wariness against him. Departing from the school without waiting for him had proven to be a judicious choice. She harbored no regrets, yet she was taken aback by how small this world was. Encountering him again so swiftly. It was undeniably bad luck, though the assertion that zombies were less mobile at night was indeed accurate. Jiang Song possessed a profound distrust of Shintingzi's intentions. Meeting his gaze, which bore a semblance of mirth, reinforced her conviction that he was up to no good. "No," she began, but before she could finish, Shintingzi interrupted her. "Of course, she will accompany us." His hand unexpectedly settled on Jiang Song's shoulder, a gesture light in touch yet laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Very well, we shall proceed together tonight, striving to reach the refuge as early as possible." As dusk approached, the group finished their evening meal, organized supplies, and confirmed their route before preparing to embark. Jiang Song found herself perplexed. According to their plan, they were to trek to the refuge on foot, but was that truly feasible? Maintaining a half-skeptical attitude, Jiang Song trailed behind the group, for she had no alternative. She might as well give it a try, and if worse came to worst, she could always flee. Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing found themselves at the rear of the procession. Upon exiting the building, they cautiously opened the door, the moonlight casting a cold glow, elongating their shadows. The zombies by the roadside stood motionless, as if in slumber. A dozen individuals crept along the wall, each step taken with utmost silence. For the first time, Jiang Song felt akin to a mouse, treading carefully, fearful of being detected by the zombies. After 30 minutes of traversing without incident, just as Jiang Song began to believe that this astonishing endeavor might actually succeed, they reached a fork in the road. Creak, the cliché moment that made Jiang Song wish to strike the author with a brick transpired as Shintingsha stepped on a crushed can, lifting his innocent countenance, hands outstretched. "I didn't mean to." "Curse you," the young man's expletive dissipated into the wind as he sprinted forward with the rest of the group before the zombies could stir. Jiang Song observed Shintingsha standing still, a smile adorning his face as he watched the others flee. Grinning like a demon, she tugged Lin Xingxing down an alternate route, opting not to join the larger group. Too many people would only attract more zombies. "My goodness, darling, is your cousin here to collect a debt?" Lin Xingxing remarked breathlessly. "Sure, no talking." The only sounds that remained were the hurried breaths of the two. Thanks to Lin Xingxing's familiarity with Kyoto, they successfully located an open shop before being cornered by zombies. Their backs pressed firmly against the door, they resisted the frenzied assault from outside. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, the commotion eventually subsided, leaving an eerie stillness. Lin Xingxing, on the verge of collapse, leaned against the door, while Jiang Song dared not even draw a breath. Upon entering, Jiang Song had quickly assessed the store's chaotic state. It was a disheveled men's clothing shop, with two corpses sprawled on the floor. Since their arrival, her gaze had been fixated on those bodies, torn between the concern of the door's security and the dread of whether the corpses were truly lifeless. Thankfully, after such a prolonged assault, the two bodies lay motionless, seemingly devoid of threat. Just then, the silence was shattered by a voice. "Oh, my dear niece, why have you abandoned me once more?" Shintingshi's ghostly voice slipped through the door's crack. Jiang Song swiftly covered Lin Xingxing's mouth, stifling her impending scream. Shaking her head in the darkness, Lin Xingxing fought to suppress her voice, tears brimming in her eyes, while Jiang Song remained silent. They waited for him to depart, and Jiang Song began to suspect that Shintingsha might be a zombie in disguise, much like Director Zhang, merely possessing a human visage, given his exceedingly peculiar demeanor. After what felt like an eternity, just as Jiang Song feared he might burst through the door, Shintingsha finally left, his footsteps gradually fading away. Lin Xingxing, having heard it as well, whispered, has he gone?" Jiang Song, equally uncertain, shook her head. "I don't know. Could he have merely come to frighten her and then left? Was he truly that benevolent?" As time ticked away, Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing remained motionless, listening to the sounds outside, eventually succumbing to slumber against the door. When Jiang Song awoke, it was the following morning. Day 10, she rose, rubbing her sore back, glancing once more at the corpses on the floor. The surrounding pools of blood had long since dried, and she had confirmed that those were indeed two bodies, dead beyond hope, and seemingly victims of suicide. Lin Xingxing also stirred, exclaiming in shock, "We actually fell asleep. My goodness, we are truly audacious." After a grueling day of travel without rest, it is only natural to feel exhausted. Moreover, we were excessively startled by Shintingsha last night. Our nerves must have been utterly spent, Jiang Song responded. Lin Xingxing nodded. "By the way, darling, does your cousin harbor some grudge against your family? Is he here for revenge, rather than to rescue you?" Jiang Song massaged her temples. "I have no idea. One could only say that this game was rife with deceit." She had initially thought Shintingsha was a boon bestowed upon her by the game, only to come perilously close to losing her life to him. "I hope we reach the refuge soon. I can no longer endure such a life filled with dread." Lin Xingxing sighed. Jiang Song felt the same, yet she could only feign calmness. Their plans had been repeatedly thwarted, and her patience was wearing thin. Despite their current predicament not being ideal, she had to reach the refuge as quickly as possible. Xingxing, how far is it from here to Shijiang Park? It's not too far, actually. We were heading in that direction last night. However, the commotion we caused attracted far too many zombies, making it difficult for us to escape. Jiang Song understood the situation all too well. It was all Shen Tingxi's fault. He was not here to save her, he was clearly here to claim her life. She should have realized that this wretched game would not be so benevolent. Fortunately, with 20 days remaining until the game's conclusion, Jiang Song still had ample time, and she reassured herself not to rush. After awakening, the two disposed of the corpses and tidied up the shop, ensuring they had a temporary refuge. Let us eat something, Jiang Song began as she sat at the dining table, opening her backpack, only to halt mid-sentence. Where were her supplies, all her food? Chapter 13, Kyoto Revelation 12-inch. What is it, darling? Lin Xingxing inquired as she approached, noticing the unusual expression on Jiang Song's face. Upon closer inspection, she discovered Jiang Song's complexion was ashen, and her bag was ajar, revealing bottles of mineral water filled with sand and a disarray of litter. Jiang Song rummaged through her belongings for an eternity but found not a single edible item. How could this happen? Jiang Song murmured, I have carried it with me all along, never letting it out of my sight. Without hesitation, Lin Xingxing dashed to her own backpack and frantically began to search. Damn it. Lin Xingxing clawed through her bag, yet her situation mirrored Jiang Song's precisely. Who on earth could have done this, stealthily pilfering our provisions? Jiang Song couldn't help but think of Shen Tingxi. Cunning and elusive, it was highly likely he was the culprit. Jiang Song felt a mix of anger and absurdity. She had repeatedly fallen prey to an NPC, which was utterly ludicrous. She prided herself on her caution, yet Shen Tingxi had surreptitiously absconded with all her supplies. A testament to his formidable nature, the duo scoured the clothing store, and although they found a small room filled with kitchenware, it was devoid of any ingredients, containing only a few seasonings. What are we going to do now? What shall we eat? Lin Xingxing covered her face, her expression one of anguish. I've been malnourished these past few days, looking quite haggard, and now we don't even have a scrap to eat. Jiang Song felt a twinge of guilt as she comforted Lin Xingxing. We are quite close to the shelter. We still have a chance to fight for it. Lin Xingxing interjected, striving to reach the shelter before we starve, right? Jiang Song remained silent. The implication was clear. 2 days later, on the morning of the 12th day of the game, Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing found themselves once again forced back by the zombies outside, retreating into the clothing store, bending over and gasping for breath. I can't take it anymore, darling, we are doomed. Lin Xingxing's face had turned pale, her hands trembling. Jiang Song glanced at the faucet in the small room, dripping an unknown liquid, licked her parched lips. A wave of helplessness washed over her. This was their 5th failed escape in 2 days. The zombies outside swarmed like a tide, and each time they attempted to flee, they were relentlessly pursued, unable to cover even half a street. Damn it, why do they keep circling around here? Can't they go check somewhere else? Jiang Song gritted her teeth. I have no idea either. The two had gone 2 full days without a drop to drink, compounded by the fruitless struggles during their escapes, their energy utterly depleted. Sweetheart, let us not try again. I truly cannot go on. My throat feels like it's on fire. I am utterly spent. Lin Xingxing collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant and devoid of light. Jiang Song sat beside her. She could not afford to give up. The game was not over, and until the final moment, she would not concede. Even if death awaited her, she would rather perish outside, on the road. Let us try once more tonight, Jiang Song whispered, but Lin Xingxing did not hear her. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, only occasionally interrupted by the shuffling footsteps of zombies outside. Jiang Song glanced at the frail Lin Xingxing, moved to her side without waking her, covered her with a jacket, and then picked up her skillet before venting. The previous night's attempt had failed due to Lin Xingxing's stomach growling, which had attracted the zombies. Tonight, Jiang Song resolved to go alone. At the end of the street lay a convenience store. She needed to find some food to survive before devising a plan. Moonlight illuminated the pavement, and the streetlights cast a dim glow as she carefully walked along the wall, shrouded in shadows. The zombies meandered aimlessly, exuding a potent stench of decay and blood. They were evidently more sluggish than during the day. Holding her breath, Jiang Song smeared herself with the rotting flesh from the corpses inside the store, hoping to mask her scent, and it seemed to be effective. Unlike her previous attempts, this time she unexpectedly made it to the convenience store without disturbing a single zombie. Though utterly drained, Jiang Song could hardly contain her excitement as she swiftly slipped inside, avoiding two passing zombies. She cautiously surveyed the interior, which was littered with shards of glass and toppled merchandise, spattered with glaring bloodstains. The store was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light near the entrance, and she dared not venture too deep. Opening her backpack, she began to fill it with supplies. Upon spotting bottles of mineral water, she eagerly twisted the cap off one and drank deeply. After nearly 3 days without water, she felt revitalized. She stuffed several more bottles into her bag, cramming everything she could manage. As she prepared to leave, Jiang Song caught sight of a pile of exceedingly familiar items strewn across. The items had been mixed with the store's merchandise, causing her not to recognize them at first, but now she noted that everything matched perfectly, even the half-consumed Red Bull she had torn the packaging from. Jiang Song's heart raced with alarm. The presence of these items indicated that Shintingzi was likely nearby. She peered into the inky darkness of the store, suddenly feeling as though it resembled a beast with a bloodthirsty maw ready to devour everything. Despite her disdain for Shintingzi, she could not shake off her fear of him. She was self-aware enough to know that, despite his repeated betrayals, she wouldn't recklessly charge forward. With heightened caution, Jiang Song slipped away before Shintingzi could spot her. The return journey was smooth. Although she encountered a zombie, she quickly dispatched it with her dagger before its noise could attract others, swiftly making her way back to the clothing. Upon returning, Jiang Song immediately shook Lin Xingxing awake, offering her water as she groggily came to her senses. Although Lin Xingxing was still disoriented, she instinctively drank greedily from the water source. Jiang Song patted her back, saying, "It's all right, take your time, no need to rush." Once Lin Xingxing finished the entire bottle, she finally regained her composure and realized that Jiang Song had brought back supplies. Jiang Song opened 2 packets of biscuits, handing one to Lin Xingxing. "Eat something, you've lost weight." Lin Xingxing received it incredulously, feeling as if Jiang Song had transformed into an omnipotent warrior. Tears glistened in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Darling, you're incredible." As Jiang Song munched on the biscuits, she recounted the events that had transpired, her teeth gritting at the mention of Shintingzi. After finishing the biscuits, she tore open a packet of beef jerky, which, though somewhat dry, provided a much-needed comfort to her long-starved stomach. "Sweetheart, is your uncle unwell? He steals our supplies but doesn't he eat them, tossing them into the nearby convenience store? What is he trying to do, humiliate us?" Lin Xingxing asked, perplexed. Jiang Song replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps he is simply a perverse lunatic." Lin Xingxing nodded in agreement, "I think you're right." Chapter 14, Kyoto Revelation 13. Jiang Song returned with provisions sufficient for 2 to sustain themselves for 5 days, prompting her to conclude that it would be prudent to hasten towards the refuge. "I assure you, once I've satiated my hunger, my stomach shall no longer rumble," Lin Xingxing declared, raising 3 fingers beside her ear. "However, there are so many zombies outside. We have yet to venture beyond the street." The latter part of her statement remained unuttered, for despair had begun to take root within her. The frequency of their failures had rendered her somewhat numb. "Do not worry, I have a plan," Jiang Song replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "This time, we shall." It was then that Lin Xingxing discovered the nature of Jiang Song's proposed strategy. "Since we are surrounded by zombies, let us draw them together," Jiang Song suggested, producing a lighter she had found on the floor of the convenience store the previous night. The thought had already occurred to her, in a world like this, starting a fire isn't illegal, is it? With a sly grin, she appeared diminutive and frail, yet exuded an aura of boundless vitality. Armed with the experience of past encounters, the duo approached with heightened caution. As a nearby zombie exited a clothing store, they carefully opened the door, peering out to find the street teeming with the undead. Instantly, the sounds of their struggle drew more zombies from the vicinity, and before they could be encircled, the pair slipped into a shop, the moment the door was secured, the undead began to batter against it with fervor. However, the more pressing danger lay within the shop itself, where two zombies lurked, famished from their prolonged hunger. They lunged at Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing. Upon spotting them, Jiang Song swiftly raised the frying pan. With a fruit knife, she plunged it into the creature's skull, dispatching it with a single blow. The second zombie proved stronger, and Jiang Song's attempt to employ the same tactic faltered as it pushed her backward. I can't hold on much. Jiang Song, recognizing Lin Xingxing's struggle, glanced around for a solution and suddenly spotted a shadow in the corner. An idea sparked in her mind, and she lured the zombies towards the main entrance. Just before they could pounce, she yanked Lin Xingxing aside, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. In that instant, the door collapsed entirely, trapping the remaining zombies inside as those outside surged in. By then, Jiang Song had already led Lin Xingxing to the second floor of the shop, where they quickly locked the door behind them. Crouching in a corner, Lin Xingxing anxiously asked, "Why is there still no movement?" The explosion had originated from the nearby clothing store. Ignited by the lighter, they had moved the gas canister outside, opened the valve, and set ablaze the fabric piled around, triggering the catastrophic fire. The clothing store, filled with flammable materials, erupted into flames, the roaring fire and billowing smoke drawing all nearby zombies away from their location, which had previously been their pursuers. The dry summer air and the absence of any firefighting efforts allowed the blaze to spread uncontrollably. As the zombies flooded into the inferno, approximately 20 minutes later, Jiang Song peered out from the second-story window, confirming that the street ahead was deserted of zombies. She and Lin Xingxing hastily departed, heading in the opposite direction of the clothing store. Glancing back, they beheld a throng of zombies, all clambering towards the raging fire, the acrid smoke and crackling flames creating a nauseating spectacle. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the thick smoke. Jiang Song squinted, recognizing him as he drew near, eliciting an involuntary exclamation, "What the hell?" How could Shintingsha persist in haunting her? His face smeared with ash and a cold expression etched upon his features. Shintingsha regarded Jiang Song with a gaze that seemed laced with venom. Jiang Song noted that although he was running, he limped painfully, a shard of glass embedded in his thigh, crimson blood trailing behind him with each laboured step. Jiang Song frowned, astonished at his speed despite his injury. However, she soon scoffed, dismissing him entirely as she grasped Lin Xingxing's hand, urging them to continue towards the refuge. Shintingsha, observing her retreating figure, felt the sting of sweat forming on his back as he struggled to keep pace. "I know the location of the refuge." Jiang Song halted, turning to face the now limping Shintingsha, intrigued by his proclamation. "What do you mean?" "Take me with you, I can reveal the true location of the refuge," he insisted, his complexion. "Your assistance is unnecessary," Jiang Song replied, her expression impassive. Shintingsha glanced back at the approaching zombies, continuing, "Are you referring to Shijiang Park? If you're not afraid of being treated as a food supply once you arrive, by all means." His words echoed her deepest fears. The authenticity of the refuge's location, as broadcasted, remained uncertain to her initially. She had approached it with a sense of experimentation. But with Shintingsha's outright declaration of its facet, her anxiety intensified. "How can I trust you? You've betrayed me countless times, why should I believe a word you say?" Jiang Song retorted, standing her ground. "I have never betrayed you. Have you forgotten who rescued you both from the dormitory?" "To hear you say that now wounds me deeply," Shintingsha replied, his face growing paler, yet maintaining his usual calm demeanor. The zombies, drawn by the explosion, were now converging towards them. Shintingsha stated coolly, "Irregardless of your belief in me, I pose no threat to you now. If you choose to take me along, we shall ascertain the truth at Shijiang Park. If I deceive you, you may abandon me then, but should you refuse to take me, you shall forever remain ignorant of the refuge's location." Chapter 15, The Kyoto Revelation. Listening to his words, Jiang Song felt that there was some truth to his reasoning. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Fine. But if you entertain any malicious thoughts again, I will not let you off easily." Shintingsha smirked, but remained silent. Jiang Song hoisted the frying pan behind her back and, together with Lin Xingxing, began to carry Shintingsha as they fled, successfully shaking off the pursuing zombies. You're really heavy. You should eat less, Jiang Song grumbled through clenched teeth. Shen Tingxi's weight bore down heavily upon them, rendering their movements cumbersome and sluggish, yet, despite Jiang Song's complaints, he did not budge. The two managed to carry Shen Tingxi to a nearby pharmacy, whose door was damaged and whose surrounding zombies had been lured away by the previous explosion, making this place temporarily safe. Jiang Song dragged Shen Tingxi into the pharmacy, and alongside Lin Xingxing, they found some cabinets to barricade the entrance, leaving only a small gap at the top. Panting from exhaustion, Jiang Song glanced at Shen Tingxi, who sat slumped on the floor, his complexion even. A quick inspection of his wounds revealed they were far worse than she had anticipated, blood seeping profusely. What happened? Lin Xingxing, hiding behind Jiang Song, inquired curiously. Shen Tingxi, how careless of you. Internally, she mused about how fortunate he was not to have been killed. Shen Tingxi managed a slight smirk. Niece, could you assist your uncle with a bandage? With a smile, Jiang Song replied, just a surface treatment. Shen Tingxi's expression remained unchanged. Then hand it over. I'll tend to it myself. Hearing this, Jiang Song began searching the pharmacy for the necessary supplies, gathering a pile before squatting down beside him. Shen Tingxi extended his hand to take them, but Jiang Song shifted back slightly. Uncle, unlike you, I won't harm others behind their backs. When I say I'll bandage you, I mean it. Shen Tingxi met Jiang Song's gaze, the two locked in a stalemate for what felt like ages. Finally, he relented, his eyes shifting with emotion, before he looked down and said with a smile, it's at the gym in the Eastern District, but there are restrictions for entry. Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. How do you know this? What are the entry requirements? Shen Tingxi could no longer muster a smile, extending his hand once more. Give me the medicine. Observing his near-death state, Jiang Song felt an urge to abandon him to the zombies outside, but with more questions in mind, she squatted down to treat his wounds. The shard of glass embedded in his flesh was sizable, removing it would inevitably cause more bleeding, so she needed to stop the bleeding quickly, and it appeared he would require stitches. I don't know how to stitch, Jiang Song pondered aloud. Shen Tingxi shot her a glance before snatching the supplies from her hands and proceeding to act on his in a swift motion. He yanked out the glass shard, blood spraying across Jiang Song's face, prompting her to rise in disgust, visibly displeased. Shen Tingxi, undeterred, poured a yellow powder onto the wound and then wrapped it with a bandage. Throughout the process, his expression remained unchanged, and if not for his ghostly pallor, Jiang Song might have believed he felt no pain at all. Though Shen Tingxi's injuries appeared less dire now, Jiang Song remained cautious, having learned through experience not to underestimate him. Thus, she employed a charm card on Shen Tingxi. When a glimmer of clarity emerged in his previously dark and brooding eyes, Jiang Song knew she had succeeded. Where is the real safe haven? As Shen Tingxi opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly felt an invisible force constraining him, and uncontrollably, he blurted out a different answer. At a chemical factory in the northern suburbs. Jiang Song narrowed her eyes. This scoundrel had indeed attempted to deceive her once more. Shen Tingxi, displaying a look of disbelief, gazed at Jiang Song, his eyes rife with questions. What did you do to me? He asked through gritted teeth. Jiang Song shot him a glare. Fool. Given his severe injuries, Shen Tingxi could not rise, his frustration boiling over as he wished to hurl Jiang Song into the horde of zombies outside. Jiang Song did not set off immediately. Instead, she lingered in the pharmacy for a few days, during which she even provided Shen Tingxi with food. This only served to exacerbate Lin Xingxing's frustration. Why are we still feeding him? Jiang Song, while searching for suitable weapons in the store, glanced at the man sitting nearby, devouring instant noodles. She smiled and replied, after all, he is my uncle and saved us once. I could never abandon him. Shen Tingxi, eating in the distance, momentarily paused, his expression darkening. Lin Xingxing chose not to comment further, her displeasure. For the past few days, Jiang Song had been diligently attending to Shen Tingxi, who, to her surprise, had been quite obedient, refraining from any underhanded antics. Jiang Song marveled at the effectiveness of the charm card. With the zombies around the pharmacy gradually dispersing, Jiang Song decided it was time to leave. My leg isn't healed yet, Shintingsha protested. Jiang Song cheerfully continued to pack her belongings. Uncle can recuperate here while we wait for you at the safe haven. You won't be able to enter anyway, Shintingsha replied with a wry smile. Then I shan't trouble you any further, Jiang Song said, cheerfully grabbing her prepared backpack, waving goodbye to Shintingsha as she. The nearby zombies were few, and after walking for a while, they discovered a drivable car inside which lay several corpses. Jiang Song recognized them from an earlier encounter when a group of fools had disrupted their route in the city. It was them. The entire gang had perished in the vehicle, blood coating the interior, indicating they had been overwhelmed by zombies. Jiang Song dragged the bodies out and, upon hearing a metallic clink, disposable disguise mask. Item description: a disposable disguise mask that can change your appearance at will, lasting for 30 minutes. Would you like to pick it up? Players? Items: this was Jiang Song's first encounter with another player since entering the game, albeit a deceased one. She continued to search the body in hopes of uncovering useful items or information, and to her delight, she found something. Oh my gosh, I'm exhausted, Lin Xingxing's voice called from nearby as she dragged the last of the bodies out. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Jiang Song, not daring to delay, swiftly jumped into the vehicle, heading north alongside Lin Xingxing. Hey, darling, are we really going there? Is what that wicked uncle of yours said true? Wouldn't he be lying to us, would he? Jiang Song smiled gently. Trust me, he won't deceive us this time. Just then, Lin Xingxing discovered a map in the passenger seat's mirror. With that, Lin Xingxing's doubts were laid to rest. Chapter 16, Kyoto Revelation 15. Jiang Song cast a fleeting glance at the map before returning it, allowing Lin Xingxing to examine the specific location. As for Shijiang Park, they had already heard the announcement while en route to the northern suburbs. All residents of Kyoto, please heed this message: do not venture to Shijiang Park, the refuge there is a deception. A ruse. It is nothing but intelligent zombies masquerading as humans disseminating false information. Those who go will not return. Do not fall for this trick. The speaker's urgency was palpable, although his tone was frantic. His words were. He repeated this warning twice. Those who have heard the news, do not go there, and do your utmost to inform others. After delivering this admonition, the transmission ceased. Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing exchanged a glance, both shaken. Meanwhile, within the pharmacy, Shintingsha lifted his eyelids. Outside, a reckless zombie collided with the clutter obstructing the entrance, causing a medicine cabinet to topple and create a resounding clamor. The noise attracted a horde of zombies, who swiftly converged. Shintingsha, dragging his injured leg, rose to his feet and rubbed his neck, a sense of inexplicable irritation gnawing at him as he gazed toward the northern suburbs. He forced a grimace, then casually snapped the neck of a zombie that approached him. The journey to the outskirts unfolded as Jiang Song had envisioned. There were fewer zombies than anticipated, yet a multitude of vehicles clogged the road, particularly as they approached the location indicated on the map. How can there be so many people? Jiang Song furrowed her brow and disembarked from the vehicle. The road ahead was completely blocked, prompting many to exit their cars and proceed on foot. Jiang Song called out to Lin Xingxing, and the two of them, backpacks in tow, followed the throng. Surrounded by an array of vehicles, Jiang Song noted that most were luxury cars, including Rolls-Royces and Maybachs. Her conviction deepened that this was indeed a genuine refuge. After walking approximately a kilometer, they encountered a yellow cordon blocking their path. Jiang Song leaned closer to inspect, realizing it was the first round of identity screening. Voices of contention filled the air. Damn it, I nearly risked my life to get here. Where are the supplies? Let me in. Do you even know who my father is? What? Didn't your mother tell you? Damn. Amidst the chaos, two individuals dashed past the yellow line into the restricted area, moving with remarkable speed, but they could not outrun bullets. Blood streamed down their chests as both figures collapsed, struck down without hesitation. This abrupt violence silenced the man who had been arguing with the soldiers, while others without supplies took a few steps back. Perhaps medications. The previously impatient man suddenly turned his gaze toward her. Yes, how much do you have? Jiang Song opened her backpack, revealing an array of medications she had gathered from the pharmacy. The guard's demeanor softened considerably. Very well, you may enter. There's another person, Jiang Song gestured towards Lin Xingxing. These medications are insufficient, the man frowned, unperturbed. Jiang Song refrained from allowing Lin Xingxing to open her other bag. Instead, she flashed a bright smile, sweet as honey. Brother, could you make an exception and let us in with this? Jiang Song grasped Lin Xingxing's hand, sliding off the golden bracelet from her wrist. Would this suffice? The man weighed it in his hands, and Lin Xingxing leaned in to whisper to Jiang Song, that bracelet is only 20 grams. Jiang Song patted her hand reassuringly, indicating all was well. Brother, I see you've been here all day. It must be exhausting. I apologize for adding to your troubles, but this is all we have, there are no other options. Jiang Song adopted a pitiful expression, her voice soft and gentle. The man waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may enter. Lin Xingxing had not anticipated such ease in gaining entry. Those raucous individuals had been denied access moments ago, and she had overheard one remarking about a mere 0.1 grams short of 50 grams of gold. Jiang Song did not glance back, offering a calm explanation. Our pharmaceuticals far surpass gold in value, and it was evident that the guards were quite irritable. As long as one maintains a courteous demeanor and refrains from being overly aggressive, coupled with our existing provisions, entering is entirely justified. Lin Xingxing reflected on the earlier scene, realizing that everyone had been quite imperious towards the guards, all seemingly affluent individuals speaking rather rudely. It was indeed rare to encounter someone as polite and endearing as Jiang Song, her family's treasure. This line of thought seemed to hold merit. After surpassing the first line of defense, they encountered numerous armored vehicles and armed patrols. A short walk brought them to the second line of defense, enclosed by massive shipping containers, where armed guards stood sentinel. Here, facial recognition was required. Many halted at this juncture, scrambling for connections and recounting their lineage. Yet, the guards were unyielding. Those unable to pass the facial verification were deemed unworthy of entry. It's no different outside the second line of defense. You will still be under the protection of patrols. One guard If there were truly no distinctions, what was the purpose of a second line of defense? Jiang Song and Lin Xingxing found themselves barred from entry. Jiang Song had not received any notifications regarding the game, indicating that she had yet to complete her task and must venture further inside. This must be the reason Shen Tingsher had claimed she could not enter, but Jiang Song was well prepared. She glanced at Lin Xingxing and said, Xingxing, I need to use the restroom for a moment. Please keep an eye on our belongings. Lin Xingxing nodded. All right, Bear, do you want me to accompany you? No need. Jiang Song sought a secluded spot, donned the mask. From behind a container emerged a portly man clad in a suit and polished shoes, striding confidently towards the facial recognition scanner at the entrance. The guards exchanged glances. Jiang Song nodded coolly, choosing silence. Just then, the device emitted a sound indicating successful authentication. Upon entering, she spotted Lin Xingxing not far off, seated. The instant she crossed the threshold, the game's notification chimed. Beep. Congratulations to player Jiang Song for successfully reaching the shelter within 30 days, ranking 1508. As the mechanical countdown echoed, Jiang Song pointed towards Lin Xingxing and instructed the guards, bring that girl to me. Consider the items in her bag as the entry fee. Mayor, they hesitated, but Jiang Song's voice rose sharply. My words are commands. Execute this immediately. Yes. The guards promptly approached Lin Xingxing. Just as the countdown concluded, a flash of white light enveloped Jiang Song, and she opened her eyes. The game had ended, and Jiang Song was still reeling from the experience. The bus continued to speed along, with all that had transpired feeling like a fleeting dream. Chapter 17, Global Communication. Jiang Song accessed her personal panel. Player. Jiang Song, gender, female, age, 24, games completed, 1 points, 300 online users, 126, 891. Could it truly result in death? At that moment, Jiang Song noticed a new section on the luminous screen, aside from her personal panel and the marketplace, labeled World. It resembled a forum of sorts. Wintermelon who loves wild boar. What is this place? Can anyone see what I'm saying? Happy-go-lucky, holy cow, is there really someone here? Are you all human? Where the heck are we? Survival game. Official certification. Welcome, players. Congratulations on completing the first round of the game challenge. Important notice, death in the game equates to true death. Please cherish your lives. This game is sponsored by our official partners, Timespace Bus and Riddle Mall. Greetings, players. Welcome aboard the Timespace Bus stop. We aim to provide you with a more comfortable environment to partake in the game. Riddle Mall official. Hello, players. The game is fraught with danger. Acquiring life-saving items is crucial. We invite all players to come and make purchases. Spicy, what the heck? Howling celestial dog biting Eldonbin, am I inadvertently caught up in some sort of pyramid scheme? This feels so bizarre. Bin, I find this game incredibly unreliable, almost like a joke, yet I nearly died in it. What on earth is going on? Hot spicy hot pot. Speaking of the game, did you encounter zombies in the last round? Stars illuminating your door, yes, zombies, it was terrifying, they chased after me relentlessly. Amidst a flurry of intense discussions, the players expressed their desires to share their thrilling experiences, and Jiang Song was no exception. She clicked on the input box, which prompted a window to appear. Please enter your nickname. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Song typed, that woman is named Xiaomai. That woman is named Xiaomai. Hello everyone, I'm from Linfeng City in Shanbei Province. How did you all enter the game? I fell asleep on the bus after work, and when I woke up, I was in the game. It wasn't long before someone responded. Experienced driver. Oh my gosh, a fellow villager, I'm also from Linfeng City. Before long, this experienced driver sent Jiang Song a friend request. Experienced driver, hello, fellow villager, my name is Liang Ruqing. Xiaomai. Hello, Jiang Gongye. Experienced driver, how unique. Xiaomai, brother Liang, how did you end up in the game? Experienced driver, I honestly don't know. To be frank, I was in the bathroom at home, just exerted. I see, brother, you're quite unique too. The individual on the other end scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Experienced driver, well, it's a bit awkward to say this publicly. I am only telling you, please don't share it with anyone else. Jiang Song thought to herself that she wasn't particularly inclined to share such peculiarities. They exchanged some thoughts about the game, but since they had just entered, their information was rather similar and unremarkable, leading them to bid farewell and log off. After closing the dialog box, Jiang Song promptly searched the marketplace for any relevant resurrection items. She hadn't forgotten the rules mentioned earlier. Failure in the game equated to death. After all, she couldn't guarantee her survival in every. To her surprise, she discovered such an item, and its price was not as exorbitant as she had anticipated, only 500 points. Upon realizing this, Jiang Song mentally chastised herself. She must have been out of her mind to consider 500 points reasonable when she only had 350. However, objectively speaking, a life for 500 points was relatively inexpensive. Completing 2 consecutive games would net her 600 points, granting her 1 resurrection opportunity. Yet, anxiety gnawed at her. If she had enough points, she would surely purchase multiple resurrection items. But then again, if she could accumulate so many points, she likely wouldn't need the resurrection items at all. While Jiang Song was lost in her worries, she noticed a red 1 notification in the upper right corner of her card, indicating an unread record. History. Jiang Song game name, Kyoto Apocalypse, attraction target, NPC Shintingsi, attraction value, 11. As she gazed at this record, memories of her experiences in the game flooded back. Encountering this NPC had indeed been unfortunate. Thankfully, she possessed the card, otherwise, she couldn't imagine how badly she would have fared. Far more vexing than a zombie, however, an attraction value of merely 11, that seemed rather low. Fortunately, the game had concluded, and Jiang Song chose not to dwell further on it. Feeling fatigued after the relentless days of running around in the game, filled with anxiety day and night, she was utterly exhausted. The Timespace Bus provides players with independent living quarters. Players, please rest, the game will commence in 48 hours. As the announcement concluded, Jiang Song turned around, only to discover that the seats at the back of the bus had transformed into a private room. Upon entering, she found a bed that appeared soft and comfortable, along with a private bathroom. Such thoughtfulness was delightful. Jiang Song eagerly flung herself onto the bed, and indeed, it was as soft as she had imagined. This space was far superior to her rental apartment, quiet, spacious, and devoid of the nightly disturbances from the couple next door or the screams of children above. It was simply divine. In this light, the game exhibited a touch of humanity. Jiang Song rested in the time-space bus for 2 days, and after the 48 hours elapsed, the mechanical voice resonated once more. The time-space bus reminds players to return to their seats. The next destination is approaching. Settling into her seat, Jiang Song felt the bus accelerating, the outside world still shrouded in darkness. She refrained from purchasing anything in the marketplace, as the repair liquid she had bought in the previous game remained unused. Additionally, she possessed a substitution doll item, which provided her with a semblance of confidence. For now, she would save her points. The time-space bus announces, the destination has been reached, please. Extreme Drought 1. According to some comments, a few users suggest that seawater can be converted into freshwater. But this is a fictional realm where technological advancements have not yet reached such heights. As for extracting moisture from humans, that pertains to player tools and bears no relation to the game instances. Let us not dwell too much on these details, enjoy the narrative, and remember to suspend your disbelief. Much love to you all. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Jiang Song alighted from the bus. In that fleeting moment, the vehicle vanished, and the surrounding scenery transformed. Towering skyscrapers loomed overhead, vehicles honked noisily, yet not a single tree or blade of grass was in sight. Jiang Song found herself standing before a crosswalk, amidst a bustling crowd that bore an uncanny resemblance to the real world, save for the absence of greenery. Game title: Extreme Drought. Player identity: Citizen of Wucheng. Game synopsis: 30 years ago, for reasons unknown, rivers and lakes ran dry overnight, leading to a severe water crisis on the planet of sentient beings, plunging its inhabitants into dire straits. Game objective: survive for 30 days. Upon the completion of the game introduction, Jiang Song hastened to the nearest convenience store, instinctively aware that in times of drought, stockpiling water was paramount. Inside, the air conditioning hummed pleasantly, while the proprietor lounged in a rocking chair, engrossed in his mobile phone. Prior to entering, Jiang Song had checked her balance, 30,000 yuan, and her attire reflected that of an urban sophisticate, which filled her with quiet satisfaction. This identity was rather favorable. She circled the convenience store only to discover, to her astonishment, that there was no water available. Excuse me, do you not have any bottled water? She inquired. The owner cast her a bemused glance. My dear, do I appear to be some sort of nine-headed hydra who would dare engage in water profiteering? From the proprietor, Jiang Song learned that the water resources in this world were entirely controlled by the Municipal Water Corporation, and one required specific water vouchers to purchase it. This immediately reminded her of food ration coupons from days gone by. She opened her phone to search for information regarding the Water Corporation. The Water Corporation announced today that due to a shortage of water sources, to maintain social stability and economic equilibrium, the government has instituted a state purchase and sale policy, in conjunction with the Wucheng Water Corporation, to centrally manage the nation's water resources. Wucheng's Best Enterprise of the Year. Water Corporation. 3 days prior, a 19-year-old man bribed staff at a water station, acquiring a substantial amount of water without vouchers, violating Article 8 of the Water Resource Management Treaty. Following adjudication, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison. The more she read, the deeper her frown became. Jiang Song rummaged through all her pockets but found not a single water voucher. She navigated her way to the nearest water station, which resembled a bank, guarded not by security personnel but by armed police. Inside, a queue of people clutched red tickets, likely the coveted water vouchers. As Jiang Song entered, she joined the line. At the counter, the staff member wore an impassive expression. How much water do you require? A middle-aged woman replied, 1 liter of first-grade water and 5 liters of second-grade water. Water vouchers, please. The woman handed them over, and after confirmation, the staff member stated, that will be 350 yuan. First grade 100 yuan liter, second grade 50 yuan liter. After completing her transaction, the woman took the receipt and proceeded to a nearby room to collect her water. Jiang Song observed the entire process. The prices were within her means, yet the pressing issue was her lack of water vouchers. "Excuse me, Miss." A young boy tugged at her sleeve, and Jiang Song turned to find him gazing at her. She regarded him with curiosity. He leaned closer and whispered, "Do you need water vouchers?" His voice was barely audible, almost a mere shape of lips, but Jiang Song understood. "Do you have any?" she asked. The boy nodded. "Follow me outside." Jiang Song glanced at the armed police at the entrance before deciding to follow him. They walked a short distance away from the water station, and the boy attempted to venture further, but Jiang Song halted. "Let us stay here." After ensuring they were out of sight of the water station, he revealed, "I have water vouchers. How much do you charge?" First grade water is 200 yuan per liter, and second grade water is 80 yuan per liter. Jiang Song furrowed her brow. The price of the vouchers surpassed the water itself. Sensing her hesitation, the boy continued, "Sister, my prices are not exorbitant. Other places are both expensive and unsafe. I am merely trying to support my family by selling these vouchers. Please, don't hesitate. The price will only rise tomorrow, making it even less economical." Jiang Song was swayed by his final remark. Being new to the game, she was unaware of the actual circumstances. The truth of the boy's words remained uncertain, yet securing water was her immediate priority. "All right, how many do you have?" "I possess 5 liters of first-grade water and 10 liters of second-grade water." "Very well, I'll take them all." The boy quickly retrieved the vouchers from his bag, glancing around several times to ensure no one was watching before handing them to Jiang Song. She paid him 1,800 yuan and requested to add him on WeChat, "In case I need your assistance in the future." The boy hesitated for a moment before providing her with a phone number. Jiang Song returned to the water station, presenting her newly acquired vouchers. She exchanged them for water, ultimately spending another 1,000 yuan for a meager amount, nearly 3,000 yuan for just enough to last 2 days. The weight of her situation pressed heavily upon her. With the water secured, she needed a place to store it. Conveniently, her game identity came with a rental apartment. Following the information on her phone, she found herself in an old apartment complex on the 3rd floor of a walk-up. Jiang Song carried the water into her modest one-bedroom apartment, which was relatively clean to the extent that there was not a single edible item within. After placing the water inside, she ventured downstairs to the supermarket to purchase some food. Survival for 30 days necessitated sustenance. Being from the north, Jiang Song had a penchant for noodles and bought various types: fine, thick, vegetable, buckwheat, and knife-cut noodles. Due to the water shortage, food prices were exorbitantly high, particularly fruits and vegetables, which were absurdly overpriced. Yet, Jiang Song still made her purchases, also acquiring high-calorie, high-sugar, and easily portable food items. Her hands laden with supplies, she returned home, having exhausted her entire budget. After organizing her provisions, she packed the portable items into a bag for emergencies and stored the remaining vegetables in the refrigerator. Having gone through this hustle and bustle, time had slipped away, and Jiang Song resolved to prepare herself a meal. First-grade water served as drinking water, clear and pristine, while second-grade water was visibly murky and designated for daily use. She boiled a small pot of first-grade water, cooked the noodles, and after they were ready, she set them aside while reserving the broth in another bowl. Next, she heated some oil to sort a simple dish, then combined it with the noodles, adding a few seasonings. A modest yet satisfying bowl of noodles was ready, with the leftover broth still drinkable. Seated at the dining table, Jiang Song savored her meal while searching for useful information on her phone. She soon discovered that in this game world, water vouchers were distributed uniformly by each community, with a limited quantity available to each individual. Moreover, due to the exorbitant cost of drinking water, many people succumb to dehydration each year. Chapter 19, Severe Drought 2. After finishing her noodles, Jiang Song sipped on the broth while opening the app for City 69, intending to search for a job. Earlier that morning, after purchasing water, she had inquired with the staff at the water station about any job openings, only to receive a disdainful glance in return. To her surprise, she discovered a recruitment notice from a water supply conglomerate's headquarters on the City 69 platform. The position available was for an executive assistant, requiring a postgraduate degree, applicants aged between 20 and 28, a height of 165 to 170 centimeters, good looks, exceptional demeanor, strong resilience to pressure, and availability to work around the clock. The demands were indeed lofty, and Jiang Song scoffed at them. However, upon seeing the salary, a monthly wage exceeding 100,000, she reconsidered, realizing it was not entirely out of reach. Moreover, this was a group that managed all water resources. Securing a position here would undoubtedly enhance her chances of obtaining water tickets significantly. Without hesitation, Jiang Song crafted a resume that showcased her as the ideal candidate, perfectly meeting all the criteria. It wasn't long before she received a response inviting her for an interview that afternoon, to which she readily agreed. In the afternoon, she rummaged through her cosmetics to achieve a fresh yet polished look, adorning herself with the only striking outfit in her wardrobe. At precisely 3 o'clock, she arrived at the entrance of the water supply conglomerate. True to its reputation as the largest monopoly in Wu City, the towering structure stood majestically in the city center, a landmark of the entire metropolis. Upon entering the lobby, Jiang Song approached the front desk and said, "Hello, I am here for an interview. The elevator to the 19th floor is over there," the receptionist informed her. As she stood in the elevator, Jiang Song mentally rehearsed her talking points for the interview, contemplating how to charm the interview into favoring her. When the elevator doors gradually opened, she was met with a long queue of applicants, each adorned with meticulous makeup, clutching resumes, pacing nervously to alleviate their anxiety. Finding a quiet corner, Jiang Song sat down and began searching online for loan options. Drawing from her previous gaming experience, she understood that survival would only become increasingly difficult. Thus, she needed to amass a substantial water supply within a limited time frame. While perusing various platforms for reliable loans, a girl passing by sneered at her, assuming Jiang Song was one of those vain women. Jiang Song paid no heed, engrossed in the loan procedures. Next, Jiang Song, a staff member, called her name. Jiang Song confirmed on her phone, stood up, and walked into the interview room. The spacious room featured a long wooden table across which sat 3 interviews, all dressed in suits, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. Jiang Song couldn't discern who among them was the company president. "We have reviewed your resume and found it impressive. You essentially meet our criteria. Could you now elaborate on why you wish to join our company?" one of the interviews inquired. Jiang Song smiled and replied, "I am drawn to your company because of its robust and leading position in the industry, and I resonate deeply with your corporate philosophy. I believe that in this environment, I would have the opportunity to collaborate with an exceptional team and learn from them. The position you are offering requires the assistant to manage the president's affairs, and I possess 3 years of relevant work experience that aligns with your needs. This is why I have chosen your esteemed company, and I hope to contribute value here." The interviews nodded, seemingly satisfied with her response. Having navigated the complexities of society for so long, such rhetorical skills felt like second nature to Jiang Song. She successfully passed the first round of interviews, with the president himself slated to conduct the second round the following morning. After the interview, as she prepared to return home, Jiang Song encountered several beggars along the way. Most appeared gaunt and emaciated, extending their hands in supplication, while many passers-by recoiled in disdain, some even hurling insults. "Get lost, damn it, I'm poor enough as it is, I have no money for you," one man shouted fiercely, intimidating the beggars into retreat. Just then, Jiang Song walked by, prompting them to approach her. "I don't want money, just a bit of water, please, I beg you," one beggar pleaded, his disheveled hair matted together as he licked his lips, persistently imploring her. "This is even more outrageous than asking for money," Jiang Song replied, somewhat exasperated. Perhaps sensing her vulnerability as a lone girl without companions, the beggars grew bolder, encroaching upon her personal space, with one even attempting to touch her bag. Jiang Song swiftly kicked away the hand of the one trying to invade her space, her expression visibly displeased. "Back off, I've already called the police." Her phone screen displayed the call log for 110, scaring the nearby beggars into a hasty retreat. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Jiang Song dashed towards home. Given the current state of the game, where societal structures had yet to collapse entirely, she could hardly imagine the chaos that would ensue if the water scarcity worsened. Passing by a sporting goods store, she decided to purchase a golf club for self-defense. That evening, Jiang Song contacted the boy she had met earlier in the day, inquiring if he had any extra water tickets. He replied that a new batch would arrive the day after tomorrow, and Jiang Song instructed him to reserve them all for her, to which he agreed. Later that afternoon, Jiang Song secured a loan of approximately 100,000 through a lending platform. To avoid any unforeseen complications, she planned to spend this round of the game in her rented room. For safety's sake, she decided to reinforce the premises, promptly contacting a repairman to schedule a visit for the following day. On the second day of the game, Jiang Song rose early and headed to the water supply conglomerate for her 8:30 interview. The two girls who had also passed the first round were already there, waiting. The three of them sat outside the president's office for 10 minutes before a staff member finally called them in. Seated side by side, they faced a tall man in a suit, whose demeanor exuded a calm yet imposing presence. His mere silence created an oppressive atmosphere. His face seemed meticulously sculpted by the heavens, with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a well-defined jawline. As if awakening from a deep slumber, Jiang Song realized with shock that it was none other than Shinting Sai. What the hell? How could he possibly be here? Her exclamation caught Shinting Sai's attention, and in the next moment, their eyes locked, one filled with fear and confusion, the other cold and indifferent. Jiang Song swallowed hard, ready to flee at any moment, but Shinting Sai slowly averted his gaze, his demeanor so composed it was as if they had never crossed paths before. Chapter 20, Extreme Drought 3-inch. The interview begins. Please introduce yourselves, announced Shinting Sai, who then lowered his head to peruse the documents in his hands. The two young women presented their introductions with remarkable thoroughness and detail. When it was Jiang Song's turn, she merely uttered, "I'm sorry, my house is on fire, I must return." With that, she dashed out of the office. Encountering Shinting Sai was not merely a matter of work. It was a matter of life and death. Jiang Song was perplexed as to why this NPC, Shinting Sai, had reappeared in this round of the game. Could it be that an NPC was required to juggle multiple roles? Recalling her previous encounter in the game, where the insufferably wicked Shinting Sai had caused her numerous misfortunes, culminating in his own leg injury due to her actions, she had not anticipated crossing paths with him again. Jiang Song worried whether he might take drastic measures against her, given his seemingly petty nature. With a temperament marked by vindictiveness and pettiness, he was a formidable adversary. As a novice in this game, she was ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of such a formidable boss, so it seemed prudent to maintain a safe distance. As for the attraction card, she would reserve it for a time of desperation. At the onset of the game, it was wise to keep some cards close to her chest. Not long after returning home, the craftsman she had contacted the previous day arrived. Jiang Song's request was to install protective bars on every window and to replace the door with a security one. The craftsman swiftly set to work while Jiang Song settled onto the sofa, overhearing their discussions. "The water prices have risen again today, how are we supposed to survive?" one lamented. "Indeed, what is the water supply company thinking? At this rate, many will perish," another responded. "And I've heard that in the future, the issuance of water tickets may be reduced, meaning even with money, water might not be obtainable," yet another added. "Really? Where did you hear that?" "A distant relative of mine works in the government." The murmurs of the men reached Jiang Song's ears as she sent a message to the boy selling water tickets to confirm the transaction for the following day. However, he abruptly replied that he was no longer selling, as he had run out of stock. No matter how she messaged afterward, he did not respond, leading her to realize that the situation might indeed be dire. Had it escalated so quickly, she had scarcely had time to prepare. At that moment, her phone rang, revealing a familiar number. Jiang Song answered it. "Hello, is this Miss Jiang Song?" "Yes. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the interview for the position of the President's Secretary at the Water Supply Group. We are notifying you to come in tomorrow morning to complete the onboarding procedures." "What, I passed?" Jiang Song found it utterly implausible. This could very well be a trap set by Shinting Sai. He must have recognized her. "I'm sorry, but I cannot attend." "Are you certain, Miss Jiang? Our company offers exceptional benefits. You won't find another opportunity like this in Dock City. Are you truly willing to forfeit a salary of 100,000 yuan and 100 liters of water tickets?" Really?" "Indeed, Miss Jiang. A salary of 100,000 yuan and 100 liters of water tickets." With such resources, wouldn't her subsequent gaming sessions be a breeze? May I inquire if the salary and water tickets can be advanced? Their caller hesitated, seemingly taken aback by such a request. Miss Jiang, you do have a unique sense of humor. However, our president Shen is a kind-hearted individual. He felt that, given your unfortunate circumstances with the fire, you might need this job more than others, which is why he decided to hire you. If you genuinely require assistance, you could discuss it with President Shen after your onboarding. Perhaps a solution could be reached. Kind-hearted, Jiang Song felt chills run down her spine. I will come in tomorrow, she replied. Now, there were two scenarios. Either Shen Tingxi recognized her and had devised this scheme to draw her closer, whether for revenge or to continue tormenting her, an innocent player, or he was merely a disposable NPC, devoid of any memories from the previous game, and their meeting was purely coincidental. These speculations swirled in Jiang Song's mind, and she remained uncertain about the truth. However, her immediate priority was to secure water tickets. If there was a possibility of obtaining them from Shen Tingxi, a risk might be warranted. After all, she had life-saving items, and even if he harbored ill intentions, she could endure. After a day of hard work, the craftsman departed, and Jiang Song settled the bill, which amounted to nearly half of her remaining balance, leaving her with 76,500 yuan. Thankfully, the doors and windows were sturdy, making it unlikely for intruders to breach her home. Jiang Song opened her phone to check the latest local news in Dock City. Today, due to rising water prices, many citizens have begun hoarding supplies. Experts predict that water prices will continue to escalate in the future. The message was accompanied by several photographs depicting long lines of citizens queuing to purchase water. The most liked pinned comment read, "NU know, what on earth is happening in this world? All I want is to drink some water peacefully. My entire family is either suffering from gout or kidney stones due to daily water shortages. Living has become unbearable. Now, with the price hikes, I feel utterly hopeless." Numerous supportive voices echoed beneath this comment, resonating with the shared plight of ordinary people. Jiang Song scrolled through similar messages on her phone, noting that the grievances had seemingly never ceased. However, she was acutely aware that the situation would only worsen in the future. On the morning of the third day of the game, Jiang Song could hardly contain her anticipation as she made her way to the water supply group. She received her work uniform and then encountered Shen Tingxi, who was engaged in a phone call within the cool confines of the office, where lush greenery thrived and a pristine water source was designated for nurturing the plants. Jiang Song marveled at the sight. Truly, one could see the mark of capitalism. While others hesitated to waste a single drop of water, he was using premium water to tend to his flowers. Her gaze was so obvious that it caught Shen Tingxi's attention. He ended his call and spoke slowly. You must be Jiang Song. Hello, President Shen. I am Jiang Song, do you remember me? Shen Tingxi offered a faint, detached smile, his demeanor cold and aloof. You are now my assistant. Focus on your duties and avoid employing unnecessary tactics. Be diligent. His words were direct. Initially, Jiang Song had intended to test whether Shen Tingxi retained memories from the previous game, but it appeared that he was merely a straightforward corporate NPC. Here are the company documents. Take a look. You will be responsible for my schedule. You are not only a work assistant but also a personal assistant. Understood, President Shen. May I discuss something with you? Jiang Song feigned a flattering expression. Speak. Could I possibly receive an advance on my salary and water tickets? Shen Tingxi's gaze shifted to her, a look of incredulity flickering in his eyes, as if he had never encountered such audacity. Do I appear to be a fool? Jiang Song quickly interjected, President Shen, you know that my house caught fire yesterday. It was a devastating blaze that left me with nothing to survive. I must implore your assistance. Shen Tingxi had maintained a stoic expression, but as Jiang Song contemplated whether to utilize the attraction card on him, his demeanor softened slightly, displaying a hint of understanding. After work, you may speak with the finance department. Chapter 21. Severe drought. For a flicker of joy ignited within Jiang Song as she regarded Shen Tingxi, finding him notably more agreeable, as if he genuinely possessed a semblance of kindness, distinctly different from his demeanor in the previous round. After finishing her shift at noon, Jiang Song cheerfully ventured to the finance department to withdraw a month's salary in advance. Subsequently, she dashed to the water station, purchasing a ticket for 100 liters of water. 30 liters of first-grade water and 70 liters of second-grade water, totaling 7,800 yuan. After making several trips to transport the water back home, she then proceeded to a storefront operated by the Water Supply Group, a boutique specializing in luxury goods. In this virtual world, even water had become a luxury, with beverages and fruits categorized as extravagant items, resulting in a sparse clientele in the store. As Jiang Song strolled through the aisles, she discovered a limited selection of drinks, ultimately purchasing 20 bottles of cola for 300 yuan each and 10 bottles of fresh milk for 280 yuan each, amounting to a total expenditure of 800 yuan. She also acquired a modest quantity of apples and pears, each fruit priced at 888 yuan, purchasing 10 of each. Upon her departure, the store attendant escorted her out, a smile of delight unwavering upon their face. Jiang Song discreetly stowed the beverages in her bag, ensuring that all items were carried back home without drawing attention to herself. Upon arriving home, she conducted an inventory of her supplies. Aside from food, she now possessed 33 liters of first-grade water, 87 liters of second-grade water, 20 bottles of cola, 10 bottles of milk, 5 apples, and 5 pears. This quantity of water was nearly sufficient for her needs throughout the remaining duration of the game. Jiang Song resolved to remain indoors, biding her time until the game concluded. Thus, when Shinting's call came through at 3 in the afternoon, she promptly hung up. She had decided to skip work. Surveying her secure quarters and ample provisions, Jiang Song felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Barring any unforeseen events, it would be quite delightful to simply linger at home until the game's end. After rejecting Shinting's calls twice consecutively, a message arrived. Shintingsi. Jiang Song promptly blocked his number, reclining on the sofa while munching on an apple that was neither sweet nor particularly juicy, yet she wasted none of it, continuing to speak to herself. With the world nearing its end, who would still go to work? On the 7th day of the game, Jiang Song luxuriated in her home, enjoying a leisurely existence. Each day was spent perusing local news, rendering her life quite comfortable, devoid of any urgency associated with the game. At 10 o'clock that evening, just as she lay down to rest, the alarm blared. She rose to investigate, witnessing countless police cars racing past, all heading toward a singular destination, leaving her puzzled about the unfolding events. Immediately, she opened her phone and checked a gossip group she had recently joined. Has anyone heard? There was a riot at the water station tonight, and it seems there were fatalities. What happened? Please elaborate. It was due to the price hike in water. It increased by 10% this morning. People can hardly afford it now, spending their entire monthly salary on water just to survive. Someone organized a riot to loot the water station, and a few people were killed. The police are currently on site. Image, how gruesome. Damn, these people are utterly heartless. The common folk can't even afford water. They are driven to desperation. To think they resorted to gunfire. What a society. Who is the new president of the Water Supply Group? I believe his surname is Shin. Yes, Shintingsi. Since he took over, the water price has been raised twice a week, leaving us with no means to survive. It's a predatory enterprise. As Jiang Song scrolled through the comments, various images from the scene surfaced, revealing 2 young bodies lying within the yellow police tape, pools of thick blood spreading around them, while the faces of onlookers were etched with anguish and despair. They were acutely aware that, in such a dire environment, this fate did not belong to just a few individuals, but rather to all of them. It was merely a question of time. Jiang Song turned off her phone, rising to inspect her home's facilities. She checked the video surveillance on her computer, finding everything outside to be normal. Perhaps the impact of those images weighed heavily on her, as she immediately downloaded self-defense instructions. Given her current circumstances, enhancing her physical stamina and learning practical self-defense techniques seemed essential. Day 8 of the game. The news regarding the riot at the water station was swiftly suppressed, becoming nearly invisible online, leading many to speculate it was the doing of the Water Supply Group. This approach not only failed to reassure the public but also had the opposite effect. Jiang Song thought of Shintingsi, it was likely his doing, fearing damage to the company's image. Yet, to be candid, the water supply group had long lost any semblance of a positive reputation. The populace was rife with resentment, and it was only a matter of time before an eruption occurred. Reflecting on her prior month of free salary and water tickets, and having skipped work, she realized that Shintingsi had yet to confront her. Thankfully, she had utilized a false identity and address, making it likely he would struggle to trace her. Given the recent turmoil, the water supply group was undoubtedly preoccupied, leaving her relatively unbothered for the moment. Jiang Song spent her days reading, dining, tidying up, and exercising, leading a rather pleasant existence, and thus 2 more days passed. On the night of the 10th day of the game, an alarm pierced the tranquility sad smiley alert. Suspicious individuals detected at the entrance. Please remain vigilant. Startled from a deep sleep, Jiang Song bolted upright, hastily opening her computer to check the surveillance footage, confirming the presence of 2 furtive figures at her door. The surveillance system also provided audio, allowing her to eavesdrop on their conversation. This place only has a young girl. I've been observing her for several days now. She hasn't left her home in quite some time, so there must be valuable items inside. Look at the door. It's a security one. There's definitely water inside. By the way, can you handle this? Can you open it? Come on, don't rush me, I'm working on it. Hurry up, we can't be discovered. Every word they uttered reached Jiang Song's ears with alarming clarity. Remaining composed, she fixed her gaze on their actions, recalling that she had purchased the most expensive lock for this door, with the vendor assuring her it would be utterly secure against theft. Grabbing a golf club she had prepared in advance and fetching a kitchen knife, she ensured all her water reserves were secured in her room, locking the door behind her while maintaining her watchful stance at the surveillance camera. After approximately 5 minutes, the 2 intruders appeared to be at a loss, muttering in frustration before they ultimately retreated. Defeated, Jiang Song exhaled slowly in relief, grateful for her earlier decision to upgrade the door. It had proven to be a wise choice. Yet, it was evident that regardless of location, solitary women were often easy targets. She cast a glance at the stockpile of water within her room. These resources were not to be relinquished. She needed to safeguard them diligently. Jiang Song dialed the police, but oddly, no one answered. The line remained busy. Unable to secure assistance, she endured a restless night, and upon waking the next day, she was met with news of yet another increase in water prices. Chapter 22, Extreme Drought 5. This time, the price was directly hiked by 100%, igniting widespread outrage. Jiang Song witnessed individuals parading in the streets, brandishing banners demanding a return to normal water prices, while vociferously criticizing the government's inaction and alleging collusion with the Water Supply Corporation to exploit the populace. Powerful and furious slogans emanated from loudspeakers as a long procession of people marched from one end of the street to the other, heading towards the government offices. Are they actually raising the water prices again? Jiang Song felt a wave of relief for having prepared in advance. Otherwise, she would have found herself among that crowd below. This turmoil persisted for 2 days, marking the 13th day of the game. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang Song was startled by a fierce argument erupting from next door, followed swiftly by sounds of smashing and screams. Racing to the balcony, she glimpsed a woman cornered on her own balcony, shielding a child behind her, her eyes wide with terror and blood trickling from her lips. Have you lost your minds? This is illegal. I've already called the police. You should leave at once. The woman attempted to intimidate the intruders. Who are you trying to scare? The world outside is in chaos, and the police are too busy guarding the water stations to care about you, came a voice from the shadows, eerily reminiscent of the man who had loitered at her door just days prior. Jiang Song concealed herself behind the curtains, continuing to observe. You've taken our water tickets and money. Just let me and my child go. The woman began to falter as the men advanced. Oh, let you go. This meager offering is hardly enough. Your child could fetch a handsome sum on the black market, the man sneered. The child, trembling in fear, sought refuge behind his mother. Jiang Song remained silent. She was merely an ordinary person, powerless to intervene. In such dire circumstances, self-preservation was her only priority. Nevertheless, Jiang Song attempted to call the police, but, as anticipated, the chaos outside was evidently more severe than she had imagined. During the altercation, the woman accidentally fell from the balcony, a chilling scream piercing the air before the thud of her body hitting the ground sent shivers down Jiang Song's spine. Although it was only a 3-story drop, the woman fell headfirst, struggling for a moment before succumbing to silence. Jiang Song's gaze was fixed on the scene below. A passerby noticed the body and glanced up at her balcony before hastily departing with lowered eyes. The woman's child was forcibly taken away by the assailants, and Jiang Song, hidden behind the curtains, dared not make a sound. In stark contrast to the zombies from the previous game, humans were far more terrifying. From a few meters away, Jiang Song caught the assailant glancing in her direction, his eyes wide and menacing as he scrutinized her balcony. Her balcony was fully sealed, offering no points of entry. Thus, he merely cast a few glances before leaving, accompanied by the child's screams, which soon faded into silence. Jiang Song recorded the entire ordeal, refraining from posting it. Had crime truly become a commonplace occurrence? After the announcement of the water price increase at the water station last night, all police and armed forces in the city have been deployed to various water stations. Just last night, 3 robbery cases occurred in my neighborhood, yet not a single police officer responded. I urge everyone to exercise caution and avoid going out. Society has completely descended into chaos. So the police have all run off to protect the water stations. What about us common folk? I'm honestly laughing in anger. Water has become unaffordable, and now crime rates are soaring. I might as well end it all. Is there any hope left? My monthly salary can't even cover a week's worth of water. I ran out yesterday, and I don't know how much longer I can last. I've been drained financially. Loans are impossible to secure now due to stringent requirements. Just a few days ago, my father was hospitalized due to gout exacerbated by lack of water, and now we're buried in debt, waiting for death. I have friends working at the water station who say that Wucheng's water is sufficient for the entire city's consumption. These vile capitalists are hoarding water for themselves, making us foot the bill. What are their true intentions? Everyone, please refrain from drinking secondary water. My sister, desperate from thirst, secretly consumed it yesterday. There have been numerous cases before, alas, poor sister. Let us not even talk about it. Is anyone willing to go raid the water station? Are you mad? Do you have any? This morning, there were already those fearless enough to go, and the bodies have long been cremated. You know how strict our laws are. Don't worry, everyone will die eventually. Har 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 har. Damn it, do you have any idea what life is like for those residing in Crystal Palace? Their footbath water is first-rate. Image, damn, the disparity is infuriating. In the picture, within an opulent villa, the wealthy lounged on their sofas, clutching glasses of fine wine, while tables overflowed with an array of fresh fruits and beverages. Under the refracted light of glass chandeliers, the indulgent luxury of the affluent starkly contrasted with the servants prostrating at their feet. Upon seeing this glaring juxtaposition, the already simmering discontent of the masses reached a boiling point. This is the stark reality of life for the lower and upper classes. What we strive for our entire lives amounts to but a fraction of what they possess. On a sweltering summer's day, it chills the heart to witness this. Jiang Song, upon seeing the name Crystal Palace, was reminded of Shintingsi. On the day of her employment, she had seen his profile, which indicated that he resided there. She wondered if he would become a target for other NPCs. However, as the president of the Water Supply Corporation, his animosity levels were likely already quite elevated. Jiang Song was not particularly concerned about him facing retribution. On the contrary, if he could attract more individuals to his vicinity, it would divert attention away from her, a mere small-time water source owner. That afternoon, while Jiang Song engaged in a plank exercise at home, beads of sweat dripped onto the floor. As the 3-minute countdown concluded, just as she lay down, a bullet whizzed past her head, embedding itself into the wall with a deep thud. Breathless from exertion, Jiang Song immediately rolled beneath the sofa. What on earth was happening? Chapter 23, Extreme Drought 6. The glass of the balcony shattered as the wind swept in, causing the curtains to billow. Through the gap, she caught sight of a figure on the opposite floor, still aiming a gun in her direction. How on earth had Jiang Song provoked such a person, and why would they seek to assassinate her, a frail and solitary woman? Moreover, if they possessed a firearm, Why not target the affluent instead of coming after her initially? Jiang Song intended to wait for the assailants to withdraw, but it became apparent that they harbored no such intention. Instead, a greater barrage of bullets rained down upon her. In a state of disarray, she managed to retreat to her bedroom. Swiftly, she powered on her computer to monitor the entrance, only to discover two individuals stationed there, having already dismantled her alarm system and tampering with her security cameras. There was no time for further contemplation. Though the room was sturdy, it was only fortified against ordinary intruders, and it was evident that this group was well equipped. Breaching her door was merely a matter of time. She resolved to escape immediately. The balcony faced south, and the sniper across from her had a direct line of sight to her building, while the entrance was undoubtedly compromised as well. Fortunately, this apartment was a corner unit, and the bathroom window faced west. Lacking protective bars, she could only gamble that it remained unguarded. Jiang Song had 20 liters of water, but she could not carry it all at once. She could only take a portion. She hastily retrieved the rope she had previously purchased. The distance from her bedroom to the bathroom required crossing the living room, but the gunmen were still outside. Pausing at her bedroom door, the flapping curtains and shattered glass served as stark reminders of her precarious situation. The gunfire had ceased momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, she grabbed a cushion scattered on the floor and hurled it onto the balcony. As the gunfire erupted again, she swiftly dashed across to the opposite side. Though she successfully reached the bathroom, she suffered a graze from a bullet fragment, injuring her back. Glancing at the stick figure tattoo on her wrist, she noted it was not life-threatening. Without hesitation, she secured the rope around herself, fastening the other end to the sink's pillar. Peering down, she detected no suspicious individuals. Jiang Song climbed out the window, her weight straining her arms, the friction from the rope rendering her hands raw. Luckily, she managed to grasp hold and prevent herself from plummeting. She focused on regulating her breathing, striving for steadiness as she inched down along the wall. Upon landing, she swiftly cut the rope with her knife and sprinted northward. The community was sparsely populated, yet she remained vigilant. Upon reaching the entrance, she concealed herself within a bush, hastily scooping up some dirt and smearing it across her face and hair to create a disheveled appearance. She retrieved the water from her bag and tucked it into her clothing. Fortunately, she wore a tracksuit with ample pockets, and given her petite stature, the concealed water went unnoticed. Jiang Song discarded her bag into the underbrush to avoid drawing attention. As she exited the community, a group of menacing individuals entered, their faces contorted with malice, as if they were on a quest for vengeance. When Jiang Song passed by, she attracted little attention. They merely glanced at her before continuing deeper into the complex. Is this the right community? That girl, Shinting Sai's girlfriend, what's her name? Jiang Song. Yes, Jiang Song, 3rd floor of building 2. Let us move quickly, we can't let anyone get ahead of us. As they departed, Jiang Song's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why had she heard her name, and when had she become Shinting Sai's girlfriend, drawing so many people to hunt her down? With questions swirling in her mind, Jiang Song hastily left the community. Upon stepping outside, she was confronted with a horrifying scene: rampant looting, storefronts shattered, and armed individuals wandering the streets. Despite her heart racing, she feigned calmness, her disheveled appearance and the knife in her hand dissuading anyone from approaching her recklessly. In search of a safe haven, Jiang Song made her way toward the water station, knowing it was likely to have the most police presence, making it difficult for anyone to harm her. As she drew nearer, the acrid scent of blood intensified. Before she could reach the water station, she was intercepted by an aggressive individual brandishing a firearm. What do you want? He barked, aiming his gun at her. Jiang Song felt a wave of reluctance wash over her at the sight of the dark muzzle, and she meekly replied, I'm here to buy water. We're closed for the day. Come back tomorrow at 9 and don't linger around here, he retorted brusquely, shoving her away. Finding a relatively distant spot from which she could still observe the water station, Jiang Song pulled out her phone and began searching for her name. This wretched Shinting Sai sought to drag her into a quagmire. Was it because she had inadvertently entangled him in a month's worth of salary and water tickets, or did he possess memories from a previous life? At that moment, a vehicle sped past her, halting at the entrance of the water station. Quickly surrounded by armed individuals, 2 burly men emerged, flanking a frail girl whose face was smeared with blood. Bring Shintingsai out. If you want to keep his girlfriend alive, hurry up and let him come, one of the captors demanded, the girl on the verge of collapse, a knife pressed against her throat. Notify President Shin immediately, commanded one of the men stationed at the water station. He promptly dialed Shintingsai's number, everyone awaited his response, and soon the call connected. President Shin, we have Miss Jiang, your girlfriend, what should we do? The man's words were cut short as the other end of the line abruptly hung up. The captors laughed mockingly, what's wrong, is Shintingsai feeling anxious? However, the response from the other side was calm as they raised their weapon toward the kidnappers. President Shin has stated that matters of love are trivial. All illegal personnel approaching the water station are to be executed. With that pronouncement, gunfire erupted between the two parties. Fortunately, Jiang Song stood far enough away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. She ducked into an alley, striving to compose herself. Very well, Shintingsai, so this is how you wish to play it. She had overheard their conversation, and it was abundantly clear that Shintingsai had orchestrated this. If the one captured truly was her life would be forfeit. Chapter 24, Extreme Dread 7 Attraction Card Holder, please select. The moment Jiang Song entered the name of Shintingsai, a malicious smile After a brief wait, the gunfire ceased, the robbers were utterly defeated, and the armed police received a phone call. But upon receiving some crucial news, they hurriedly went to check on the girl who lay among the bodies, only to find that she had already been shot and was devoid of life. Shin will arrive shortly. The leading officer's face turned ashen. He could not comprehend why Mr. Shin had previously claimed that love was unimportant, only to insist moments later that Miss Jiang must be protected at all costs. Jiang Song did not appear. After a while, a discreet Bentley approached, and a strikingly handsome man with a chilling aura stepped out. It was Shintingsai. Where is she? Shintingsai asked expressionlessly. Mr. Shin, it was too chaotic earlier. Miss Jiang was right in the midst of those robbers. Shintingsai's gaze fell upon the body covered by a white cloth on the ground. His eyes narrowed as his subordinate lifted the cloth, revealing that the body was not Jiang Song's. The hope that had just begun to rise within him was extinguished in an instant. Mr. Shin, were you looking for me? Jiang Song sauntered over from a distance, a smile adorning her face. Despite her disheveled appearance, Shintingsai recognized her at once. I'm here, unfortunately. Those around them were taken aback, just as the officer, who initially thought Jiang Song was attempting to exploit the situation, was about to dismiss her. He witnessed Shintingsai stride towards her first. The tall figure of the man enveloped Jiang Song entirely. Are you all right? Shintingsai inquired. Jiang Song replied with a beaming smile, thanks to you, I was fine until now. Were it not for Shintingsai, she could have endured 30 days in the safety of her home rather than anxiously wandering about injured as she was now. Shintingsai appeared utterly devoid of remorse, his cold eyes reflecting Jiang Song's figure without a hint of emotion. Jiang Song understood that he must be seething with rage towards her at this moment, but there was nothing he could do. Her card had bound him, and now she was in command. Mr. Shin, please take me to a safe place, Jiang Song instructed, as she was in urgent need of treatment for her back injury. Bound by the constraints of the game, Shintingsai complied without hesitation, driving her back to the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace housed only the affluent, boasting security forces that rivaled military strength, ensuring unparalleled safety. Within Shintingsai's villa, there were few servants, only a cook and a butler, both astonished to see Jiang Song. Mr. Shin, who is this young lady? The cook inquired with curiosity, noticing her filthy state. Jiang Song preemptively replied, hello, auntie, I am Mr. Shin's unilaterally declared girlfriend, you may inquire further with him. The cook's gaze shifted to Shintingsai, who wore a dark expression. Wisely, she refrained from asking further and hastily retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After consulting the butler, Jiang Song chose a room on the second floor, separated from Shintingsai by a mere corridor. Making her selection without seeking his opinion, Shintingsai stood in the living room, watching Jiang Song ascend the stairs, his fists clenched tightly, yet he was powerless to harm her. Cursed player. Cursed items. After returning to her room, Jiang Song removed her jacket and stood before the full-length mirror, examining the injury on her back. Though it was merely a scrape, it was deep. She retrieved a bleeding-stopping item purchased in the previous round. Item name, healing liquid, cost, 100 points. Item description, strong adhesive, it helps to stop bleeding when your wound is profusely bleeding. Jiang Song attempted to apply it to her back. Just as she was about to call for the cook's assistance, she spotted Shen Tingsai coming upstairs. Come here, Jiang Song commanded. Shen Tingsai was unceremoniously redirected by her words and approached her. What do you want? Jiang Song beckoned him with her finger. Come in. The door closed behind them, and as Jiang Song stood and sat, she removed her short-sleeved top, revealing a delicate camisole. Shen Tingsai frowned at her actions, taking a step back, his voice laden with impatience. What are you doing? Jiang Song glanced at him. What is the fuss? I need you to help me apply some medicine. She turned her back to him, exposing the wound and extending the healing liquid. Shen Tingsai took it in hand, gazing at the expanse of pale skin marred by the vivid crimson of her injury, a stark contrast that momentarily blinded him. He twisted the cap off the bottle and slowly poured it over the wound. Jiang Song winced in pain. Blood had flowed abundantly, and her body felt weak. Now, as she relaxed, she felt utterly drained. Her hair was tied up, with some strands dampened by sweat, clinging to her neck and shoulders, and her fragile form seemed. Shen Tingsai thought this, yet continued to administer the medicine. Soon, the wound began to heal, and Jiang Song finally exhaled in relief. She then asked Shen Tingsai to leave before taking a shower. True to the nature of a capitalist, even the bathing water was of the highest quality. Jiang Song drank a few sips and quickly washed away the grime from her body. Standing at the door, Shen Tingsai lingered for a few moments before regaining his icy demeanor, his expression betraying his disdain. After her shower, Jiang Song assessed the supplies she had brought from home. None had been lost or stolen, though she regrettably left many items behind. However, with Shen Tingsai, a compliant NPC and the president of a water conglomerate, by her side, she felt fortunate. Soon, the cook called her for dinner, finally getting a good look at Jiang Song's face, which was fair and tender, exuding a cuteness that made one want to pinch her cheeks. The dining table was adorned with 6 dishes, 2 soups, and rice as the main course. Jiang Song was unreserved, while Shen Tingsai sat across from her, his every movement exuding elegance, in stark contrast to Jiang Song's somewhat wild demeanor. Can you not pay attention to your image? Shen Tingsai could not help but interject. Jiang Song stuffed a large mouthful of rice into her mouth, lifting her eyelids to say, I can't. This is a sign of respect for food, unlike you, who pretends while eating. Shen Tingsai's forehead throbbed with veins, nearly choking her on the spot, yet he could only endure her taunts and provide her with everything she required. Cursed be it all. Noticing Shen Tingsai taking deep breaths, Jiang Song looked at him quizzically. Are you really that angry? Surely not. Shen Tingsai ignored her. If our roles were reversed, you would be the one infuriated. Do you have any idea how many times you've put me in peril? I don't think my actions are excessive compared to yours. Jiang Song believed that, in comparison to her life-threatening antics, she was indeed quite benevolent. Chapter 25, Extreme Drought. 8. In the midst of their meal, a familiar figure approached. Mr. Shen, the members of the board are here. They claim your decision to raise the water prices is quite inappropriate. The individual abruptly halted mid-sentence, eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at Jiang Song, exclaiming, You. Mr. Shen, isn't she the fraud? What is she doing here? This was Xiao Zhang, the staff member responsible for recruitment. Mr. Shen, what is going on? Shen Tingsai, disinterested, waved him off. Please continue. What does the board intend to do? No wonder he was so arrogant, wielding such power. Upon hearing this, Shen Tingsai displayed no signs of urgency or anxiety, remaining as calm as if it were none of his concern. It's fine. Let them come to me. Xiao Zhang, dismissed by Shen Tingsai, left while casting another glance at Jiang Song, pondering her true significance. Shen Tingsai had claimed she was his girlfriend merely to attract media attention. Was that not agreed upon? Was this situation now a case of faint pretense turning into reality? Burdened with thoughts, Xiao Zhang departed, setting aside Jiang Song. It appeared that Shen Tingsai was not the least bit anxious about the board's matter. As water diminishes, what alternative is there to raising its price? Didn't they say the water station had enough supply? Jiang Song queried, perplexed. Why the shortage? Fool, Shen Tingzai scoffed coldly. Jiang Song, her fists clenched tightly. Shen Tingzai promptly clarified, that's merely a superficial observation. The groundwater available for extraction in Wu City has been depleted. We are now left with only the previously stored reserves. What do you mean? Depleted? When did this happen? Shen Tingzai elegantly placed a piece of vegetable into his mouth. A week ago, the groundwater vanished overnight, just as it did 30 years ago, without a trace. No wonder the water station had been raising prices. Jiang Song had initially thought it was merely Shen Tingzai's capitalistic maneuver. Then why hasn't this information been disclosed to the public? Jiang Song inquired. Everyone currently believes you are to blame. They are eager to see you downfall. Shen Tingzai curled his lips slightly. I am merely a scapegoat thrust upon me by the government. Do you think I alone can make such a decision? Jiang Song raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shen Tingzai would articulate such a sentiment. So you're suggesting that the government wishes to conceal the fact that the water source has completely dried up? Indeed. Jiang Song could comprehend the reasoning. Once this news was made public, the ensuing panic and unrest would far exceed the current situation. At that point, everyone would feel their lives were in jeopardy, and desperate to survive, they would resort to any means necessary. The present circumstances were merely the minimalization of the problem. How much longer can the water station sustain normal operations? Jiang Song casually asked. Shen Tingzai paused momentarily before responding. 1 week. Jiang Song was taken aback. It was astonishingly brief. She then looked toward Shen Tingzai. You won't be affected, will you? After all, you are the chairman. She simply wished to ascertain whether following Shen Tingzai would lead to her demise from thirst. Shen Tingzai appeared to find her concern laughable, dismissing it with disdain. The entire world may be affected, but I will not be. That's a relief. Day 19 of the game, having stayed with Shen Tingzai for nearly a week, aside from occasionally hearing gunfire directed at him, the rest of the time was rather tranquil. The public's resentment toward Shen Tingzai was palpable. Fortunately, the armed forces of the Crystal Palace were formidable, ensuring that his villa was guarded around the clock. No attempted ambush had ever succeeded. He had not made an appearance in public for quite some time, and there had been no news about him online. Following the price adjustment, there had been no further changes, maintaining that course for a while. One night, as Jiang Song lay in bed, counting down the days until the game concluded in 11 days, she wondered if she would emerge unscathed. She tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Everything felt too comfortable at Shen Tingzai's place, despite the presence of a gym making exercise convenient and meals being prepared in advance. The abundance of drinks and fruits at her disposal elevated her quality of life to an unimaginable degree. Yet, it left her with an unsettling sense of unreality, an inexplicable feeling of discontent. Was she destined to suffer due to her innate nature? Jiang Song shook her head, attempting to dispel the convoluted thoughts swirling in her mind, and settled down to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, a detail she had previously overlooked suddenly resurfaced. She recalled asking Shen Tingzai about the water station's supply lasting a week, a question posed without much thought. However, it now dawned upon her that since the government had been aware of the groundwater depletion, yet chose not to disclose this information to the public, they must have their own motives. Why then would they continue operating the water station? Why raise the prices? What would happen after the week concluded? Jiang Song instantly became alert. The price increase was merely a fade. While it incited public emotion, operations continued as usual. The populace would merely perceive it as the Water Supply Corporation's greedy endeavor, colluding with officials to oppress the common people. But the reality, when the water station ran dry and could no longer function, who would remain to guard it? Tomorrow marked the final day. They must have had plans in place all along, likely having already established a refuge of sorts. Awakening abruptly from her stupor, she realized she had unwittingly been played. Indeed, an NPC who does not deceive players is not a worthy NPC. He had not violated the rules of the cards, obeying her directives, yet had simply withheld the clandestine plans from her. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Jiang Song swiftly rose and made her way to Shen Tingzai's room. Finding him still in the study on the first floor, she quietly searched for any suspicious clues. What are you doing? A soft voice emerged from behind, startling Jiang Song into jumping back 3 steps. She turned to see Shen Tingsai, who had seemingly materialized in the room, her heart racing with fright. "Why do you walk without making a sound? Are you a ghost?" Jiang Song gasped, clutching her chest. "This is my room," Shen Tingsai replied, his gaze dark and brooding. Feeling slightly guilty, Jiang Song was about to offer an excuse when a thought struck her. Standing tall, she declared, "Oh, I see, I came to look for any information regarding a refuge in your room. Since you are here, why not just tell me directly, or locate the items for me?" Shen Tingsai was taken aback by her audacity. Remembering the purpose of her cards, Jiang Song felt undaunted. This cunning man had been manipulated by her, yet he still intended to deceive her. With that in mind, she felt no hesitation in commanding him clearly. As expected, under the influence of her card, Shen Tingsai reluctantly pressed a protrusion on the wall, revealing a hidden cabinet that contained a detailed evacuation report. Chapter 26, Extreme Drought. Jiang Song meticulously examined the document in her hands, and it was indeed precisely as she had envisioned. They had evidently made prior arrangements. The retreat was scheduled for the very next day. A significant volume of water had already been diverted, along with various other energy facilities. Gazing at the densely packed blueprints, it was clear they intended to construct an entirely new societal framework, albeit with a remarkably small populace. The scarcity of water resources simply could not sustain such a large population. The government had shockingly chosen to abandon its citizens. The rules have always been dictated by those in power. One must either strive to ascend to that position or endure in silence. This is the brutal reality, mirroring the dynamics of the game. "There is your name on the evacuation list," Jiang Song stated calmly. "Because it will be a covert operation. When that moment arrives, your girlfriend's name will render me a scapegoat, bearing the brunt of the collective fury, and I would perish without a trace." As Jiang Song scrutinized, once again, he was intent on placing her in peril. The cards might allow her to manipulate his actions, but they could not govern his thoughts. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Was it possible that her low attraction value rendered this NPC difficult to control? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. "Since you've uncovered this, I have nothing more to say," he replied, his gaze devoid of remorse. Jiang Song managed a wry smile. "Oh, in that case, you may as well go die." The male protagonist is exceptionally malevolent, ruthless, and the attraction cards have an effect on him, albeit limited. Without this card, he would devise even more sinister methods to eliminate the female lead. The character dynamics will not change, as it is intended for him to pursue her fervently later on. Half an hour later, Jiang Song emerged from Shen Tingxi's room, clutching the evacuation plan, and returned to her own quarters. That evening, Jiang Song found herself aboard a helicopter en route to the shelter. After discovering Shen Tingxi's plans the previous night, she had utilized the card's influence to compel him to report to the decision-makers. The content of the report expressed his remorse towards the citizens of Dock City, stating that he could not abandon them, but proposed that Jiang Song, as his girlfriend, take his place and retreat with the main contingent while he remained behind to tie up loose ends, sacrificing himself as an act of atonement. The report was successfully approved. On the night of the 20th day of the game, the personnel at the water station vanished overnight. When the citizens of Dock City realized this, a profound sense of betrayal surged within them. These individuals are utterly depraved. How are the citizens of Dock City supposed to survive? This isn't just a Dock City issue, it's happening everywhere. This is a grand conspiracy. We ordinary people are nothing but discarded refuse. Has anyone checked the water station? Is there truly not a single drop left? Not a drop, not even a hair. Where could they have gone? Could they have relocated all the underground water too? Don't be so naive. Upstairs. Check the news. Underground water has long since dried up. The last remnants in Dock City have vanished, a fact discovered today. It seems this group had already realized it. To ensure their own survival, they deceived everyone. The populace was rife with grievances. Jiang Song scrolled through her phone when her aide, Chen, instructed her to relinquish it and discard it. Until the plan concludes, there is no need to peruse these futile distractions, nor maintain contact with the outside world. The shelter has stringent regulations. Watching her phone being tossed away, Jiang Song acknowledged with a sigh she was now one of the few beneficiaries, unable to feel pity for the ordinary citizens. Her sole desire was to complete the game and survive. Every individual has the right to pursue life, but since she had secured this opportunity, she resolved to be a bit colder and more self-serving. After all, they were already in such dire straits. The shelter was situated on a secluded island, and the evacuation plan listed a total of 500 individuals, a small fraction of government officials, while the remainder comprised top talents from various industries. Compared to Dock City's population of 500,000, this number was woefully insignificant, yet they controlled 99% of the city's water resources. Besides these 500 key figures, an additional 5,000 ordinary citizens were randomly selected from Dock City, presumably to perpetuate the exploitation of their labor, as someone had to serve the elite. The harsh reality was indeed disheartening. After verifying her identity, Jiang Song entered the shelter, where she had her own room and daily supplies. She also brought along the water she had previously collected from home for emergencies. According to the decision-maker's plan, the current course of action was to wait, spending half a month on the island until all others perished, before making a return. Simple and brutal. Once inside the shelter, Jiang Song received no external information. The first night on the island, she found herself unable to sleep. On the 21st day of the game, Jiang Song awoke to a knock at her door. It was Chen, the aide who had escorted her the day before. "Miss Jiang, please gather your things. I am to take you somewhere." "Where to?" Noticing her wariness, Chen reassured her, "You need not worry, the higher-ups wish to meet with you." "To see me? Why?" "That I cannot say, Miss Jiang, please follow me." Chen gestured for her to proceed. Reluctantly, Jiang Song followed. Upon arrival, she discovered it was the decision-maker of the entire evacuation plan, a young man. "Are you Jiang Song?" he inquired, studying her with keen interest, making her feel profoundly uncomfortable. "Is there something you need from me?" Jiang Song endeavored to ignore his gaze. "Oh, nothing much. I am merely curious about what kind of woman could bring about Shintingxi's demise." The man smiled, yet there was an unmistakable insincerity in his demeanor. "I do not comprehend your meaning," Jiang Song replied, maintaining her composure. "Mr. Shin took his own life." The man's eyebrow arched. "That is merely the public narrative. Shintingshi has always been quite arrogant. He would not have committed suicide for a woman. You must be the He contributed significantly to the evacuation plan, and I had been contemplating how to eliminate him, yet unexpectedly, you have accomplished it. Perhaps I should thank you." Jiang Song narrowed her eyes, choosing not to respond. The man before her appeared to be even more formidable than Shintingshi. He seemed to possess an unsettling omniscience that left her feeling profoundly uneasy. "Do not look at me like that. Although I am unaware of how you managed to eliminate Shintingshi, I must concede that you are quite capable." The man offered a disingenuous smile. And the next moment, he ordered, "Take her to the dungeon." She found herself laughing in disbelief. Was this the consequence for having killed Shintingshi? His rival, rather than expressing gratitude, had seen fit to imprison her. Moreover, this wretched island had a dungeon. Seated on the narrow bed, Jiang Song gazed upward, composing a lament for herself. Despite all her machinations, she had ultimately fallen into Shintingxi's trap. Lying on the cold, unyielding iron bed, Jiang Song closed her eyes, deciding to catch some sleep before addressing the predicament at hand. Chapter 27, Extreme Drought. 10-inch. Is she asleep? The man expressed a hint of surprise. She truly has a heart of stone. The individual reporting on Jiang Song's condition recounted, she entered and fell asleep immediately. She glanced around and was astonished to discover that no one had brought her any food. Were they truly intent on starving her? Calmly, she retrieved her own supply of water and food from her pocket, grateful that she had the foresight to carry them with her. Her loose athletic attire cleverly concealed her provisions, and no one had searched her before she entered. Unscrewing the cap of her water bottle, she took a modest sip, then unwrapped a chocolate bar and nibbled on it. As night fell on the 21st day of the game, with only 9 days remaining until its conclusion, Jiang Song couldn't help but ponder the situation. Had she not chosen to eliminate Shen Tingxi, perhaps she would not have found herself in this predicament. Upon this thought surfacing, she promptly chastised herself. What am I thinking? If I hadn't killed him, I might have perished much sooner. Before long, the heavy door swung open, prompting Jiang Song to hastily conceal her supplies. Deputy Chen entered, carrying a bottle of murky water and a dark, unappetizing bun. Your food, he stated succinctly, placing the items on the table before exiting. Deputy Chen, Jiang Song called after him. He paused. What is it? Is this all? Yes. Very well, just 1 meal a day. Indeed. Safe travels. Jiang Song inspected the offerings he had brought, a bun hard enough to be weaponized, and a bottle of second-rate water. She sighed in resignation. This man truly is. Apologies, let us add some sustenance for Jiang Song. Jiang Song chose not to touch the bun, instead stowing it away, and naturally, she refrained from drinking the second-rate water. Consuming that would be akin to ingesting poison. It appeared that Shen Tingxi's relentless adversary was determined to see her suffer, and to prolong her torment. In her state of helplessness, she sighed. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? A hoarse voice called. Jiang Song turned toward the sound, discovering a small hole in the wall opposite her, through which she could see a frail man lying on the ground. Who are you? Jiang Song inquired, noting his half-alive demeanor, as if he had been trapped here for quite some time. My name is Song Jiming. Do you have any food or water? Can you help me? He appeared to be in his 20s, exceedingly gaunt, and his pitiful expression easily evoked sympathy. Jiang Song guarded her supplies. Once I recover, I can assist you in escaping this place. Jiang Song squatted down. Why should I trust you? If you had that ability, why haven't you escaped yourself? Song Jiming coughed twice, straining to speak. I cannot leave alone. What do you mean? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Oh, then don't bother. Jiang Song began to rise, preparing to depart. Song Jiming called out urgently, in any case, I can help you escape. I can craft tools to get us out of here. Craft? Jiang Song seized upon this crucial keyword. As I said, you wouldn't comprehend. Are you a player? Song Jiming's voice faltered, and he abruptly sprang. A fellow countryman, do you have any idea how difficult my life has been in this game? Sob sob. Jiang Song interrupted his lamentation. Let us discuss serious matters. Song Jiming stifled his sobs. My expertise lies in weapon crafting, but it can only be refreshed every. We gathered to strategize for clearing levels together. Initially, it was quite harmonious. We even learned about the existence of a sanctuary and managed to secure an opportunity to enter. We thought we could take it easy once we arrived, but we were met with the natives' ruthless demands. They forced us to work, and the rations were woefully insufficient. My brother and I felt it was unjust, and we confronted the management. As a result, they imprisoned us without food or water. My brother has perished, and I have endured until now. Sister, considering we are both players, please lend me a hand. We can leave this wretched place together. What about your tools? Don't any of them come in handy? Song Jiming sighed. You don't know the full story. We only had 4 people when we arrived on this island. The other 2 saw my brother and me get captured and fled far away. As for my weapons, they can only be refreshed every 7 days, and the last ones have already been used up. My brother's items were traded for entry to the sanctuary. Jiang Song regarded his earnest demeanor and found him credible. Given that her own supplies were insufficient to last through the remaining 9 days, it might be wiser to. You are my savior. Noticing his cracked lips, Jiang Song offered him a bottle of water. He unscrewed the cap and cautiously brought it to his lips, but soon succumbed to his thirst, gulping down the cool liquid that soothed his parched throat, rejuvenating him. He drank nearly half the bottle, reluctantly stopping himself and setting the remaining water aside. Song Jiming sighed contentedly, a glimmer of life returning to his eyes. Sister, thank you so much. I haven't had water in 5 days. Jiang Song, intrigued, asked, how have you survived until now? Song Jiming, somewhat embarrassed, admitted, for the past couple of days, I resorted to self-sustenance. Jiang Song replied, I see. He had not eaten for 5 days, not even that hard bun or the second-rate water. By the way, sister, what is your name? Jiang Song pondered for a moment. I am called Jiang Xiaomai. Song Jiming acknowledged, all right, Miss Jiang. After consuming the food, Song Jiming's condition improved slightly, and the two began discussing the game. Jiang Song learned from him that he seemed to lack a personal card, and no other players possessed one either. It was only when he mentioned everyone's initial equipment that Jiang Song realized she was the only one with a personal card. Yet, she chose not to reveal this to Song Jiming. After all, he was merely another player she had encountered in the game, and some matters were best kept undisclosed. 2 days later, on the 24th day of the game, Deputy Chen arrived promptly at noon to deliver the meal, pushing open the door to find Jiang Song still vibrant and full of life, causing him to furrow his brow. Chapter 28, Extreme Drought. Jiang Song perceived his confusion and chuckled. What's the matter, Deputy Chen? Have you hidden something? Deputy Chen approached Jiang Song. Jiang Song smiled slightly, only just realizing it, a bit late, don't you think? Observing Deputy Chen struggling on the ground, Jiang Song picked up a black bun and struck it against his head, effectively sending him to his demise, before forcefully stuffing the blooded bun into his mouth. Go on, eat. She exited her cell and freed Song Jiming from the adjacent one. Let's go. Jiang Song led the way outside. Upon her arrival, she had noted the complete absence of guards, which emboldened her to act so recklessly. Miss Jiang, we must find a way to secure a boat and leave this place, Song Jiming remarked, gazing at the distant shoreline where numerous guards stood, uncertain if they could manage to escape. To his surprise, Jiang Song tugged him in another direction. We're not leaving. What? Song Jiming was taken aback. Why not, Miss Jiang? If we are discovered, we are as good as dead. If it's just the two of us, we would merely be delivering ourselves as prey. Even if by some stroke of luck we manage to flee, where would we go? The dock city is devoid of water sources now. This is our sanctuary. We must survive here. Song Jiming pondered her words and conceded. You are right, Miss Jiang. So, where do we go now? Jiang Song pointed in a direction. Let us find a place. I believe Ji Yuling's vicinity would be ideal. Ji Yuling? Who? Ji Yuling? Song Jiming faltered upon hearing that name, his eyes widening in shock as he hurried to catch up. Wait, Miss Jiang, are you out of your mind? Why would we go there? He was the one who imprisoned us. Wouldn't that be jumping straight into a trap? Jiang Song, disinterested in his incessant chatter, replied impatiently, You can go your own way. Don't follow me. Standing still, Song Jiming watched Jiang Song's retreating figure, gritting his teeth before deciding to follow her. Jiang Song recalled the route to Ji Yuling's room. Naturally, she did not head directly to Ji Yuling's abode. Ji Yuling resided in a standalone villa, and during her previous transport to prison, she had observed a couple living next door. Jiang Song intended to seize the opportunity. Upon arrival, she found the couple absent, and the inhabitants appeared to have minimal vigilance, likely assuming no one would intrude. Thus, Jiang Song slipped through an open window. Miss Jiang, isn't this a bit dubious? Song Jiming voiced his concerns as he trailed her. Jiang Song shot him a cold glance. Dage, this is a survival game, and people can die. Please refrain from lecturing me on ethics and morality right now, it's quite vexing. Seeing Jiang Song brandish her weapon, Song Jiming prudently fell silent. Jiang Song searched the villa thoroughly, finding no one else inside, and plentiful supplies of food and water, sufficient to sustain her until the game concluded. Once Jiang Song granted him permission, Song Jiming began to consume the provisions voraciously. After enduring 5 days of hunger, although Jiang Song had provided him with some sustenance, it merely sustained him. His stomach remained empty. Thus, confronted with the available food, he lost control of his restraint. Jiang Song located an excellent observation point in an upstairs room, allowing her to see Ji Yuling's residence perfectly. There is a saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Once Song Jiming had his fill, Jiang Song assigned him a task. Half an hour later, the original owners returned home. Upon opening the door and spotting Deputy Chen, the male homeowner exclaimed, Hey, Deputy Chen, what are you doing in my house? Song Jiming remained motionless, not turning around. In the instant the door closed, Jiang Song launched a surprise attack. the man was knocked to the ground by the butt of her gun. Rendered unconscious, the woman, startled, opened her mouth to scream but was silenced by Jiang Song's hand, quickly subdued. Bound and gagged, the couple were tossed into a room, where Song Jiming stood guard. The woman glared at Jiang Song with resentment, but Jiang Song remained unfazed, stating, "I won't kill you. I'll just stay here for a while. Of course, I won't let you starve either. Let us cooperate, shall we?" The woman continued to glare defiantly at Jiang Song, seemingly dissatisfied with the proposition. Jiang Song chose not to elaborate further and shut the door, cutting off her view. That night, Jiang Song heard the sound of alarms, surmising that Ji Yuling had discovered her escape. She peered from the second-floor window at Ji Yuling's villa, yet it appeared he was not searching for her. Jiang Song observed Ji Yuling leaving with everyone from the villa, heading towards the seaside, the reason for which remained unknown. Jiang Song immediately descended the stairs. "Miss Jiang, where are you going?" "I'm stepping out for a bit. Do you want to come?" "Wait, Miss Jiang, you aren't going to look for him, are you?" Song Jiming's voice rose involuntarily. "Yes. Miss Jiang, we are safe now. There's no need to take that risk. It's better if you don't go." Jiang Song offered no further explanation and departed alone, seizing the opportunity created by Ji Yuling's absence to slip into his home. Ji Yuling's residence was expansive, with numerous rooms. After an extensive search, she finally located his chamber. Jiang Song rummaged through every nook and cranny but could not find the golden key that Song Jiming had mentioned, which was supposed to activate the water source for the refuge. Jiang Song reflected that such a crucial item would likely be kept on Ji Yuling's person. However, if she did not acquire it soon, once Ji Yuling realized she had escaped from the dungeon, her chance of evasion on this island would vanish entirely. The sound of intense gunfire drew closer, prompting Jiang Song to hide within a filing cabinet. "Mr. Jiyu, the enemy outnumbers us. We cannot hold out much longer. We must leave." Jiang Song was curious about who could have located this place and launched an attack. It seemed this was no longer a safe haven. "Be cautious, guard the key closely, it must not fall into his hands." Jiang Song pushed open a crack and observed blood trickling from Ji Yuling's shoulder onto the floor, while he clutched the golden key tightly in his hand. Chapter 29, Extreme Drought. Bang! Ji Yuling barely had time to comprehend what had transpired when a swiftly approaching shadow collided with him, causing him to tumble to the ground, and in an instant, the keys in his hand were gone. Jiang Song quickly regained her footing, thrusting the barrel of her gun against Ji Yuling's temple. "What are you still doing here?" Ji Yuling, recognizing Jiang Song, replied icily, his wound throbbing painfully from the impact. Jiang Song examined the unremarkable key in her hand, questioning, "Is this the key to the reservoir?" "You and Shintingsi certainly make quite the formidable pair, putting on a splendid performance," Ji Yuling grimaced, clutching his shoulder, his pallor unmistakable. "Shintingsi." Jiang Song furrowed her brow as she spoke his name. Hadn't he died, she had witnessed his demise firsthand. Ji Yuling sneered, "I should have killed you then and there." "Release Mr. Jiyu." A man accompanying Ji Yuling raised his gun, aiming it at Jiang Song. "Who has breached our defenses?" Jiang Song pressed her gun firmly against Ji Yuling. His expression remained cold and composed. "You don't know." Before she could retort, the glass window beside her shattered as a bullet struck it, sending shards flying towards Jiang Song. Seizing the moment, Ji Yuling rolled away to evade, while Jiang Song took cover beneath the table. "Everyone, charge! Shin has decreed that if we eliminate everyone here, all the supplies will be ours. Annihilate them." Could it be the citizens of Dock City? Shin, was it really Shintingsi? Mr.Gu, we must leave at once. We are running out of time. Ji Yuling cast a lingering glance at Jiang Song before entering a concealed door with the assistance of his aide. Jiang Song hesitated not to pursue, her thoughts consumed by the golden key in her grasp, feeling its heat against her palm. She concealed it and was about to depart when she beheld an impossible figure. Shintingsi, with a stoic countenance, kicked open the door, his gaze scanning the vicinity. Jiang Song hastily concealed herself. Unbelievable, he was indeed alive. She had witnessed him plunge a knife into his own chest. Now he had arrived with a contingent, and as anxiety gripped her, she glanced back at the hidden door Ji Yuling had used. With determination, she followed him inside. The concealed door led to an underground passage, extending far beyond her anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached the exit, which astonishingly opened onto the riverbank. A lifeboat awaited, with Ji Yuling and his aide preparing to set sail. Jiang Song aimed her gun at them, demanding they halt, as footsteps of pursuers echoed ominously nearby. Ji Yuling initially presumed Jiang Song intended to capture him for Shintingzi, but to his surprise, "Start the engine," Jiang Song urged. Under Ji Yuling's direction, the boat roared to life just as Shintingzi and his men arrived, his narrowed eyes fixated on the retreating trio. Jiang Song's gaze met his, filled with complexity. She knew she could no longer control Shintingzi. Despite the uncertainty of his survival, she realized that remaining on the island would lead to her inevitable demise at his hands. Although they had escaped, drifting at sea was not a sustainable option. Under Jiang Song's coercion, the vessel did not head towards Dock City, but instead sailed towards another coastal city. Ji Yuling's aide tended to his wounds, offering reassurance. "Mr. Ji Yu, just hold on a little longer. Once we reach land, we will find a doctor." Upon arriving at Pingfeng City, they had barely set foot on the shore when they were surrounded. "What is your purpose here?" "We are from Dock City, seeking refuge. Pingfeng City prohibits the entry of outsiders. Leave this place immediately." The soldiers forced them away, indicating the city was under lockdown. With no other option, Jiang Song departed, continuing her search for a safer location. Everywhere is in chaos. It would be futile to go anywhere else. You might as well return to Dock City. If you accompany me, I can ensure your safety moving forward. Jiang Song regarded the barely conscious Ji Yuling and found it amusing. "Perhaps you should first assess your own condition before promising my safety." Ji Yuling, too weak to express indignation, was acutely aware that in their hurried escape, he and his aide had brought no supplies. Coupled with his shoulder injury and significant blood loss, he was beginning to feel faint. Their guns were devoid of ammunition, leaving them helplessly watching as Jiang Song nibbled on duck necks while sipping cola. "I am not deceiving you. Shintingzi lacks the reservoir key and will certainly come looking for me. However, I have a base in Dock City, offering ample security. It is evident that you harbor animosity towards Shintingzi. Together, we could forge a mutually beneficial alliance." "Thank you, but I must decline." Although Jiang Song had limited supplies, the game still had a week to run, and she could sustain herself for 4 days. The last 3 days could be endured, but returning to land amidst the current turmoil posed a significant risk to her life, making it an unnecessary gamble. Seeing Jiang Song unmoved, Ji Yuling pressed on. "Do you really believe you can remain unscathed adrift at sea? Shintingzi has already dispatched ships in search of us. It is merely a matter of time before he locates you." Jiang Song felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Both Shintingzi and Ji Yuling had doubled her challenges. The vexation of having to contend with this bothersome individual, akin to Shintingzi, was overwhelming. Perhaps her murderous intent was too palpable, as Ji Yuling sensed the imminent danger and quickly interjected. "I swear, upon our return to Dock City, I can guarantee your safety and provide ample resources. Besides, if you kill me now, your survival will be short-lived. Let us consider this a chance to forge an alliance." Jiang Song scrutinized him intently for a prolonged moment before finally conceding. Ji Yuling's reasoning held merit. Drifting at sea would eventually lead to capture by Shintingzi. It was wiser to risk the shore, especially since she possessed a weapon, rendering Ji Yuling a temporary non-threat. "Miss Jiang, we are now a team. Mr.Gu requires sustenance. Perhaps you could." Jiang Song cut him off sharply. "No." Ji Yuling's predicament differed vastly from that of Song Jiming in the dungeon. Ji Yuling's, he shook his head. "No need, I can endure." Jiang Song feigned deafness, clutching her belongings tightly, her gun still trained on the pair. Ji Yuling remained silent, feeling the sting of indignation. He had never endured such humiliation, yet the circumstances compelled him to endure. After 2 additional hours, they reached the outskirts of Dock City. As the speedboat came to a halt along the shore, a sight of countless corpses sprawled across the beach. When deprived of water, people often succumb to the temptation of clear sea water, unaware of its high salt content, which exceeds the human body's salt threshold by threefold. Drinking seawater leads to a rapid increase in the body's salt levels, causing water to be drawn out of cells, exacerbating their thirst. Chapter 30, Extreme Drought. As the body's moisture had already been depleted, one might endure for a few days without drinking, but once one sips water, it would lead to inevitable demise. Jiang Song observed the desperate souls resorting to drinking seawater. They were acutely aware of the futility of their actions, yet they had been driven to such an extreme that they felt they had no alternative but to embrace this known peril. A wave of sorrow washed over Jiang Song as she contemplated the cruelty of the game. Gu Ling, supported by his assistant, navigated through the bodies strewn about. As the mastermind behind the retreat plan, he remained unperturbed by the sight of so many deceased citizens, his expression betraying only a hint of disdain and irritation. Miss Jiang, the journey to the base may present numerous dangers. I may require your assistance in safeguarding Mr. Jiu, the assistant informed Jiang Song. She nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of her consent. As night deepened, it provided them with improved conditions for concealment. Nearly 4 days had passed since the day of retreat, and Ji Yuling's strategies were beginning to bear fruit, not only along the coastline but throughout the streets of Dock City. Corpses were ubiquitous. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of death permeated the air. The city's traffic had long since ground to a halt, with vehicles colliding chaotically on the streets. Mr.Gu, I will seek a vehicle. Miss Jiang, I entrust Mr.Gu to your care, the assistant instructed. Jiang Song nodded, steadfastly remaining by Ji Yuling's side. Where is your base? She inquired. Be cautious, someone is approaching, Ji Yuling replied, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Jiang Song guided him away from open areas, taking refuge behind an electrical box. The flickering streetlights returned to normalcy. Move quickly, do not dawdle. Boss, in such a vast expanse, I refuse to believe that every last person has perished. Continue searching. Jiang Song and Ji Yuling listened intently as they watched a group of individuals binding several terrified souls, scouring the area for something. From their dialogue, it was evident that they were on the hunt for the living, and their demeanor suggested no inclination toward friendly cooperation. This group was certainly up to no good. Do not make a sound. A Ji Yuling's voice was weak yet still served as a warning to Jiang Song. She was not foolish enough to expose their hiding place, yet the assistant had yet to return, and the approaching group drew ever closer to discovery. At that moment, the beam of headlights illuminated their hiding spot. Who the hell? The leader squinted against the glare, shielding his eyes with his arm. Mr. Jiu, Miss Jiang, quickly get in, the assistant called, lowering the car window and executing a swift maneuver to park before them. Jiang Song promptly pulled Ji Yuling into the vehicle, and as the door slammed shut, the car roared to life and sped away. After them. Boss, we're not in a car. How can we chase them? A subordinate muttered. Damn it, when I say chase, you chase, quit your incessant chatter. The man's expression was menacing as he struck the back of his subordinate's head. The latter cradled his head and, along with 2 others, took off in the direction the car had vanished. Drive slowly, Jiang Song urged the assistant as she noticed the pursuers in the rearview mirror. Understood. The car veered into an empty alleyway, killing. Which way did it go? The breathless pursuers, their faces flushed, complained, staring at the now vanished vehicle. Are you foolish? Do you truly believe you can outrun 4 wheels on 2 legs? But if we don't catch anyone and return empty-handed, the boss might just decide to eliminate us, one of them lamented. Stay still. A man and a woman, armed, they dared not resist. I demand to know what you meant by eliminate earlier, Jiang Song pressed, her gun firmly trained on him. Oh, that wasn't what we said, was it? You must have misheard, the man on the left interjected. We meant that if we don't catch anyone, the boss would make us worthless. Jiang Song frowned at his feeble attempt to defend himself, her patience waning. Bang! As the brain matter and blood splattered across her face, the remaining 2 men felt their legs weaken, sinking to their knees. Ji Yuling's assistant, visibly impatient, dispatched the loquacious man on the left. I'll give you another chance. Will you speak up, or remain silent? Jiang Song was taken aback yet not surprised. It was only natural for such individuals to kill without a shred of emotion. He merely executed what she had contemplated. This method of executing one as a warning to others proved remarkably effective, and the remaining two promptly divulged their gang's intentions and their quest for the living. In essence, they possessed a device capable of extracting moisture from human bodies, necessitating a substantial number of living subjects to operate, and they were actively hunting for them. Such a vile instrument exists, the assistant remarked after rendering the two unconscious. Jiang Song could scarcely believe her ears. She chuckled softly but remained silent, astonished that someone in Ji Yuling's circle would still consider others to be cruel. Detecting Jiang Song's significant gaze, Ji Yuling's assistant inquired, "What is it?" Ji Yuling's assistant followed closely. Upon opening the car door, she found Ji Yuling's absence alarming. She initially feared he had fled. Just as she pivoted to question the assistant, aiming her gun at him, a weak voice emanated from the backseat. Leaning in, she saw a pale hand gripping the seat back, with Ji Yuling struggling to reveal his ashen face. In the dim light of the night and moon, he resembled a vampire, feeding on the lifeblood of others. Jiang Song was taken aback. "What are you doing lying back there? It's quite frightening." Ji Yuling's eyes were filled with reproach. When Jiang Song had assisted him into the car, she had displayed no consideration for his condition as an injured patient. Given his lack of food and water, it was a miracle he had not perished. The assistant, sensing Ji Yuling's distress, interjected, "Miss Jiang, Mr. Gu's condition is quite precarious. The base is still some distance away. Could you possibly provide him with something to eat?" This marked his second request to Jiang Song, and considering Ji Yuling's near-death state, she felt compelled to assist. Chapter 31, Extreme Drought. After finishing her meal, only 2 bottles of water remained for her. During this time, she had either been imprisoned or fleeing for her life, and her supplies were scant, compelling her to use them sparingly. Jiang Song's lips were somewhat chapped. She moistened them with her tongue while leaning against the side, observing Ji Yuling as he ate. His movements were unhurried, and he quickly devoured the pork, followed by half a bottle of water, which he then offered to the assistant in front of him. "Mr. Ji Yu, I am not thirsty. You should drink it," the assistant declined politely. "Have some, we still have quite a distance to cover, and driving consumes more energy," Ji Yuling insisted. Jiang Song crossed her arms and gazed out the window, uninterested in their bickering, utterly disinclined to partake in any further division of resources. On the other side, Ji Yuling watched the indifferent Jiang Song and sighed deeply, never imagining he would find himself in such a pitiful state before a mere girl, reduced to begging for sympathy and failing miserably. It was utterly disgraceful. They arrived at a pharmacy, which was already in ruins, with all the medications depleted. Ji Yuling's assistant discovered a forgotten box of anti-inflammatory medicine beneath the counter, while Jiang Song helped by locating some bandages on the floor. After taking the medication and redressing his wound, Ji Yuling resumed their journey. The streets were littered with corpses, and navigating the vehicle was challenging. They had to maneuver around obstacles, sometimes even driving over bodies when there was no other option. Occasionally, they would encounter a few living souls, but most appeared emaciated, their skin drawn tight against their bones, staggering as though they might collapse at any moment. "What are you doing?" Ji Yuling inquired, observing Jiang Song fiddling with her phone. This device had been taken from the 3 men, and after her own phone had been discarded by the deputy officer on the plane, she had lost contact with the outside world. Now, she needed to comprehend what had transpired in the past few days. Other cities are completely isolated, with no inter-regional assistance. I had hoped to struggle in another place, but they refuse to accept outsiders. It's the same everywhere. Conditions in other regions may not be better than in Wu City. The remaining groundwater has entirely vanished, and all areas are relying on their previous water reserves to endure. With such a vast population, it's only a matter of time before they are depleted. I think I can understand their reasoning. If I were in their position, I would also choose to sacrifice the majority, as water is limited. Dividing it among too many is simply insufficient, and death is inevitable. The upper levels are cut off. I truly cannot fathom how you empathize with this. It seems you were born to a cursed fate. Statistics show that within just one day, Wu City has already lost 20,000 lives. This is merely the beginning. Subsequent death tolls will only escalate geometrically. Did you see today, many people frantically rushed to the seaside to drink seawater, and none returned. It was an act of suicide. These past 2 days, I have scarcely dared to venture outside. The chaos is overwhelming, with rampant looting and crime. I can only lie in bed, awaiting my fate. Isn't it said that Shun Tingxi from the water supply group is dead? Why do people from Fengping City claim to have seen him? Goodness, could it be another deception? Someone elaborate on this. I've heard rumors that Shun Tingxi has appeared in Fengping City, and there seems to be a recruitment plan, though the specifics are unclear and shrouded in secrecy. Regardless of their intentions, it will undoubtedly not concern us ordinary people. It is merely a competition for power and resources, irrelevant to us. According to statistics, in the 2 days since the evacuation plan was initiated, Wu City has recorded 80,000 deaths. Is anyone still out there? I feel as though I am the last person remaining in this world. Every organ in my body aches, and I sense that death is near. I heard there's a place distributing free water. Do you know about it? Has anyone gone to check it out? Don't be foolish, it's obviously a scam. Don't go, you'll only die faster. Statistics reveal that in the 3 days since the evacuation plan, Wu City's death toll has reached 200,000. Everyone, take heed. There is a group in Wu City claiming to distribute free water. They are not a charitable organization. They are capturing living individuals for research, utilizing a machine that can extract water from the... Be cautious not to get caught. What a deranged organization. Have they lost their minds? This is utterly revolting. They are resorting to any means necessary. Statistics indicate that in the 3 days since the evacuation plan, Wu City's death toll has soared to 350,000. This is today's news. It can be said that Wu City has transformed into a dead city. Aside from the organization extracting water from the living and other survivors clinging to life, there is no sign of vitality left. But from where did Shun Tingxi bring those people? Online rumors suggest he went to Fengping City. Could it be that he struck a deal with them? Jiang Song pondered seriously and casually replied to Jiu Ling, just playing on my phone. Yet later, I discovered he brought you to the Crystal Palace for your protection, and you two lived together. However, in the end, you killed him, but it seems you did not succeed, and he appears to have come looking for you. So, are you two lovers caught in a deadly game? Jiang Song twitched her lips. His analysis was entirely accurate, except for the part about love. Both simply wished to eliminate each other. In any case, our relationship is not good, quite similar to yours, Jiang Song surmised. She suspected both were high-ranking officials, as this evacuation plan had been proposed together, but they seemed to be at odds with each other, vying for power and resources, which was the crux of the matter. Thus, you could entrust that golden key to me for safekeeping. It serves no purpose in your possession, but with me holding it, it could draw Shun Tingxi's attention. He will inevitably come looking for it. Jiu Ling finally revealed his true intention. Jiang Song rolled her eyes at him. Your scheming is so transparent that it practically hits me in the face. The key is of no use to either of us. We cannot return to the island for now, and besides, Shun Tingxi's focus was always on you. He has no knowledge that the key is with me. Jiu Ling, exposed, exhibited no sign of embarrassment. He simply did not anticipate that Jiang Song, this woman, would be so difficult to manipulate. After all, she had escaped from the dungeon and now posed a threat to him. Enough of this pointless chatter, we can discuss it further upon reaching the base. Jiang Song waved her hand, unwilling to hear his attempts at persuasion any longer. Under the cloak of night, due to the dreadful road conditions, they drove for a full 3 hours before finally arriving at the base. Jiu Ling had mentioned it was already 2 in the morning, and the three of them were utterly exhausted, yet they persevered to their destination. Chapter 32, Extreme Dread. The base mentioned by Ji Yuling was constructed in a rather inconspicuous location, specifically in the basement of a farmhouse within a small town. This place was exceedingly secretive, with very few inhabitants, and given the recent surge in deaths, Ji Yuling entered a password and confirmed his identity through iris and fingerprint scans. Only after these 3 procedures did the passageway open. Jiang Song followed him inside. The materials used to construct the base were comprised of exceptionally robust steel. The area was quite spacious, capable of accommodating nearly 100 residents, and it was well stocked with supplies. Although it could not compare to a reservoir, it was nonetheless sufficient for the Ji Yuling, however, did not hear her words, as he was preoccupied with tending to a wound that was on the verge of infection. Day 25 of the game. Jiang Song had initially harbored concerns that Ji Yuling might betray her. Remaining vigilant, after receiving treatment, Ji Yuling appeared to be in significantly better condition and was currently sifting through documents in a room filled with instruments. "It seems you didn't sleep well last night," Ji Yuling remarked with a smile, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Perhaps it was the familiarity of being back on his own turf, as he spoke with newfound confidence. "Rest assured, you need not worry about me causing you harm here. We have already reached an agreement, have we not? We are now part of the same team. It better be that way. Just make sure you don't set your sights on me," Jiang Song replied. Suddenly, Ji Yuling's expression darkened. "Shintingxi has returned." Jiang Song momentarily froze, quickly regaining her composure. "He shouldn't know about your base, right?" To her surprise, Ji Yuling responded, "He probably does. He can obliterate everything he previously orchestrated with his own hands. Who knows what chaos he might unleash upon us." Jiang Song felt overwhelmed. "Why do you lack confidence? Aren't you supposed to be arch-nemeses, unable to— In truth, I find him quite formidable, both ruthless and clever." Jiang Song remained silent. After parting ways with Ji Yuling on a sour note, Jiang Song returned to her room to organize her belongings. There was an ample supply of resources available for her use, and she prepared enough provisions to last her 3 days, just as before, ready to flee at a moment's notice should circumstances change. After all, there were only 5 days left in the game, and she was determined to persevere. Day 26 of the game. Jiang Song scrolled through messages on her phone, noting that very few individuals remained active online. The organization she had previously encountered, notorious for capturing living beings to extract their moisture, had become increasingly rampant, instilling fear in everyone and causing them to refrain from revealing their existence. Jiang Song had received no news regarding Shintingxi, leading her to suspect that Ji Yuling had been attempting to intimidate her. Day 27 of the game. It rained. After 30 years of anomalies, rain had not fallen until now, and most residents of Wu City had never witnessed rainfall. Consequently, when the gentle droplets finally descended, chaos ensued. The rain brought many survivors out of hiding, and as the fine droplets struck the ground, Jiang Song observed the world outside the surveillance monitor. Many individuals tilted their heads back, mouths agape to catch the falling rain, while others prudently fetched containers to collect water, fearing that it might soon cease. "Hey, aren't you going out to collect some?" Jiang Song inquired of Ji Yuling, who was also watching the monitor. "What use would it be for me to gather a little? The amount of water here would sustain me for a lifetime," Ji Yuling retorted with a scoff. "It is merely strange that it has rained. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in 30 years. Ji Yuling rolled his eyes in exasperation, returning his focus to the monitor. The rain persisted for 5 hours, during which Jiang Song remained indoors. Firstly, her existing supplies were sufficient, negating the need to collect rainwater. Secondly, she harbored doubts about the potability of this rain, as the game's theme revolved around extreme drought. why would such a fortunate event occur in a world defined by scarcity, especially with the game's conclusion approaching? Jiang Song believed it highly unlikely. Once the rain subsided, the city was revitalized, akin to parched leaves receiving nourishment. The streets of Wu City saw an influx of people, while online activity surged. How strange. Why did it rain all of a sudden? It's the first time I've ever witnessed rain. How wondrous. This rain is drinkable. My brother and I consumed some, and we feel perfectly fine. This is a sign of divine mercy for us pitiful souls, a desire to save us. Rainfall signifies the restoration of ecology, does it not? Perhaps we won't have to endure this life any longer. We are the fortunate chosen ones, this world shall be ours to command henceforth. Various sentiments proliferated online, with some individuals even beginning to form independent groups. Day 28 of the game. Jiang Song awoke naturally, cradling her firearm and feeling completely secure. After a brief wash, she headed to breakfast, coincidentally encountering Ji Yuling's assistant. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Did you go out? Jiang Song observed his disheveled appearance. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Jiang Song was merely perplexed. What is there to fear? He has already entered. Silence, a deafening silence, lasted for a mere 3 seconds before Jiang Song bolted, her speed so swift that Ji Yuling took a moment to process her departure. Instead of returning to her room, she dashed to the control room where Ji Yuling often resided, noticing a rather inconspicuous storage room nearby. Inside was a partition that led to an exit extending to the outside. Jiang Song had surreptitiously observed this escape route from Ji Yuling's assistant the previous day, and although she had not been entirely certain of its authenticity, she had memorized it. Today, faced with an urgent situation, her instinct was to run there, and fortunately, the escape route indeed existed. Chapter 33, Extreme Drought. As Jiang Song ran, she cursed Ji Yuling's ancestors for 18 generations. Indeed, no man was ever trustworthy. Fortunately, she had been cautious and ran swiftly. To her dismay, Ji Yuling had rekindled his connection with Shintingshi. These two together could easily threaten her life. Alas, if only Shintingshi's card hadn't expired. Wait a moment, Jiang Song suddenly halted. Why had she assumed from the very beginning that the card was no longer valid? The description of the attraction card had never mentioned such a scenario. Because she believed Shintingshi was dead, she had subjectively concluded that the card was ineffective. Yet, Shintingshi was clearly alive, and now the card might still hold its power. With this realization, a smile broke across Jiang Song's face. She felt foolish for her earlier assumptions. She had to test it. Although she didn't dare confront Shintingshi directly, she relied on her remarkable memory to recall his phone number. Beep, beep, beep. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and after what felt like ages, the call was finally answered. A deep, magnetic male voice came through. Hello. Just a simple word, yet it conveyed his aloofness and coldness. Shintingshi, call me daddy, Jiang Song declared. The air on the other end seemed to still. But this was the simplest way to ascertain whether he was still under her control. Dad. Dad. Shintingshi's gritted response left no doubt about his desire to crush her. Ji Yuling, standing beside Shintingshi, turned in astonishment to look at him. Setting aside his feelings, Jiang Song, however, was in remarkably high spirits. Her laughter pierced through to Shintingshi, grating on his nerves. Oh dear, you little rascal, deceiving your elders is quite inappropriate. You had me thinking you were out to take my life, scaring me into running everywhere. Had I known, I wouldn't have fled the island. Jiang Song. After she discovered his evacuation plan, she had been furious and had forced him to attempt suicide. He had stabbed himself in the left side of his chest, but unbeknownst to her, his heart was slightly offset to the left, and that very fact, he had thought he was free from her control, yet now he found himself ensnared once more, which was utterly intolerable. Har har har, now, why don't you explain how you ended up entangled with Ji Yuling again? And how did you find this place? Under her control, Shintingshi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Ji Yuling contacted me first. He said the golden key was with you and handed it over. Ji Yuling, upon hearing this, was bewildered. Shintingshi, his face darkening, continued, "Is that enough?" Jiang Song rested her chin on her hand, pondering, well then, first take care of that dog Jiu Ling. I can't trust him to remain a threat." Shen Tingxi's gaze shifted to Jiu Ling, who immediately felt a wave of dread. "You can't be serious. Am I just a pawn in your game? Bang! Shen Tingxi raised his weapon and, with a decisive shot, blew Jiu Ling's head off. After hearing the shot, Jiang Song nodded in satisfaction and began to walk back, only to find Shen Tingxi standing there, his expression dark and ominous, beside the lifeless body. What was he thinking? Why would he give you the golden key? Jiang Song approached to confirm that Jiu Ling was indeed cold. Shen Tingxi fixed his gaze on Jiang Song's retreating figure, "Because I was the one who provided him with this base." He knew I would eventually come looking for it, so he sought to negotiate with me in advance. Jiang Song clicked her tongue. That treacherous Jiu Ling had deceived her again, truly deserving of his fate. "Since you now oversee this place, it will be your responsibility to ensure my safety. You must not resort to any underhanded tactics to harm me, regardless of the reason. If I perish, so shall you." Jiang Song felt she should have thought of this sooner. This way, Shen Tingxi could not harm her, as her only demand was to survive. Shen Tingxi seemed to have given up resisting, his expression impassive as he replied, "Understood." Afterward, Jiang Song returned to her room, toying with the golden key, uncertain. For now, it was utterly useless in her hands, but perhaps by giving it away, she could save others. After all, it wouldn't affect her much. That evening, while Jiang Song scrolled through her phone, the online discourse suddenly shifted. "How do you feel after drinking rainwater yesterday? Why does my throat hurt so much, feeling like it's on fire? I drank all the water I collected that day, but it only made me thirstier. What is happening?" "Me too. I can barely move now. I can only seek help online. I always thought this was suspicious. How could it rain out of nowhere? Something strange is definitely afoot. I didn't drink any, and I'm fine. There's no drinkable water left. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm dying. Come to our place, we have water. Everyone, don't trust the person above. They are luring the living there to extract their moisture with some bizarre machine. It's utterly inhumane. Do not fall for it. Better to die of thirst than go there." Indeed, the rainwater from that day was problematic, undoubtedly tainted, and those organizations that extracted moisture from the living still existed. Jiang Song suspected those people were players, and that the so-called machines were merely tools, as such devices had never been heard of before, and no relevant information could be found online. Yet, this was merely Jiang Song's conjecture. On the 29th day of the game, Jiang Song sought out Shen Tingxi and handed him the key, which took him by surprise. "What do you want?" Now, those who survived were either capable individuals or extreme radicals. "Shen Tingxi, let me ask you a question. In the eyes of your kind, are ordinary lives worthless?" How could she resist? Shen Tingxi's eyes were dark, resembling a bottomless lake, as his extraordinarily handsome face uttered the most cold-blooded words. They create no value. She would not waste time passionately denouncing his views or attempting to argue, for it held no significance, and she could not change anything. Instead, his words served to clarify her understanding. To possess a voice, to secure the right to survival, and to wield control over others' fates, one must strive to become powerful and valuable, ensuring they could not be forsaken or abandoned. Chapter 34 Extreme Drought 17 End. On the 30th day of the game, Jiang Song learned that Shen Tingxi had dismantled the living organization in Dock City. Although the organizers had been eradicated, the machine seemed to have been preserved. At the base, Jiang Song encountered this machine, a contraption reminiscent of a safety pod, where one could lie down to initiate its operation. The process required merely an hour to extract 3,000 milliliters of water from an adult's body. Despite the water emanating a peculiar and potent oily scent, tests confirmed its safety, revealing that its composition was nearly identical to that of first-grade water. Jiang Song suspected that Shen Tingxi's intention in leaving this device was far from benevolent, yet as she was on the verge of exiting the game, she wished to avoid unnecessary complications, deeming the matter irrelevant to her. Alone at the base, Jiang Song enjoyed a tranquil existence while Shen Tingxi and his team members were preoccupied with their daily endeavors. He was busy and did not trouble her, allowing her to experience a few days of relative ease. On the evening of the 30th day of the game, a notification chimed. Sat smiley ding. Congratulations to player Jiang Song for surviving 30 days in extreme drought, earning a reward of 300 points. Exiting the game. As white light enveloped her, Jiang Song found herself once again aboard the bus, which continued to speed through the darkness. She exhaled deeply before accessing her personal panel. Player: Jiang Song. Gender: female. Age: 24. Games completed: 2 points. 600 online players: 101, 286, 037. The online player count had diminished by over 20 million. Jiang Song had fared relatively well in this round, suffering no significant hardships. Overall, it was acceptable, though the experiences of other players in the world had varied greatly. Mother Gorilla gazing at the stars. After the game, I am guzzling water like a madwoman. This game was utterly insane. I nearly died of thirst, but fortunately, it ended just as I teetered on the brink of death. I finally understand the agony of a dying fish. It was torturous. I'd rather be bitten by a zombie than endure such a slow death from thirst. All the players I encountered perished, and I could do nothing to help. I barely survived myself. Damn it, are there any I stumbled upon a deranged organization that extracted moisture from humans. Just when I thought I'd made it to the last day, they captured me. Thankfully, an NPC powerhouse led a group to annihilate that organization, allowing me to escape by the skin of my teeth. In the real world, I never liked drinking water, but after this game, I realize water is the most precious resource in existence. No arguments accepted. The game started at the water station, and my character is a water station worker, so I never lacked for hydration. Doghead. Comrades, the points accumulated from both games are enough to purchase a resurrection item. Let us not forget, we'll be secured for the next game. Indeed, the points reward from the 2 games totals 600, plus the novice bonus brings it to 700 points. Why didn't he anyway? I spent all my points on items in the last game, leaving me with only this round's reward points. I must complete another game to make a purchase. In the World Forum, players expressed their feelings of survival after the harrowing game, and some discovered the ability to purchase resurrection items. Jiang Song had nothing to contribute, so after a brief perusal, she closed the interface. Curiosity piqued, she reopened a section that intrigued her. Historical game usage record 2. Card owner. Jiang Song. Game title: Extreme Drought. Attraction target: NPC Shen Tingxi. Attraction value: 15. This time, the attraction value had increased slightly compared to the last, yet it was a meager improvement. It could only be said that this Shen Tingxi resembled the villainous boss of the game world, constantly opposing her, significantly elevating the game's difficulty. The thought of him filled Jiang Song with irritation, and she fervently hoped never to encounter him again in the next round. Having completed this game, Jiang Song decided to take a restful slumber, planning to address other matters upon awakening. She glanced down at her attire, still clad in the outfit she had worn before entering the game. After a brief wash-up, she settled into bed. The following day, or more accurately, 9 hours later, given the absence of a clear distinction between day and night within the bus, Jiang Song awakened. She was roused by hunger, and upon opening the storage cabinet to retrieve some bread and milk, she discovered the cabinet would not budge. A notification window promptly appeared. Rydell Mall reminds you that the first free tasting has concluded. To enjoy the offerings, please purchase with points. Thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Song. So the last items I consumed were merely samples. Is this how the game operates? Will they demand rent from her next? Reluctantly, her stomach protested, and she knew she needed to satiate it. Jiang Song carefully examined the prices, and upon realization, she nearly choked on her disbelief. 10 points piece rich and creamy milk, 15 points bottle tomato beef and egg rice, 35 points serving delicious vegetarian noodles, 25 points serving self-heating family hot pot, 45 points serving. The menu was extensive, yet exorbitantly priced. Jiang Song couldn't help but curse the game for its greed. With only 600 points, she estimated daily sustenance would require around 100 points. Given the 2-day interval between games, she would need to spend 200 points on food, yet the resurrection item she required cost 500 points. Without hesitation, she resolved to endure hunger rather than risk losing a life bar. Though the game's methods left a foul taste in her mouth, she could tolerate a minor hunger pang. She accessed the World Forum, where indeed, the chatter was rife with complaints and expletives directed at the game, with some players' language being so vulgar that the forum had temporarily silenced. What a nuisance! After searching through the cabinets panel for quite some time, she finally stumbled upon a combo meal priced at a mere 100 points. Limited time offer, poverty package, includes 10 skewers of spicy chicken, 2 creamy breads, shredded pork with green peppers over rice, pork fried noodles, spicy hot pot, and 15 strawberries. Jiang Song blinked, feeling somewhat insulted, yet she remained unfazed, even finding the package rather suitable for her. Although nearing expiration, it was not spoiled, and considering the normal prices, this package represented exceptional value. Without hesitation, she purchased it. Time flew by swiftly during her rest, and before long, another day passed. The next game was about to commence. Jiang Song used her remaining 500 points to acquire the resurrection item and patiently awaited the game's initiation. The time-space bus reminds players to take their seats. The next destination is approaching. The time-space bus reminds players that the destination has been reached. Please disembark. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 35, Rule-Based Horror Stories, Player Role, Visitor, Game Introduction. Please adhere to all regulations within the realm of rule-based horror stories. Game objective, survive for 3 days. Upon the conclusion of the game's introduction, Jiang Song found herself in an open space, surrounded by a bustling crowd engaged in lively chatter. Not far ahead stood the entrance to the zoo, its gates firmly shut. Jiang Song was clad in casual attire, her head adorned with a petite yellow cap, and she carried a small crossbody bag. Rule-based horror stories abide by all regulations. This phrase echoed in Jiang Song's mind as she surveyed her surroundings, confirming that the area was momentarily safe. She then opened her bag, revealing only a mobile phone, a small bottle of water, and some cash. The screen displayed the time as 8:30 in the morning, indicating that the zoo would open in half an hour. She scrolled through her phone and found only a messaging application, which contained a group chat titled DB Association. It appeared to be newly created, devoid of any previous messages, and included 11 members, herself among them. She located the group announcement. Announcement Happy Smiley 1. This zoo undercover activity is conducted in secrecy, lasting 3 days. Members must not reveal their identities. 2. Association members must adhere to the leader's directives while a daily assessment will take place at 10 o'clock each evening, and the member with the highest score after 3 days will receive a distinguished honor. These 3 points informed Jiang Song of her current identity as a member of a certain association, which had organized an undercover activity at the zoo. However, the specifics of this activity remained a mystery to her. Moreover, the emphasis on daily assessments left her pondering the nature of the evaluations to come. She would have to wait until nightfall to ascertain the details. After digesting this information, Jiang Song turned off her phone and scanned her surroundings once more, only to notice a woman waving a small yellow flag approaching her. "Where have you been? I told you not to wander off. Stick with the group, this mission is crucial." Without waiting for a response, the woman seized Jiang Song's arm and led her forward. Jiang Song did not resist but allowed herself to be escorted into the so-called group. There were 11 individuals in total, perfectly matching the number of members in the chat, each wearing yellow hats, indicating they shared her role. Listen up, everyone, our cover is that of a tour group, ordinary visitors. Do not reveal your true identities. Once inside the zoo, we shall disperse. Today's task is to document the behaviors and characteristics of every animal you encounter. We will conduct assessments promptly after our visit this evening. The woman emphasized this again, casting a pointed This individual was likely the leader mentioned in the group announcement. After her instructions, she distributed tickets to each person, handing out a blue rectangular card. The front read, Red Heart Zoo Adult Ticket 80 Yuan, while the back contained a set of guidelines. Welcome to Red Heart Zoo, please take note of the visitor regulations. 1. All animals in this park are wild and cared for by trained Red Heart staff. Feeding is prohibited. 2. The park operates from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. It is closed at all other times. 3. There are no domesticated cats in this park. If you hear a cat's meow, please immediately contact a Red Heart staff member for assistance. 4. Sea lion performances occur from 5 p.m. Please refrain from entering the sea lion area at other times. 5. Everyone is responsible for protecting the environment. Please do not litter within the park. 6. The park has many branching paths. Be cautious not to get lost, and seek help from a Red Heart staff member if necessary. 7. Red Heart staff wear red vests. Avoid anyone in a black vest. 8. The ticket is the sole proof of entry and exit. Please do not lose it. Jiang Song meticulously reviewed the rules multiple times, committing them to memory before securely stowing the ticket away, ensuring it would not be lost. Apart from their group, the zoo entrance was teeming with other visitors, families on outings, couples on dates, and school groups on organized tours. A diverse array of individuals all awaited the opening of the zoo, Jiang Song included. In the interim, she discreetly observed her fellow association members. Aside from the leader, there were 5 men and 5 women, most appearing expressionless, as though their vitality had been sapped, while 2 individuals maintained a vigilant demeanor, scanning their surroundings. When their gazes met, an unspoken connection seemed to form, prompting them to huddle together and whisper. Are you a player? The man inquired. I am. Are you as well? The woman replied. Indeed, what a coincidence. The objective of this game appears to be adhering to all rules. The back of that ticket already listed the precautions for entering the park. We just need to be cautious once inside. Yes, I saw that too. Good, then stick with me. We'll navigate this game together. It shouldn't be too difficult. Rest assured, as a gentleman, I shall protect you. Jiang Song averted her gaze, though their voices lingered in her ears. So they are 2 players. The man, in particular, exuded an unsettling aura, with murky eyes leering at the female player, clearly not of good character. After a while, at 9 o'clock, the gates to the park swung open, and visitors formed an orderly queue ready to enter. Once inside, Jiang Song first consulted the map. The zoo was expansive, divided into several zones. She captured an image of the map on her phone, preparing to follow the designated route for her exploration. At the entrance, a tour bus was soliciting passengers. The sightseeing bus is 20 per person for a full tour, the ticket seller announced, and soon enough, a sufficient number of people gathered to embark on a vehicle. Miss, would you like to take the bus? It's just 21 yuan, very affordable for a comprehensive tour, the seller inquired, detaining Jiang Song. She shook her head in refusal. She intended to closely observe each animal's behavior. Riding the bus would undoubtedly hinder her attention to detail. After declining, she ventured into the carnivore zone, joining the throngs of walking visitors. She arrived at a viewing area just as a tour guide began to speak. Let us first take a look at the prairie wolves, a rare and formidable species. Everyone, do observe closely. A large glass panel displayed information about the animal. Prairie wolf, classification, mammaliar, carnivore, canidae, carnus lupus, behavior, obligate carnivores, social, capable of running at speeds up to approximately 55 km per hour. Having perused the information, Jiang Song was eager to glimpse the majestic prairie wolf. However, she was abruptly interrupted by the sound of barking. Following the noise, she spotted a purebred Siberian husky curiously staring through the glass at the onlooking visitors. Chapter 36. Rules of the Strange Tale. 2-inch bark, bark, bark. Jiang Song stood in a daze, yet the tourists outside appeared utterly unfazed, their attention fervently fixated on the Siberian husky. Is this truly the wolf of legend? Indeed, it exudes a formidable presence, its call strikingly unique and awe-inspiring. Jiang Song twitched her lips, uncertain of how to respond, but out of respect for her gaming task, she retrieved her phone, capturing a brief video, and subsequently noted the canine's behavioral traits in her memo. Prairie wolf, Siberian husky, highly resilient to cold, swift in speed, enthusiastic towards humans, exhibiting a degree of neuroticism. After lingering for a while, she proceeded onward, only to be met with an even more astonishing scene. A golden retriever, dubbed the Lion of the Realm, was imploring for a pet through the glass. Jiang Song thought to herself, "Is this truly a legitimate zoo, more akin to a counterfeit version, perhaps?" Despite her astonishment, she dutifully documented the lion's presence. After approximately 3 hours exploring the raptor exhibit, the growing throngs of visitors made it increasingly difficult for Jiang Song to navigate through, often requiring her to stand in long queues. By noon, having observed all 12 species of raptors, her stomach began to grumble with hunger. Vendors within the park offered various food options, and Jiang Song found herself in line at a stall selling pancakes. Ahead of her stood a young boy, excitedly wielding a water gun while squealing with delight, inadvertently splashing water onto Jiang Song. Furrowing her brows, she took a few steps back, but the boy, noticing her retreat, became even more boisterous, aiming his water gun at her while shrieking, "Kill the old witch." His mother, watching from the sidelines, displayed no inclination to discipline him. Jiang Song's calls to her went unheeded. Remaining stationary, Jiang Song allowed the boy to exhaust his water supply before he finally ceased his antics. The boy's mother patted his head, saying, "Good boy, mommy will buy you a pancake, now tell me what you want to put in it." Jiang Song observed them complete their purchase without buying anything for herself, then decided to follow them. Noticing Jiang Song trailing behind, the boy's mother expressed her displeasure, saying, "What do you think you're doing following us? It was just a few splashes. Is it really that serious? Kids will be kids." Jiang Song smiled in silence, then bent down, pointing towards a nearby store filled with toys and exclaiming to the boy, "Look, there's a shop over there selling toys, including many impressive water guns." "Mommy, I want to buy a new toy," the boy immediately pleaded, tugging at the woman. The boy's mother pulled him back, aware that the prices at the park were exorbitant. She had no intention of being taken advantage of. "What new toy? Didn't you just buy one?" "I want it. I want it," the boy began to throw a tantrum. "Listen well, we must first explore the zoo, and once we're done, mommy will buy you something," she insisted. Jiang Song turned to the boy and said, "Little friend, only children who cry and throw fits get candy, you know." Upon hearing this, the boy wasted no time in throwing his pancake to the ground, yelling, "Buy me a new toy." His mother's expression shifted dramatically, while Jiang Song stood satisfied, waiting patiently, knowing that littering was strictly prohibited within the park. Before long, a staff member clad in a red vest approached. The individual appeared as pale as a sheet, their posture rigid and upright. Though their strides were not particularly lengthy, they swiftly reached the mother and son. The staff members' gaze fixed intently on the boy, their tone chilling. "Did you throw that garbage?" The boy burst into tears, and his mother stepped protectively in front of him, exclaiming, "No, no, he didn't do it on purpose." Jiang Song interjected, "Sir, I witnessed it. He was indeed the one who threw it." The boy's mother turned her furious gaze upon her, pointing an accusatory finger. "It's her, she's the one who encouraged my son to litter. We have nothing to do with this." The boy, grasping for breath, his face rapidly turning a shade of blue, while his mother attempted to pry the staff member's hand away, finding it utterly futile against their immense strength. In a desperate attempt to save her child, the mother bit the staff member's arm, but they merely turned their head slightly, dismissing her with ease, and then proceeded to crush the boy's neck, as one might squish an ant. The mother, witnessing the horror, rushed forward in a frenzy, attempting to confront the staff member, but she stood no chance. He extended his hand, gripping her head, his fingers tightening gradually until her expression became grotesque, and then, her skull shattered. The mother and son met a tragic end, and the staff member produced a burlap sack, unceremoniously tossing their bodies and the discarded pancake inside before dragging it away. Jiang Song observed the entire scene, her spirits considerably lifted. Unruly children often go unchecked, and she resolved to view this as a means of purifying the air in the game world. Afterward, she rejoined the queue for pancakes, savoring the flavor more than before. Finding a place to rest, she settled on a bench, basking in the sun, hoping it would help dry her damp clothing. At that moment, the two players she had encountered earlier strolled past. Spotting Jiang Song, they halted, and the man inquired, "Hello, are you a player?" Jiang Song glanced up at him. "What player? What sort of game are we discussing?" The man dismissed her, addressing the female player beside him. "Yes, not one. It seems it's just the two of us." "Well then, if it's just the two of us, there's nothing we can do about it. We were hoping to find one more teammate." "Never mind, let's head to the monkey exhibit. My item indicates there are crucial clues in that direction." The two conversed among themselves and departed, while Jiang Song had gleaned vital information. The woman's item indication, furthermore, there was no mention of a monkey exhibit on the map, yet the female player asserted there were significant clues to be found there. One should never pass up an opportunity for free information. Finishing her meal, she discarded the trash in a nearby bin and followed the direction the two players had taken toward the monkey exhibit. The location of the monkey exhibit was somewhat distant, resulting in fewer visitors, and as she ventured further, the crowd dwindled until, 20 minutes later, she encountered not a soul. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Jiang Song paused. The two players had vanished from sight. She recalled the sixth rule from the zoo's guidelines. Sad smiley Rule 6, the park has many forked paths. Be cautious of getting lost, seek assistance from the heart administrator if necessary. However, a glance around revealed no sign of the heart administrator. Uncertain of the player's whereabouts and with the map not displaying these two paths, Jiang Song relied on her instincts and chose the left-hand route at random. This path was shaded by trees on both sides, providing a refreshing respite from the summer heat. After walking for several minutes, Jiang Song halted, straining to listen as a meow emanated from the nearby thicket. Rule 3. There are no enclosed cats in this park. If you hear a cat's meow, please contact the heart administrator for assistance in expelling it. Continuing forward while searching for a way out and the administrator, the cat's cries followed her, creating an eerie ambience along the desolate path. Quickening her pace, she finally spotted a figure ahead, only to realize as she drew near that it was a staff member clad in a black vest. The staff member wore a black mask, revealing only a pair of inky eyes, cold and menacing. Rule 7. Heart administrators wear red vests. If you encounter a black-vested staff member, please evade them. Their eyes met for 3 seconds before they both turned to depart. However, after taking a few steps, Jiang Song suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned back, confirming her suspicions by observing the retreating staff member. "Shintingsi!" Jiang Song shouted, causing the figure to momentarily halt. Chapter 37, Rule-Based Horror Stories 3. Jiang Song smiled, realizing why she felt an inexplicable familiarity just moments ago. It was Shintingshi. What a fateful encounter, however. Based on her limited interactions with Shintingshi, she understood that he was exceedingly dangerous. Any lapse in caution could lead to her demise. Since fate had brought them together once more, she might as well bind him to her side, keeping him under her watchful eye. Furthermore, he wore a black vest, which seemed to confer a higher status than the red vest. Perhaps he could even assist her. Attraction card binder, please select. Shintingshi. Binding successful. Observing Shintingshi's back, Jiang Song slowly approached, prompting him to turn around. Shintingshi was compelled to face her. Despite only his eyes being visible, Jiang Song could sense an ocean of fury within them. She raised her hands in a gesture of peace, saying, "Apologies, but encountering you again compels me to act first to prevent you from harming me." Shintingshi let out a cold laugh. "Well, I must thank you for that." Jiang Song replied with a slight smile, "No need for thanks. Your prior record necessitates my vigilance." At this point, Jiang Song was certain that Shintingshi was a sentient NPC, otherwise, he would not have fled at the sight of her, clearly guilty. "I seem to be lost. Please take me to the monkey park," she suggested, noticing that the cat sounds had ceased since Shintingshi's appearance, so she decided to head to the monkey park first. "What business do you have there?" Shintingshi asked, clearly reluctant. "That's none of your concern," Jiang Song retorted. "Just lead the way." Shintingshi shot her a sidelong glance but then complied and began to guide her. Along their way, Jiang Song seized the opportunity to inquire about the game. "Why do the animals in this zoo seem so out of place?" "I don't understand what you mean," he replied coldly. "For instance, that prairie wolf." "It is clearly just a dog," Jiang Song said, fixing her gaze on his eyes. You can't truly be unable to tell the difference, can you? I'm not an animal keeper, if you ask me, who should I ask? It then dawned on Jiang Song that the rules stated there were no administrators in black vests within the zoo. Then what is your role? Shintingsha opened his mouth, Jiang Song. If she heard correctly, what he just said seemed to be censored. She inquired once more, and Shintingsha repeated. Jiang Song fell silent, and Shintingsha appeared somewhat surprised. Suddenly, he laughed, a genuine delight, seemingly pleased to see Jiang Song at a loss. Was it possible that in such rule-based games, information could not be directly obtained from NPCs? Or perhaps she could control Shintingsha's actions but could not glean vital information from him. Although Jiang Song could not directly ascertain Shintingsha's identity, she soon figured it out upon arriving at the monkey park, where she encountered two other players. They recognized Jiang Song and her companion, Shintingsha. The female player widened her eyes and said to her male companion, "Is this the black-vested administrator mentioned in the rules?" The male player feigned calmness. "The rules say to avoid them if encountered. We should leave." "But why is she unharmed? She came here with him," the female player said, puzzled as she glanced at Jiang Song beside Shintingsha. "Who knows? Regardless, we must adhere to the game rules," the male player said impatiently, urging the female player to depart with him. However, Shintingsha did not grant them the opportunity. In an instant, he removed his mask and appeared before them with lightning speed, swiftly claiming their heads in his hands. The two bodies collapsed, blood splattering everywhere, yet Shintingsha remained untouched. At that moment, Jiang Song truly wanted to shout for the red-heart administrator, declaring that someone was violating the environment. Nevertheless, the two players had perished far too quickly. Was Shintingsha's identity truly that terrifying? If he encountered others, would they not all perish? "From this moment forth, you must protect me and refrain from harming me. If I die, you must take your own life," Jiang Song quickly articulated. Shintingsha, still wearing a bloodthirsty expression, was momentarily thrown into silence by her words. "I don't care if you kill other players or NPCs, nor will I disrupt the game's rules, but you must not harm me." Currently, it appeared that Shintingsha was a significant boss. Shintingsha smiled silently, discarding the severed heads and crossing his arms, standing motionless by her side. Jiang Song paid him no mind. The monkey park was the only place she had encountered genuine monkeys, devoid of any counterfeit versions. The monkey park was filled with fomentons and an abundance of monkeys, all shrieking in discordant cries that grated on Jiang Song's ears, causing her to frown. She was unsure what clues the two players had sought here, but regrettably, they had been killed by Shintingsha. Otherwise, she might have had the opportunity to observe them discreetly. Jiang Song began to circle the monkey park. Oddly, every monkey seemed to fixate on her, their gazes shifting with her movements, accompanied by their occasional shrieks, sending chills down her spine. "What on earth is this?" she muttered, pulling out her phone to capture images for documentation. After completing her circuit, Jiang Song prepared to leave the monkey park. Time was running short, and she intended to return for the sea lion performance. Initially, she considered bringing Shintingsha along, yet she worried that his presence might incite chaos. After all, the rules dictated that one should avoid black-vested administrators, and she had just witnessed how emotionlessly he had dispatched the two players. Ultimately, Jiang Song decided against taking him to wreak havoc elsewhere, but before departing, she stripped him of his black vest. Shintingsha closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm his nearly explosive heart. Jiang Song left without a backward glance, retracing her steps. This time, she did not hear any cat sounds, and after more than half an hour, she finally arrived at the Sea Lion performance venue. By now, others were trickling into the venue, and a few staff members greeted her at the entrance. "Miss, the Sea Lion performance is about to begin. Please enter." Jiang Song took a couple of steps forward before abruptly halting. She pulled out her phone to check the time. It was currently 4:45 p.m., while the ticket rules stated that the Sea Lion performance commenced at 5 p.m., with entry prohibited at other times. Although the difference was minimal, even a minute could be fatal. She smiled politely and declined. Stepping back, the staff's demeanor shifted instantly to one of darkness, their gazes fixed on Jiang Song as if they were ready to devour her whole. Yet Jiang Song remained undaunted. She had not violated any rules, and they had no grounds for action against her. With still some time before 5 o'clock, Jiang Song found a nearby chair, seated herself, and began to review the material on her phone, still uncertain about the nature of the assessment that awaited her that evening. As she pondered, a group of students, both male and female, approached from a distance. Chapter 38, Rule of the Strange Tale 4-inch. Hurry up, the performance is about to start. I've heard that the sea lion show is absolutely spectacular, exclaimed a vibrant and charming girl, flanked by a group of friends. The staff warmly ushered them in, saying, "The sea lion show is about to commence. Everyone please step inside." The girl, at the forefront, was nearly at the entrance when one of her friends hesitated, saying, "Cece, the ticket says it starts at 5. Should we not wait a bit longer?" The girl named Cece, with evident impatience, retorted, "It's only a few minutes, wouldn't it be better to go in early and secure a good seat? Why be so rigid?" But her friend still appeared somewhat reluctant. Cece waved her hand dismissively. "If you want to wait, then wait. We'll go in first, don't mind her." Following Cece's lead, the others entered, and after they did, the staff revealed a peculiar smile. The hesitant girl chose not to follow them inside, clearly not in harmony with these so-called friends. She sought a spot to sit and wait until 5 o'clock, only to notice Jiang Song seated nearby. Perhaps out of shyness, she opted not to sit next to Jiang Song, instead choosing a distant chair, casually gazing up at the sky. Jiang Song, too, was not one to initiate conversation, and thus, the two remained in silent coexistence until 5 o'clock. Other visitors arrived gradually, and as the clock struck 5, Jiang Song entered the Sea Lion Pavilion, which was chillingly cold, as if the air conditioning was set to an uncomfortably low temperature. She touched her exposed skin and continued deeper into the venue. Following the directional signs, she quickly found the performance hall, which boasted 15 rows of seats, with a pool situated between the stage and the audience section. A trainer clad in a clown costume was already on stage, his exaggerated colorful hair and face painted in a ghastly manner adding a surreal touch to the otherwise dark hall. Behind him stood a heart-red administrator in a vest, expressionless, holding an iron bucket. At the entrance, Jiang Song discovered a rather inconspicuous small sign, toppled behind the door. If one did not look closely, it would easily go unnoticed. She propped it up and dusted off its thick covering of grime, revealing the inscription beneath. Prohibitions of the Sea Lion Performance Hall. Happy Smiley 1. Please refrain from lingering in the venue outside. During the Sea Lion show, please maintain silence and refrain from making noise. 3. Sea lions can be quite ferocious and occasionally uncontrollable. For safety, please sit behind the 8th row. 4. When the trainer invites you to participate in the performance, please do not decline. 5. Once the performance begins, do not wander freely within the venue. 6. The venue bears no responsibility for any unforeseen incidents that may occur. 7. Please take your litter with you upon leaving the venue. There were a total of 7 prohibitions, with the first one mirroring the rules stated on the ticket, indicating its significance. Jiang Song repeatedly recited them, committing the key points to memory before placing the sign back at the entrance and selecting a seat in the 10th row. However, as more people entered, the crowd became dense, and no one paid heed to the sign, which was soon knocked aside. Jiang Song witnessed this and let out a resigned sigh, choosing not to draw attention to it. To gain a clearer view of the Sea Lion performance, nearly everyone vied for seats at the front, with the back rows being a last resort. Nevertheless, the venue quickly filled to capacity, and soon people settled beside Jiang Song. Upon entering, she began searching for the group of students who had arrived earlier, but they were nowhere to be seen. Glancing at the pool, she noticed the water was rather unclean, even somewhat murky, with a faint hint of a metallic scent. The performance commenced shortly thereafter, with the clown trainer bowing to the audience before beginning his act. He held a ball in his hand, and various props were strewn about the stage. The trainer began to bounce the ball, its sound echoing in the hushed hall, as the surface of the pool began to ripple, revealing a dark shape rising from the depths. Whispers arose in the crowd. Is that a sea lion? What does it actually look like? As its head emerged slowly, Jiang Song beheld a grotesque and distorted creature, entirely black, its massive form bloated, and its head appeared unnaturally affixed, with a repulsive visage that instilled discomfort. Its forelimbs were elongated, equipped with sharp claws, and its skin was smooth and devoid of fur. This was no sea lion, it was a monstrosity, yet the audience seemed unfazed, their curiosity piqued, eagerly observing the so-called sea lion. "Now, let us begin our performance. We kindly ask everyone to remain silent," the trainer interjected, raising a finger to his lips. He tossed the ball, and the sea lion caught it deftly, balancing it on its head before commencing to bounce it, taking a step with each bounce, flawlessly receiving the ball each time. After the ball routine, the heart-red administrator approached with the iron bucket, tossing some food to their sea lion, which caught it in its mouth. Jiang Song observed that the morsel was a chunk of meat, blooded and unrecognizable. Subsequently, the trainer picked up a ring toss from the table, standing several meters away from their sea lion, and began to throw the rings, which the creature consistently caught and draped around its neck. Following the performance, the heart-red administrator rewarded their sea lion with more food. Everything about the show appeared perfectly normal and entertaining. The audience laughed heartily, completely forgetting the trainer's request for silence. Jiang Song noticed their sea lion's eyes reddening, its body beginning to exhibit signs of agitation. At that moment, the trainer turned to the audience, announcing, "Next, I will randomly select a lucky spectator to assist the sea lion in a performance. Is there anyone willing to participate?" Numerous hands shot up in excitement, each individual eager for the opportunity, while Jiang Song lowered her head, showing no intent to partake. Ultimately, the trainer chose a boy seated one row ahead of Jiang Song. "Let us invite the gentleman in seat 8 of row 9, he declared. The boy, visibly thrilled and surprised, stood up with a beaming smile and made his way to the stage, while surrounding spectators cast envious glances, marveling at the fortune of interacting with the sea lion. Jiang Song, however, did not share this sentiment. She silently mourned for their lucky spectator. The prohibitions clearly stated that this sea lion was far from a docile creature, its unpredictability foreshadowing potential horrors. The trainer instructed the boy to don a life preserver and engage in a chase with the sea lion. "You will swim from here to the opposite side. You will have a 30-second head start, and then our sea lion will chase after you. If you are caught before reaching the shore, you will lose." The trainer explained the rules, and the boy excitedly nodded, "All right. This is merely a game, sir. There's no need to be anxious, winning or losing is inconsequential. Har har har, I'm not nervous at all, but I swim excellently, so no need for a life preserver." The boy removed the life preserver and set it aside, then stripped off his outer garment, leaving only his shorts. The trainer made a casual gesture before lifting the whistle hanging around his neck. "Sir, are you ready?" Chapter 39, Rule of the Strange Tale 5. As the whistle blew, the boy leapt into the pool, creating a magnificent splash. He swiftly propelled himself with his arms, swimming towards the audience, all eyes fixated on his every movement. Jiang Song glanced at the trainer and their sea lion on stage. The trainer, with an eerie smile, held up a timer, reciting numbers while watching the boy in the pool. Beside him, their sea lion paced restlessly, its eyes a menacing crimson, exuding an aura of wild agitation. As the final second of the countdown expired, their sea lion surged towards the pool with astonishing speed, its form vanishing beneath the surface, leaving the water momentarily rippling before it fell back into stillness. The boy was nearing the edge of the pool. He peered back, joy of impending victory illuminating his face, yet, as he grasped the edge, a piercing scream echoed through the arena. Amidst his terror and pain, a torrent of blood erupted around him, staining the pool a deep red. He began to thrash wildly, and the audience, mistaking his struggle for performance, erupted into laughter. Desperately clinging to the pool's edge, he summoned every ounce of strength to climb out. Sharp teeth pierced his skin, tearing through flesh, and as he contorted in agony, he managed to claw his way onto the shore, horrifyingly reduced to just his upper body. The severed remains were a gruesome sight, bones and entrails grotesquely visible. This shocking spectacle left the audience in stunned silence, particularly those in the front row, who were assailed by the nauseating scent of blood. The boy, finally on land, glanced back at his own mutilated form, a scream of sheer terror erupting from his lips. The excruciating pain and fear rendered him utterly helpless as he reached towards the front row, pleading, "Help me." However, his visage was so horrifying that none dared to approach him. At that moment, a dark figure erupted from the water. Their sea lion clambered up, swiftly delivering a fatal bite to the boy, crushing his skull with a sickening crunch that resonated chillingly. The audience, belatedly realizing the horror unfolding before them, scrambled to escape, but as they rose, their sea lion targeted them with ferocity, tearing them apart with ease. Their sea lion was brutal and immensely powerful, its powerful tail sweeping through the crowd, toppling many in the front row first. It commenced indiscriminate attacks on those attempting to flee, and after what felt like an eternity, the arena fell eerily silent. The carnage was overwhelming, with dismembered bodies strewn about, a scene more harrowing than anything Jiang Song had witnessed in the zombie apocalypse. Blood splattered everywhere, and nearly all who had come to enjoy the performance lay dead. Jiang Song's heart raced uncontrollably, yet she remained seated, paralyzed by fear, witnessing this one-sided massacre unfold in its entirety. She surveyed her surroundings. There were no survivors in the first 8 rows, all met with gruesome fates. Beyond that, a few others remained alive, their expressions mirroring her own horror, yet wisely refraining from movement. Jiang Song felt a flicker of relief at the presence of others, alone in the vast arena, facing the sinister clown trainer and the savage sea lion. Amidst the grotesque bloodshed, she might not have endured the ordeal. Once their sea lion had finished its carnage, it returned to the trainer's side, the pool now fully saturated with blood, various human tissues floating ominously. The trainer gently patted their sea lion on the head, smiling as he addressed the remaining audience. "I apologize, everyone. Our sea lion has an unpredictable temperament. The earlier incident was merely an unfortunate anomaly. I deeply regret the distress it has caused." Though his words were ostensibly an apology, his demeanor betrayed no hint of remorse, rather, it exuded a sense of prideful mockery, yet the audience remained silent, too terrified to voice their thoughts. The performance was far from over, as the trainer once again called for a lucky audience member to participate. The pressure now weighed heavily on the 8 surviving individuals, and Jiang Song felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, silently praying she would not be chosen. Yet, as Murphy's Law would have it, her fears materialized. The clown trainer pointed directly at her. "Let us invite this lady from row 10, seat 6. Rule 4 of the arena's prohibitions. When the trainer invites you to participate in the performance, please do not refuse." Upon being selected, Jiang Song distinctly heard the collective sigh of relief from those around her. She too felt a sense of resignation as she stood up, steeling herself to approach the grinning trainer. Each step she took was measured and slow, her thoughts drifting to the black vest she had pried from Shinting's grasp. Perhaps it would prove useful. With swift movements, she retrieved the vest from her bag and donned it, observing the trainer's reaction. Indeed, upon seeing her in the vest, his expression faltered, a flicker of fear and reverence crossing his features. The once ferocious sea lion whined softly, surprising Jiang Song yet bolstering her confidence. As she ascended the stage, the trainer's demeanor shifted dramatically, his tone dripping with an unsettling obsequiousness. "Miss, please, caress the sea lion's head." Jiang Song suppressed her disgust as she slowly extended her hand, the grotesque and blooded head of the creature before her. Their sea lion appeared fearful, shrinking back, prompting the trainer to bark, "Stay still." Instantly, the creature complied, its gaze averted as it awaited her touch, a sight that was both endearing and revolting. Jiang Song half-heartedly patted its head, the slick and sticky texture sending chills down her spine. The other 7 spectators watched anxiously, their hearts pounding for her. "Excellent, let us extend our gratitude to this young lady for her cooperation," the trainer exclaimed. "Now, please return to your seat and continue to enjoy our performance." Jiang Song, bewildered, thought, "Is that it?" Despite her confusion, she hurriedly returned to her original seat, the others astonished at how effortlessly she had navigated the ordeal. In contrast to the previous unfortunate participant, Jiang Song had indeed been the true lucky one. With no further audience selections, the trainer and their sea lion resumed their performance. Jiang Song checked her phone. It was nearly 6 o'clock, yet the show was evidently far from over. 2 conflicting rules loomed over her. Satsmiley Rule 4 of the ticket regulations: the sea lion performance takes place from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Please do not enter the sea lion pavilion outside of this time. This rule mandated her exit before 6 o'clock. Prohibition 5 of the sea lion pavilion: please refrain from moving about the venue after the performance has commenced. This rule required her to remain until the conclusion of the show. If she did not leave, the next act would be dire. If she moved about freely, it would be equally disastrous. Despite the protective vest, Jiang Song dared not test her luck. What a hopeless predicament. Chapter 40. Rule Creepypasta 6. However, there were alternative methods. Jiang Song raised her hand, prompting the clown to cease his performance and turn his attention towards her, respectfully inquiring, "What is it, miss? Do you have any instructions?" Jiang Song remained silent, making a gesture as if to check her watch, and the clown instantly understood. Yes, I lost track of time. Ladies and gentlemen, our performance comes to an end here today. Please exit in an orderly fashion, and kindly take any litter with you as you leave, the clown said amiably. This left the other 7 feeling somewhat uneasy, yet they were eager to vacate this eerie place and thus did not ponder the reason behind their discomfort. As Jiang Song prepared to leave, she glanced at her seat. There was no litter when she arrived, yet a packaging bag had mysteriously appeared. She bent down to pick it up, ensuring that she had not overlooked anything before she departed. Noticing Jiang Song's actions, the others emulated her, hastily collecting the trash around them before rushing out. Once they safely exited the Sea Lion Pavilion, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, as if they had narrowly escaped the jaws of some ferocious beast. Indeed, the reality was no less terrifying. It was precisely 6 o'clock, and Jiang Song decided to leave the zoo before it closed at 6:30. It would be prudent to depart early to avoid any unforeseen incidents. After exiting the venue, she removed her vest and stowed it back in her bag. Just as she was about to leave, a man hurried after her, blocking her path. "Wait a moment," he called out. Jiang Song turned to look at him, her eyes questioning. The man sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Hello, miss. You must be a player, right? So am I. Thank you for saving me." Jiang Song raised an eyebrow, feeling reluctant to engage in conversation with a stranger, even if he was also a player. She was aware that the earlier incident had exposed her. "I was startled when I saw you in the black vest and instinctively wanted to flee, but then I realized you meant no harm and adhered to the rules by leaving the venue, which made me understand you were a fellow player. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might still be trapped in there. To be frank, that clown and that creature called the sea lion are utterly inhumane." "No trouble at all, just a mere afterthought," Jiang Song replied politely before turning to walk away. Yet the man continued to follow her, even giving her shoulder a light pat. "By the way, my name is Liang Ruqing. What's yours?" Jiang Song felt uncomfortable at the pat and her gaze turned frosty. She scrutinized Liang Ruqing, recalling that she had previously added him as a contact on the World Forum. After their brief exchange following the first game, they had merely traded a few words about how they entered the game. She had never anticipated running into him again within this context. "Jiang Xiaomai," she introduced herself, opting not to mention their previous encounter, and turned to leave. Liang Ruqing exclaimed, "Indeed, your name suits you perfectly." Jiang Song felt a tinge of embarrassment. "How ostentatious," she offered a faint smile. "I'm rather curious, Xiaomai, how did you acquire that black vest? The NPCs here seem quite fearful of it," Liang Ruqing inquired. Jiang Song shot him a sidelong glance. "I took it by force." Liang Ruqing appeared astonished. "What? NPCs wearing black vests are supposed to be formidable, right? The rules on the ticket stated that one should swiftly evade anyone clad in black. We barely managed to hide. How did you manage it?" Jiang Song rested her chin on her hand, contemplating before sincerely stating, "It was purely a matter of brute force, much like that sea lion inside." "Would you care to witness it firsthand?" To utter such chilling words while bearing a face as innocent as her sent shivers down Liang Ruqing's spine. The sea lion had already left him psychologically scarred, and he could not fathom that this woman might resort to such brutal and bloody means to seize an NPC's belongings. Though she appeared fragile, her ability to procure items from NPCs indicated she possessed considerable skill. Her tools might indeed be formidable. While Liang Ruqing wished to engage her further, he was reluctant to stir trouble. It was evident that Jiang Xiaomai was not someone easy to approach. No, that's all right, thank you," he chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Song shrugged, choosing not to engage further as she made her way towards the park's entrance. In the distance, she spotted the yellow-hatted organization, members of the DB Association. Exiting the park required passing through a ticket check, and she presented her well-preserved ticket to the attendant, securing her safe departure. The female team leader awaited her at the entrance, waving upon spotting Jiang Song. After she joined the group, they lingered for a while, as more individuals trickled out. After 6:30, the park's gates closed. However, Jiang Song noticed many remained inside, the gates firmly shut. The fate of those still within was uncertain, but Jiang Song was aware it would not bode well for them. Out of the 10 members of their group, only 6 emerged, and the leader appeared indifferent to the absence of the remaining 4. She ushered the ones who had exited onto their vehicle before they departed. Liang Ruqing kept his distance, watching Jiang Song until she left, before heading to the address sent to him via mobile. Inside the swaying business vehicle, the female team leader observed the weary expressions of several members. How was today's haul? Are you prepared for tonight's assessment? Each person looked rather disheartened, yet they responded eagerly to her question. I collected quite a bit of material today, I'm ready. Me too, leader, you need not worry. My materials are all set. I hope we can secure first place. When it was Jiang Song's turn to speak, she pondered briefly before replying, same here. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a hotel. Although it was labeled as such, it resembled a dilapidated, unmarked inn. The 5-story establishment loomed in the desolate wilderness, surrounded solely by trees, devoid of any inhabitants. The flickering light above the door suggested it might go out at any moment, and the exterior walls appeared weathered and crumbling, with much of the plaster having fallen away. I apologize, everyone. This is the closest accommodation to the Red Heart said to facilitate our task. We must endure a few days here, the leader explained. The others expressed their understanding and followed her into the inn. The first floor housed a small lobby, where the front desk was manned by an elderly woman with graying hair. Her skin was lined with deep creases, and her gaze was murky and unsettling, appearing particularly fearsome under the dim light. Her voice was hoarse as she inquired, checking in, how many of you? Yes, we need rooms for 7. Please prepare for. After receiving the 4 keys, the female team leader began to allocate the rooms. 3 for the women and 4 for the men. Ultimately, the leader took a room for herself while the rest shared accommodations. Jiang Song was assigned a room with another girl, situated on the 4th floor in room for 44, while the others were on the 3rd floor, though their rooms were not adjacent. Jiang Song was taken aback by the ominous room number. It felt foreboding, yet the allocations were final, and no one was inclined to request a change, especially since it was the leader's decision, as stated in the announcement, that all members must comply with her arrangements. Chapter 41, The Eerie Rules of the Hotel. Everyone, please go rest. Shortly, I will have someone bring dinner. After you eat, remember to check the group chat. Do not forget tonight's assessment. The girl in the group with Jiang Song, named Qing, was timid. Upon learning that she would share a room with Jiang Song, she clung to her, saying, Jiang Song, let's go up together, this place feels so strange. The others had already ascended the stairs, but Jiang Song remained motionless. She approached the front desk and inquired, excuse me, as newcomers, are there any specific guidelines we should be aware of regarding our stay here? The elderly woman at the front desk glanced at Jiang Song, then bent down to retrieve a sign from beneath the counter, placing it prominently on display. It read, Welcome to the Peony Hotel. Below it were several lines of small print. Important notice for hotel guests. Happy Smiley 1. All guests are strictly prohibited from entering the 5th floor without permission. 2. Please refrain from damaging any facilities within the rooms. Damages will be compensated by the hotel at the respective value. 3. When getting up at night, do not look directly into the mirror. 4. If you hear someone knocking on the door and calling your name in the middle of the night, do not respond. 5. If you receive a phone call between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., please say, I do not need 3 times into the phone. 6. After midnight and before 6 a.m., please do not leave your room. After reading through the notice, Jiang Song committed it to memory and reminded Qing to do the same, as they would be sharing the room, and she wanted to avoid any trouble that might ensue. Once they had both read it, Jiang Song took a photograph and sent it to their group chat, adding, This is what the front desk wrote. Everyone, please take note. Responses began to flood in. What? This rundown hotel has so many rules. Seriously, it's messy, filthy, and has so many demands. Who cares about them? Jiang Song smirked at the messages, expressing indifference, thanked the elderly woman at the front desk, and then proceeded upstairs. Shinqing followed closely behind, whispering, "Don't you find this place frightening? It feels so odd." Jiang Song did not share her apprehension, for she had grown accustomed to the bizarre nature of this game world. She understood that rules must be adhered to, and as long as she was aware of them, she would avoid transgressing. The staircase was wooden, creaking beneath their weight, and a portion lacked any railing or support, prompting both girls to tread cautiously. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Jiang Song confirmed the floor number and turned into the corridor. The dim lighting rendered the surroundings obscure. She could scarcely distinguish whether the walls were black or red. Their room was at the end of the hallway, number 444, marked by a metal plaque. Shinqing hid behind her, exclaiming, "What bad luck, why did it have to be us assigned to this room?" Jiang Song ignored her, inserting the key and pushing the door open. A musty, moldy odor wafted out as she flipped the switch on the wall, revealing the room in its entirety. It was a double room featuring 2 beds with yellowed sheets and comforters. The walls bore cracks, and the paint was peeling due to moisture. The flooring was of poor quality, with several sections warped, and the surface felt distinctly sticky underfoot. Aside from the beds, the only furniture was a rudimentary table. To the right of the entrance was a bathroom with a transparent glass door. Jiang Song pushed it open, revealing tiles marred by unidentifiable stains, and cobwebs nestled in the corners. Inside, a mirror reflected a ghastly visage, the lighting rendering her complexion ghostly pale, which was particularly unsettling. The sink and toilet were equally filthy, though thankfully it was a squat toilet, sparing her delicate skin from contact with the grimy seat. After surveying their surroundings, both girls felt a wave of despair, though Jiang Song concealed her feelings beneath a composed facade, while Shinqing's expression was one of utter dismay. What a dreadful place. How did the group leader select this? I feel nauseous. Can anyone actually stay here? We have no choice but to make do, Jiang Song reassured her. In an effort to make their stay slightly more bearable, the 2 girls set about cleaning. They began by sweeping the floor, followed by mopping it several times, and tidied the bathroom to at least ensure it was usable. As for the sheets and bedding, there was no way to change them or wash them in time. They would have to manage as best as they could. Amid their cleaning, a notification chimed on Jiang Song's phone. The female group leader announced that everyone should come downstairs to collect their dinner. Jiang Song returned with a very ordinary chicken rice bowl, which, while lacking in flavor, was at least clean. After finishing her meal, Jiang Song began searching for information regarding animals within this game, as she found it peculiar that no one recognized any of them. She typed in numerous animal names but found no normal photographs, only incongruous images. Could it be that this world is designed this way? Jiang Song mused further, discovering that the Red Heart Zoo was the sole zoo in existence, as animals had become exceedingly rare in this world. Due to the populace's negligence towards conservation, all animals had vanished completely over a century ago. With the passage of time, society gradually forgot the existence of animals, and the Red Heart Zoo opened in 2509, constructed by its director. However, it faced dismal business and closed shortly thereafter. It wasn't until 2514, this very year, that it reopened, and this time, business seemed considerably better. Jiang Song was left pondering why the Red Heart Zoo had previously closed. Perhaps this held relevance to her upcoming assessment. After perusing the information, she turned to Shinqing, asking, "Are you ready?" "Not yet. To be honest, I haven't discovered much today," Shinqing replied, her unguarded nature allowing Jiang Song to glean insight into their organization. In truth, the DB Association was an animal protection organization comprising over 1,000 members. Following an anonymous tip alleging mistreatment of animals at the Red Heart Zoo, the organization selected 10 members to conduct an on-site investigation. During the day, they were to conceal their identities and document their observations within the zoo to gather evidence. Jiang Song immediately grasped the situation and inquired, "What happens if we fail to find any evidence? Is that considered a failed assessment? What are the consequences?" Leaning on her chin, Shinqing replied, "The first place does receive a reward, but the others merely accompany." This announcement had been mentioned, yet Jiang Song perceived that, in accordance with the general principles of this game world, the tasks assigned by the Animal Protection Organization also constituted a rule and requirement. Not wishing to take unnecessary risks, she resolved that the best course of action would be to comply with their demands and excel in the assessment, which necessitated uncovering evidence of animal mistreatment at the Red Heart Zoo, a matter likely connected to the zoo's previous closure. Before the assessment commenced, Jiang Song found a towel and draped it over the bathroom mirror to prevent any inadvertent glances at its reflection. Chapter 42, Rule Strange Tales. 8 at 10 o'clock in the evening, the assessment commenced punctually. A survey was disseminated in the group chat, containing but a single query: sad smiley. Have you discovered any instances of animal abuse at the Red Heart Zoo? Yes and no. With only 2 options available, Jiang Song observed Shenqing hesitating before selecting a no. After a moment's contemplation, she opted for a yes. Once the choice was made, a window popped up. Sad smiley, thank you for your response. Please upload relevant materials. Jiang Song proceeded to upload several photos and videos taken that day, primarily focusing on the more distressing scenes witnessed in the sea lion enclosure. In her explanation, she noted suspected mental abuse by the park's trainers leading to the sea lions exhibiting violent and erratic behavior. Jiang Song recalled the creature that resembled a sea lion yet was distinctly different. It appeared to have undergone some form of mutation, bearing the semblance of an animal while exuding an utterly inhumane aura. Thus, she included it in her submission, albeit with a note of suspicion, intending to conduct further investigation the following day. After the assessment concluded, the results were promised for the next day, and Jiang Song prepared to rest. Before settling in, she meticulously checked the door lock and lay down fully clothed, bracing herself for an uncomfortable night. The room emitted a foul odor. Despite having aired it out for several hours, the damp, moldy scent lingered. Initially, both struggled to find slumber, but as the night deepened, fatigue began to overtake Jiang Song. In the midst of her dreams, she encountered Shenting Sai, his face shadowed with gloom, a towering figure looming over her as his fingers tightened around her throat. With malevolence, he hissed, Jiang Song. I shall kill you. How dare you control me? I will slay you. Jiang Song, Jiang Song. Jiang Song jolted awake, sitting upright abruptly, only to be met with a series of loud knocks at the door. In the stillness of the night, the heavy sound caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Jiang Song, came the calls, one after another. If you hear someone knocking at night calling your name, please do not respond. Jiang Song clamped her mouth shut, lying back down. She remained oblivious to whether the entity outside was human or spectral, but at least the figure was merely calling for someone, not attempting to force entry. After a while, the noise subsided, and Jiang Song hoped to return to sleep, yet suddenly she heard another voice. Shenqing, please wake up and open the door. Shenqing, the caller, had shifted tactics, and unbeknownst to the summoning, the once sleeping Shenqing groggily opened her eyes, instinctively responding to her name. Quick as a flash, Jiang Song rushed forward to cover her mouth. In the pitch-black room, Shenqing, still disoriented and unaware of her surroundings, gasped in shock at Jiang Song's sudden movement, yet fortunately, her voice was muffled. Sure. Jiang Song whispered in her ear. Shenqing caught the familiar scent, realized it was Jiang Song, and then recalled the advisory notice she had seen downstairs. Still shaken, she was grateful that Jiang Song had covered her mouth in time. Otherwise, she could only imagine the dire consequences. Neither responded to the voices outside, and the caller soon ceased their relentless attempts, falling into silence after a moment. Thank you, Jiang Song, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I didn't know how to react, Shenqing exclaimed, patting her chest. Jiang Song felt a twinge of exasperation. Her companion's naivety was astounding, unafraid of supernatural adversaries, yet terrified of a teammate's foolishness. It was fortunate Jiang Song had acted swiftly. Had they been overheard, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired. Sensing Jiang Song's displeasure, Shenqing lowered her gaze and fell silent. Let's get some rest, Jiang Song said, resigned, as she returned to her bed. After the evening's turmoil, neither had slept well, and by the time they awoke, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Having surpassed the safe threshold of 6, they received a summons from their group leader in the chat, instructing them to descend and prepare to depart for the zoo. Upon gathering downstairs, Jiang Song was startled to find that, aside from the group leader, only 2 of the remaining 4 members were present. What happened? The female leader inquired. The 2 members, their faces pale, recounted the prior night's events. One explained, in the dead of night, I heard someone calling Zhang Jinshan's name. He groggily responded, and then suddenly the door was smashed in. A shadowy figure entered. I couldn't discern what it was, and it dragged Zhang Jinshan away. I was too terrified to go outside. He hasn't returned since. The other added, I woke to find Cheng Liang's head submerged in a pool of water. I only heard him get up to use the restroom last night and didn't think much of it. I had no idea he had committed suicide in the bathroom. Jiang Song and Shen Qing exchanged glances, relieved that they had meticulously adhered to the inn's rules the previous night, otherwise, they too might have faced dire consequences. Jiang Song had indeed shared the rules in the group, yet it was astonishing that others had disregarded them entirely, bringing about their own misfortune. She felt no sympathy for their plight. The group leader frowned upon hearing their accounts, muttering, "What utter incompetence. So foolish, never mind, we must proceed." After boarding the vehicle, the leader distributed breakfast, milk and bread, to the remaining four members. As Jiang Song nibbled on her bread, the group leader announced, "Everyone, take a look. The assessment results from yesterday are out. I've shared them in the group." Jiang Song opened her phone to find an image in the chat featuring the names of 4 individuals, with the 2 who had perished absent from the list. The rankings, from highest to lowest, were Jiang Song, Chen Wei, Jin Sheng, and Shen Qing. The group leader patted Jiang Song on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Let us keep pushing today." By 8:40, they arrived at the entrance of the zoo, which was still bustling with visitors. The leader instructed Jiang Song to purchase tickets, stating, "Just buy 4." Jiang Song took the cash provided by the leader and queued at the ticket booth. "Xiao Mai, good to see you again," Liang Ruqing greeted her enthusiastically. "Not him again," Jiang Song nodded, maintaining a distant demeanor. Liang Ruqing, seemingly oblivious, continued to chatter behind her. "Where were you last night? Did you encounter any danger? It seems like there are rules everywhere in this world. I almost got into trouble when I returned home in my game identity last night." Jiang Song abruptly recalled the announcement in the group, which advised against revealing one's identity. Though Liang Ruqing was also a player, he was still part of the current game, and she could not disclose her true identity. "You saw, right, the travel group," Jiang Song indicated the hat atop her head. "Your travel group is only visiting the zoo." Liang Ruqing blurted his skepticism. As it became her turn to purchase tickets, Jiang Song replied, "Hello, I'd like 4 tickets, please." The tickets were swiftly handed to her, and she waved to Liang Ruqing, saying, "The other members are animal enthusiasts, but didn't finish their tour yesterday, so we invited them to continue today." Liang Ruqing pondered the veracity of her words, and Jiang Song added, "What brings you here? Are you also just visiting the zoo?" Liang Ruqing did not hide his intentions, stating, "Well, I have a task to apply for a position as a zoo administrator. I'm trying to find a way to infiltrate." His expression revealed genuine concern, suggesting sincerity rather than deceit, yet Jiang Song was disinterested in delving deeper. She merely nodded, indicating, "It's your turn now." As Liang Ruqing bought his ticket, Jiang Song stepped away, rejoining her group as the zoo's opening hour approached. "Everyone, keep up the good work. I hope you all find something worthwhile today." The leader offered a few encouraging words. Once inside the zoo, Jiang Song carefully stowed her ticket and ventured towards the areas she hadn't explored the day prior. At that moment, a rooster, labeled as a peacock, flapped its wings in a futile attempt to escape its enclosure. "Don't peacocks display their feathers? Why isn't this one doing so? You don't understand, do you? Peacocks only fan their tails when courting. There's no one else in there who would it be courting you." Har har har, the jest elicited laughter from the other visitors, yet Jiang Song could not join in. To label someone as uneducated would be inaccurate. He knew that peacocks display their feathers for mating. To label him as knowledgeable was equally false. He mistook a rooster for a peacock. As she moved forward, she encountered a donkey masquerading as a zebra and a pig dubbed Little White Rabbit. This zoo was utterly absurd. It seemed the participants in this game were quite peculiar, as no one appeared to find the ludicrous situation troubling. Clearly, the NPCs in this game were rather indifferent towards the animals. Chapter 43, Rule Creepypasta 9. Jiang Song could find no traces of animal abuse here. Each Red Heart administrator was diligently caring for the animals. Determined, she set off to locate Shintingzi, retracing her steps from the previous day as she embarked on her journey to the monkey enclosure. Recalling her earlier memory, she arrived at the fork in the path, where she once again heard the plaintive cries of a cat. Rule 3 on the ticket: there are no captive cats in this park. If you hear a cat's cry, please contact a Red Heart administrator immediately for assistance in driving it away. Frowning, she scanned her surroundings as the sharp cries grew increasingly closer. Jiang Song sprinted forward, finally spotting an administrator clad in a red vest. "Hello, I heard a cat's cry," she informed him. The Red Heart administrator's face turned ashen, his vacant eyes fixated on Jiang Song. "All right, I'll chase it away." With that, Jiang Song watched as the administrator leapt into the bushes, expertly extracting a black cat. He grasped the cat by the scruff of its neck, and at that moment, the feline appeared remarkably docile, entirely devoid of the ferocity it had exhibited moments earlier. "Thank you for your report. We will take care of this cat," the administrator said, his expression still impassive. Jiang Song was left in the dark regarding his intended course of action for the black cat. After he departed, she continued on her way. Uncertain of Shintingzi's whereabouts, she could only rely on luck, regretting that she had forgotten to ask for his contact information the previous day, forcing her to search for him on her own. Upon reaching the monkey enclosure, she was greeted by the cacophony of the monkeys' bizarre calls, which seemed even more frenzied than the day before. She observed the monkeys darting about, their agitation palpable. Some even resorted to scratching themselves, drawing blood. Others attempted to scale the high walls, while a few tried to leap from the artificial mountain, only to plummet midair, convulsing briefly before lying still. Jiang Song immediately took out her phone to capture the scene. However, after a while, she sensed something was amiss. The monkeys within the enclosure were all staring intently at her, as if they had locked onto their prey. Their crimson eyes, eerily human-like faces, and bared, sharp teeth radiated a menacing aura. Jiang Song's instinct was to flee, and she did just that, turning swiftly to RUN.AT. That moment, a monkey that had been attempting to escape successfully scrambled up the wall, excitedly screeching before charging toward her. Monkeys are remarkably swift and agile creatures. Despite her quick reaction, she was soon pursued by the creature. Just as it was about to leap onto her shoulder, she spun around, unexpectedly producing a frying pan from seemingly nowhere, and with a resounding thud, struck the monkey on the head. This was the very pan she had purchased from a street vendor and used once in the first game. Jiang Song found it quite handy and had seized the opportunity to buy it without hesitation, never imagining it would prove useful again. Crouching down to examine the dazed monkey, Jiang Song noticed it lay on the ground, covered in wounds and scratches. Why would it resort to self-harm? "What are you doing back here?" A voice, laced with impatience yet oddly familiar, interrupted Jiang Song's contemplation. Turning around, she beheld Shintingzi, tall and strikingly handsome, yet bearing an expression of cold indifference. He was still clad in a black vest, leading Jiang Song to initially believe he possessed only one, until she realized he must have a change of clothing. Despite his clear disapproval, Jiang Song maintained a cheerful demeanor. "I came to find you." Shintingzi, clearly annoyed, retorted, "What do you want this time?" Jiang Song rose to her feet. "I forgot to ask you yesterday. Please give me your contact information." Shintingzi regarded her as though she were a fool, disbelief etched across his features. "What do you need my contact information for?" Jiang Song, growing impatient, snapped back, "Why do you need to know? Why must everything have an explanation? Are you really that dense? I need your number so I can contact you." After being chastised, Shintingzi's expression darkened. Jiang Song couldn't fathom why this man always managed to affect her mood. He truly was infuriating. "Here's my number," Shintingzi reluctantly provided, and Jiang Song promptly dialed it, causing his pocket to ring. After hanging up, she instructed, "Remember my number. If I call, you answer immediately. Do not delay my affairs." The sensation of being ordered around ignited a vein in Shintingzi's temple, yet he found himself compelled to comply. "Fine. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask you yesterday, are there any instances of animal abuse in the Red Heart Zoo?" Shintingzi glanced at her, his expression skeptical. No. Jiang Song frowned. She knew Shintingzi was incapable of lying to her. However, the Animal Protection Association had tasked them with uncovering evidence of animal mistreatment at the Red Heart Zoo. If they were searching for evidence, then surely such incidents must have occurred. Was it possible that her approach to questioning was flawed? While pondering, Jiang Song stole a glance at Shintingzi and suddenly noticed his black vest. She had previously inquired about his identity but had not realized that the zoo claimed there were no black administrators, only those affiliated with the Red Heart. Yet here stood Shintingzi. There was no abuse occurring at the Red Heart Zoo. Could it be? Is there another zoo besides the Red Heart Zoo? Jiang Song fixed her gaze upon Shintingzi's eyes, catching a flicker of surprise. Yes. Shintingzi furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by her astuteness. Jiang Song instantly grasped the implications. Where is the other zoo located? Right here. Right here, no change in location or space. It must pertain to time. Could it be the one that had closed down in the past? The Red Heart Zoo operates from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. What were the hours for this other zoo? What are the operating hours for the other zoo? Midnight to 3 a.m. The case was solved. Jiang Song grinned, inquiring, how can one gain entry during that time frame? Shintingzi's dark, penetrating gaze held hers. Become a patroller. Jiang Song's eyes lit up with understanding. You are patroller, aren't you? Shintingzi ceased his resistance. Yes. What are the requirements to become a patroller? Jiang Song pressed on. You really do have an abundance of questions. Just answer me. Jiang Song prodded him with the frying pan. Shintingzi blinked in disbelief. What are you doing? You. Silence. Jiang Song had blurted it out without much thought, and now that the words were out, an inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over her. Shintingzi was momentarily silenced, his usual stoicism shattered by this woman who had repeatedly tested his limits. He turned away, refusing to meet Jiang Song's gaze. You just need a uniform and an ID badge. The uniform is the black vest. What about the ID badge? Do you have an ID badge? Jiang Song inquired. Shintingzi, with his hands behind his back, produced a black nameplate inscribed with Shintingzi. Chapter 44, Rule of Strange Tales 10. Jiang Song held the item in her hand and inquired, with this, I will be able to enter the zoo after midnight, correct? Shintingzi nodded silently, his expression unreadable. Still feeling a twinge of unease, Jiang Song cautioned him, make sure to come pick me up at the entrance before midnight. Don't forget, I cannot afford any mishaps. If I were to be harmed, my life would be at stake, and you would be obliged to accompany me in my demise. Upon hearing her ominous threat, Shintingzi did not react with anger as he had previously. Instead, he simply nodded absent-mindedly. I understand. Is that all? I must take my leave now, as I have work to attend to. Almost in a state of panic, Shintingzi hurried away, leaving Jiang Song to observe his retreating figure without pursuit. She tucked her work badge away and turned to see a figure that had failed to conceal itself in time. Shinqing. The caught off guard Shinqing stepped forward. I apologize, Jiang Song. I happened to be passing by and is that so? Shinqing nervously fidgeted with her sleeves. Yes, indeed. Jiang Song smiled, revealing her subtle dimples. Do you know where this place is? How could you happen to be wandering here? Shinqing, steeling herself, replied, I was just aimlessly strolling. I ended up here by chance and thought I might as well take a look inside. Jiang Song stepped aside to grant her passage. Very well, then do go in and take a look. Surprised by Jiang Song's accommodating nature, Shinqing recalled how she had trailed behind Jiang Song that morning, who had ranked first, hinting that she might have stumbled upon something significant. Shinqing, unwilling to remain at the bottom of the ranks, had hoped to glean some insights by following Jiang Song. However, she did not anticipate being discovered. Yet, Jiang Song seemed indifferent, allowing her entry. Given this opportunity, Shinqing felt no need for further courtesy. She had uncovered nothing the previous day or today, and if she failed to gather any information now, her chance to turn the tables would vanish. All right. Jiang Song watched as Shinqing passed her and entered the monkey enclosure, feeling no particular inclination to comment. After all, she had discovered this place by following other players as well. Jiang Song left the monkey area, no longer concerning herself with what transpired within. Time was slipping away, and she decided to seek out lunch. Upon entering the monkey enclosure, Xinqing was taken aback by the sights before her. She had never heard of such creatures existing in the Red Heart Zoo, especially not in such a remote location, which was absent from the map. She quickly recognized the abnormality of the group of animals, particularly the one lying motionless on the ground. Xinqing crouched down to examine the unconscious monkey, pulling out her phone to capture the moment. Just as she pointed her camera, the monkey's blood-red eyes met hers, and to her shock, it awakened. Startled, Xinqing let out a scream and fell backward. The awakened monkey lunged at her face, clinging to her head and biting fiercely. Its claws pierced her skin, embedding deeply into her flesh. In agony, Xinqing cried out and recoiled, struggling to pry the monkey off her, but it clung tenaciously, obscuring her vision, and she inadvertently tumbled over the enclosure wall. Accompanied by her piercing screams, Xinqing plummeted to the ground, and in an instant, the other monkey swarmed towards her. Her phone was snatched and smashed, and soon after, the ground was stained with blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Song returned to the stall where she had enjoyed pancakes the day before, recalling the pleasant taste and deciding to indulge once more. Today, however, there were no rowdy children to disrupt her mood. She savored her meal, contemplating a visit to the Sea Lion Pavilion later to uncover more evidence. Just as she was relishing her meal, Liang Ruqing appeared again, presenting her with a cup of milk tea. Mango sago with 7 parts sugar. Jiang Song glanced at him but did not accept the offering. Is there something you need? Liang Ruqing smiled as he took a seat beside her. I couldn't help but notice that you are quite vigilant, maintaining a certain distance from everyone. In a bizarre and perilous game world, your caution is certainly warranted. So, however, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. We are both players endowed with capabilities, and I believe we can benefit from working together. 2 individuals can look out for one another, after all. Liang Ruqing's arguments were undeniably persuasive, yet Jiang Song remained disinterested. She was accustomed to solitude, having navigated life independently in the real world, and this habit persisted even in the game. What abilities do you possess? Do enlighten me. My equipment is called Wind Listener. Wind Listener? Yes, quite literally. I can eavesdrop on the actions and words of my target. Jiang Song's expression darkened. You have been listening to me. I apologize, it was not my intention. I merely found you impressive. I need to find the zoo director to apply for a position, but I had no success yesterday. I thought to observe if he might appear during off hours, and I happened to overhear that you have a means to enter the zoo at night. To fulfill my task, I had no choice but to resort to this method. I hope you will allow me to accompany you. Jiang Song, both amused and infuriated, retorted, on what grounds? Liang Ruqing produced a long knife, the origin of which Jiang Song could not discern. Consider this as compensation for your assistance, if you will. Jiang Song inspected the extendable knife. Is this a tool? Indeed, I purchased it from the marketplace, originally intended for my self-defense. However, since I require your help, and you did save me yesterday, regardless of your decision, this shall belong to you. His final statement was somewhat endearing, yet Jiang Song was primarily concerned about the cost. She would not be deceived by a cheap trinket. How many points did you spend on this? For 50 points. Such an exorbitant price, that amount could nearly procure a revival item. Liang Ruqing shrugged. This knife is quite lightweight. It will be convenient for you as a girl, and it can be easily tucked away when not in use. Jiang Song queried, are you truly willing to part with it? Liang Ruqing nodded, yes, because if I fail in this round of the game, it would serve no purpose for me. That sentiment rang true. What did you hear? Jiang Song scrutinized his eyes, searching for truth. Liang Ruqing fell silent, indicating that he had likely overheard most of her conversation. Since you can eavesdrop on me, you must know that only by becoming a patroller can one enter the zoo at night. The specifics are for you to figure out. I have but one set and cannot share it. Liang Ruqing nodded. I understand. I already possess a disguise. I only need to borrow your work badge temporarily. I have a duplication tool that can create an identical version of any item. You've spent all your points on tools. Yes, I lack confidence in myself and thought it prudent to acquire items that may prove useful. I can lend you the badge for duplication, but where did your disguise come from? Liang Ruqing scratched his head, while Jiang Song narrowed her eyes, suddenly recalling that Liang Ruqing had tapped her shoulder the previous day. Could he have employed a tool then? Faced with discovery, Liang Ruqing promptly apologized. It was entirely my fault. I hope you will assist me, considering my honesty. Chapter 45, Rule of the Strange Tale 11. Jiang Song waved her hand, indicating that she could assist him this time, owing to the knife he possessed. Moreover, she genuinely required such an implement. She had a substitute doll and a resurrection tool, both essential for her survival, yet lacked a formidable weapon for offense. This item was just perfect. Let us meet at the zoo entrance before midnight, and I shall provide you with your work ID then. Liang Ruqing, having secured her promise, beamed with delight and pushed the cup of milk tea forward, saying, "Thank you, Xiaomai. Please accept this cup of milk tea as a token of my sincerity." Jiang Song shook her head in refusal. "Thank you, but I do not care for sweet beverages. By the way, you are prohibited from eavesdropping on me again," Jiang Song warned, her tone firm. Liang Ruqing scratched his head sheepishly. "I have ceased. I can only eavesdrop for 10 minutes at a time, and it requires a 3-hour cooldown." Nevertheless, Jiang Song still felt a sense of discomfort. After the game concluded, she would need to procure a device to prevent surveillance. Liang Ruqing departed to continue his search for clues in preparation for the evening. Once he left, Jiang Song discarded her finished pancake and proceeded to the milk tea shop. 1 cup of Yangji Ganlu with 70% sugar, iced. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Song found herself once again queuing at the Seal Lion Pavilion. This time, the staff did not acknowledge her presence. She entered only when the time permitted. The arrangement was the same as the previous day, but when she searched for the signboard at the entrance, she discovered it had vanished, perhaps removed by the vendor. The trainer was the same clown as yesterday. Upon spotting Jiang Song from afar, his initially cheerful demeanor swiftly morphed into a strained expression. The performance had yet to commence, and Jiang Song walked towards him, causing the clown to grip the iron ring tightly, his nerves palpable. "Brother, may we discuss a matter?" Certainly. What is your request?" The clown responded with utmost respect. "Could the performance be delayed by 10 minutes? I need to attend to a personal matter." That Jiang Song opened her bag to reveal her vest and work ID, conveying no threat whatsoever. "Of course. That is splendid." Jiang Song recalled the rules that prohibited movement once the performance commenced, thus she sought to delay it for 10 minutes to allow herself time to investigate. "Wishing you a smooth experience," the clown called after her as she walked away. In the audience, 2 individuals whispered among themselves. "Who is that person, so arrogant? I heard them say the Seal Lion Pavilion is perilous. Does she not know the rules here?" "I do not know. The NPCs in this game are quite dull. I heard that nearly everyone who entered yesterday met their demise. Fortunately, we were aware of the rules beforehand. As long as we adhere to them, we should be fine. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain patient. The performance will commence in 10 minutes. The clown bowed to the audience, revealing a sinister smile. What? How can it be delayed? Was it that woman who caused this? Impossible. Who is she to alter the game's rules? That should not be allowed. Very well. Upon exiting the performance hall, Jiang Song turned right and proceeded down the lengthy corridor, the marble floor exuding an icy chill, saturated with air conditioning. Ahead lay a restroom marked with gender symbols. She stepped inside for a brief moment but found nothing noteworthy. After leaving the lavatory, she continued forward and encountered a room labeled Trainer's Office. Jiang Song pushed the door, but it would not budge. It was locked. She contemplated whether she could force her way in, as the rules did not explicitly prohibit such actions. I advise you against that, came the voice of Shintingsher. Jiang Song turned in surprise. What are you doing here? His expression was placid, his tall figure emanating an overwhelming presence as he stood there. Had I arrived a moment later, you might have met your end. Your demise is inconsequential, but I wish not to be implicated. Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. It appeared her earlier demands had indeed borne fruit, as Shen Tingshu was wary of her death, for his own fate was tied to hers. Well, since you are here, would you mind assisting me in opening? Shen Tingshu shook his head. I possess no key. Jiang Song's expression darkened. Then why are you here? I merely wish to remind you not to engage in futile efforts. Whatever you seek can wait until the evening. I hope you refrain from causing trouble. Given Shen Tingshu's cautionary words, Jiang Song had no intention of forcing entry, at least not while he remained unthreatened. Very well, I shall return to watch the performance. How about you, care to join me? Shen Tingshu flashed a wicked smile. Of course. Now was his time to revel in carnage. Jiang Song stood at the entrance, observing as Shen Tingshu entered the performance hall. Inside, some individuals were slow to react upon seeing him, while others displayed expressions of sheer terror, attempting to flee. Yet, Shen Tingshu slowly closed the door behind him. He lowered his head, brushing his fingers against one another, the handsome man resembling a harbinger of doom, his voice echoing like that of the Grim Reaper. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to run. Jiang Song refrained from entering, listening through the door as screams and pleas for mercy erupted from within. The door was slapped repeatedly, yet it was soon silenced by the chaos within. Blood oozed from the cracks, and Jiang Song retreated a few paces, a chill creeping into her heart. While she could manipulate Shen Tingshu to act on her behalf, she could not compel him to breach the game's regulations, for he too was bound by its rules. His task was to eliminate all he encountered. Jiang Song struggled to fathom the consequences had she not possessed the card as assistance in facing Shen Tingshu. The slaughter within persisted for a full half-hour. When Shen Tingshu finally emerged through the door, his face was pallid, splattered with the blood of the fallen, standing amidst a multitude of corpses, more gruesome than their monster seal lion from the previous day. The sight was enough to make one retch. The performance is about to begin, Shen Tingshu remarked, wiping the blood from his face, a rare smile gracing his lips. Do enjoy. Faced with such a Shen Tingshu, Jiang Song felt a surge of fear. Her back was slick with cold sweat, yet she maintained an air of composure. Shen Tingshu was undoubtedly putting on a show for her. How wicked he was. As for the performance, it was hardly a performance at all. The audience had vanished. Jiang Song glanced at the clown trainer on stage, who was now cowering in the corner, desperately trying to diminish his presence. Both the clown and Shen Tingshu were NPCs. While the clown was terrifying, Shen Tingshu clearly surpassed him in menace. The clown was visibly afraid of him. Shen Tingshu was undoubtedly the boss among this group of NPCs. Jiang Song exited the Seal Lion Pavilion, as it was nearing closing time. She prepared to leave, but upon stepping outside, she found that Shen Tingshu had long since vanished, leaving her unaware of his whereabouts. At the park entrance, a queue had formed as people began to depart. Jiang Song fell in line, but soon, a commotion erupted ahead, halting the procession. Chapter 46, Rule of the Strange Tale 12. Everyone was gathered around, engrossed in the spectacle. Sir, may I please see your ticket? The ticket inspector inquired with a smile. I already told you I've lost it. Wasn't it checked before I entered? Why are you checking again? Are you just being difficult? If I hadn't purchased a ticket, how could I have gotten in? The middle-aged man spoke with a booming voice, exuding impatience. The ticket inspector maintained her meticulous smile, resembling a robot. Sir, this is our policy. Please provide your ticket before exiting the premises. Damn it, are you incapable of understanding human speech? I am leaving today. Do you think you can stop me? With that, the middle-aged man began to shove the woman. Initially, one would assume that the frail-looking ticket inspector would easily be pushed aside, yet to their astonishment, she stood her ground, unyielding against the hefty man's force. Damn it! He raised his hand and struck the ticket inspector's face, only to feel as though he had hit a wall of bricks. His hand instantly fractured, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The ticket inspector's face remained expressionless, her eyes harboring an almost imperceptible glint of danger. Sir, please provide your ticket. The middle-aged man, now feeling a twinge of fear, fell silent, staring at the ticket inspector, before attempting to force his way through. However, just as he took a step forward, he abruptly halted, a grimace of agony overtaking his features. Slowly, he lowered his gaze, only to discover a blood-red hand protruding from his abdomen. The ticket inspector had thrust her arm through him from behind, but the ticket inspector withdrew her arm, while the middle-aged man, rigid with pain and terror, attempted to flee but stumbled heavily to the ground after merely 2 steps. His innards and blood were strewn across the ground, a truly tragic sight. All the onlookers were horrified, retreating in fear as they gazed at the ticket inspector. Ladies and gentlemen wishing to exit the park, please provide your tickets. The female ticket inspector still wore an appropriate smile, as if she hadn't just gruesomely extracted a man's insides. Jiang Song diverted her gaze and soon overheard a couple arguing behind her. The girl furrowed her brow tightly. I told you to keep the ticket safe, not to lose it. See, now we really can't get out. What are we going to do? The boy replied, I didn't do it on purpose, I had it in my pocket, it must have fallen out when I went to the restroom, but we already searched for it, and we couldn't find it. Here's what we'll do, sweetheart, you give me your ticket, I'll go out first, buy 2 tickets, and then come back in to find you. Finally, we can exit together. How does that sound? The girl pondered his suggestion and found it plausible. All right, but I'll go buy the tickets, you wait for me here. The boy stopped her, pushing her gently onto a bench. Stay put. I'll run the errand. The girl looked at him, resigned, and handed him her ticket. Okay, hurry back. The boy clutched the ticket. All right, darling, I'll be back quickly. Jiang Song furrowed her brow as she watched the boy rejoin the line behind her, wanting to say something but feeling it was not her place. Yet, as he reached her, she couldn't resist calling out to the girl. Hey, the girl turned, her expression one of confusion. I strongly advise you to keep your ticket safe and exit first. Perhaps Jiang Song's demeanor was too serious. The girl stood up, her expression shifting to one of concern. Is something wrong? Just a piece of advice. Don't forget the rules on the back of your ticket, and don't lose your ticket. Hey, shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? The boy interrupted Jiang Song and then turned to his girlfriend. Sweetheart, don't listen to her ramblings. The ticket booth is over there. I'll be back soon. Jiang Song chose not to engage further and left. The girl walked back to the ticket checkpoint, gazing at the boy with palpable unease. Honey, you will come back for me, right? The boy patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry, how could I ever leave you? Just wait for me. He handed the ticket to the inspector, anxiously awaiting her verification. All clear. The ticket inspector gestured for him to proceed. The boy exited the park without incident, while Jiang Song observed him heading straight for the ticket booth, the girl inside the park watching him anxiously point 2 tickets. Please. I'm sorry, sir, ticket sales have already ceased. What? It's not yet 6:30, sir, ticket sales stopped at 5. I beg you, can you sell me 2 tickets? I can pay a premium, I have money. The boy hastily produced a stack of large bills, laying them on the counter. The ticket seller smiled and pushed the money back. I'm sorry, sir, that's against the rules. What rules? There are rules everywhere. Why can't I buy tickets if the park hasn't closed yet? The seller gazed at him with a smile, and the boy felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the fate of the hefty man earlier. Suddenly feeling intimidated, he refrained from raising his voice. What happens if someone loses their ticket and can't get out? Do you intend to imprison them until the next day? The ticket seller remained silent yet wore a knowing smile, prompting the boy to take a few steps back. Across the park, he could see his girlfriend, eyes wide with anxiety, watching him. The boy's expression turned conflicted. He clenched his teeth and then turned to leave. The girl instantly panicked, watching her boyfriend's retreating figure as she called out urgently, Dongji, where are you going? Dongji, I'm still not out yet, please don't leave. Her voice was filled with helplessness, her expression frantic as she saw her boyfriend's pace quicken, her heart sinking further. Jiang Song sighed, realizing once again the unreliability of men. She had already warned that girl, yet she still chose to trust him. The team leader approached Jiang Song. Stop staring. How did the investigation go today? Any findings? Jiang Song was about to discuss her thoughts with the leader, asking, Leader, may I conduct an investigation alone tonight? I have some leads, but I need to disguise myself to gather information. The leader looked at her in surprise. Really? Jiang Song nodded. I might uncover something significant tonight. Technically it's not permitted, but since you're so confident, I can make an exception this once. However, you must still report for assessment tonight, and afterward, I will arrange transportation for you. Thank you, leader. With the leader's approval, Jiang Song felt a bit more at ease, for the DB organization's regulations mandated obedience to the leader's directives. Should he disapprove or discover her absence that evening, she would be in violation of the rules. Point for individuals had entered, yet only Jiang Song and another man remained. The leader sighed. How did it come down to just the two of you? By the way, Awai, did you find anything? The man named Awai shook his head, indicating he had made no discoveries that day. The leader patted Jiang Song's shoulder. Looks like we're counting on you. On the way back, Jiang Song texted Shintingshi, reminding him, don't forget to pick me up at the zoo entrance tonight. It wasn't until Jiang Song reached the hotel that Shintingshi replied with a simple one. Jiang Song, idiot. Chapter 47, Rule Creepypasta 13. Upon returning to the Peony Hotel, Jiang Song made her way back to room for 44. With Shinqing absent, an air of solitude enveloped her, yet she dismissed this feeling. After finishing the meal delivered by the team leader, she awaited the assessment, which commenced punctually at 10 o'clock. The same questions as yesterday were presented. Jiang Song uploaded the videos and photos she had captured in the monkey park earlier that day and subsequently submitted her work. The team leader's driver was already waiting downstairs, and Jiang Song departed, believing her early exit, before the stipulated midnight curfew, was not a breach of the rules. Arriving at the entrance of the zoo before 11 o'clock, Liang Ruqing was already there, eagerly waving upon spotting Jiang Song. Mai, you've arrived. Look. Liang Ruqing gestured towards the zoo sign. Jiang Song had noticed it long ago. The daytime inscription of Red Heart Zoo had transformed into Black Heart Zoo. How succinctly ominous. May I first make a copy of the work badge? Jiang Song inquired, handing over her item. Liang Ruqing produced a device resembling a flashlight, shone it upon the badge, and out came an identical replica. Wow, how marvelous, Jiang Song remarked, scrutinizing his hands to confirm it was indeed her original badge. Jiang Song dialed Shintingshi, who answered leisurely, his voice languid. Hello. I've arrived. Oh. Didn't you say to have me picked up before midnight? It's still early, besides, you can't enter now. What would I go out for? Shintingshi's tone was lethargic yet cutting, leaving Jiang Song feeling irked. Despite his reasoning, she refused to be placated. I command you to appear before me immediately. After 5 tense minutes, Shintingshi appeared at the zoo entrance, his expression dark and his gaze menacing. Liang Ruqing sensed the ominous aura emanating from Shintingshi and instinctively obstructed Jiang Song. However, to Shintingshi, this gesture signified that Jiang Song was accompanied by a man attempting to overshadow him. Under the cold moonlight on the dimly lit street, Shintingshi stood at a distance, tall yet slender. His obsidian pupils were no warmth, and his sharply defined features were hauntingly beautiful, reminiscent of a deity's craftsmanship. Yet, his aura, exuding a chilling detachment and a sense of impending doom, made it impossible for anyone to approach him. One could only wish to retreat far away. Mai, is that him? Liang Ruqing's listening device picked up the sound but failed to identify the source. Mai. Shintingshi repeated her name softly, his tone flippant yet laced with amusement. What madness are you up to now? Jiang Song retorted, rolling her eyes. In her view, Shintingshi was an unhinged lunatic, utterly deranged. Mai, he must be your boyfriend, right? Liang Ruqing suddenly posited. Upon hearing this, Jiang Song involuntarily shuddered. What did you say? Liang Ruqing tilted his head in confusion. Huh. Isn't he? This gentleman should also be a player, merely masquerading as zoo staff. Otherwise, how could you possibly know him? He has assisted you in various ways, providing you with a disguise and a work badge. I even overheard you sweet-talking him, claiming if you perished, he would accompany you in death. Jiang Song, what a monumental misunderstanding. Shintingshi's expression also grew peculiar. This foolish player had mistaken him for an intimate partner of that woman. Naturally, Shintingshi would not embarrass himself by admitting to being controlled by a player. Such a humiliating and upside-down situation was not for public amusement. Recognizing that neither party wished to discuss further, Liang Ruqing wisely refrained from probing any deeper. As midnight approached, both donned their black vests and affixed their work badges, resulting in 3-inch Shintingsha figures entering the Black Heart Zoo together. The nighttime zoo was a stark contrast to its daytime visage, now desolate and dilapidated. The ticket collector at the entrance was a puppet with only half a body, its painted eyes crooked and unrefined, giving the unsettling impression that it was perpetually watching, instilling a sense of dread. Liang Ruqing donned a mask of fear. Truly terrifying. Shintingsha scoffed, "Is this what frightens you?" Liang Ruqing fell silent. "This zoo resembles one long abandoned, it lacks any semblance of living creatures," he remarked, surveying the surroundings. Once inside, the darkness deepened, rendering visibility almost non-existent. They relied solely on the feeble illumination of their mobile phones. "Perhaps you should take a closer look," Shintingsha suggested mysteriously. Jiang Song, upon hearing this, flicked her phone light to the left, only to be met with a skeletal visage, hollow cheeks and vacant eyes. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. She found herself pressed against a solid, frigid figure, akin to a marble wall. Turning her head, she caught sight of Shintingshi's ink-black face, adorned with a look of disdain. Hastily, she stepped away, not forgetting to tread upon his foot, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him, which caused her lips to curve in a smirk. She redirected her flashlight to the spot that had initially alarmed her, inspecting it closely, only to discover that it was not a spectre, but a gaunt wolf. This creature was little more than a mere skeleton, lying feebly beside the glass, gazing vacantly at Jiang Song with a glazed expression. The animal's introduction card was tattered, yet the words "prairie wolf" remained prominently displayed, glaringly apparent. "This is a prairie wolf." Liang Ruqing leaned in for a better look. "The husky we saw during the day was merely a facade. The true prairie wolf resides here." Jiang Song frowned. "This one is so emaciated, it's even thinner than the husky." She documented the wolf's condition as evidence of the Black Heart Zoo's cruelty, incredulous that such neglect could reduce an animal to this state. As they continued onward, they encountered a lion exhibiting stereotypical behavior, endlessly pacing with its head hung low, alongside a brown bear that cowered in fear, refusing to reveal itself. These animals matched their names, yet each was alarmingly thin, with the majority displaying signs of stereotypical behavior. "The Black Heart Zoo truly lives up to its name," Jiang Song remarked, her anger boiling over. Upon finding the zookeeper, he must receive a thorough beating for allowing such conditions to fester. What has he reduced these magnificent creatures to? Absolutely, Liang Ruqing concurred, their teeth clenched in indignation at the abhorrent treatment of the animals. Meanwhile, Shintingsha, perplexed by their fervor, trailed behind, idly contemplating violence. Determined to explore further, Jiang Song turned only to find another figure clad in a matching black vest standing directly behind her, masked and with skin as pale as death. His bulging crimson eyes were unsettling, and a long, fresh scar traversed his face from forehead to the mask, suggesting a violent encounter. Was this another inspector? Chapter 48, Rule Creepypasta 14. Jiang Song held her breath, the long knife in her hand poised and ready. The adversary did not launch an attack. Instead, they fixed their gaze intently upon her, then glanced at Liang Ruqing, seemingly trying to discern something. Liang Ruqing felt a shiver run down his spine, uncertain whether their disguises and identification badges would suffice to deceive this genuine inspector. Jiang Song tugged at the indifferent Shintingsi beside her, whispering through gritted teeth, "Hurry up, don't just stand there." Shintingsi cast a glance at the hand, reluctantly taking a step forward, effectively shielding Jiang Song. "Move," came the chilling voice from Shintingsi's lips. Despite both being inspectors, the other party obediently retreated, showing no sign of perceiving Shintingsi's words as unreasonable. As the terrifying inspector departed, Liang Ruqing exhaled in relief, and Jiang Song silently rejoiced at having Shintingsi by her side. "Let us move on." "Where else do we need to go? Don't waste my time." Shintingsi's tone betrayed his irritation and impatience. "I see the sea lion pavilion, shall we take a look?" Liang Ruqing nodded, yes, and perhaps check if the director is inside. Shintingsi followed behind, feeling vexed by Jiang Song, yet inexplicably compelled to trail her. Several times he contemplated seizing her by the throat, but reason prevailed, retracting his hands each time. The sea lion pavilion, though somewhat unkempt, retained a layout akin to that of the daytime zoo. Jiang Song first ventured into the performance hall, pushing open the door ushered in a gust of dust-laden air. She raised her hand to fan her nose and illuminated the space with her flashlight. A vast expanse of empty red seats lay before her, the ceiling soaring high above, amplifying the sense of emptiness. The pool contained little water, its surface dark and littered with an assortment of refuse, presenting an especially grimy appearance. "Let us go in and take a look," Jiang Song proposed, having never explored the backstage area before. Their footsteps echoed in the desolate hall as Jiang Song retrieved the knife given to her by Liang Ruqing. The small blade transformed into a long knife, its edge glinting with a cold light. Passing through the performance stage, they encountered a door at the rear marked for the clown's entrance, currently secured with a rusted lock. "Shall we try kicking it open?" Liang Ruqing suggested, lifting his leg. Jiang Song quickly restrained him. "No, let us avoid making too much noise." She brandished the knife, stating, "Let me try this." Aiming at the lock, Jiang Song struck with precision and speed. It proved far simpler than anticipated, requiring little effort as she effortlessly detached the lock. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black corridor. Jiang Song proceeded down the hallway, observing drag marks on the floor, leading to a small door at the end. With a gentle push, the door swung open. As she surveyed the room, she discovered it to be the quarters of the training clown. A simple bed was placed within, accompanied by a nightstand upon which rested a face-down photograph. Jiang Song picked it up, brushing away the dust to reveal a remarkably youthful man, seemingly not yet 20, clad in clown attire without makeup, a vibrant youth. In the photograph, he smiled while gently petting an obedient and charming sea lion. "This is the former clown with that monstrous sea lion." Jiang Song pondered, perplexed. How did the sea lion transform into what it is now? "Xiao Mai, look here," Liang Ruqing called out, opening a cabinet door to reveal a neatly arranged row of videotapes, each labeled with different dates. "What is this?" Jiang Song drew the next one, which bore the inscription 2511. 516 fifth experiment, failure. The other videotapes were largely similar, with the exception of the first trial, which ended in failure, dated 2510. 3:17, after which there were no further recordings. Jiang Song glanced at her phone screen, noting that the current date in the game was June 2514, a full 4 years since the first trial had taken place. Had that jester trainer remained here all this time, the recordings ceased in 2511, prompting Jiang Song to reflect that they must be situated in the Red Heart Zoo 3 years prior, a time when the zoo had already closed its doors. She had just observed that the animals during this period appeared as they should, albeit in poor condition. The only way to uncover what had transpired in the interim, why the original animals had deteriorated into such a state, and the origins of the mismatched later arrivals, was to locate the zoo director. As for the experiments conducted by the jester, they would have to review the videotapes before delving into that mystery. Jiang Song turned her gaze towards the man behind her, where Shen Tingsha leaned languidly against the wall, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. She shifted her attention back, refraining from further inquiry, and proceeded to gather all the videotapes. "Where is the zoo director?" Jiang Song asked as she approached Shen Tingsha, having stowed her belongings. He lazily cast her a sidelong glance, too lethargic even to lift his eyelids. "I don't know, I've never seen him." "What then is the purpose of your role as a patrol officer?" Jiang Song questioned, uncertain of his authority or capabilities. "As you can see, I am permitted to roam freely within the zoo, and I might also eliminate anyone I encounter," Shen Tingsha replied, a distinctly bloodthirsty glint evident in his eyes as he spoke the last sentence. Jiang Song turned to Liang Ruqing and suggested, "Perhaps tomorrow we could seek out the jester. He should have knowledge of what transpired in this zoo 4 years ago." Liang Ruqing nodded in agreement. "All right." As the group prepared to depart, Jiang Song suddenly felt the world spin around her. The entire room seemed to morph. She steadied herself, gripping her long knife, but soon the disorientation dissipated, revealing subtle alterations in her surroundings. The room remained the same, yet the walls appeared more weathered, and the chairs were no longer in their original positions. What just happened? Liang Ruqing questioned, initially suspecting they had stumbled into a trap, though they found themselves unharmed. Jiang Song quickly discerned the difference. The cabinet that had housed the videotapes now contained a multitude of additional recordings. Jiang Song meticulously examined the footage, noting that it spanned from the year 2512 to 2513, with the final entry documenting the 18th experiment. The success of the 18th experiment indicated the conclusion of the clown's trials, which had occurred over a span of more than 3 years. When the clown commenced his experiments, the Red Heart Zoo had already ceased operations. He conducted 3 years of enigmatic trials within the confines of the defunct zoo. What was the clown investigating? What exactly was he up to? Jiang Song felt an overwhelming eagerness to uncover the content of the tapes, and she carefully collected the additional recordings. "Let us proceed," she declared. Chapter 49, Rule Strange Tale 15. This time, they successfully departed from the Sea Lion Pavilion. As Jiang Song exited, she cast another glance around the park. The zoo in 2513 appeared even more dilapidated. The animals she had earlier observed, barely clinging to life, were now all deceased, leaving behind only skeletal remains. By the time they left the zoo, it was already 2:30 in the morning, and returning to the Peony Hotel was evidently an imprudent choice. The driver who had brought Jiang Song had long since departed. Liang Ruqing noticed Jiang Song's predicament. "Would you like me to escort you?" Jiang Song shook her head, resolute in her decision not to return to the Peony Hotel, as it would contravene the rules. "If you don't mind, you could come to my place." "I have plenty of rooms," Liang Ruqing offered. The prospect of spending the night at a relative stranger's home in the dead of night carried considerable risk. As Jiang Song hesitated, a cold, mocking laughter echoed from Shintingshi. "Har, only a foolish woman would agree to a man's invitation to his home at such an hour." Liang Ruqing felt offended. "I didn't mean it like that, Little Beauty's boyfriend. I merely intended to help. Clearly, it is not convenient for her to stay here, and it is unsafe for a young lady to be outside at such a late hour." Shintingshi, however, was disinclined to listen. He was extremely displeased with the title of Little Beauty's boyfriend and found it laughable that the man dared to say he was unconcerned. "Who said I wouldn't allow it? Her life and death are in my hands. I can arrange where she stays at night. You can leave now," Shintingshi retorted, his demeanor as impolite as ever. Liang Ruqing was exasperated. "Damn it, I'm truly fed up." "Don't mind him, he's insane," Jiang Song interjected, unable to bear it any longer, urging Liang Ruqing to return on his own. As Liang Ruqing walked toward a nearby car, he said, "All right, I shall take my leave then. I did not intend to offend." Seeing him still wish to explain, Jiang Song quickly interrupted, "It's fine, no harm done. Be cautious on your way. Little Beauty, we shall meet at the zoo tomorrow. I hope to find the director," Liang Ruqing said as he departed. "All right, see you tomorrow. We will find him, goodbye," Jiang Song replied, turning to look for Shintingshi, only to find he had already turned and walked away. "TSK, this guy moves really fast," Jiang Song remarked. Shintingshi. "Wait, where am I supposed to stay tonight?" Initially, Jiang Song assumed Shintingshi had made arrangements, only to hear him say, "How would I know? Stay wherever you wish. Sleeping on the streets is no one's concern." "Excuse me," Jiang Song exclaimed, her irritation growing as Shintingshi maintained his indifferent demeanor. "Have you forgotten that you are currently under my control?" At her words, Shintingshi halted, turning back, his dark pupils exuding an unfathomable chill. He parted his lips slightly, his entire figure looming over Jiang Song, almost rendering her breathless. As if he were a natural predator, Shintingshi embodied the game's final boss confronting a player, a palpable sense of oppression enveloping her. "Jiang Song, you had better ensure that your flimsy card can last a lifetime. Do you think you can trample over me just because you have temporary control? Who gave you the audacity? Are you truly unafraid of death?" As he spoke, his hand had already grasped her neck. The icy touch lingered for but a moment, but the instant he made contact with Jiang Song's skin, he froze, as if struck by lightning, his black pupils widening in shock. "You," Jiang Song forcefully swatted his hand away. "What do you think you're doing?" Who are you trying to intimidate? I don't care how powerful you are under my control now, and I never intended to harm you. You are the one who insists on pursuing me relentlessly. I am merely acting in self-defense, yet you pretend to be a fearsome wolf to frighten me. Have you learned your lesson? I already told you. You cannot harm me. Try choking me again if you dare. Jiang Song unleashed a barrage of words, recalling how she had genuinely been frightened by Shen Tingsha moments ago. Thankfully, her card was formidable. Should he defy her demands, he would face backlash. Touch! Jiang Song shot him a disdainful glance. Shen Tingshi's suffering endured for a considerable time, and when he finally regained his composure, the atmosphere around him had grown even more oppressive. Yet, he refrained from threatening or harming her again, his gaze fixated on Jiang Song, as if he were attempting to pierce through her very soul. Enough staring, brother, guide me to a safe place where I can stay. Jiang Song yawned, feeling fatigued and disinterested in prolonging their exchange. Shen Tingsha, his frustration simmering within him, ultimately swallowed his pride and obediently led her to the RV. This place is safe, you may go in, Shen Tingsha said, his expression icy, not sparing Jiang Song a glance. As Jiang Song surveyed the RV standing in the desolate wilderness, she pondered its origin, but it was evident that Shen Tingsha had no desire for conversation. Jiang Song, too, found it unnecessary to inquire, for she knew he could not harm her. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, Shen Tingsha turned on his heel and walked away, his tall figure quickly merging into the night. Jiang Song shrugged, perplexed by Shen Tingshi's anger. After all, he had been the one attempting to choke her moments ago, yet he made it seem as though she were the one bullying him. She closed the door, locked it, and inspected the RV. It was clean, well-equipped, and she found no information regarding the rules within, indicating that it should pose no significant issues. To her surprise, Jiang Song discovered a television capable of playing videotapes. Instantly, her fatigue vanished, and she began to watch each tape carefully. The first tape featured a monologue by the clown, set in a dimly lit room resembling a laboratory, his expression one of despair. March 17, 2510, today was the first rebirth experiment for little Guari. It failed, its condition is dire, and I am deeply concerned. The scene shifted to a small pool behind him, where the shadow of a sea lion could be faintly seen, but it was clearly weak and feeble. Each subsequent experiment followed a similar pattern, with the clown's demeanor worsening with each attempt, his sanity rapidly deteriorating. Why did it fail again? I refuse to believe it. I will find a way. The clown muttered during the 17th experiment, as the sea lion in the pool had long since lost its original form, resembling a grotesque creature. By the 18th attempt, the clown had become excessively euphoric. Experiment number 18, I have finally succeeded. Little Guari need not die, it can finally accompany me forever. Har 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 har. The footage cut off as the sea lion attacked and killed a living person. This clown is utterly deranged, Jiang Song concluded after watching all the tapes, questioning the depths of his sorrow and grievances that drove him to torment the once innocent sea lion into such a monstrous state. Jiang Song gathered her belongings and lay down on the bed, her mind drifting into contemplation, and before she knew it, she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 50, Rule of Strange Tales 16. The following day, Jiang Song was awakened by the blaring of her alarm clock. Having only slept for 5 hours, she felt somewhat drowsy, but the opening time of the Red Heart Zoo was fast approaching. After a brief wash in her camper, she set off in the direction of the zoo. Upon reaching the entrance, she found the team leader had also arrived, but she was alone. The other male member was nowhere to be seen. The female leader looked troubled, and her eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Song. You finally made it. Did you discover anything last night? Jiang Song nodded and handed her the videotape. It contains footage of someone conducting experiments on a sea lion, which should serve as evidence of animal abuse. The team leader expressed her delight. Jiang Song, I knew you were exceptional. You're the only one left in our group, so this mission depends entirely on you. What about Chen Wei? Jiang Song inquired, the leader's expression grew complex. He received a phone call last night, and this morning he vanished. Jiang Song recalled the 5th rule of the Peony Hotel. If you receive a phone call between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., please say I don't need it 3 times. It seemed that Chen Wei had violated a taboo. Let's not dwell on him. Today is the last day, and I hope you can find more compelling evidence. Jiang Song nodded and accepted the ticket the leader handed her. Xiao Mai. Liang Ruqing arrived, the two entered the zoo together. Xiao Mai, I'm relieved to see you're unharmed. Liang Ruqing scratched his head. It's just that after encountering your boyfriend yesterday, I sensed he has quite a temper and can be harsh with you. I was genuinely worried for your safety and regretted leaving you alone last night. Jiang Song reassured him, it's fine, you're overthinking it. He won't harm me. That's good to hear. By the way, Xiao Mai, have you watched the videotape? Did you find anything noteworthy? Jiang Song recounted the video content accurately, and after a long moment of contemplation, Liang Ruqing remarked, is he a psychopath? Why would he treat a sea lion that way? The thought of that monstrous sea lion, capable of inflicting fatal harm with a single bite, made Liang Ruqing feel uneasy. Once such a delightful creature had been reduced to that, the clown truly was despicable. We can only inquire further when we see him again. Throughout the day, they meandered through the park. To prevent Shinting from slaughtering everyone in the performance hall, Jiang Song refrained from calling for him. After a considerable wait, the clown still had not appeared, and the audience's restlessness grew. At that moment, a staff member entered. We apologize, everyone, due to the sea lion's poor condition, today's performance has been cancelled. We appreciate your understanding. The speaker was an administrator clad in a red vest. Upon hearing this, the audience became agitated. What? Why is that? We paid for our tickets, why can't we watch? Is it just one sea lion? It really can't perform. I came specifically to see the sea lion's show. Now you're saying it can't happen. What kind of nonsense is this? No way, bring your director out, we deserve an explanation, or I won't leave. What does poor condition even mean? So many of us are waiting. Can't it just hold out a little longer? The crowd continued to complain, and Jiang Song exchanged glances with Liang Ruqing, both sensing something amiss. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Our director has prepared some apology gifts, which you can collect at the entrance as you leave. We appreciate your understanding. Upon hearing about the gifts, the complaints subsided significantly, and most began to exit, though a portion remained inside. A burly man leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, his face a mask of disdain. He scoffed, you think a measly gift will placate me? Do I look like a beggar to you? That wretched sea lion better perform, or I swear I'll tear this place apart. Others around him hesitated but soon adopted a similarly obstinate stance upon witnessing his attitude. Exactly, we've waited this long for the show. You can't just dismiss us with a word. We must see the performance today. The administrator regarded them impassively. And what do you propose we do? Bring your director out to face me, the burly man declared, clearly unwilling to relent. Very well, please follow me. I will take you to meet the director. After the red-vested administrator spoke, he departed. The others exchanged glances before following suit, with Jiang Song and Liang Ruqing trailing behind. After a considerable walk through the sea lion pavilion, the administrator led them to a door, a place Jiang Song had never visited before. Please enter. The director is inside, the administrator said with a smile as he opened the door, revealing an impenetrable darkness. The burly man let out a huff and stepped inside first. Those who had been apprehensive followed suit. In the pitch-black room, visibility was non-existent. Jiang Song lingered at the entrance, hesitating, while Liang Ruqing moved to enter but was pulled back by her. What's wrong, Xiao Mai? Liang Ruqing queried, puzzled. Jiang Song felt an instinctive sense of danger, as if it were a trap, and her gut told her not to enter. Let's not go in. Why not? You know I need to find the director, Liang Ruqing insisted, urgency evident in his voice. The game was nearing its final day, and he had to complete his task today, or his life would be at stake. Seeing his anxiety, Jiang Song relented. Then you go ahead. I won't enter. Liang Ruqing nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Xiao Mai, you've already helped me immensely, please take care of yourself, I'll go in now. Jiang Song watched as Liang Ruqing stepped into the dark room, the door closing behind him. Beside her, the administrator maintained a standard smile and asked, "Madam, aren't you coming in?" She shook her head. "I won't be going in." "Very well, then I shall escort you out. If I'm not mistaken, it's still not 6 o'clock. I should be able to stay in the Sea Lion Pavilion." The administrator's smile vanished, and his gaze turned dangerously intense. "Indeed, madam. Then you needn't concern yourself with me, I will leave when the time is right." Jiang Song produced the rule constraint. Even if he was the administrator, he could not intimidate her. The administrator departed, and Jiang Song cast one last glance at the closed door before walking in another direction. Liang Ruqing followed the few individuals ahead into the room, closing the door behind them, plunging into utter darkness. "Damn it, what's going on? It's so dark, what kind of place is this?" The burly man at the front swore loudly. "Why is the floor so sticky? What is this? This smell is peculiar, where are the lights?" Someone switched on a flashlight, and the dim beam illuminated the floor, prompting a scream that echoed. "Who's screaming?" the burly man snapped impatiently. "It's blood," stammered the person who had screamed. The group followed the light, and to their horror, they indeed discovered the floor was smeared with sticky blood, explaining the strange odor. It was the stench of blood. Chapter 51, The Rules of Strange Tales 17. The burly man picked up the lamp from the ground, furrowing his brow as he illuminated the room. "What the hell is going on? Where's the director? Get out here, now." At the back, Liang Ruqing observed the scene unfold, his suspicions growing. This place felt peculiar. Could the director truly be here? The area was vast, dominated by a large transparent glass tank filled with murky water, obscuring whatever lay beneath its surface. Is there a sea lion residing in there? The group suddenly found themselves captivated by the tank, gathering around to peer inside. Tap, tap, tap. Just as they became engrossed in their observations, an eerie sound echoed, as if something were gradually approaching. Oh, a woman's piercing scream shattered the silence, followed by the heavy thud of a body collapsing. Then, silence engulfed the room, replaced by an overwhelming scent of blood. What the hell? Who screamed? Panic-stricken, someone glanced towards the source of the sound, only to find the woman who. From the shadows emerged a clear sound of chewing, crunching, as flesh and bone were gruesomely pulverized, sending chills down their spines. Fear began to grip some individuals, prompting them to flee towards the door, desperate to escape. Yet, the door seemed to be locked tight, refusing to budge. What is going on? I want out. Is anyone out there? Open the door. They pounded frantically against the doorframe. The cacophony only heightened the unease among the group. The burly man, the first to enter, strode over impatiently, grabbing the collar of the panicking man and throwing him to the ground. "Stop banging, it's damn noisy." The man who fell wore a look of terror, dazed from the impact. As he touched his hands, they came away sticky, fresh blood smeared his palms, grotesque in its vividness. His scream was cut short as the burly man delivered a swift kick, knocking him unconscious and silencing his cries. What a useless fool, all he does is scream. The others fell silent, too frightened to make a sound as the crunching persisted, eventually fading as if whatever was feasting had finished. Tension thickened the air as the burly man shone the lamp, tracing the blood trail, only to discover a pair of women's shoes, now drenched in blood. "There's a monster here, run." Just as the words left one man's lips, a shadow darted forth from the darkness with blinding speed, snatching him away. Jiang Song returned to the performance hall, entering through the back door of the stage. She traversed the corridor until she found the booth, the clown's room. With ease, she pushed the door open. Creak, the door protested, revealing a dimly lit room where a man clad in clown attire sat with his back to her. On the table before him lay a wild wig, and a massive surveillance screen mounted on the wall displayed gruesome scenes of murder. "You've arrived," he said calmly, as if he had been anticipating her presence. Jiang Song grasped the long knife in her hand, hesitating to step further inside. "Why are you experimenting on the sea lion?" she inquired from the doorway. "Is it to turn it into a monster to kill?" She watched the screen, where humans were desperately hiding, among them Liang Ruqing, fleeing in terror from the savage assault of the monstrous sea lion. "Is that so? Did you arrive at this conclusion after watching my footage?" The clown turned his chair, locking eyes with Jiang Song. His face mirrored that of the photograph, yet time had etched weariness upon it, dimming the innocence once reflected in his gaze. It seemed he had already discerned her presence here. Isn't that the case? Jiang Song maintained her gaze, unflinching. The clown suddenly erupted into laughter, slapping his thigh, clutching his belly, his smile exaggerated and his laughter sharp. That's my little darling. What do you know? Only I can save it. Without me, it would have perished long ago. Jiang Song frowned, recalling the condition of the animals she observed at the zoo the previous night. 4 years ago, they were weak yet alive, but after a year, they all perished. Was this clown conducting experiments to ensure the sea lion's survival? So, you're claiming to have saved it? Jiang Song continued. What about the director? Did he order you to do this? At the mention of the director, the clown's expression darkened, his gaze turning vicious as he lunged forward. Jiang Song instinctively raised her knife to his throat. He halted, his eyes still filled with malice. Don't mention that beast to me. If it weren't for him, my darling wouldn't have ended up like this. Jiang Song narrowed her eyes, sensing the deep-seated resentment the clown harbored towards the director. Connecting the dots, she began to grasp the situation. Where is he now? She asked, doubtful that the so-called director still existed. Given the madness of the clown before her, the ability to create such horrifying monsters suggested that the director was likely in grave peril. Do you wish to see him? The clown's smile turned sinister. Jiang Song sensed danger as the clown suddenly appeared at her side. She swung her knife to defend herself, grazing his arm. In the blink of an eye, he was behind her, driving a knife into her back before she could react. Just as the clown prepared to deliver another blow, a towering shadow rushed in, seizing the clown's raised hand and wrenching the knife from his grasp. Flinging it aside, the clown crumpled to the ground, his eyes filled with venom as he regarded Shintingsha. Shintingsha glanced down at Jiang Song, his expression one of disdain as he observed the blood blooming across her back. With a cold scoff, he remarked, useless. Jiang Song, just rising to her feet, was taken aback. Huh. Shintingsha, surprised that she could stand despite her grievous injury, was momentarily astonished. You're not dead. Jiang Song shot him an incredulous look. The matchstick figure on her wrist had vanished, indicating that her doll had absorbed a fatal blow on her behalf. Thankfully, she had contacted Shintingsha in advance. You should be grateful. If I were to die, you wouldn't survive either. The fallen clown, witnessing the two engage in trivial banter, struggled to rise and pressed a button. The cabinet split open, revealing a hidden chamber emanating a potent stench of blood. In an instant, figures burst forth from within. 1, 2, the third was swiftly dragged back inside, terror etched across his face, his pleading eyes directed towards the others, but it was too late. In the next moment, his throat was bitten through, leaving him with half a head. Among those who escaped were Liang Ruqing and the burly man, both panting heavily and covered in blood. Xiao Mai! Liang Ruqing exclaimed in surprise at seeing her there, instinctively reaching to pull her away to safety, but hesitated at the sight of Shintingsha. Chapter 52, Rule of Strange Tales 18. As Liang Ruqing surveyed her surroundings, she was taken aback to discover that she was in the jester's chamber. How could she possibly be here? Over there, the figure just rising to its feet was none other than the jester himself. Shintingsha cast a glance at Liang Ruqing's hand gripping Jiang Song's arm and let out a cold chuckle, causing Liang Ruqing to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to release her hold at once. At that moment, a grotesque black creature began to emerge from the opening, a sea lion that appeared even more hideous than when she had previously encountered it. Its tumor-like head, slimy skin, and contorted limbs, coupled with the human tissue dangling from its maw, filled Jiang Song with a profound sense of revulsion. The sea lion crawled toward the jester, seemingly agitated as it sensed its master was being bullied, emitting a series of low growls. Good boy, the jester murmured, stroking its head. Disgusting, muttered the burly man who had rushed out, unable to restrain himself. Keeping such a hideous monster. The jester's expression darkened. It is not a monster. Liang Ruqing scrutinized the jester, aware that he was the only one who knew the whereabouts of the director. Yet, paralyzed by fear of the sea lion at the jester's side, she could only stand at a distance and inquire, where is the director? The jester's demeanor turned icy. Why should I tell you? Jiang Song fixed her gaze on the jester and the sea lion, her mind racing. 4 years ago, the first batch of animals at the zoo had perished, save for the sea lion, and they had all exhibited signs of malnutrition and rigid behavior, clearly indicating they had been mistreated. Based on the jester's earlier words, it was evident that he was conducting experiments on the sea lion without the director's consent. The director held a callous indifference towards the animals, making it implausible that he would seek to save them. The tragic fates of those animals were the director's doing, while the jester shared a close bond with the sea lion and must harbor a certain loathing, if not hatred, for the director. You are the director, aren't you? Jiang Song suddenly spoke up. The jester fixed her with a penetrating gaze, and Shintingsha shot her a sidelong glance, while Liang Ruqing's face was a mask of disbelief. Ho Xiaomai, are you serious? How could he possibly be the director? The jester, his face darkening, slowly curled his lips into a smirk. You seem to know quite a lot. Jiang Song explained to Liang Ruqing he must have killed the previous director and usurped his position. 3 years ago, the zoo closed down, and all the animals were on the brink of death. He was the sea lion's trainer for a year, and when he witnessed its frail state, he couldn't bear it. The director did nothing to help, so he killed him and began conducting experiments on the sea lion. Turning back to the jester, Jiang Song continued, although you kept it alive, its form and temperament have drastically changed, resulting in its current state. Furthermore, you neglected the other animals. Your sole concern was the sea lion, allowing the others to perish slowly within this confined space. Later, as you realized it became bloodthirsty and you could no longer afford to sustain it, you decided to reopen the zoo. You didn't care about the other animals, simply finding some to impersonate them, as no one recognized the creatures nor cared. Then, leveraging the spectacle of performances, you attracted many visitors, all to satiate your sea lion's hunger, correct? The real director must have already been slain by you, thus, you are now the true director. The jester remained silent, fixating his gaze on her intently. Liang Ruqing, upon hearing this, suddenly felt enlightened. Xiaomai, you're brilliant. How did I not think of that? Mainly, I recalled the red-heart administrator who guided us mentioned taking us to meet the director, which emboldened my guess. Liang Ruqing nodded, but if that were the case, how could she broach the subject of employment with this jester? Given his current demeanor, it seemed fortunate that he hadn't killed her yet. The sea lion beside the jester was restlessly poised to pounce, ready to attack at any moment, but the jester kept it restrained. He understood Shintingshi's prowess and did not wish for his good boy to meet a grim fate. So what if it is, at the very least, I am managing the zoo quite well now, he retorted, devoid of remorse, even boasting. Jiang Song shrugged. Your heart is solely with the sea lion, while you care nothing for the other animals. Today, I noticed that some of them are already exhibiting stereotypical behaviors, and you have clearly failed to manage them properly. How are you any different from the previous director? Both of you are abusing animals. Enough silence. What I do with those beasts is of no concern to you. If you wish to avoid death, leave this place immediately. The burly man, having battled the creature earlier, was already aware of its ferocity. With so many people present, he could not afford to linger any longer and turned to leave. Jiang Song switched off her phone, preparing to depart as well. She had no desire to engage in a deadly confrontation with the jester, especially since she felt woefully inadequate to contend with him. Now that she had recorded all the necessary evidence, she merely needed to upload it tonight to complete her task. As she was leaving, she reminded Liang Ruqing, you can write a job application and have him sign it. Liang Ruqing suddenly realized and quickly pulled out a piece of paper containing his pre-prepared resume and application. However, he hesitated as the sea lion glared at him menacingly. He felt a surge of trepidation and looked helplessly at Shintingsha, but Shintingsha showed no inclination to assist him, scoffing coldly and turning to leave. Wait, Jiang Song called out to Shintingsha. Let us wait for him. Reluctantly, Shintingsha halted in place, and under the pressure he exerted, the jester begrudgingly signed Liang Ruqing's paper. Finally, the group managed to exit the sea lion enclosure without incident. Jiang Song's mission for the day had concluded perfectly, and she now regarded Shintingsha with greater fondness. All right, you can go back and rest. You won't be needed for now. Shintingsha looked as though he was about to burst with impatience, leaving without a backward glance. Xiaomai, what is your account number? I'll add you when I get back. You've helped me immensely this time, I owe you a favor, and I will surely repay it in the future, Liang Ruqing said, evidently elated. Jiang Song naturally did not decline, as her earlier assistance was motivated by a desire to secure. She would never help someone without reason. Upon returning to the Peony Hotel, Jiang Song had dinner and then promptly began her evaluation at 10 o'clock. This time, she submitted all the footage she had captured of the emaciated animals in the unscrupulous zoo, along with the recordings of the jester's experimentation on the sea lion and her confrontation with him today. This evidence would undeniably substantiate the claims of animal abuse at the zoo. After submitting her work, Jiang Song reviewed everything in her room and then checked the Peony Hotel's guidelines on her phone. It was the last night of the game, and as long as she made it through safely, she would succeed. Once she confirmed everything was in order, Jiang Song lay down on her bed, the damp, moldy odor still lingering in her nostrils, yet it did not disturb her sleep. Chapter 53, Real Horror Stories 19, Finale. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Song awoke, oblivious to when the lights had extinguished. She had intentionally left them on before drifting off to sleep. Initially, she had planned to slumber until the game concluded, yet she found herself roused by the pressing need to relieve herself. Despite her efforts to limit her water intake today to avoid nighttime interruptions, here she was. To be candid, Jiang Song harbored a profound aversion to entering the eerie bathroom, yet she could not resolve her predicament in bed and was left with no choice but to muster the courage to rise. She activated the flashlight on her phone and approached the wall by the door to check the switch. After pressing it several times with no response, she surmised it must be broken. With trepidation, she ventured into the bathroom, her gaze cast downward. Upon crossing the threshold, she noticed a white cloth lying on the floor. It was the towel she had used to obscure the mirror, now fallen. Directly facing her upon entry was the mirror, and upon realizing this, she dared not lift her head. Notice for residents of the Peony Hotel, Rule 3 Sad Smiley when rising at night, do not look directly into the mirror. With her eyes lowered, Jiang Song resolved that as long as she refrained from gazing into the mirror, she would not breach the rule. Unbeknownst to her, within the mirror's reflection, a spectral figure clad in a white nightgown, with flowing black hair and blood-red eyes, extended its hands, with long, sharp nails poised to rend her flesh. The ghost waited patiently, yet Jiang Song never met its gaze. Dissatisfied, the apparition emitted a rustling sound that was both unsettling and attention-grabbing. However, Jiang Song remained entirely unperturbed. She hastily attended to her physiological needs, picked up the fallen white towel, and, guided by instinct, tossed it before the mirror, perfectly covering the ghost's head. The ghost, as Jiang Song departed, she shut the door behind her, sealing off the spectre's surging resentment. Just as she settled back into bed, ready to resume her slumber, an abrupt phone call shattered the silence of the night, its jarring ring startling her. The clock read 3:30 a.m. Notice for residents of the Peony Hotel, Rule 5 Sad Smiley. If receiving a call between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., please state, I do not need 3 times. With a resigned click of her tongue, she reluctantly answered the phone. In the stillness of the night, with your husband away, feeling lonely. Hello, we are here to craft a bespoke 185 centimeters muscular wolf dog for you, well endowed and exceptionally skilled. If you wish to experience ecstasy, do remember to open the door. Jiang Song's lips twitched. What nonsense is this? Yet she did not forget the requirement, repeating, I do not need 3 times. The caller seemed displeased, pressing further, 185 cm, 8-pack abs, and M attributes are also available. Are you truly not interested? Jiang Song ceased her responses and hung up the phone, unwilling to admit that she had been momentarily tempted. Damn it, what a temptation. She immediately recited a calming mantra. For everyone, pure as water, pure water is the heart, gentle breezes stir not, waves remain undisturbed. Upon concluding the chant, she recalled what the team leader had said about Chen Wei, who had received a call the previous day and vanished. Jiang Song couldn't help but wear a knowing expression and shook her head. Men are so easily tempted. She crumpled 2 pieces of toilet paper into balls and stuffed them in her ears, wishing to be free from any further peculiar disturbances. In a twilight state between dreams and wakefulness, she heard a familiar mechanical voice. Beep, congratulations to player Jiang Song for surviving 3 days in the Rule Horror Stories game, earning a reward of 300 points. Exiting the game. 1098. As the voice faded, Jiang Song found herself on a bus, the outside world still shrouded in darkness. As the vehicle hurtled forward, she stifled a yawn. Player Jiang Song has uncovered the truth behind animal abuse at the zoo in the Rule Horror Stories instance, successfully completing the DB Association's assessment. Please check your rewards. Jiang Song was momentarily dazed by the sudden influx of points, groggily accessing her personal panel. Player, Jiang Song. Gender, female. Age, 24. Games completed, 3 points. 800 online players. 93, 459, 781 vocal. She indeed possessed such a wealth of points. Her pockets felt pleasantly heavy. Jiang Song silently thanked her own resourcefulness in gathering evidence during the game, grateful that she had not slackened her efforts despite being the sole remaining member of her group, or else that 500 points would have eluded her. Her spirit soared as she noted the dwindling online player count, which had plummeted below 100 million. Rather than this statistic, she found herself more intrigued by the usage status of Shintingsai. Historical game usage record. Card owner, Jiang Song. Game name, Rule Horror Stories. Attraction target, NPC Shintingsai. Attraction value, 2. Surprised by the attraction value of 2, Jiang Song realized that while Shintingsai disliked her, she had not anticipated the extent of his disdain. Nevertheless, it seemed this attraction value did not impede her ability to control him. With this conclusion, Jiang Song felt a wave of relief wash over her. No matter how he viewed her, as long as they crossed paths, she would exert her control over him. This round of the game had imparted a lesson. Once bound to Shintingsai, she could immediately articulate her conditions, rendering his capacity to harm her null. At that moment, a notification window suddenly popped up with a message. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. Little Mai. Jiang Song, it's you. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. Could you be any more obvious? Jiang Song, shrug emoji. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. I was puzzled why Little Mai's account mirrored mine. Turns out it's you. Do you go by Jiang Xiaomai or Jiang Gongye? Jiang Song, my full name is Jiang Gongye, and Jiang Xiaomai is my nickname. You may call me whatever you wish. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. I think I'll stick with Little Mai. I've grown accustomed to it. You are quite perceptive, recognizing me right from the start, weren't you? Jiang Song, you know how it is. The game is perilous, and I'm merely ensuring my safety. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. Fair enough, I understand. Asa girl, it's wise to be cautious. After all, we've only exchanged a few words and don't truly know each other. By the way, does this count as an online meeting? Jiang Song, I suppose so. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. Little Mai, fear not, my word is my bond. I owe you a favor. Jiang Song. Don't take it to heart, I remember. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. Did you forget to delete the parentheses in your last message? Jiang Song chose not to respond, leaving Liang Ruqing to chuckle helplessly. At this moment on the World Forum. Arigato Mayang Sang. Rule Horror Stories is tough. I barely grasped the rules before being ousted. Thankfully, I had a revival item, otherwise, I would have been done for and unable to comment here. Cold Heart. Born at the zoo entrance, having watched 3 days of animals, all mere imposters. Father of little days, being in the zoo, I stumbled into the monkey enclosure, forced to leap in to evade the dark administrator, hiding behind a fake mountain. There was something neither human nor ghost, incessantly crying, "Let me out, I am the master here," utterly terrified me. Juicy orange, in this world, a moment's inattention can lead to death, and the manner of dying is both bizarre and bloody. Husband's appearance, wife's glory. Why does the game seem to be getting increasingly difficult? A thought-provoking comment was made by Father of Little Days, speculating on the identity of the non-human entity he encountered in the monkey enclosure. Based on his words, could it be the former director? Had he not perished, was he imprisoned by the clown in the monkey enclosure? The truth remained elusive to Jiang Song. These were merely conjectures. However, with the game concluded, such speculations held little significance. The rest period was still 48 hours. Jiang Song inhaled deeply. Despite not being dressed in her game attire, she felt compelled to take a shower, having spent yet another night at the Peony Hotel, feeling unclean. Chapter 54, Digging a Pit for Players. Jiang Song, having earned an additional 500 points, now possessed sufficient points to purchase a rather decent item. In the previous game, she had been easily ambushed by a clown, a testament to her insufficient strength. As a member of a female demographic inherently disadvantaged in terms of physical stamina and endurance, she was now faced with the perilous challenges of a horror survival game. She could not afford to remain stagnant. Jiang Song meticulously assessed her circumstances, with a double safeguard of a substitute doll and a revival item, coupled with a long knife gifted to her by Liang Ruqing. She felt a mix of confidence and apprehension. Although the long knife was quite effective, it would be utterly futile in the hands of someone unskilled when confronted by formidable opponents. As she scrolled through the marketplace, searching for an item suited to her needs, she stumbled upon an unusual object on the final page. Item name: Hardness Essence, price, 666 points. Item description: Are you still worried about insufficient stamina and endurance? Are you distressed about not being able to satisfy yourself? Hardness Essence will alleviate your concerns. Upon consumption, your physical attributes will increase by 200%, providing you with an extraordinary experience of happiness. This product comes from a legitimate manufacturer, is a permanent item, and boasts unparalleled value for money. Do not hesitate, come and purchase to experience a fulfilling life. Gazing at this lengthy advertisement that seemed to teeter on the edge of selling counterfeit enhancement drugs, Jiang Song nearly reported it. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that this item was merely intended to enhance physical capabilities. Although the price was not modest, Jiang Song deemed it suitable for her needs. While her stamina was commendable among ordinary women, it was grossly inadequate in this game. Rather than struggling to wield powerful weapons, enhancing her own physicality seemed the most prudent course of action. Jiang Song quickly made her decision and purchased the item. Soon, a small bottle with red packaging materialized in her hand. Indeed, it was quite the essence. The instructions indicated it was for internal use. Jiang Song twisted off the cap, inhaling a greasy odor, and, suppressing her disgust, pinched her nose and downed it. The quantity was modest, yet almost immediately after consumption, a wave of heat surged through her body, as if she were ablaze. Her face flushed a vibrant shade of red, akin to that of a boiled lobster, and her limbs began to swell, as though her veins were on the verge of bursting. Jiang Song, in agony, sat on a chair, awaiting the effects to subside. A peculiar sensation arose within her, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She feared she might have been duped by this marketplace. In a panic, she dashed to the restroom, turned on the shower, and doused herself with cool water in an attempt to lower her body temperature. Half an hour later, the strange feeling dissipated, and her skin returned to its normal hue. Staring at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, Jiang Song let out a deep sigh. Yet, despite the indescribable ordeal, the outcome was favorable. She could distinctly feel a qualitative change in her physical condition. At this moment, she felt invigorated, as if her entire being was brimming with energy. She attempted to lift a wardrobe, which she would normally find impossible to budge, and to her astonishment, she succeeded with relative ease. Jiang Song was exhilarated, eager to challenge a burly man to an arm wrestling match or engage in a thrilling chase with a zombie. The sensation of being filled with strength was exhilarating, instilling a profound sense of security within her, prompting her to leave a glowing review. After acquiring her item, Jiang Song began to contemplate her dining options. With 134 points remaining, she considered purchasing the discounted meal she had bought previously, only to be informed that the promotion had ended. Reflecting on her limited points, she resolved to forego meals for a couple of days in order to save up for better items later. The bus offered complimentary water, which she planned to use to stave off hunger. The first day dragged on interminably. Her stomach was empty and growling, and by nightfall, as she attempted to sleep, she felt unusually lethargic. She thought a good night's rest would suffice, but upon waking the next day, she found herself dizzy and weak. Could one day of hunger truly lead to such a state? Furthermore, the effects of the essence seemed to have waned, leaving her puzzled. Reluctantly, she spent 25 points on a bowl of plain, smooth instant noodles, the cheapest option available. With a remaining balance of 109 points, Jiang Song surveyed the insipid noodles, devoid of any meat, with only 2 pitiful pieces of bok choy floating atop, yet it still smelled appetizing. She quickly devoured it, but her stomach remained unsatisfied. The dizziness eased slightly but had not completely vanished. Jiang Song pondered whether anyone had perished in the game, only to succumb to hunger on the bus. Indeed, the World Forum was already buzzing with various pleas for help. Heartbroken scars, dear brothers and sisters, can anyone spare a moment of pity for this child with only 1 point? Please lend me 24 points for a meal, I am truly starving. Ex-partner 1, 5 meters, wait, didn't he the last round of the game offer a reward of 300 points? How did you lose them all? Fewer heart persimmons, definitely a scammer, don't fall for it, everyone, points are life, don't lend them out casually. Relentless stepmother, this marketplace is utterly heartless. Completing a round of the game only yields 300 points, yet 2 days of meals would require 1 or 200 points. Where do we find the means to purchase items? Dominant elementary student. Seriously, if you can't afford it, just hold off on buying food from the marketplace. It's only 2 days, endure it and eat once the game resumes, you won't starve in 2 days. Disciplined trendsetter. It's clear you've never experienced true hunger, haven't you? Noticed that if you don't consume food from the marketplace, you become extraordinarily weak. It's a different kind of hunger, gnawing at you and rendering it impossible to concentrate. In my last round, I nearly succumbed on the second day from trying to save points for items, only to feel revived after finally indulging in a lavish meal. Village bully. I've noticed that if you don't consume food worth at least 100 points, you experience fatigue and mental exhaustion. I suspect this is a tactic by the game to control our points. Heartbroken scars. Finally, someone believes me. I'm lying in bed, filled with regret for spending all my points on a defensive item yesterday. Is there a kind soul who can help me? I promise to repay you. Observing their exchanges, Jiang Song tagged the official account of the Rydal Mall in the forum. That woman named Xiaomai Rydal Mall, official. What happens if a player does not consume food from the marketplace during game breaks? Rydal Mall, official. Dear, according to the game rules, players must consume food worth at least 100 points during breaks to regain 50 of their mental energy, with no upper limit. However, if your mental energy falls below 50, it could pose a life-threatening risk. 85-year-old retired grandpa, damn, this game is truly digging a pit for us. As Jiang Song read the official response, she understood why she hadn't felt fatigued prior to the last game, while this round felt so peculiar. The game was indeed fraught with traps. She was compelled to spend 100 points on food, lest she perish in this desolate bus, unknown to anyone. Due to the players' rampant cursing, the game once again initiated a global silence. Fortunately, Jiang Song still had over 100 points remaining, a narrow escape. Since it was a game requirement, she would refrain from engaging in futile arguments. She spent 75 points on some food, consuming it all at once. The fatigue she had felt vanished, and she returned to her normal state. Chapter 55. Transparent World 1. The window of Liang Ruqing popped up once more. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. Xiaomai, I have something to ask of you. I feel rather embarrassed to bring it up, but you are the only person I know in this game, and no one else would believe me. After watching the words typing linger for quite some time, Jiang Song replied succinctly. Speak your mind. Old driver, Liang Ruqing. I am currently short by 14 points of food, but my points are insufficient. Jiang Song, did you purchase another item? Old driver, Liang Ruqing. Yes, I did not anticipate this turn of events. I was merely preparing for the next game. Jiang Song, transferring 14 points. Old driver, Liang Ruqing R, thank you so much, Xiaomai, I owe you yet another favor, and I shall remember it. Thank you. In truth, these 14 points held little significance for Jiang Song at the moment, but if they could save Liang Ruqing's life, it would indeed be worthwhile, as this would leave her indebted to him even further, a transaction in which she suffered no loss. The time-space bus reminds players to take their seats. The next destination is approaching. The time-space bus announces that the destination has been reached, please disembark. Before entering the game, Jiang Song glanced at the number of online players. 93, 353, 156. To her astonishment, the count had decreased by 100,000. It was evident that some players had perished due to this merciless rule, which felt utterly suffocating. Game title: Transparent World. Game role: Lawful Citizen. Game description: all citizens of the alien planet consciously adhere to the First Covenant. Pure good and pure evil are inherent traits of humanity. Game objective: survive for 30 days. After the game introduction concluded, Jiang Song felt somewhat bewildered. What did it all mean? The game title and description left her momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, a shadow loomed overhead. A falling container jolted her back to reality. With remarkable swiftness, she evaded it just in time. Unfortunately, the pedestrians who had stood beside her were not as fortunate, having been crushed into a pulp, their blood and flesh oozing from the crevices. The air was filled with screams and wails, while the broad street was cluttered with colliding vehicles, and the scene was rife with brutality as people slaughtered one another. What on earth was happening? Was the game commencing with such chaos? Not far off, a crane operator was continuously dropping heavy containers onto densely populated areas. Jiang Song had no time to ponder. She fled the scene, but chaos reigned everywhere she turned. Throngs of people, upon spotting her, rushed excitedly in her direction. Some wielded machetes, while others pursued her with chainsaws. Jiang Song felt tears welling up, yet her enhanced physique, combined with her long blade, spared her from harm. Amidst the frenzy, she accidentally collided with a grey-haired elderly woman, causing her to fall to the ground with a pained groan. As Jiang Song instinctively moved to assist her, she noticed the woman clutching something in her hand. Just a glimpse revealed it was a knife. Without hesitation, Jiang Song turned to flee, but the elderly woman got up and chased after her. However, age took its toll, and the woman quickly lost her stamina, redirecting her aggression toward nearby individuals. A young man swiftly dispatched the elderly woman's knife with a kick, then struck her head twice, causing a torrent of blood to flow as she collapsed. Unconscious, Jiang Song did not look back. She concentrated on escaping to a less populated area. In the midst of the initial slaughter, her mind raced, and she wielded her long blade with ferocity, treating all who obstructed her path with equal ruthlessness. After what felt like an eternity of evasion, she stumbled upon a shopping mall. Entering the first floor, she found it smeared with blood, where numerous individuals were entangled in combat. She skillfully maneuvered around the crowd and slipped into the restroom, retreating to the innermost stall. With a sigh of relief, she quickly patted herself down and discovered a mobile phone, which she promptly used to search for information about this world. Alien Citizen First Covenant. No killing allowed outside of open days. Open day killing. Jiang Song murmured these two terms, realizing that today was indeed the so-called open day. To alleviate social pressure and reduce crime rates, citizens of Alien voted to establish open days, held every 10 days, during which individuals can freely unleash their malice. Each open day commences at midnight and lasts until midnight the following day, spanning a full 24 hours. Was this not a day of slaughter? Such a FA-aid, what could possibly be deemed as alleviating social pressure and reducing crime rates? It was akin to discarding a pot of porridge into a cesspool to avoid finding a mouse dropping in it. The absurdity was mind-boggling. It was a truly perverse game. Given the turmoil outside, Jiang Song resolved to endure the day within the restroom. Awaiting the conclusion of the open day, she came across various live images and videos in local news, with some individuals even broadcasting their experiences. Folks, today my hunting target is my brother. Please follow along to witness me behead him. Accompanied by the male broadcaster's laughter, he pounded on a door, which remained silent within. Bro, it's me, open the door. After a lengthy pause, the door creaked open, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the broadcaster. Archen, why are you here? Come in quickly, it's dangerous outside, why are you wandering around? His brother hurriedly pulled him inside and swiftly locked the door. Bro, it's open day today, why are you just staying at home? The broadcaster asked with a cheerful grin as he settled onto the sofa. What open day? I never voted in favor, this is utter chaos, people can kill at will without facing any legal repercussions. How can society remain stable when murder becomes the norm? The man, filled with concern, poured a glass of water for his brother. Har har har, bro, you're being way too rigid. What are you doing with that phone? Oh, this. I am live streaming, he shrugged. Look, everyone is saying we look alike. Of course, we are identical twin brothers, how could we not? The man paused before asking, when did you become a streamer, what do you usually broadcast? Daily life. The younger brother chuckled, his voice light and carefree. Bro, today I'm live streaming the act of beheading you. Upon hearing this, the elder brother froze, seemingly unable to comprehend his ears. He stared at his younger sibling, who lounged on the sofa with a casual demeanor, forcing a smile. Archen, you must be joking, right? The younger brother raised a sharp eyebrow, not at all. I have the tool with me. He then produced an axe from behind him. The elder brother's pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively attempted to flee. However, as he turned, a tremendous force propelled him forward, accompanied by excruciating pain. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to look back, only to see the axe embedded in his back, while his brother approached him step by step. Chapter 56, The Transparent World. 2-inch. Dear family, should I grant him a swift end with a single stroke, or shall I take my time and torment him slowly? The words echoed like whispers from the depths of hell. The barrage of comments was a cacophony of cruel suggestions, each proposing its own sadistic method of torture, yet the streamer appeared less than satisfied. I still prefer my original idea. I intend to sever my brother's head from his body. The man lay prostrate on the ground, laboriously crawling forward in desperate search of salvation, but his efforts were swiftly thwarted as his brother's foot pressed down upon his shoulder. Brother, don't move. It'll help me strike more accurately. With that, he yanked the axe embedded in the man's back, sending forth a gushing fountain of crimson. After a moment's pause to lick his lips, and amid the man's frantic pleas for mercy, he brought the axe crashing down upon his brother's neck. Oh dear, brother, I apologize. I didn't exert enough force and only managed to cut halfway through. The man's eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. He could no longer feel pain, his mind struggling to comprehend the meaning of his brother's words. Look, my brother can still blink, came the streamer's astonished and exhilarated voice as he thrust the severed head into the camera's view. After a brief interval, he discarded the head, exclaiming, what else would you like to see, dear family? Jiang Song switched off the live stream, attempting to steady her racing heart. This world was far from normal. The malevolent consciousness of a villain was far more terrifying than any monster. A series of knocks echoed from outside, causing Jiang Song to hold her breath, sensing an intruder's presence. She could hear footsteps approaching. Is there anyone hiding in here? A voice purred almost conspiratorially. One by one, the doors of the stalls creaked open and shut, and in the last stall, Jiang Song listened as the footsteps drew nearer, her heart tightening as she gripped her long knife, ready to retaliate. But just as the sounds reached the adjacent stall, they abruptly ceased. The intruder did not investigate further. Were they simply leaving? As Jiang Song pondered this perplexity, a sudden sensation jolted her upright, locking eyes with a pair of sinister, predatory gazes. The figure loomed above the partition between two stalls, leering at her like a deranged fiend from a film preying on children. You caught me, it taunted. Revulsion surged through Jiang Song, and without hesitation, she thrust her long knife toward him. Thanks to her enhanced physique, her speed of attack had significantly improved. The man, taken aback by her swiftness, was caught off guard and felt the blade graze his cheek, sending him tumbling to the ground in pain. I'll kill you, you wretched woman, he screamed, clutching his face in agony. Jiang Song stepped through the door into the adjacent stall, determined to strike first. Fixating on the man's malevolent glare, she hesitated not even for a moment as she swung her knife toward him. He seemed utterly astonished that such a seemingly frail woman could possess such ferocity. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and shock, blood spewing from his mouth as he struggled to rise, but Jiang Song's knife remained pressed against his chest, preventing him from escaping. With a stoic expression, she drove the blade deeper, extinguishing his life entirely, yet she bore no guilt. After all, it was he who had first harbored murderous intent toward her. Jiang Song dragged his lifeless body to the entrance, placing it in a conspicuous position. Someone has claimed this space. Let us move elsewhere, a voice resonated from outside before fading away. Leaning against the corpse for cover, Jiang Song managed to endure until nightfall. However, her concerns deepened as the situation seemed to escalate. The mall had been in a state of chaos throughout the afternoon, the sounds growing ever more intense, and numerous bodies piled up at the restroom entrance, those who had not been deceived by the corpses. To preserve her own life, Jiang Song had no choice but to eliminate them all. Fortunately, they had entered in waves, otherwise she would have struggled to escape amidst a multitude of attackers. Yet, this experience sparked within her the notion of forming a team for the first time. Accustomed to solitary existence, Jiang Song had always shunned companionship. Even with Liang Ruqing, however, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. If she allied with other players, their collective strength would bolster her defenses and combat capabilities. She would not be easily targeted, and even if she were, she would possess the means to fight back. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Song began scouring the internet, recalling a player she had encountered in the Drought World dungeon who had mentioned methods to find fellow players. She searched group chats, inputting the keyword game, and was rewarded with several conspicuous results. Bus, player, chat, work hard to earn points, player alliance. Jiang Song joined 2 groups, and upon entering, the messages flooded her screen ceaselessly. I'm not so pretty. Is anyone in District 12? I'm here, let us quickly form a party. Country Hound, District 5 City Construction Square, those interested gather here. The code phrase is Malin Blooms at 21 Hell Game Machine. It's best not to roam about carelessly, given the current situation. It's wise to hide until tomorrow. Don't expose yourselves. Chen Xijin, what a bizarre world this is. These people are utterly deranged. Damn, the whole place resembles a slaughterhouse. Killing is as casual as butchering pigs. I feel utterly unwell. Poor Give. At this moment, a frail little boy shattered softly. One member in the group was correct. It was not the time to expose oneself. Even if she wished to team up, it would be prudent to wait until the day passed, as no one would risk venturing outside in such perilous conditions. As time trickled by, Jiang Song finally endured until 11:55, with just 5 minutes remaining until the open day concluded. She was both famished and parched, her mind having been intensely focused throughout the day, and she urgently needed to replenish her strength. The final minutes stretched out interminably. The streets and the mall echoed with the haunting cries of "R, R, R." A woman's shrill, terrified plea for help rang out precisely as the clock struck 12, marking her fortunate escape from the day's horrors. Attention all citizens, the open day has concluded. All lawful citizens are to adhere to the first protocol, blared the booming announcement that resonated throughout every corner of this world, causing all actions to grind to a halt simultaneously. Jiang Song ventured outside, where the mall was steeped in the stench of blood, with trails of dragged blood and the remains of the brutally slain littering the ground. Some individuals lingered after hearing the announcement, seemingly reluctant to leave, standing still as they steadied their frayed nerves. Jiang Song exited the mall, and the scene outside mirrored her worst imaginings, unbearably grim. The street swarmed with individuals wielding sharp implements, their bodies smeared with the blood of their victims, an aura of brutality still palpable. Yet in the blink of an eye, they all behaved as if nothing had transpired. Casually departing the scene, Jiang Song navigated her way toward District 3, the designated home of her game identity, following the map. The streets were bustling, yet everyone appeared eerily calm, each heading toward their respective abodes, as if the earlier slaughter bore no significance to them. A surreal and disquieting harmony. Chapter 57. The Transparent World 3. Jiang Song resided in a high-rise residential complex, specifically on the 17th floor of Building 18. As she entered the elevator, the doors parted to reveal the cabin smeared with viscous blood, leaving her at a loss for where to step. With great difficulty, Jiang Song managed to find a clean patch to place her foot, Just as she was about to close the door, a hand intruded. "Wait a moment," exclaimed a man with a buzz cut, squeezing his way inside. He wore a smile, his demeanor remarkably amiable. "Thank you." Jiang Song's expression remained impassive as she observed the man's back, her heart pounding in terror. It was the very streamer she had encountered earlier that day. The perverse individual who had murdered his own brother. What a disastrous turn of events that he lived in the same complex as her. Yet, as her thoughts raced, she reassured herself, reminding herself that this neighborhood surely harbored more than one deviant. The man exited on the 8th floor, and Jiang Song continued alone to the 17th. The layout featured a one-unit per floor design, ensuring ample privacy. The living conditions were quite satisfactory. She had a spacious, modern two-bedroom apartment adorned in a youthful and refreshing decor, which Jiang Song found quite appealing. However, her immediate priority was the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, she was pleased to discover a variety of food items. Having gone hungry throughout the day, and only replenishing 50% of her energy in the game, she felt as if she could devour an entire pig. To expedite her meal, she prepared a pack of instant noodles, enhancing it with an egg, ham, and some greens. The fragrant noodles were devoured in no time, yet astonishingly, she still felt hungry. Previously, her appetite was typical for a young woman. A single pack with some add-ins would suffice, but now she remained unsatisfied. Jiang Song proceeded to cook 2 more packs of noodles, and only after finishing them did she finally feel a sense of fulfillment. Leaning back in her chair, she pondered, could this be due to her enhanced physique? After tidying up the remnants of her meal, she checked the door lock. Despite the open day having concluded, vigilance was still necessary. Once she confirmed her safety, she retreated to the bedroom for a shower. Having splattered herself with considerable amounts of blood, her soiled shoes and clothes were gathered into a bag to be discarded the following day. After her shower, she lay on her bed. The hour late, but the atmosphere felt significantly safer now. Jiang Song decided to rest and address everything in the morning. That night brought sweet dreams. The next morning in the game, Jiang Song awoke feeling refreshed. The weather was splendid, sunlight streaming through the curtains, bathing her in warmth. Stretching lazily, she reached for her phone to check for messages. The open day has concluded. All residents are encouraged to return to normal life, eagerly anticipating the next open day. All areas have been thoroughly cleaned. Please feel free to venture out. Jiang Song was taken aback by the news stating that the environment had been cleaned up in such a short span of one night. Was such speed truly feasible? Eager to investigate, she rushed to the balcony, drawing back the curtains to gaze below. Indeed, the asphalt streets were clean and tidy, with lush greenery adorning the landscape, a stark contrast to the harrowing scene of the previous night. Truly remarkable. Jiang Song found herself curious about who had executed this swift restoration. Was it the authorities, the government of the alien nation? While researching the previous evening, she had learned about the world's structure. Alien Nation was the sole country on this planet, vast in territory and populace, divided into 24 districts. However, no information regarding the government was available. If the rules of this world dictated an open day every 10 days, that meant 2 more would occur before the game concluded. If she could navigate through these 2 days safely, she would be fine. Yet, could reality be as uncomplicated as she envisioned? Jiang Song found herself unable to predict. The information online was a muddle of truths. Thus, she resolved to venture outside to gather intelligence. Outside her complex lay a street bustling with eateries, and Jiang Song chose a crowded establishment at random. The noisy breakfast shop was an ordinary sight, a far cry from the chaos of the previous night when people wielded blades against one another. After glancing at the menu, she ordered 2 meat buns and a bowl of spicy soup. Considering her current appetite, she added a serving of wontons. While waiting for her meal, Jiang Song eavesdropped on the conversations at nearby tables. "Last night, I killed my annoying cousin. Har har, what a thrill. Really? That brat should have been dealt with long ago. Congratulations. I hid at home all day yesterday. Several people came to kill me, and I have no idea when I offended so many. What is the big deal? Why hide? You're not weak, why fear them? I dislike killing. Then you should become a judge. No one would dare touch you. Are you joking? Anyone can be a judge. I'm just an ordinary person, powerless and without influence. I'll remain a law-abiding citizen. Thankfully, judges bear the economic losses from the open day, or I would have to close my shop. Indeed, it's thanks to the judges that we can return to normal life after the open day. Jiang Song caught wind of a significant term, judge. What kind of status was that? It didn't seem to align with her perception, yet their discussions hinted at its importance. She noticed a middle school girl dining alone at the adjacent table, and she approached, taking a seat beside her, then asked the proprietor for a drink. Jiang Song slid the beverage across to the girl with a smile. Little sister, may I ask you something? The girl looked up at Jiang Song. What do you wish to ask, sister? Do you know what a judge is? Of course, they are individuals under the absolute protection of the alien nation. Absolute protection? Did that mean they were exempt from the first treaty? Yes, judges are responsible for the cleanup after the open day, assessing damages, providing compensation, and maintaining normalcy. Jiang Song's mind raced. This compensation the proprietor mentioned must be what she referred to. Do you know what kind of people become judges? The girl tilted her head in contemplation. They must be wealthy, as they possess the economic means. You little child, you know nothing. Who told you judges are wealthy? Your reasoning is so superficial. Without them to handle the aftermath, how could we return to normal life? Your perspective is far too limited. Focus on your studies. A nearby man interjected disapprovingly. The girl shrugged, falling silent, listening to their conversation. Jiang Song found merit in the girl's perspective. Children often possess an unfiltered and straightforward view, capable of discerning the essence of matters. This judge was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Sister, don't mind him. Could you tell me where judges are typically found? The most renowned judge in our district is the chairman of the Ding Shuang group, but I've never seen him. I only heard my parents mention him. The girl shouldered her backpack, preparing to leave. Sister, I must go to school now. Jiang Song nodded. Thank you, little sister, please be careful on your way. She watched the girl depart. Chapter 58, The Transparent World. For after swiftly finishing her breakfast, Jiang Song made her way to the Dingshuang Mall, a building extravagantly adorned with a modern aesthetic that radiated sophistication. The streets were bustling with people, each individual wearing expressions of joy and relaxation, utterly devoid of the burdens typically associated with the workday. Jiang Song found a bench to sit on, searching for the chairman of the Dingshuang group in Zone 3, and was greeted by a familiar visage. Shen Tingzi, chairman of the Dingshuang group in Zone 3, with assets exceeding 100 billion, wields significant influence over the economic lifeblood of Zone 3, serving as its highest judge and overseeing the cleanup activities following the conclusion of the open day. A smile graced Jiang Song's lips. The stature of Shen Tingzi was always remarkable, embodying wealth and nobility. It would be remiss of her not to seek his favor. Card binding, Shen Tingzi binding successful. Hey, what's up with Chairman Shen? Why the sudden outburst? What happened? Did you see the chat? Someone mentioned that Chairman Shen was in a meeting and suddenly smashed his cup, leaving everyone too frightened to speak. Fortunately, we weren't in that meeting. Let us hurry back. With coffee in hand, the two hurried towards the Dingshuang group building, their conversation fully audible to Jiang Song, who couldn't help but speculate that Shen Tingzi's outburst was somehow connected to her. Regardless, she followed the two into the building. Upon arrival, facial recognition was required for entry, and Jiang Song was halted at the entrance. Resigned, she squatted in a nearby spot, the telephone number circulating online proof. Jiang Song resolved to wait for him to emerge, yet after an entire afternoon, there was still no sign of Shen Tingzi. What was going on? Had her card lost its efficacy? As she pondered where things might have gone awry, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over her. In the distance, a grim-faced man approached, his forehead adorned with a headband, his muscular physique and fierce expression contrasting sharply. Jiang Song sensed impending danger. Although the first treaty of the alien nation prohibited murder outside of the open day, it was incomplete. Nowhere did it state that judges were afforded absolute protection. Clearly, this man was approaching her with ill intent, and remaining still would be sheer folly. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, Jiang Song bolted, only to find the man pursuing her relentlessly. Gritting her teeth, she wondered why this man was so intent on chasing her. As people on the street noticed him, They recoiled in fear, their expressions reflecting regret and pity as they witnessed Jiang Song's flight. What a reckless individual, didn't he? The open day just conclude? Why is he so desperate to kill? Is he not afraid of becoming a fugitive? Jiang Song thought to herself. I truly mean no harm. I have not provoked anyone. The man, once brimming with confidence, now found himself bewildered that he could not catch the nimble Jiang Song. Stop, don't run. He bellowed in frustration. Are you out of your mind? Why are you chasing me? Jiang Song retorted, grateful for the hardness-enhancing oil, which she suspected was the reason for her stamina. The man began to pant heavily. You can't escape. There are assassins everywhere seeking to kill you. Don't waste your energy. Who had she angered? Why were people pursuing her? Shen Tingxi's face flashed through her mind, but she had already bound the card, hadn't he? The treaty prohibits murder. You are in violation of the treaty, Jiang Song asserted, attempting to intimidate him with the rule. Clearly unfazed, he merely laughed. The treaty means nothing to me. Jiang Song's heart sank as she recalled the earlier discussion of fugitives. It implied that killing outside of the open day would label one a fugitive. Perhaps there were hidden rules, suggesting that if she were to kill a fugitive, it wouldn't constitute a breach of the treaty. However, this was mere speculation. She couldn't gamble on a guess. Her only option was to flee. With him in hot pursuit, she dashed towards a crowded area, and though the man hesitated momentarily, he soon resumed his chase. Jiang Song began to formulate a plan. Upon reaching a bustling marketplace, she halted. The fugitive advanced towards her, his breath uneven from over 40 minutes of running, his expression seething with rage. He had never encountered anyone capable of running so swiftly. Everyone, come here, there's a fugitive, Jiang Song yelled at the top of her lungs, drawing the attention of those around her. All gazes turned towards Jiang Song and the man. The fugitive appeared flustered, his face darkening. Don't listen to her nonsense. Everyone, he has been chasing me and intends to kill me. He is a fugitive. The expressions of the onlookers shifted, as did the man's demeanor, as people began to close in on him. Let's see if he really is a fugitive. Why is he so nervous? Someone questioned. The man grew more anxious, glaring at Jiang Song, who was now separated from him by the crowd. You little brat, are you deceiving me? Jiang Song raised her hands in surrender. What lies have I told? I merely wish for you to face the judgment of lawful citizens. Seeing the situation escalate, the man grew desperate, producing a knife from behind him and threatening the crowd. Don't push me, I'm unafraid of becoming a fugitive. While this intimidated some, others, emboldened by courage, pressed forward, like the streamer, a Chen, who stood nearby with a basket of vegetables. Fearlessly, he approached the man. Let's get this straight. You're bullying a little girl, which clearly indicates you're no good. The fugitive flinched back momentarily but soon lunged at the streamer. A Chen deftly sidestepped, seizing the man's arm, and soon others joined to assist, quickly tearing off the man's headband. The bold letters fugitive were unmistakably emblazoned across his forehead. Indeed, he was. The crowd erupted with excitement. Our fugitives are not protected by their first treaty. Someone remarked with a chuckle. An elderly woman stood in front of Jiang Song, resolutely declaring, Fear not, dear girl. I am here, and we'll deal with that fugitive together. The fugitive was swiftly subdued. A Chen's strikes were ruthless, reminiscent of his earlier live-streamed confrontation with his brother. There was no hesitation. With the immediate threat eliminated, people gathered around. Be cautious, young lady. While safety is generally assured outside the open day, encountering a fugitive is an entirely different matter. Those who violate the first treaty, killing outside the safety day, are marked, yet they are not protected by the treaty. Any lawful citizen may deal with them without breaching the treaty. Jiang Song understood. Having experienced this, she felt emboldened to resist should she encounter a fugitive again, free from fear of violating the treaty. Yet, the sensation of being safeguarded by the crowd was peculiar. A group of individuals who had recently committed heinous acts were now expressing concern for Jiang Song's well-being. Were people truly this amicable and peaceful in their everyday lives? Chapter 59, The Transparent World 5. Regardless of the circumstances, at least she was now aware of the situation. As for why the fugitive was after her, Jiang Song had come to a most unwelcome realization, one that only dawned on her during her escape moments ago. Previously, in the drought-stricken world, Shintingsher had appeared immediately after she had banned the card, leading her to subconsciously believe that once banned, he would be obedient to her. She had forgotten that her attraction value towards Shintingsher was exceedingly low. In the last round, it had been a mere 2. Such a low attraction value could not dispel his intention to eliminate her. Jiang Song could only control him through commands, yet issuing a command required both the issuer and the subject to be present. She could hardly shout into thin air, "Shintingsher, I command you not to harm me." It was evident that Shintingsher was exceedingly. Jiang Song had to see Shintingsher, but as she took a few steps, a man suddenly darted out from a nearby alley. He moved with such swiftness that she had no time to evade him. However, as they collided, she managed to seize his arm, and both of them tumbled to the ground. In that instant of blinding light, Jiang Song drew her long knife, and the two weapons clashed, causing the man's short blade to shatter instantly. A fragment of the broken knife fell to the ground, and silence enveloped them for a moment, the man appearing somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Song's eyes lit up. It was indeed a formidable item worth 450 points. Previously, she had thought it unremarkable, but it turned out her earlier usage had been flawed. Now that her physique had improved, she found it much easier to wield. The man rolled over, attempting to subdue Jiang Song, but she swiftly pointed her knife at his most vulnerable area, precise and ruthless. No one expected Jiang Song to resort to such a tactic. The man crumpled in agony, clutching a certain unmentionable spot, blood staining his hands. The onlooking men felt an invisible pain, their expressions tinged with fear as they. Could this be the legendary master of such cruel techniques? Jiang Song rose, looking down at the man who had ambushed her, the tip of her knife still dripping with blood. She flicked off his hat, revealing the words "fugitive" emblazoned upon it. As expected, it was indeed true. Was it Shintingsher who sent you? The man was in too much pain to comprehend her words, wishing only to strangle Jiang Song in return. Jiang Song shrugged. She had known all along that Shintingsher was inherently malicious. From the very first game, when he had inexplicably harmed her, she had been aware of his nature. To this day, in every game, he remained just as insufferable, yet, undeniably, his identity was always one of wealth and power. Jiang Song resolved to confront him head-on, for he clearly harbored ill will towards her and sought her demise. Jiang Song needed to devise a way to meet him, but first, she had to alter her appearance. Paying no heed to the groaning man on the ground, she sought out a nearby hair salon. The proprietress was a woman of considerable charm. "Young lady, are you here for a haircut?" Jiang Song shook her head. "Madam, can you create a style for me?" The proprietress crossed her arms, arching a delicate eyebrow. Finding no suspicious individuals, she strode forward confidently, her head held high. Passing by a convenience store, she ventured inside to purchase a few items before heading directly to the Dingshuang Group building. From daylight to dusk, Jiang Song sat amidst a sea of sunflower seed shells, her legs cramped from squatting, yet her gaze remained fixed on the entrance. The security guard had long since taken note of her, observing her throughout the day. As the shift change approached, he wondered about the peculiar girl who had not yet left. Where did this beggar come from? Strange, she's been squatting at our entrance all day. The security guard exchanged banter with the incoming personnel. Just ignore her. She hasn't trespassed, nor does she hinder us. When the open day arrives, there will be plenty of people to deal with her. Bar. Jiang Song, lounging on the ground with her arms draped over her legs, nonchalantly spat out a sunflower seed shell. Another scoundrel. Nearby, the security guard shook his head in disapproval. Such a lack of manners. As the night deepened, at 11:30, a figure clad in a tailored suit emerged from the Dingshuang building. Shintingshi's expression was cold and severe, flanked by two attentive assistants. Despite his successful appearance, the ruthless aura surrounding him was unmistakable. A striking Rolls-Royce was parked at the entrance, its door already opened in anticipation of its owner. Suddenly, a jarring whistle pierced the quiet night, accompanied by a mocking tone. Everyone turned to see a disheveled figure with wild hair, caked in grime, dressed like a street urchin, grinning and whistling at their chairman. Shintingshi's face twisted into a murderous glare, and others shared his bewilderment at the strange beggar's audacity. In the dead of night, what madness was this? Shintingsha initially regarded her as a deranged lunatic, indifferent as he prepared to enter the vehicle. Just as he bent at a perfect 30-degree angle, he heard a voice both familiar and foreign. Uncle! Shintingsha froze, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, but despair loomed largest. Throughout his time as an NPC, he had never felt as he did now. Was this divine retribution? Jiang Song clapped her hands and stood up, stretching her limbs. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. You heartless capitalist, working overtime is one thing, but why must your assistants suffer alongside you? Her words struck a chord with the two assistants, their gazes towards the beggar shifting instantly. Look at me, you little brat. Jiang Song fixed her eyes on Shintingshi's back. He slowly straightened and turned to meet her gaze, his calm expression betraying a hint of madness. From this moment on, I am your father. You cannot kill or harm me, you must ensure my safety. Should I suffer even the slightest harm, or if my life is threatened, you shall immediately procure a coffin for yourself and take your own life right then and there. Having recited the familiar words with a sense of relief, Jiang Song felt reassured while Shintingsha felt utterly defeated. Mr. Shin, allow me to escort this madwoman away. One of the assistants, unable to neglect his duties, interjected. Stop. Mr. Shin. The assistant turned back in confusion. Shintingsha weakly commanded, do not touch her. Jiang Song swaggered towards Shintingsha. Others. Jiang Song climbed into the vehicle under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The driver had already drawn his weapon, aimed directly at her, yet she remained unfazed. Leaning back against the plush seat, she picked up a bottle of champagne from within and blew air into the opening. Shintingsha closed his eyes, contemplating his own demise. Ignore her. You all may leave now. Once he finished speaking, Shintingsha entered the car, and upon his instruction, the driver holstered his weapon and started the engine. The two assistants exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. If I am not mistaken, did Mr. Shin just get controlled by a little beggar? Chapter 60, The Transparent World. 6. The car glided smoothly along the road, yet the driver's heart was anything but at ease. He frequently cast furtive glances at the rearview mirror, pondering the peculiar situation of Mr. Shin and the dishevelled beggar that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Could this ragged figure pose a threat to Mr. Shin? The grime on Jiang Song was authentic. The proprietress had insisted she roll around on the ground for realism. Although Jiang Song found the idea of her beggar disguise rather outrageous, she conceded it was effective, as no one could recognize her. The distance between Shintingsha and Jiang Song felt vast, yet she could sense his disdain. She glanced at her soiled hands and discreetly wiped them on his sleeve. Shintingsha turned in shock, his temples throbbing with irritation. What are you doing? His tone was laced with palpable anger. My hands were dirty, so I wiped them to avoid sullying your car, she replied nonchalantly, eyeing the already filthy leather seats and backrest. Shintingsha, half amused and half exasperated, pointed at Jiang Song. Well, you truly are something, Jiang Song. For the first time, Shintingsha felt his temper reach a boiling point. He had never encountered anyone who could provoke him like this. Jiang Song had certainly broadened his horizons. She retracted her hand. Where are you headed tonight? Home, he replied, turning his gaze to the window. Oh, I will accompany you home, she declared. Shintingsha remained silent, while the driver cautiously glanced at him. Mr. Shin, where are we headed? Home, did I not just say so? The driver fell silent, chastened. He knew his place was beneath the vehicle, not within it. Half an hour later, the car entered a secluded. Inside lay an expansive expanse that seemed endless. Jiang Song peered out the window with keen curiosity. Where is this? It looks uninhabited. This is Mr. Shin's private residence, the driver interjected. Jiang Song nodded. Oh, indeed, it resembles a military base. The driver fell silent, no further words escaping him, as Shintingsha merely scoffed in response. The vehicle came to a halt in the garage, which displayed an array of luxury cars. Some she recognized, others unfamiliar. but all undoubtedly extravagant. Following Shintingsha, she took the elevator to the first floor of the 5-story villa, its decor mirroring Shintingsha himself. Cold and aloof. Speak up, what do you intend to do this time? Upon entering the living room, Shintingsha slumped onto the sofa and tugged at his tie, his impatience evident. What can I do? Have you sent someone to kill me? I merely wish to survive, yet you were the one who sought to harm me first. Jiang Song's tone sharpened. If it weren't for you incessantly using that damned card to control me, why would I even consider killing you? I am not one to chase after a player relentlessly, Shintingsha retorted, his conviction unwavering. Do you have any shame? Who was it that thrust me into the midst of zombies, and later, while fleeing for my life, deliberately made noise to attract them? Jiang Song shot him a cold glare, harboring a long memory of grievances. In the drought-stricken world, did I provoke you? When we encountered each other during the interview, I sought to avoid you, yet you insisted I join you, later turning me into a living target to draw fire. Tell me, which of these actions was unjust towards you? Oh right, from the very start, you sought a fugitive to eliminate me. After finishing her tirade, she bestowed upon him a sardonic smile. Shintingsha, are you not ashamed, upside down and inside out? Shintingsha, taken aback by her accusations, remained unmoved, feeling no guilt, only regret that this operation had failed. Jiang Song was far too cunning. She discerned the lack of remorse etched on his face, suspecting he was already plotting how to covertly eliminate her before their next encounter. Their interaction ended on a sour note. Jiang Song randomly selected a guest room to rest, removed her wig, and took a shower to revert to her original self. After her bath, she stared at her soiled clothes, lost in contemplation. She had no clean garments. Wrapping herself in a towel, she rummaged through the wardrobe. Finding nothing, she scoured other rooms, but there were no staff to inquire about clothing in this vast abode. Ultimately, she resolved to seek Shintingsha's assistance. Knock, knock, knock. As the door swung open, Shintingsha stood there bare-chested, his expression impassive. What do you want? Jiang Song's gaze inadvertently roamed his physique, surprised to discover that Shintingsha was quite well built. His chest, abs, and defined lines were striking, complemented by long legs clad in tailored trousers. He possessed a golden ratio. Had he not been a chairman, he could have certainly thrived as a model. Shintingsha felt unnerved under her scrutiny, as if enveloped by an unwelcome sweetness in the air, provoking his irritation. He noticed her bare shoulders and frowned. Why are you parading around in a towel? I have no clothes, so I came to ask you for a few sets of clean garments, Jiang Song responded, rolling her eyes. Annoyed, Shintingsha snapped back, I don't have any women's clothing here. Then go find some. You're a chairman, the largest judge in District 3, and you lack a single outfit. At this hour, where do you expect me to procure them? Stores are closed. Jiang Song propped her chin on her hand. This is not like the domineering CEO trope in novels. She then glanced at Shintingsha again, assessing him. No, he was not the archetypal domineering CEO. Just give me a few of yours, preferably new. In a fit of frustration, Shintingsha slammed the door shut, retreating to rummage through his wardrobe. Jiang Song waited at the door for 5 minutes before Shintingsha finally emerged, arms laden with a stack of clothes, which he flung at her head before attempting to close the door again. Jiang Song pulled the clothes down, beaming. Wait a moment. Shintingsha's movements froze, a sense of unease creeping over him. He narrowed his eyes. What do you want now? I've noticed your attitude towards me is rather unfriendly. However, I am your father henceforth. You ought to show me some respect. Whatever I say, you must comply immediately, no delays, and certainly not slam the door in my face as you did earlier. To Shintingsha, it is late, we shall meet tomorrow. And when I awaken, let us have a chat. After speaking, Jiang Song retreated to her room, leaving Shintingsha standing at the door, grappling to regain his composure. Some individuals may appear normal on the surface, yet inwardly they are spiraling into madness. Shintingsha's clothes were oversized, with 2 shirts draping down to her mid-thigh, rendering them suitable as nightwear. The bed in the room was plush, and Jiang Song placed her dagger on the bedside, sinking into a peaceful slumber. It was a tranquil space, devoid of the city's clamor or the raucous noise of neighboring children. Jiang Song slept soundly, enveloped in serenity. Chapter 61, The Transparent World 7. On the morning of the third day of the game, Jiang Song awoke leisurely, completed her morning rituals, and upon opening the door, she beheld Shintingzi seated in the living room, engrossed in his tablet. He turned his head slightly to glance at her upon hearing the commotion, then calmly returned his gaze forward. "Good morning," Jiang Song greeted, her spirits buoyed from a restful night. As she approached him, Shintingzi powered down his tablet. "Speak, what is it you wish to discuss?" Jiang Song settled into the seat opposite him. "I need to understand the parameters of this world. I arrived on an open day, which I am aware occurs every 10 days. My status is that of a legal citizen, yet thanks to your insights yesterday, I learned about the existence of wanted criminals, in addition to your role as a judge. Are there any other identities I am unaware of?" "There are none," he replied tersely. "Next question. How does one become a judge like you?" Jiang Song inquired earnestly. Upon hearing her question, Shintingzi let out a derisive laugh, unabashedly mocking her. "You, a judge?" Feeling slighted, Jiang Song rose to stand before him. "What kind of attitude is that? I've told you to show me some respect, yet you seem incapable of understanding simple words." With that, she couldn't resist giving his cheek a light slap. Due to her enhanced physique, she miscalculated her strength. What was intended as a gentle gesture turned into a heavy strike. With his head turned from the impact, Shintingzi lightly prodded his cheek with his tongue, revealing his handsome profile, and slowly turned his head. "Jiang Song, do you wish to die? What's the matter? Do you wish to commit patricide?" Shintingzi, having endured Jiang Song's antics time and again, could no longer restrain himself. Seeing his movement, Jiang Song immediately retreated. Just as before Shintingzi could lay a finger on her, he was met with an invisible constraint and a jolt of energy, rendering him momentarily rigid before he collapsed onto the sofa. After the fall, Shintingzi closed his eyes, the left side of his face still flushed, and fell silent. Jiang Song approached and crouched in front of the sofa, addressing his face. "Why must it be this way? You truly need to amend your arrogant and dismissive demeanor. I hold the upper hand here. All you need to do is cooperate. There's no need for us to harm each other. Such behavior is detrimental to both of us. Just look at how disheveled you appear now." From between his clenched teeth, Shintingzi spat out, "Get lost." Following that, his body twitched slightly. Shintingzi's inner thoughts said smiley are, "Why?" Jiang Song's inner thoughts. "Why must it be this way?" Jiang Song granted him a few minutes to absorb the reality until he sat up and, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, stated, "The nation of Alan is divided into 24 districts, each governed by its own judge. The judges wield control over more than 70% of the wealth in their respective areas, serving as the economic lifeblood of each district. To maintain societal order post-open day, any losses incurred during this period are compensated by the judges, thus the populace tacitly regards judges as absolute protectors, and no one dares to attack them." Jiang Song listened intently, contemplating his words. "Surely, it cannot solely be due to wealth." Shintingzi glanced at her. "Indeed, a far greater reason lies in the fact that judges cultivate their own armies, own manufacturing facilities, and possess the prohibited firearms in this nation." Jiang Song nodded in understanding. Wealth and military might were both indispensable, making judges their true architects of the rules. Who initiated the open day? How could such an inhumane idea come to fruition? Existence is justification. The circumstances of this world necessitate such methods. And do not forget, this is merely a game. Jiang Song shrugged, finding no merit in dwelling on such matters. Currently, Shintingzi was the most powerful judge in District 3, commanding his army. As long as she remained by his side, she was assured safety. He was a robust pillar of support, and her objective was to cling to this pillar. However, her curiosity about whether Shintingzi could indeed facilitate her ascension to judge remained. "Are you certain you wish to become a judge?" Shintingzi queried. Seeing Jiang Song nod, he exhaled, "Marry me, become my nominal wife." "Marry?" "Yes. Once married, you become my family. The direct relatives and spouses of judges are afforded protection. Then can judges kill outside of the open days?" Jiang Song posed the most critical question. Yes, but it is advisable to refrain from doing so unless your safety is at stake. Jiang Song suddenly recalled yesterday when Shintingzi had dispatched hired criminals to eliminate her. He likely wished to shield the judge's reputation from blemish. Shintingzi acknowledged this as well. All right then, let us marry, right now. Jiang Song blurted out. Jiang Song did not perceive any taboo in this marriage. After all, it was merely a game and a means to an end. Becoming a bona fide judge and wielding absolute privileges was the ultimate goal. After all, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Observing Jiang Song's eagerness, Shintingzi appeared somewhat perplexed. What is the process? Is registration required? Will there be a wedding? If I marry you, must I announce it to everyone? Otherwise, how will they know I am a judge? It remains perilous for me to venture outside. Shintingzi. Under Jiang Song's fervent insistence, Shintingzi arranged for the Civil Affairs Bureau to come to them. The staff took their photographs, affixed their seals, and by 3 o'clock that afternoon, news of Shintingzi, the chairman of the Dingshuang Group, marrying Jiang Song spread across major platforms and networks in District 3, blaring from street-side screens and broadcasts, with posters disseminated widely. By the end of the afternoon, the entire District 3 was aware of the marriage, and Jiang Song's visage became widely recognized. Meanwhile, in a certain hair salon in District 3, the owner gaped at the familiar face on the television, her eyes widening in disbelief. The woman she had transformed just yesterday was actually their wife of the judge. On the following morning, Shintingzi was released to commence his work, while Jiang Song, now donning the identity of a judge's wife, began to wield her influence freely within his domain. Initially, Jiang Song toured his armory, selecting several weapons to her liking. While the guards stationed there dared not utter a word. Satisfied, she departed and went on to observe the training sessions, eventually visiting the shopping center under Shintingzi's purview, where she indulged in a shopping spree. When venturing out, Jiang Song was accompanied by bodyguards. Of course, these were members of Shintingzi's army. While it was unlikely anyone would attempt to assault her, judges were always accompanied by protection. In the face of threats, judges were not held accountable for any lethal actions taken. With her newfound status, Jiang Song no longer felt the need to seek out other players for alliances, as such endeavors seemed unnecessary. Meanwhile, Liang Ruqing, upon seeing Jiang Song's face in the reports, felt a pang of envy clawing at her heart. Chapter 62, The Transparent World. 8. Upon returning from work one evening, Shintingzi found Jiang Song sprawled on the couch, indulging in snacks while watching television, her boisterous presence shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. "Hey, darling, you're back from work," Jiang Song exclaimed, freeing one hand from her snack to greet him. Shintingzi was taken aback by the term of endearment, stiffly inquiring, "What did you just call me?" "Since we're married, is it inappropriate to call you darling?" Jiang Song blinked her innocent eyes, deliberately teasing Shintingzi. The sight of his discomfort brought her joy. "We are merely a couple in name," Shintingzi replied, pressing his lips together, attempting to correct her misguided notion. "Oh, so you wish to be a real couple? That's fine. Shall I come to your room tonight, or will you come to mine?" Shintingzi frowned. You are far too casual." After uttering this, he hurriedly retreated to his own room. "Wait for me tonight," Jiang Song chuckled as she watched his flustered exit, finding his current state far more amusing than the comedy playing on screen. Once back in his room, Shintingzi belatedly realized the absurdity of his actions. What was he afraid of? Why did he run away? Had this woman truly intimidated him to such an extent? Where had his dignity vanished? This was utterly embarrassing. Unaware of Shintingzi's inner turmoil, Jiang Song proceeded to the gym on the 3rd floor after finishing her movie. With her physical condition improving, she felt the need to consolidate and maintain her fitness, especially with a considerable time remaining until the next open day. She couldn't afford to simply lounge in complacency. One must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. By the time Jiang Song lay down, it was already midnight. After 2 hours of exercise, she fell asleep almost immediately, completely oblivious to the consequences of her earlier bravado. As the night deepened, Shintingzi lay on his large black bed, his heart transitioning from a frantic pounding to a serene calm. For nearly 5 hours since entering his room, he had been fixated on the unlocked door, yet no one had appeared. That insufferable woman was toying with him. Suddenly realizing the nature of his thoughts, Shintingsha shot up in alarm. What was he doing? Why was he anticipating her arrival? Had he developed Stockholm Syndrome? This devilish woman, what was he thinking? He ought to find a way to rid himself of her rather than waiting like a dutiful wife for her husband's affection. He must have fallen under Jiang Song's wretched spell. This was not his intention. Yes, it was Jiang Song who had told him to wait for her before he entered, not his own desire. Having sorted through his thoughts, Shintingsha finally dismissed the chaotic notions, reclaiming his rightful mindset, before closing his eyes to sleep. Half an hour later, he clenched his fist in frustration. Damn. Sleep eluded him. Jiang Song had thoroughly unsettled him. On the 5th day of the game, Jiang Song rose early and upon opening her door, encountered another door opening simultaneously. She and Shintingsha exchanged glances, noting the slight dark circles under his eyes. Did you sneak off last night? Jiang Song inquired earnestly. Shintingsha, are you out of your mind? What would I be sneaking off for? Shintingsha was nearly driven to exasperation by her wild accusations. I was just asking. Your dark circles are quite severe. Perhaps you're feeling unwell. You should see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, she suggested. Shintingsha closed his eyes, feeling communication was futile. He opted to ignore her and prepare to go to work. Hey, Shintingsha, I've noticed you're quite dedicated. You always immerse yourself in your role in the game. I swear, if there were a vote for awards, I would definitely select you as the best NPC employee of the year. I truly appreciate it, Shintingsha replied coldly, casting her a sidelong glance. Jiang Song shrugged. You really can't take a joke. With that, Shintingsha stormed off in irritation. On the way to the company, Shintingsha closed his eyes to rest, while his assistant hesitated to speak, unsure of how to broach the subject. Spit it out, Shintingsha said impatiently. The assistant quickly seized the opportunity. Mr. Shin, is your wife, Miss Jiang Song, the beggar from the other night? Shintingsha lifted his eyelids, a storm brewing beneath the calm exterior. The assistant flinched, forcing a strained smile. Mr. Shin, it's just that since yesterday, a woman has been claiming to know your wife and has been insisting on seeing her. We managed to stop her, but she has returned today and is currently waiting at the company entrance. What about security? What are they doing? Are they all dead? Shintingsha felt it was beneath him to concern himself with such trivial matters. Mr. Shin, the main issue is that the woman claims to know your wife and says she is her sister. She insists that if she doesn't see your wife, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Shintingsha scoffed dismissively. Let her regret then. What does that have to do with me? The assistant. He had miscalculated, believing the two shared a deep bond that prompted their hasty marriage. The current situation seemed rather off. As the car halted at the entrance, a woman was indeed waiting expectantly. Upon spotting Shintingsha's vehicle, she rushed forward, only to be intercepted by a bodyguard. Brother-in-law, it's you, isn't it? I saw the news of your marriage to my sister on television. I am her sister. Could you please let me see her? The woman, of average appearance with slightly darker skin, bore no resemblance to Jiang Song. Shintingsha merely cast her a fleeting glance, uninterested in offering any response, and strode towards the company. Having received Shintingsha's earlier directive, the assistant promptly arranged for the bodyguards to expel the woman. Helu, now on the street, stamped her foot in frustration. What else with the attitude? Jiang Song must be quite capable to marry the most formidable judge. I've truly underestimated her. Jiang Song had just finished breakfast when she sneezed, rubbing her nose. That old Shintingsha must be bad-mouthing me. Determined to extract a little more from him today, she ventured back to his arsenal. The guard stationed there was visibly overwhelmed. Madam, you're back again. Yes, are there any new items today? I'd like to take a look. None, madam, these will suffice. All right then, I'll browse through these. Madam, why are you selecting so many weapons? It's unnecessary. Our security is unquestionable. With troops stationed here, you won't need them, and it could be dangerous. The guard earnestly advised. Why? Did Shintingsha tell you I'm not allowed to take anything from here? Jiang Song retorted. Well, he didn't exactly say that. Then that as settled, open the door for me, she urged. With no other option, the guard complied, unable to challenge her. Like a bandit, Jiang Song plundered numerous weapons from Shintingshi's arsenal, even procuring a cart to transport them to her room. On her way back, Jiang Song couldn't help but ponder how convenient it would be to have a dedicated space for all this. Once the game concluded, she would check the shop for suitable options and save up points to acquire them as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Jiang Song felt a surge of joy. Upon returning to her room, she spent a considerable time experimenting alone, having grasped the basic operational methods of each weapon under the guard's instruction. Chapter 63, The Transparent World. 9. On the night of Shintingshi's return, he was met with the guard's lamentations. Impatiently, he rubbed his temples and said, "How much can she possibly take by herself? Do not bother me with such trivial matters in the future, just leave." The guard left, dejected and disheveled, yet Shintingshi found himself somewhat intrigued by this Jiang Song and what she was up to in his absence. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Song opened the door to find an unexpected visitor. Shintingshi had taken the initiative to seek her out. "What brings you here, my dear elder brother?" she inquired casually, propping her feet up as she scrutinized him. Shintingshi, already numb to the world, glanced around her room and his expression shifted abruptly. "Jiang Song, why do you have so many weapons at home? Are you planning to engage in battle with someone?" Jiang Song cast a fleeting glance at the weapon-laden room behind her. "Oh, this. It is for self-defense." Shintingshi scoffed. "Can you even manage that much with one hand? Aren't you afraid of accidentally discharging a firearm in the middle of the night and meeting your own demise?" Jiang Song replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I will be careful. Is there anything else?" Suddenly, Shintingshi recalled the woman he had seen outside the office earlier that day. "Do you have any relatives or siblings?" Jiang Song responded, "Oh, why do you ask that?" "Just a casual inquiry," he replied. Jiang Song sensed that Shintingshi wouldn't pose such peculiar questions without reason. He must have seen or heard something. "What is wrong? You didn't happen to meet any of my relatives, did you?" Shintingshi's expression grew curious. Was there really someone? To his surprise, Jiang Song shrugged nonchalantly. "Rest assured, my father and mother are both deceased. I have no siblings, no one above or below me, and I have never met." He let out a dismissive sound but refrained from mentioning the events of the day. "All right, enough of this. If there's nothing else, do hurry along. You're becoming an eyesore." Jiang Song waved him away. Shintingshi chose not to prolong his discomfort and returned to his own room. On the 6th day of the game, Jiang Song indulged in food, drink, and leisure while Shintingshi went to work. The 7th day mirrored the 6th, with Jiang Song enjoying her time and Shintingshi at work. The 8th day continued in the same vein, and Shintingshi remained occupied with his job. The 9th day, still work. On the 10th day, he was at work. By the 11th day, the open day was fast approaching. That day, Jiang Song ventured out to purchase some food, shamelessly using Shintingshi's card. While wandering, she was halted by a familiar voice. "Sister, is that really you?" "It's me, Heelu." Jiang Song turned to see a figure that was both blurred and clear in her memory. Her expression cooled. What was she doing here? Had she also been ensnared by the game? "My goodness, sister, do you realize how difficult it is to see you, to think you could associate with such a powerful figure in this world? When I first saw your face on television, I could hardly believe it." Heelu's envy was palpable. She approached Jiang Song but was intercepted by Jiang Song's bodyguard. "Sister, what is the meaning of this? You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Jiang Song replied coolly, "How could I possibly forget you, my dear sister? What do you want?" "Tomorrow is the open day, sister, may I stay with you? You know how dangerous it can be. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Jiang Song stepped forward and patted her shoulder. "Of course, I will." Heelu's smile froze. "What?" "It means exactly what it says, you fool. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be chatting with you any longer. If fate permits, perhaps we shall meet again." Jiang Song entered her vehicle and drove away without a backward glance. Left in a cloud of exhaust, Helu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Jiang Song, who had always listened to her and prioritized her needs, now treat her with such disdain? Helu stood rooted, screaming in a frenzy, "Jiang Song! Just wait!" Upon returning home, Jiang Song's mood remained sour. Encountering Helu had been exceedingly unlucky. She must have committed some grave sin in her past life to deserve such torment from the He family over the years, and now even in this game, they continued to harass her. Abandoned at birth, Jiang Song had been taken in by the He family at the age of 2, when the couple had yet to have children due to infertility. However, just a year after adopting Jiang Song, they unexpectedly had their own child, Helu. From that moment on, Jiang Song became a superfluous presence in the He household, and the family began to regard her with disdain. Thus began Jiang Song's nightmare. She lived cautiously among the He family, acutely aware of their mood. Twice abandoned, she had resolutely sought her way back, knowing that without the He family, she could not survive, even if it meant swallowing her pride. After enduring until the age of 18, when they refused to fund her college education, she left on her own accord, taking out loans and working part-time to support herself. Throughout this period, the He family never inquired about her well-being, only demanding that she send a monthly allowance to Helu once she started working, claiming it was her duty as an elder sister. Jiang Song naturally blocked and deleted them from her life. She did not consider herself selfish. After all, the He family had adopted her only to abandon her twice, subjecting her to oppression and constant bullying from Helu. "You're not my sister. You don't even share the He surname. Our parents don't like you. You cling to my family, and I despise you. Finish my homework, or I'll tell Mom and Dad you won't get dinner. Your clothes are a bit small. Are you wearing Helu's hand-me-downs? Har har har. Everyone, look, Jiang Song's outfit is so ridiculous. What is the use of being first in your class? You should be teaching your sister. Her being first is what truly matters. Why buy those shoes? Who taught you to be so competitive? Can't you wear old shoes? What should we do?" She's back again. "Throw her out again, throw her far away. I don't believe she can come back this time." Jiang Song sat expressionlessly, consuming watermelon, while her mind involuntarily replayed these words etched in her heart. She believed she would forget them. It would merely take time. She was unwilling to engage in self-inflicted turmoil, especially since Helu could no longer bully her as she had in their childhood. When Shintingsha returned, he found Jiang Song curled up on the sofa, appearing decidedly unhappy. He raised an eyebrow, wondering what could possibly provoke such a reaction from her. It was rather remarkable. Sensing someone behind her, Jiang Song glanced sideways. "You're back." Shintingsha removed his suit jacket and draped it over his arm, feeling somewhat pleased. "Yes, I've finished work." "Oh, do you have to go in tomorrow?" "Tomorrow is the open day." "I have the day off. Are you in a good mood?" Jiang Song scrutinized him suspiciously. "Yes, quite," he replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Then join me for a couple of drinks." Jiang Song gestured to the seat beside her. Shintingsha, who was not accustomed to drinking, initially thought to refuse. However, the next moment, he heard Jiang Song's playful command, "Come, sit down and drink with me." Shintingsha sighed inwardly, his mood soured once more. Chapter 64, The Transparent World 10. Though the occasion was ostensibly a drinking affair, Jiang Song refrained from overindulgence, cognizant that the open day would commence past midnight. Even though she consumed a bottle of beer and munched on some peanuts, while Shintingsha followed suit with 2 bottles of his own, Jiang Song remained acutely aware, observing Shintingsha, whose gaze seemed subtly altered from the past. Curiosity compelled her to study him intently. "You have a poor tolerance for alcohol," Jiang Song concluded. Shintingsha glanced at her, his eyes shimmering with a hint of perplexity, yet he remained silent, appearing somewhat dazed. Jiang Song discarded her empty bottle. "That's enough, you should head back." With that, she retreated to her own room. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps the sight of Helu, that stirred a multitude of memories within Jiang Song that night. She dreamt of the He family, their cold eyes condemning her as a vampire. All she desired was to survive, and for that, she was willing to forfeit her dignity, feigning ignorance, pretending not to care. On the morning of the 12th day of the game, Jiang Song awoke and tossed her pillowcase into the washing machine. After changing her clothes, she opened her phone to check for updates. As anticipated, the gruesome spectacle of bloodshed had resumed since the early hours of the previous night. Disturbing images of violence circulated online. Jiang Song tuned into a live stream, locating the young streamer, Aiken, who resided in the same building as her. He was also broadcasting, wielding the very machete from last time. Welcome the lady known as Xiaomai into the live stream. Everyone, let us randomly select a family today. How do you wish to see me deal with them? How about hanging them, or perhaps dismemberment? Jiang Song gasped, who was the unfortunate soul to encounter this living demon. With the streamer's violent technique for breaking in, the moment the door swung open, a man inside leaped from the window, revealing only his fleeing silhouette. Jiang Song observed the scene thoughtfully, a sense of familiarity washing over her regarding that back profile. Following the streamer's perspective, he dashed to the balcony, watching the man frantically escape down the second-floor ledge. This is getting more interesting. A chase makes for excitement. How long do you think it will take me to catch him? The comments section buzzed with activity. At that moment, Aiken's live viewership had reached 1,205. Jiang Song found herself pondering the nature of those who would tune in on an open day to witness such murderous broadcasts. In such dire circumstances, wouldn't everyone be on edge? Were they all as deranged as the streamer? Or perhaps they were formidable individuals unafraid of danger, or even judges like Shintingsha? Suddenly, Jiang Song felt a surge of curiosity about what Shintingsha was currently engaged in. She ventured to his room, finding it empty, then to the study, where he was also absent. After searching several locations, she finally discovered Shintingsha in a room on the third floor. He reclined on an opulent leather sofa, legs crossed, his demeanor relaxed as he fixated on the myriad screens before him. Jiang Song cast a glance and saw an array of monitors displaying various murder scenes. It was evident that this was the live broadcast of the open day in Zone 3. As Shintingsha watched the chaos unfold, people attacking one another, blood splattering, and the terrified faces of those fleeing, his expression betrayed no discomfort or compassion. Instead, he appeared to revel in the spectacle. Jiang Song could almost sense his impulse to leap into the screen and partake in the carnage firsthand. Shintingsha was aware of Jiang Song's presence, yet he remained unbothered by the revelation of his demeanor in her sight, as he had all but forfeited any semblance of privacy before her. Shintingsha, you, Jiang Song furrowed her brow. Shintingsha tilted his head slightly. You seem quite deranged. Without a hint of concern, Shintingsha turned back to the screens. Jiang Song chose to sit beside him, discovering that the scenes before him were indeed far more intricate than those on her phone. She focused intently on the unfolding drama, noting various individuals, some women sheltering children, men valiantly protecting their families from intruders, others indiscriminately attacking anyone in sight, and even wanted criminals daring to show their faces. Jiang Song realized that not everyone was engaged in murder. A significant number were in a state of flight, their expressions marked by sheer terror. Shintingsha, who initiated the voting for this open day. All citizens of Alan Star. Not that. I mean who proposed it. Surely there was someone who first suggested this idea. Shintingsha remained silent. It can't be you, can it? His silence spoke volumes. Indeed, you are the greatest deviant in this world. I merely proposed the idea. Their votes were cast by all citizens collectively. It was not solely my decision, Shintingsha maintained, unrepentant. Jiang Song found herself at an impasse and ceased her arguments. She glanced at her phone, where the streamer had finally caught up to the man, and as he turned around, Jiang Song recognized him. Astonishingly, it was Liang Ruqing. Why was he being targeted by this streamer? She mourned for him silently for 3 seconds. Why the hell are you chasing me? What have I done to offend you? Liang Ruqing gasped, turning to confront his pursuer. The streamer, unfazed, seemed to possess boundless energy. Nothing, I just find you unappealing. Damn it. Liang Ruqing's legs trembled as he continued his desperate flight. I end the streamer's comments section. Sad smiley. A wise man does not fall in love. This guy is quite handsome, streamer, why not spare him and pick someone else? The worker is not afraid of labor, this fellow is simply unfortunate, who told him to cross paths with the most ruthless killer in Zone 3. Those targeted by Aiken rarely escape unscathed. Lucas, streamer, be careful, don't get caught in the crossfire from others on the street. Turtle watching green beans, can the streamer challenge someone more formidable? This is getting monotonous. Aiken paused at this comment. What constitutes a challenge? Killing a legal citizen is pointless, do you dare to take on a judge? Aiken narrowed his eyes. Is this viewer wishing for my demise? After dealing with a judge, would I still be alive? What is there to fear? With such a timid spirit, how can you call yourself a streamer? Apologies, but I truly value my life. Jiang Song sent several rockets in Aiken's live stream, successfully ascending to the top contributor. Xiaomai. Can the streamer switch targets? That man lacks challenge. Aiken chuckled upon reading her message. Sad smiley. Thank you, top contributor, for the rockets. What would you like to see? Xiaomai, anything is fine, just make it someone more challenging. Aiken surveyed the surroundings, then zeroed in on another man engaged in violence, advancing towards him. As for Liang Ruqing, he had already seized the opportunity to escape while Jiang Song and the streamer were deliberating. With Liang Ruqing's figure disappearing from the live stream, Jiang Song exhaled in relief. If he were to perish, who would she turn to for the debts he owed her? After all, the rockets were purchased with Shintingshu's money, and she felt no remorse. You seem rather concerned for that waste of space, Shintingshu remarked unexpectedly. Chapter 65, The Transparent World. 11-inch. What's the matter, are you feeling jealous? Jiang Song teased him. Hey, what do I have to be jealous about? He is nothing but a useless pawn, Shintingzi retorted coldly. Regarding whether Liang Ruqing was truly a useless individual, Jiang Song did not wish to engage in a debate with Shintingzi. Instead, she pointed to a comment in the live broadcast encouraging the host to kill the judge. Look, it seems there are those who harbor considerable discontent towards the judge. I'm merely analyzing the situation for you. Can you truly guarantee that your position as a judge will remain unshakable forever? What if one day everyone unites in rebellion against you? Shintingzi, seeming to find her words amusing, arrogantly proclaimed, let them come. I am curious to see who perishes first. Well, it was as if she had spoken to a wall. Considering Shintingzi's army and his arsenal, he indeed had the audacity to be so brazen. In this world, all firearms were under the judge's control, so it appeared that he had little to fear. However, even if there were issues, Jiang Song was prepared to make her escape at any moment. This open day concluded for Jiang Song without any sense of engagement. Throughout the day, she flitted about various platforms on her phone, observing this and that. As the clock struck midnight, the broadcast commenced punctually, and people uniformly halted their activities, transitioning from brutality and bloodshed to tranquility and peace in what seemed just a matter of seconds. Everyone returned home, their expressions either reflecting satisfaction or the relief of having survived calamity. Jiang Song noticed that Shintingzi's demeanor shifted to one of profound meaninglessness after the open day concluded. Then he uttered something to an unknown listener. Well, let the cleanup commence. In an instant, the screen displayed troops clad in camouflage, alongside cleaners in specially designed uniforms, who began to purge the battlefield. Their speed and efficiency were astonishing, as if they had performed this countless times before. Soon, the streets transformed into a clean and orderly state, visibly so. After watching for a while, Jiang Song found it uninteresting and retreated to her own room. The second open day had ended, and only one remained before the game's conclusion, yet Jiang Song had an unsettling feeling that matters were not so simple. On the morning of the 13th day of the game, life resumed its normal rhythm. Society operated as if the previous day had merely been a dream. Shops opened, some went to work, others to school. As Jiang Song ascended to the third floor, she discovered a group of strangers in the Initially intending to head to the gym for a run, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a gathering in the reception area, where Shintingzi was present. Dressed sharply in suits, they laughed and conversed amiably, and one man was the first to notice Jiang Song. This must be Mrs. Shen, the esteemed wife of Director Shen. Suddenly, all eyes focused on Jiang Song, including Shintingzi's. Yes. Indeed, Mrs. Shin is most beautiful. No wonder Director Shin hastily announced his marriage. It appears he has found true love. A man could not resist jesting. Shin. Shintingzi beckoned Jiang Song over, and she complied, taking a seat beside him. These are representatives of judges from other districts. We are discussing certain matters, Shintingzi explained. Oh, has something occurred? A judge was murdered in our district, a slightly balding uncle spoke, just yesterday. How could that happen? Jiang Song's concerns were indeed realized. The one who was killed was my son. I spoiled him too much. Just yesterday, I lost track of him, and he went out without a bodyguard. This morning, all that remained was his corpse. What about the surveillance? Was nothing uncovered? The perpetrator must have planned meticulously, deliberately evading the surveillance zones. The uncle spoke with a weary tone, clearly devastated by the loss of his child. I believe the rules of the open day may need to be revised. According to our previous plan, the population cleansing across districts is nearly complete. If we continue, it could turn against us, another female judge stated. Moreover, Director Jiang, in seeking vengeance for his son, has killed many ordinary, law-abiding citizens, leading to growing discontent towards him in District 8. Once the injustice is fully exposed, it will incite rebellion, jeopardizing the judge's standing. I concur. Since the implementation of the open day, the population has plummeted from 2.4 billion to a mere 800 million. It is about time. From their exchanges, Jiang Song deduced that the initial proposal for the open day aimed to alleviate the population strain in Ailan Nation while rendering murder a permissible act. While the judges outwardly bore the brunt of the losses, in reality, they reaped greater benefits. For instance, all unoccupied homes and stores were reclaimed by them, with each judge essentially controlling the economy of their respective districts. The open day had stimulated everyone's purchasing desire, thereby increasing their income. In summary, these unscrupulous capitalists would go to any lengths to amass wealth, and now they were deliberating on how to further exploit ordinary citizens. There is no need for such complexity. The open day is utterly meaningless. My suggestion is to abolish the first treaty, Shintingzi remarked nonchalantly, tapping his fingers lightly. What does Director Shin imply? A complete deregulation? Yes. If that were the case, society would descend into chaos. The woman disagreed. If murder becomes the norm, we will eventually lose control. Shintingzi let out a cold laugh. In any case, Director Jiang has already set the precedent. This morning, he brazenly led troops through the streets of District 8, slaughtering indiscriminately, thus violating the rules. Director Jiang lowered his head. I admit, I acted impulsively. I should have proceeded with caution and stealth. But in my rage, I was solely focused on apprehending the one who killed my son, which resulted in trouble for everyone. However, this individual must die, and I am willing to pay any price for it. Discussing this now is futile. The situation has already escalated. We cannot allow Director Jiang to become a fugitive. Why not abolish the first treaty to obfuscate Director Jiang's transgressions? Jiang Sheng, as the representative judge of District 8, remained silent. If he publicly opposed the abolition of the first treaty, he would be openly violating it, thus validating Shintingzi's argument. Should that occur, society will undoubtedly become even more chaotic, yet this would facilitate our management and amplify our power. Additionally, we will require more firearms for control. After someone spoke, they turned to Shintingzi. This will depend on you, Director Shin. After all, in all of Ailan Nation, only your district possesses this technology. Shintingzi casually tapped the armrest. Of course, I would never allow everyone to fall into peril. I will provide the weapons, but it must be contingent upon the situation. Naturally, the price will not be the same as before. Others nodded in agreement. On the surface, it appeared to be a discussion among the largest judges of the 24 districts, yet in reality, it was a one-man show orchestrated by Shintingzi. What he decreed would be enacted, and if he demanded a price hike for weapons, they would have no choice but to comply. But what could they do? He was formidable and possessed the capability to dictate terms. Chapter 66, The Transparent World. 12. It was only after everyone had departed and the meeting concluded that Jiang Song finally comprehended the full extent of her misunderstanding. She had long believed that Shintingzi was merely the most prominent judge in Zone 3, only to discover with astonishment that he held the title of the most powerful judge in the entire Alan nation. The realm of firearms was, astonishingly, solely his domain, while others might remain oblivious to the true motive behind his abrogation of the first treaty. Jiang Song was acutely aware that it was driven by his perverse desire for bloodshed. He relished killing and derived pleasure from witnessing others meet their demise. Once again, Jiang Song lamented that she had encountered an unadulterated madman. "What are you cursing me for in your heart?" Shintingsu's gaze was perilous, fixed on Jiang Song. Jiang Song returned his stare defiantly. "I called you a pervert. What benefit do you gain from nullifying the first treaty?" "Why, of course, it allows everyone to indulge in unrestrained revelry." Shintingzi grinned widely. "Isn't living well enough? Must you be a troublemaker?" Shintingzi's expression darkened ominously. "You always manage to conjure a plethora of venomous words to berate me." Jiang Song retorted, "Isn't it rather mild, given the nature of your character and your actions? These two statements have pricked your delicate heart, haven't they? I hope you're not crumbling under the pressure." With a cold snort, Shintingzi rose and departed. That evening, a staggering announcement reverberated across all zones. Alan Nation's judicial representatives have decided to abolish the first treaty. A vote will take place tomorrow. Saint Lacois, this should have been annulled ages ago. Finally, I won't have to live in dread every open day. Aston, why the sudden cancellation? Does the absence of open days mean murder is now prohibited? Young lady sweetheart, everyone take note, it's the treaty being abolished, not the open days. Who cares? Exactly, the first treaty forbids killing outside of open days, so its abolition implies that murder can occur at any time, without becoming a wanted criminal. That's how I interpret it. Lecherous uncle online fishing for Kai. What kind of chaotic maneuver is this? Without restrictions, won't everything descend into chaos? Sexy matron, the judicial representatives are the greatest pests in this world, don't they wield absolute power? They declare open days, and now they say it's cancelled. What sinister plot are they concocting? I shan't speak of it. Big JJ, blind man, you've hit upon a crucial point. I've always felt something was amiss. It appears our lives hold little value in their eyes. In love, perhaps there is no recourse. Don't forget, we are merely ordinary lawful citizens, while the judges possess absolute force. To survive, we must comply. A myriad of speculations and comments emerged, with a clear portion of the populace expressing grievances against their judges. Initially, they had hoped for the cancellation of the inhumane open days, only to realize that every day would now be an open day, plunging those who yearned for stability and peace into despair. While at home, Jiang Song received a phone call from an unknown number. "Hello. Sis, is that you? It's Hilu, please help me." Her voice was frantic, tinged with tears. "How did you get my number? Why are you asking that now?" "Sis, I've been kidnapped, you must come to save me, the address is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Song hung up abruptly. Meanwhile, in an underground casino in Zone 3, a man grasped a woman by the throat. "What is going on? You deceived me, you don't know her at all, do you?" Hilu's face turned a shade of purple as she gasped for breath. "I do know her, she is my foster sister. She must not have recognized my voice, please, give me another chance." The man disdainfully released her grip, watching as Hilu collapsed to the floor, coughing violently. "You better not be lying. I'll give you half a day. If you don't manage to procure the weapons, then prepare for your journey." Hilu looked at the man before her with palpable fear. She had merely sought refuge during her flight, never expecting to stumble into someone else's territory and end up captured. Initially, she feared for her life, but upon seeing the man discussing something while holding a photo of Jiang Song, she had volunteered the information that she knew Jiang Song, pleading for them to spare her. Consequently, they instructed her to find Jiang Song and extract the location of Shintingsu's manufacturing facility from her, yet, Jiang Song was currently disinclined to even entertain the idea of meeting her. He Lu had earlier reached out using a number she had managed to gather, only to be met with Jiang Song's haughty demeanor. Now that she had become the judge's wife, she seemed to regard her own sister with indifference. "Boss, do you think this will work? This woman appears rather unreliable," one of the henchmen addressed the man from earlier, with a headband around his forehead and a fierce expression on his face. The man scoffed. "Har Jianxingda, emboldened by his status as a judge, ruthlessly took my brother's life and slaughtered many of my comrades, forcing me to flee here. I must avenge this grievance. That rascal Jianxingda killed my brother in the morning and announced the cancellation of the first treaty by nightfall. Isn't he this merely a ruse to allow the judges to kill at will? It is laughable, they dare to act without facing the consequences. Our only option now is to approach Shintingsi's wife in Zone 3. I've heard that woman was once a beggar. Shintingsi married her for her looks. If that is the case, she should be easy to deceive. I just wonder if this useless thing can manage it." With that, the man cast a menacing glance at He Lu, saturated with threat. He Lu smiled. "Big brother, don't worry. I have a plan to ensure you get those weapons." Since she could not gain access through Jiang Song, she would target Shintingsi instead. With that thought, a wicked smile crept across her lips, anticipating her impending success. After hanging up on He Lu, Jiang Song felt an overwhelming sense of unease. How could He Lu have been kidnapped? Who would use her as leverage against her, Shintingsi's enemies, or perhaps other judges? "Forget it, her fate is none of my concern," Jiang Song mused, feeling justified in her indifference. She owed her no debt. With a clear conscience, Jiang Song resumed her activities. The following morning, on the 14th day of the game, the revelations from the previous night stirred considerable turbulence. The vast majority of people were in a state of apprehension, as this development was undeniably a nightmare for many, clearly impacting their daily lives. Yet, some individuals were already eager for the chaos to unfold. Shintingsi arose early that day, and upon observing him impeccably dressed, Jiang Song leaned against the wall and inquired, "Off to work again?" As he adjusted his tie, Shintingsi replied with a curt nod, "Today is the voting day. I'm a bit curious. How does the cancellation of the first treaty affect your enterprises? If people can kill freely every day, how will your mall operate normally? How will you recoup your funds? Does that matter?" Shintingsi countered. "Of course it does. Otherwise, why would you toil away at work day in and day out? Are you laboring for your money to go down the drain?" Having been a cog in the corporate machine for years, Jiang Song found it difficult to fathom Shintingsi's thought process. To her surprise, he flashed a knowing smile. "Jiang Song, I must say, you truly have a few screws loose. Have you forgotten that this is a game? You can't be seriously immersed in it, can you?" The tone of sarcasm, the air of disdain, the arrogance that belittled her. It was quintessentially Shintingsi. Jiang Song's realization dawned upon her. No wonder he engaged in so many self-destructive actions. He simply did not regard this as anything significant. He understood that it was merely a game, that he was here to experience it, to stir the pot. The more she pondered, the more Jiang Song felt that Shintingsi was akin to a player. After all, which NPC possesses memories? Chapter 67, The Transparent World 13. In conclusion, one must not approach Shintingsi with the logic of an ordinary individual. Jiang Song, as a member of the Alan Kingdom, was also required to cast her vote, and thus she accompanied Shintingsi to the venue. The polling place was located in the Times Park of Zone 3, where real name voting was conducted in a fully transparent manner. Upon arrival, Shintingsi ascended the stage under military protection. As he spoke, he declared, "Follow the choices of your heart." As the foremost representative, he approached the approval button, verified his identity, and pressed it down. Identification successful, 1 vote in favor. The mechanical voice resonated in the ears of the audience below, while the large screen displayed the moment. Subsequently, the crowd turned their attention to Jiang Song. Although she internally disagreed with this course of action, she was aligned with Shintingsi and had to follow his lead, thus she too selected approval. Following this, citizens began to queue for voting. Each choice had a long line behind it, making it difficult to discern any prevailing sentiment. They could only wait. After Shintingsi and Jiang Song made their selections, they prepared to leave. As she descended from the stage, Jiang Song felt a sense of discomfort, akin to being watched by a venomous serpent. "What are you dawdling for?" Shintingzi glanced back at the lagging Jiang Song. "It's nothing," she replied, shaking her head as she caught up. In the crowd, He Lu, held at knife point from behind, cast a resentful gaze at Jiang Song's departing figure. "Take me home first," Jiang Song said, not raising her head as she entered the car to speak to Shintingzi. Shintingzi shot her a glance before instructing the driver, "Take her home first." At the Dingshuang Group building, the assistant happened to see the judge's wife entering. "Allow me to escort you upstairs." Inside the elevator, the assistant recalled the first time he had met Jiang Song that fateful night. At that moment, he could never have anticipated she would evolve into his future boss's wife. He pondered whether he had inadvertently offended her back then, causing him to feel somewhat anxious now that she was suddenly here. Fortunately, the elevator ride concluded without a word exchanged between them, and the assistant led Jiang Song to Shintingzi's office. "Madam, please wait here for a moment. Chairman Shin will finish his meeting shortly. I shall prepare some refreshments for you," he said. Once the assistant left, He Lu exhaled in relief and began to survey Shintingzi's office, which was spacious, bright, and imposing, overlooking the entirety of Zone 3. She couldn't help but recall Jiang Song and questioned what right she had to assume the role of the judge's wife. Surely, she must have employed some deception, otherwise, how could an NPC in the game possibly engage with the player? Fortunately, she too possessed a tool that allowed her to change her appearance for 3 hours daily. Since Jiang Song's slide was unable to break through, she could only masquerade as Jiang Song to extract information from Shintingzi. Once she gathered the necessary intel, she would ensure that group of people toppled Shintingzi, and then she would see just how long Jiang Song's good fortune would last. He Lu glanced around to confirm no one was present before she began rummaging through items, hoping to uncover something useful. Her time to maintain the disguise was limited to 3 hours, and she needed to act swiftly. Upon finishing his meeting, Shintingzi returned to his office. The assistant had informed him in advance that Jiang Song was present, and he wondered what business she had come for, considering she had just left after voting. As the door swung open, Shintingzi discovered Jiang Song sneaking around his desk, seemingly up to no good. Upon noticing his entrance, she sprang to her feet, stammering, "Husband, you've finished your meeting." Shintingzi furrowed his brow. What madness is this? He Lu's heart tightened, sensing Shintingzi's unfriendly demeanor. Clearly, his feelings for Jiang Song were not as warm as she had hoped. I simply had nothing to do and came to wait for you to go home together." Shintingzi's cold, dark gaze bore into her, sending shivers down He Lu's spine. His stare was so terrifying it felt as though he could kill. "Oh, is that so?" Shintingzi slowly approached her. He Lu forced a smile and took a step back. Yes, indeed." Shintingzi disregarded her and settled onto the sofa, prompting He Lu to secretly release a breath of relief. Knitting his brows, Shintingzi rubbed his temples. "I have a bit of a headache." Upon hearing this, He Lu hurried over, offering, "It must be exhausting from the meeting, let me give you a massage." Shintingzi donned a smile, and He Lu interpreted this as his acquiescence. She raised her hand, preparing to place it on his temple, but before she could touch him, her wrist was seized, eliciting a yelp of pain from her. What are you doing, husband?" Shintingzi tightened his grip, snapping her wrist with a cold, indifferent tone. "Who gave you permission to address me like that?" Tears welled in He Lu's eyes from the pain. "Let go of me." "Who are you? Why are you impersonating her?" Shintingzi immediately recognized her as an imposter. The genuine Jiang Song would never sneak around to rummage through his belongings. She would be forthright and would never grovel, but instead might even retort that he deserved the pain he felt. The woman before him was simply a poor actress. He Lu, sensing her ruse had been exposed, quickly altered her approach. "Brother-in-law, it's me, Jiang Song's sister. I didn't mean to impersonate her. I merely wished to see her." Shintingzi flung her aside, glancing at his hand in disgust as he picked up a wet wipe to clean it. Jiang Song's sister. He recalled the woman who had accosted him at the company entrance that day. "I care not whose sister you are. You stealthily infiltrated my company. Who knows what you've done? Stolen confidential information. You will not leave here alive." He Lu had not anticipated Shintingzi's vigilance. Despite her not having committed any acts yet, her plan was already foiled. The thought of leaving empty-handed and falling back into the clutches of that group filled her with dread. She would surely meet a grim fate. Thus, Helu swiftly chose to switch allegiances. Brother-in-law, you misunderstand me. I am being coerced. A group of bandits has kidnapped me. They intend to use my sister to extract your weaponry. I entered the company to survive, hoping to reveal the truth to you. What group? Shintingzi inquired, intrigued. They are not from Zone 3. They appear to be wanted criminals who escaped from Zone 8, seeking revenge for their brother, she explained. Shintingzi produced a photograph. Is this him? Helu glanced at the photo, nodding repeatedly. Yes, that is him. Shintingzi smiled, dialed a number, and spoke. Mr. Jiang, I have prepared a grand gift for you. Please come to receive it. Helu waited anxiously in the office, her heart racing as sweat trickled down her forehead from the pain of her broken wrist. She knelt there, unable to move, while Shintingzi sat above her, casting a condescending gaze that made her feel as though the woman bearing Jiang Song's face was even less appealing than Jiang Song herself. As time passed, Helu noted that more than 2 hours had elapsed since her transformation. Soon, she would revert to her original appearance. Just then, Shintingzi spoke up, you may leave now. Helu was taken aback. Brother-in-law, could you take me in? Allow me to stay with my sister. We have always been incredibly close, having lived together. Spare me the pleasantries. You have 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to deal with you myself, Shintingzi replied, his tone icy and grave. Helu shuddered, daring not to linger any longer. Enduring the pain, she rose, and upon seeing Shintingzi's motion to retrieve a firearm, she hastily scrambled out of the office and quickly fled the Dingshuang group. Chapter 68, The Transparent World 14, near the Dingshuang group. Boss, the woman has come out. What, is she injured? Could it be that she has been discovered? Go, capture her and bring her back. Helu glanced around anxiously, seeking a path of escape. She was acutely aware that her plan had collapsed. If that group were to capture her, her fate would be sealed. However, as she darted into a narrow alley, she found her way blocked by 2 menacing figures. Where do you think you're going, you filthy woman? Seeing this, Helu attempted to flee, only to discover that the entrance she had just come through was also obstructed. In a moment of desperation, she pulled a USB drive from her pocket and declared, Big brother, look, I obtained this from Shintingzi. The man raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You actually got your hands on it. Shintingzi didn't notice. Helu shook her head. No. The man narrowed his eyes dangerously. Then what happened to your hand? Don't tell me you broke it yourself. Just as she was about to respond, Helu stammered, Big brother, let us first see what's out on the USB drive. That's the most crucial matter. She had no choice but to divert the conversation. The man, feeling this was reasonable, prepared to take Helu away. As they exited the alley, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of armed soldiers, led by the judicial representative of Zone 8, Jiang Xingda. You little beast, I finally found you. So, you chose to hide here. Jiang Xingda glared furiously at the man. Har, old fool, you truly are relentless. Have you forgotten how many of my siblings you've murdered? I haven't even begun to seek vengeance for them. It was you who killed my son first. Blame yourself for the outcome. You brought death upon your own people. Jiang, look around. You've come with so many men and weapons to hunt me down again. Haven't you orchestrated today's vote to cover up the fact that a dignified judge like you has murdered innocent, lawful citizens? The man's gaze was icy, his words unwavering. Jiang Xingda laughed coldly. You are not a lawful citizen, you are a wanted criminal. Having killed my son, your crimes have only multiplied. You should go down to seek forgiveness from your deceased siblings. Among them were individuals who were not criminals but merely lackeys. Seeing the situation, they began to plead for their lives. Jiang, please spare us. We had no part in the murder of young Master Jiang. It was all his doing. We are still lawful citizens. You cannot kill us. The speaker knelt, hoping to awaken Jiang Xingda's sense of reason. Jiang Xingda looked at these accomplices of the murderer without a trace of compassion. They all deserve to die. To atone for his son, he slowly revealed a smile. You may not have noticed, but the vote is over, and the first treaty has been annulled. Everyone present was stunned. It truly had been abolished. This meant that killing outside of open days was now legal, and they had no means of resistance. Facing a judge wielding absolute power, the man attempted to resist, but Jiang Xingdar wasted no words, issuing the order to fire. He personally dealt with the one who had slain his son. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, until the magazine was empty. The man was left a mass of holes before Jiang Xingdar ceased. Jiang, there's still a woman over there. Jiang Xingdar turned to where his subordinate pointed, spotting a woman curled up, clutching her head. He furrowed his brow. Kill her too. He Lu raised her head, crawling toward Jiang Xingdar in a pitiful state. Jiang, please don't kill me, I'm not one of them, I was kidnapped. Tears streamed down her face, shocking Jiang Xingdar. Wasn't he this, Mrs. Shen, how could she be here? What was Shen Tingxi up to? Didn't he know his wife had been abducted? Jiang Xingdar hurriedly helped He Lu to her feet. Mrs. Shen, please get up, do not be afraid. After reassuring her, he quickly led his men to Shen Tingxi's company. Surrounded by Jiang Xingdar's men, He Lu scanned her surroundings, constantly seeking an opportunity to escape. If she approached any closer, she would undoubtedly be killed by Shen Tingxi. When she found an excuse to go to the restroom, Jiang Xingdar denied her. Mrs. Shen, you should come with me to meet Mr. Shen first. If anything were to happen to you under my watch, I would be unable to bear the consequences. He Lu, damn it, Shen Tingxi was busy managing work. The vote had just concluded, the first treaty annulled, and other districts had already placed substantial orders with him. As someone entered his office, they cheerfully said, Mr. Shen, I've received your generous gift, thank you so much, it's quite valuable, and I've taken note, I'll double the price on this order. Shen Tingxi maintained a nonchalant expression. Millimeter. However, Mr. Shen, I must say a word or two. Why did you let Mrs. Shen slip away? We found her among that group. She was actually kidnapped. You must have known, right? Shen Tingxi lazily raised his eyelids, glancing at the timid woman in the crowd, scoffing coldly. Mr. Jiang, if you're not careful, you might need to see an ophthalmologist. When did my wife ever look like that? Jiang Xingdar turned around in confusion. Oh, I saw her last time, she was just like that. The last 3 words were swallowed back. Who could explain to him how Mrs. Shen had transformed into such an ordinary-looking woman? Jiang Xingdar's expression turned complex. Who are you? He Lu's face reverted to its original appearance. Now, there was no chance for her to escape. She did not wish to die in this game without a fight. She began her performance anew. Brother-in-law, I beg you, let me see my sister just once. I am her biological sister, she wouldn't want me to die. Shen Tingxi scrutinized her. Is that so? He dialed Jiang Song's number, putting it on speaker. Hello, what's up, Dad's big child? A crisp, familiar voice emerged. The people present exchanged glances, some shocked. Mr. Shen and his wife were quite playful. Shen Tingxi hastily turned off the speaker, gritting his teeth. Jiang Song, why are you on speaker? Jiang Song cleared her throat. Oh, why are we on speaker? Shen Tingxi rubbed his brow in frustration. Someone wants to talk to you. Who is it? Shen Tingxi switched the speaker back on. Sis, it's me, He Lu. Sis, for the sake of our parents, please save me just this once. After all, they raised you. You can't just watch me die. He Lu's wailing voice prompted Jiang Song to hold her phone at arm's length. Having been rejected twice by Jiang Song, He Lu understood that appealing to sisterly ties was futile, so she resorted to invoking their parents. Jiang Song would surely not refuse this time. Shen Tingxi, don't let these chaotic people interrupt me while I do my face mask. You can handle it yourself. Jiang Song abruptly hung up, trying to morally blackmail her. Sorry, she had no morals. The debt of affection to the He family had long been repaid. After graduation, she had reimbursed them in full for the funds they had spent on her, severing all ties. Now, they were mere strangers, devoid of any emotional connection. Chapter 69, The Transparent World. 15-inch. What's the matter? It appears my wife has no desire to acknowledge you as her sister, Shen Tingxi remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on He Lu with an icy demeanor. She has feasted and been sheltered by my family, and my parents financed her education. In return, we have raised a veritable ingrate. Without us, she would have perished long ago. There is no way she could have survived until now. Vile wretch, vile wretch. Helu's face contorted with rage, unable to fathom that Jiang Song would truly abandon her in her time of need. At that moment, she yearned to hurl the most venomous insults imaginable at her. Shin Tingxi's expression darkened ominously. Before Helu could utter another word, a thunderous gunshot reverberated through the office. She scarcely registered the action of Shin Tingxi drawing his weapon before her life was extinguished in an instant, her eyes wide open in death. Jiang Xingda, standing nearby, dared not utter a sound. Shin Tingxi's ruthlessness was unparalleled. This man was cunning and cruel, and those who crossed him seldom lived to see another day. Moments later, two individuals entered, swiftly dragging Helu's lifeless body away and cleansing the scene of the crime. Shin Tingxi rose from his seat, offering not even a cursory glance at the corpse, as if he had merely dispatched an insignificant insect. Mr. Jiang, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Shin Tingxi began to usher him out. Jiang Xingda, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily placed the USB drive he had scavenged from the group down and exited, anxious to avoid any entanglement. After Jiang Song ended her call, a sense of unease washed over her. What if Shin Tingxi had left Helu alive? She felt compelled to investigate personally and eliminate this troublesome presence. On her journey to the Dingshuang Group building, the repercussions of cancelling the first agreement became apparent, as chaos erupted around her. The once peaceful days had devolved into turmoil. Fortunately, the residents of District 3 recognized the vehicle marked with judicial insignia, sparing her from any attacks. Upon arriving at Shin Tingxi's office, she found it empty. After a brief search, the assistant informed her that Shin Tingxi was in a meeting, prompting her to settle into his exclusive presidential chair, casually crossing her legs and spinning in place. The assistant stole several glances at Jiang Song, recalling the impostor he had escorted in earlier, who had been dealt with by Shin Dong. He dared not make the same mistake again. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Jiang Song inquired, perplexed. The assistant shook his head, recalling the audacious demeanor of the beggar from that day. No, I shall take my leave, madam. He tapped on the door, realizing he had discerned her true identity. This lady was undoubtedly the genuine article. When Shin Tingxi returned to his office to retrieve his belongings, he was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Song, momentarily questioning his own senses. The assistant interjected, Mr. Shin, I forgot to inform you, madam arrived half an hour ago. Oh, you finished your meeting. Jiang Song looked up from his seat as he entered, noticing the USB drive on the desk. She plugged it into the computer and perused its contents, finding them rather inconsequential. The assistant quietly remarked, Mr. Shin, this lady should indeed be the true madam. The facial recognition downstairs confirmed it. Shin Tingxi could easily discern that only the genuine Jiang Song would dare to be so audacious in his presence. Very well, you may leave, he gestured dismissively. What about Helu? Jiang Song inquired, withdrawing her legs from the desk. Who is Helu? Shin Tingxi responded without lifting his gaze, unlocking a hidden compartment at the corner of his desk, revealing a safe. Jiang Song approached him, observing as he entered a password, memorizing it, the one who just called me, claiming to be my sister. Shin Tingxi retrieved a device resembling a remote control, adorned with a red button. Oh, I eliminated her, he replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. You never specified that I should refrain from taking action against her. Jiang Song was taken aback to learn that Shin Tingxi had indeed killed Helu. However, she felt a sense of relief. Helu was cunning and harbored jealousy towards her, and allowing her to live would have posed a threat, better dead. What is that in your hand? Jiang Song asked, her curiosity piqued. This? It is a bomb trigger, Shin Tingxi replied with a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon realizing his intentions, Jiang Song pressed, What do you plan to do with that? To visit the military factory. The place where weapons are manufactured. Indeed. Take me with you. Shin Tingxi understood that her presence was inevitable, so he did not refuse. After all, his objections would be futile. Jiang Song accompanied Shin Tingxi into a vehicle, where he took the wheel. She assumed his clandestine military factory would be located in a remote area. yet to her surprise, he directed them to the city center, heading straight for a food factory. Recognizing it as one of Shintingshi's enterprises, they smoothly passed through security checks and entered the facility, which appeared entirely ordinary. Devoid of anything amiss, Shintingsha led her into a building within the complex. Along the way, Jiang Song observed that all the workers donned pristine white sterile suits, their bodies entirely covered. After passing through facial recognition and a fingerprint lock, they entered a designated office. The decor exuded a futuristic ambience, dominated by a large central control panel, surrounded by sophisticated instruments and buttons. Shintingsha approached one side and pressed a green button, illuminating the screen before them, which displayed a man clad in a white uniform. "Mr. Shin, welcome," the man greeted respectfully. "Have the order details been received?" "They have, Mr. Shin, and production is underway." "How long will it take?" "At the current pace, it may require a week." 3 days, Shintingsha interjected, denying him any opportunity for rebuttal. "Aside from what is reserved for ourselves, the first batch of weapons shall be dispatched in the order they were placed." "Understood, Mr. Shin." Shintingsha terminated the conversation and pressed a yellow button, causing the control panel to shift aside, revealing an elevator that ascended from below. This elevator led to an underground facility, spanning over 20 levels. Indeed, Shintingshi's military factory was concealed here. It was no surprise that he had chosen a food factory as a facade. Who would suspect a vast, clandestine military factory producing the world's only advanced weaponry lay beneath? The individuals here, much like the food factory workers above, wore white attire, yet it was evident that they regarded Shintingsha with both reverence and trepidation. Jiang Song followed him through the factory, unable to suppress her curiosity. "You haven't installed explosives here, have you?" After all, that button he held was rather unsettling. "Why not?" "Seriously. Is there a problem?" "This is merely a means of control, a tactic anyone would employ," Shintingsha replied nonchalantly. "But what if it detonates unexpectedly? We would perish here as well." Shintingsha regarded her as if she were foolish. "Do I seem that dim-witted? The explosives are within each of their bodies." "Jiang Song, see, that's why it's you. No wonder the workers regard you with such fear." Chapter 70, The Transparent World. 16. In regard to many of Shintingsha's decisions, Jiang Song chose not to intervene excessively, as long as her safety was not at stake. As for his various inhumane actions, Jiang Song understood that she could not exert control over him, for he was, after all, a natural-born villain. Moreover, Shintingsha was merely an NPC, and she had yet to contemplate the notion of correcting an NPC to embrace the core values of socialism. After visiting Shintingsha's clandestine military factory, Jiang Song prepared to return home. However, along the way, someone obstructed their vehicle, frantically signaling for help. "Your Honor, please save me, I cannot escape." A woman, kneeling before the car with a child in tow, was being menaced by a man nearby, brandishing a knife with a fierce glare. Shintingsha, who was driving, regarded the mother and daughter with indifference, casting a fleeting glance at the man before him, followed by a cold smirk. Just as Jiang Song began to doubt whether Shintingsha would simply run them over, the car roared to life, and indeed, Shintingsha shifted gears to accelerate towards them. The woman, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly dodged aside. Jiang Song was startled by his actions, pondering why the woman had chosen to seek assistance from a madman like Shintingsha. In the rearview mirror, the woman glared at their vehicle with a look of despair. "Stop staring, they are in cahoots," Shintingsha remarked, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. As they drove further away, Jiang Song observed the man approach the woman, seemingly assessing her injuries, and he did not appear to have murderous intent. "I did not expect you to be so astute," Jiang Song complimented. "How did you know they were allies?" "Before the treaty was abolished, no one dared to seek help from the judge," Shintingsha replied nonchalantly, glancing at Jiang Song. "Now, they are merely testing the waters. Soon, the judge's situation will not be as leisurely and serene as it once was." Though he spoke the truth, Jiang Song found herself at a loss for words. "Then why did you propose the repeal of the treaty? Is it too late for me to ask you to reverse that decision?" Shintingsha let out a cold laugh. "Jiang Song, do not be so naive, the repeal of the treaty is an inevitability. Have you forgotten about Jiangxing's massacre of lawful citizens? That incident, once it escalates, will evolve into a collective rebellion against the judge. Rather than remain passively ensnared in such a negative situation, it is better to proactively abolish the treaty, stir the waters, and incite conflict among lawful citizens. I will sell my weapons, no one can influence me. Do you understand? Jiang Song rarely heard him analyze matters with such seriousness, yet his reasoning was indeed sound. Very well. Suddenly, Shen Tingzi realized he had divulged too much. Jiang Song had not even inquired, so why had he explained so extensively? He pursed his lips and resumed driving, lapsing into silence. He had let his guard down. It must be the woman's card that compelled him to chatter so. He, Shen Tingzi, would never allow a player to manipulate him incessantly. He shot a cold glance at Jiang Song, determined to find a way to free himself from her control and eliminate her at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Song sensed the dangerous gaze upon her and turned to meet Shen Tingzi's eyes. She narrowed her gaze, arms crossed over her chest. What are you scheming this time? Shen Tingzi quickly averted his gaze. Nothing. Jiang Song scoffed. I suspect you are plotting against me again. Your expression has betrayed you. Can't you find a different target for your machinations? Stop fixating on me. Shen Tingzi retorted, you are the one fixating on me. Jiang Song, disinterested in his rebuttal, turned aside and closed her eyes to rest. With no response, Shen Tingzi clenched his teeth, gazing at her profile, vowing silently that he would personally end the life of the detestable Jiang Song. Day 15 of the game. The news reported the casualties of the day, with the situation being as dire as Jiang Song had anticipated. The current state of the Alan Kingdom resembled a city with an alarmingly high crime rate yet still managing to function normally. Day 20 of the game, Jiang Song had been residing in Shen Tingzi's abode for the past few days, not venturing outside. However, during this time, there had been attempts to disturb Shen Tingzi's residence, but upon encountering the military presence, the intruders fled in terror. Jiang Song's safety level was rated at 10. That evening, as Jiang Song remained awake, Shen Tingzi announced that he would not be returning. Suddenly, a knock echoed at her door, and her alertness surged. Could someone have broken in? It was improbable. She grabbed a weapon and cautiously approached the door. The knocking was tentative, as if the person outside feared alerting others. Damn, a thief has truly entered. Just as she prepared to call the guards, she heard a familiar voice. Xiaomai, it sounded remarkably like Liang Ruqing's voice. Xiaomai, it's Liang Ruqing, are you there? The voice outside was subdued. Jiang Song opened the door, and indeed, it was him. Why are you here? How did you get in? Liang Ruqing stood there clad in camouflage, resembling the guards from the base, even wielding a firearm. Oh, Xiaomai, time is of the essence, we must leave at once, and I will explain everything later, Liang Ruqing urged, reaching out to pull her along. He tugged once but failed to move her. Jiang Song stood firm. What exactly do you intend to do? You need to clarify your intentions. Though they had interacted a few times, they were not familiar enough for her to trust him completely. Liang Ruqing barging in at such a late hour and demanding she follow him made her feel wary. She was not foolish enough to heed anyone's call without understanding the situation first. Liang Ruqing explained urgently, Xiaomai, that's Shen Tingzi, he's an NPC, right? Jiang Song anticipated he would discover the truth eventually, given that his identity was widely recognized, and any player who had encountered him would immediately identify him, especially since his role was adversarial to the players. Xiaomai, I do not know how you became involved with him, but I refrained from disturbing you while he was still in power. However, the situation has changed. You must escape with me quickly, or it will be too late. Wait, Jiang Song raised her hand. Shen Tingzi has fallen. Why had no one informed her of this? Shen Tingzi is indeed a weapons manufacturer, but do not forget that this world is teeming with players. Some possess incredibly powerful items. I can replicate and acquire firearms, let alone the formidable players. So Shen Tingzi's weapons are no longer his trump card. It's more complicated than that. Players from various districts have banded together, inciting lawful citizens to organize against the judge, with Shen Tingzi being the primary target. As soon as I caught wind of this, I rushed over. I saw the news about your marriage to Shen Tingzi on television. Initially, I did not want to intrude, but now I am genuinely here to save you. You have aided me countless times, Xiao Mai, trust me. Jiang Song recalled encountering that player in the dungeon capable of manufacturing weapons, and Liang Ruqing's item that allowed him to replicate objects seemed to lend credence to his claims. Thus, she turned back to gather her belongings and called out, "Come, help me pack." Chapter 71, The Transparent World 17. As Liang Ruqing entered the room and beheld the array of diverse weapons adorning Jiang Song's abode, she was utterly astounded. Good heavens, Xiao Mai, is this the army of Shintingzi that has found its way into your quarters? Jiang Song, without turning her head, replied, "No, I pilfered these from him. Stop dawdling and help me gather our things." The two swiftly packed their belongings, and Jiang Song followed Liang Ruqing downstairs, where a vehicle awaited them outside the base, filled with players. "Brother Liang, is this the Xiao Mai you mentioned?" A youthful boy peered curiously from the passenger seat. Liang Ruqing nodded and introduced Jiang Song. "Xiao Mai, this lad is Wenxiu. I saved him during the last open day, discovered he was also a player, and we decided to team up." "Hello, Sister Xiao Mai, you are truly beautiful." Wenxiu's eye sparkled with sincerity. "Hello, see you. Where are we headed now?" Jiang Song inquired of Liang Ruqing. "We have a secret location where players congregate. It is well equipped and quite safe. Are you not participating in the plan to besiege Shintingzi?" Liang Ruqing shook her head, stating, "We belong to the peace faction, preferring not to provoke trouble. As long as we can ensure our own safety, that is sufficient. If others do not infringe upon me, I shall not infringe upon others." Jiang Song nodded, appreciating their ethos. Indeed, there was no need to instigate conflict when one could protect oneself. With 10 days remaining in the game, staying with these players should allow her to navigate the ensuing days safely. As for Shintingzi, Jiang Song felt helpless. After all, he was the architect of his own demise. She deemed her own survival paramount, leaving her fate to the whims of destiny. On the journey to the player base, their vehicle brushed past a sleek black Lamborghini, within which Shintingzi sat, incessantly dialing his home. "That wretched woman, why is her phone turned off?" Shintingzi's expression was laden with impatience, the driver accelerating furiously. "Mr. Shin, please remain calm. Madam is protected by a security detail at home, and she is quite astute. She shall be fine," the driver reassured him. Shintingzi's demeanor darkened with madness. He had not anticipated this group of players would dare to provoke him. After fending off an assault at his company, he had hastily made his way home. He genuinely feared for Jiang Song's safety, as he was bound to her by her card's control. Should she perish, he would be compelled to accompany her in death. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Shintingzi yanked off his tie, and the car sped towards his residence. Upon arriving, Shintingzi immediately sought out Jiang Song, but after searching multiple floors, he found no trace of her, and the weapons in the room had vanished. A disbelieving suspicion began to take shape in his mind. Had that wretched woman absconded with the weapons? After reviewing the surveillance footage, Shintingzi confirmed this unsettling truth. He chuckled in anger. Very well, very well. As he observed Liang Ruqing's familiar silhouette in the footage, a fierce murderous intent ignited within him. "I rushed back for this. You, Jiang Song, truly have used me and cast me aside." Shintingzi had never encountered anyone like Jiang Song since becoming an NPC. "These players shall all perish." His dark eyes fixated on the monitor with a chilling intensity. "Mr. Shin, those individuals are approaching us, heavily armed," a guard reported. Shintingzi had no time to deliberate on how outsiders had infiltrated his domain. At least Jiang Song was safe for the moment, presenting no immediate threat to him. "Do these incompetent minions require my orders?" Shintingzi scoffed, disdain dripping from his voice. "Eliminate them all." His casual command seemed to suggest he was dispatching not human lives, but rather insignificant ants easily crushed beneath his heel. "This is Shintingzi's territory, everyone stay resolute." "Damn it, this scoundrel has been feasting on his own arrogance, holding an open day, and now rescinding the first treaty, leaving us in a state of constant trepidation. Let us eliminate him, and this domain shall belong to us players." A rallying cry echoed as the players, armed with an assortment of weapons unknown to legal citizens of this world, surged forward. Among them were numerous NPCs they had gathered, who remained oblivious to the meaning of players, only aware that they possessed the strength to challenge Shintingzi. As the first gunshot reverberated, chaos erupted within Shintingzi's base, a fierce gunfight igniting in a storm of bullets and blood. Shintingzi's well-equipped forces were far from ordinary, bolstered by his own factory producing an unending supply of weapons and ammunition. In less than an hour, the players found themselves at a disadvantage. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, chose to flee. The leading man had not anticipated Shintingzi's prowess, realizing he was being thoroughly outmatched. Everyone, retreat. To avoid being completely wiped out, he ordered a withdrawal. Yet, as Shintingzi observed the unfolding scene on the monitor, he coldly commanded, "Do not let them escape, eradicate them all, leave no survivors." Leaning back in his chair, he relished the gory spectacle before him, enveloped by the unfolding carnage. He should have felt at ease, yet an increasing sense of agitation and brutality began to consume him. Rising, Shintingzi seized a nearby weapon and strode outward. His aim was precise. With a single shot, he executed the leading player, his indifferent gaze instilling terror in those attempting to flee. Shintingzi and his forces relentlessly slaughtered the remaining players, leaving no path of escape. Every bullet he fired found its mark. "Damn it, this guy just won't let up," they lamented, feeling the chill of fear creep down their spines as they watched Shintingzi pursue them with relentless fervor. I had heard that Shintingzi was devoid of humanity, the judge representative of Zone 3, but in truth, he is the world's overlord. Just consider the power required to maintain such a position. How could we be so foolish as to provoke him? It is nothing short of suicidal. The speakers, overwhelmed with regret, lamented their impulsive decision to challenge the game's boss without fully comprehending the consequences. Meanwhile, Shintingzi remained unscathed, their ranks dwindling to nothing. "Enough talk, let us seek Old Lu's assistance." "Will that even work? Old Lu refused to join us before. Now, with Shintingzi hunting us down, wouldn't it be unwise to bring the conflict to his doorstep? Why dwell on that now? Do you truly wish to perish? Who else can aid us? Look at Shintingzi, he is like a rabid dog, ready to tear us apart." As the car windows shattered, the two ducked down, the vehicle soaring forward while the others inside cursed and shouted. "Go, go, go." To Old Lu's. Chapter 72, The Transparent World. Shintingzi observed the struggling vehicle fleeing ahead with a calm and cold-blooded demeanor. He led a small, well-equipped team in relentless pursuit, determined to eradicate them. Jiangsong found herself in a new environment, encountering a multitude of players for the first time. They were all remarkably friendly, and the leader, whom everyone referred to as Lao Lu, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding a scholarly elegance and a grounded demeanor that instilled a sense of reliability. Before arriving, Jiangsong had taken care to disguise her identity, not wishing to reveal her previous association with Shintingzi. "Don't worry, Xiaomai," Liang Ruqing reassured her. "Everyone here is quite amiable. As long as we unite, achieving success in this game should not be a formidable challenge." Jiangsong nodded in agreement. This hideout was situated on the far edge of Area 3, adjacent to Area 4. The player known as Lao Lu was astute, having swiftly gathered a team and prepared ample supplies in advance. With the added benefits of player items, they possessed the strength to defend their territory, making it unlikely for anyone to provoke them. Jiangsong had initially planned to lie low for the remaining 10 days, but within 2 hours of her arrival, Shintingzi made his move. The entrance to the hideout was blasted open, and a group of individuals rushed in, disheveled and shouting for Lao Lu's help. How did it come to a 1,000-strong team had dwindled to a mere 5. Astonishingly, they had even brought along that imposing statue. "Lao Lu, it's all our fault for not heeding your advice. Shintingzi is a monster, intent on exterminating us. We truly have no place to retreat to. Please, we beg for your mercy." Lao Lu's expression soured. He had no desire to wade into this murky water, yet these individuals were adamant about dragging him down with them. With the situation already escalated, he had no choice but to brace himself. Everyone huddled within the base, gathering their strength as they raised their weapons, the atmosphere thick with tension. As the sound of polished shoes echoed against the ground, Shintingzi emerged from the swirling smoke, his dark eyes resembling a tranquil yet chilling abyss, a smile that hinted at unfathomable depths. His presence was so commanding that it instilled fear in all present. Shintingshi's voice rang out, laced with a hint of derision, "I hear you wish to pass judgment upon me." Lao Lu, steeling himself, stepped forward. "Mr. Shin, you may have misunderstood. We harbor no ill intentions towards you. These few acted rashly, provoking your ire, but they have now tasted the bitter fruit of their folly. I implore you to grant them clemency." Facing a younger man whose overwhelming power compelled him to bow his head, Lao Lu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Yet, to shield the other players from repercussions, he felt he had no alternative. "Do I strike you as a benevolent bodhisattva?" Shintingsha retorted, dripping with sarcasm. Behind him, his forces and countless weapons were trained on the individuals inside. A mere command from him would ensure none could escape. Liang Ruqing trembled at the back of the group, watching the unfolding scene, while Jiang Song wore an expression of disbelief. "Xiaomai, I never anticipated Shintingsha to be this formidable. I thought those players were truly powerful, armed with numerous weapons, yet they seem utterly inadequate against him." "Shintingsha conceals far too much strength," Liang Ruqing remarked, slightly embarrassed. Jiang Song was equally taken aback by the rapid shift in circumstances. Even with her thick skin, she could not bring herself to step forward and align with Shintingsha. Lao Lu had long since noticed Shintingshi's gaze fixating on a particular spot at the back, and upon looking, he realized it was the new player. Unsure of Shintingshi's intentions and hesitant to speak, he was caught off guard when Shintingsha uttered, "Aren't you coming over yet?" This nonsensical query left everyone momentarily stunned, exchanging perplexed glances. Jiang Song clicked her tongue and, lowering her head, made her way through the crowd towards Shintingsha. His dark, penetrating gaze met hers as he coldly remarked, "You certainly run fast. Upon hearing the news, you slipped away. Truly, a dead ally is preferable to a living one." Jiang Song raised her head, forcing a strained smile. "What are you talking about? I merely came to catch up with an old friend." Shintingsha was amused by her clumsy lie, noting the makeup she had applied with care, and replied with a sardonic smile, "To catch up with a friend requires a change of face. I must be interrupting your merriment." Jiang Song struggled to maintain her smile. "Look at how you say that. It's so thoughtful of you to come find me. Let us head back and not linger here any longer." Shintingsha glanced at the individuals inside, his desire for further bloodshed dissipating. With numerous orders left unaddressed, he found the prospect of wasting time distasteful. Moreover, that insufferable woman had issued him another directive, leaving him with no choice. Turning away, Shintingsha departed, with Jiang Song following closely behind. Thankfully, she possessed cards, otherwise, given Shintingshi's temperament, he might have annihilated everyone present. The players inside stared in bewilderment as Shintingsha exited so casually, their minds clouded with confusion. Had he brought a woman back with him? Was this not a pursuit, but rather a search for his woman? What a twist! On their way home, Shintingsha remained silent, gazing out the window, the air still thick with the scent of blood. Jiang Song, feeling unusually guilty, refrained from speaking. Upon returning to Shintingshi's base, he paused at his door, not turning back as he calmly stated, "You need not worry, these players are worthless. Attempting to use their pathetic items against me is tantamount to courting death. You are safe here. Do not forget your cards, for I cannot allow you to perish." With that, he closed the door. Jiang Song stared at the door, feeling a pang of remorse. Had Shintingsha truly fallen, she might have felt a semblance of relief, yet now he not only stood tall but also trampled over the other players, leaving her feeling like a traitor, which was undeniably awkward. However, with events having unfolded as they did, Jiang Song could only comfort herself, refusing to dwell on it too much. Considering Shintingshi's ruthless disposition, she reasoned that had she not possessed the cards, she would likely have met a grim fate at his hands. With that thought, she felt a bit more at ease and hurried back to her room. Meanwhile, Liang Ruqing was being interrogated by Lao Lu. "Is that woman you brought back Shintingshi's wife?" Liang Ruqing nodded, "Yes." Lao Lu closed his eyes momentarily. "What did you bring her back for? Is she a player?" Liang Ruqing hesitated. "I don't know, I don't recognize her. She saved me during an open day, so when I heard someone was planning to ambush Shintingsha, I went to bring her out." Lao Lu was speechless. You truly are out of your mind. From a distance, Wen Xiu observed the scene, remaining silent, his knowledge of the truth hidden beneath a veil of modesty. Surely, Liang Ji would not have any feelings for Sister Xiaomai. Chapter 73, Transparent World 19. On the morning of the 21st day of the game, Jiang Song awoke to find Shen Tingshe at home, surprisingly not having gone to work. Could it be that such a dedicated NPC would dare to skip a day? She took a seat across from Shen Tingshe and began to nibble on the breakfast laid out before them. Why aren't you at work today? She inquired, without lifting his gaze. Shen Tingshe replied, it is no longer necessary. What do you mean? My mission is not merely to engage in role-playing here. Jiang Song gave him a sidelong glance. As an NPC, what else would you do if not role-playing? Recalling his various actions throughout the game, she added, are you playing the role of a player? Torturing players? Shen Tingshe offered no response, tacitly confirming her suspicion. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Song turned her attention to the news. Thanks to Shen Tingshe's decisive actions the previous night, he had effectively quelled any rebellious notions that others might have had about provoking the judge. Shen Tingshe had ordered that the bodies of those he had shot be disposed of in an abandoned site, where he incinerated them, the flames raging throughout the night, leaving passers-by nauseated. Shen Tingshe's reputation had undeniably worsened, yet it was clear that no one dared to provoke him. Upon returning home last night, Liang Ruqing had sent her a message expressing concern for her safety and fearing that Shen Tingshe might pose a threat. However, his worries proved to be unfounded. This morning, as they shared breakfast, Liang Ruqing messaged her again to check on her well-being. Liang, little Mai, are you well today? Shen Tingshe hasn't he harmed you, has he? Mai. Rest assured, I'm fine. Liang, that's good to hear. Little Mai, I've been wanting to ask you something, but I'm not sure how to bring it up. Mai. Perhaps it's best if you don't. Liang. Liang, little Mai, can your item control NPCs? Mai ho. Liang, don't hide it from me, I've noticed. I sensed something amiss during the last round of the game, but didn't he think too deeply about it? This time, however, Shen Tingshe's role is that of the opposing player, yet you've been with him consistently. Since he hasn't harmed you, it must mean you possess something that allows you to control him. Though Jiang Song wished to keep this secret, she understood that it could not remain concealed forever. She had sensed this possibility from the moment she and Shen Tingshe announced their marriage to all the citizens of Ailin. After all, with so many players in the game, someone would inevitably catch on, unless she disguised herself as an NPC. Liang. You can trust me, little Mai. I won't tell anyone. Currently, apart from Wen Xiu, no one knows you're a player or that you can control Shen Tingshe. Wen Xiu listens to me. I won't let him speak out of turn. Mai, thank you, brother Liang. Liang, no need for thanks. I merely wish to remind you that this information must not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. Otherwise, they might exploit you to reach Shen Tingshe, turning you into their pawn. Jiang Song recognized the validity of this warning. Liang Ruqing's concern was timely. The situation was indeed chaotic, and public sentiment towards Shen Tingshe was decidedly negative. Her best course of action was to remain at the base, where she would be protected by Shen Tingshe, allowing her to endure the remaining days until the game concluded. Who are you chatting with? Your incessant typing is quite bothersome. Shen Tingshe's voice broke through her thoughts. Jiang Song glanced up at him, flipping her phone over. N01. I've already told you. Your mission is to survive within the game. As I am currently under your control, as long as you stay here and don't wander off, you'll be safe. Don't go looking for trouble like you did last night. Understood. The two fell into a prolonged silence. Suddenly, Jiang Song realized that she had come to heed Shen Tingshe's words. Their roles seemed to have shifted. It must have been due to her reckless escape the previous day. Perhaps she felt a twinge of guilt, and since Shen Tingshe hadn't wronged her, she could afford to yield a little. On the 28th day of the game, with only 3 days remaining until its conclusion, Ailin had gradually settled into a semblance of calm under Shen Tingshe's formidable influence. Liang Ruqing periodically checked in with Jiang Song to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, Shen Tingshe remained as busy as ever, tirelessly working from dawn till dusk, his weapon manufacturing enterprise thriving, with high demand from judges across various districts. Jiang Song's life felt leisurely, akin to a vacation. She spent her days indulging in food and rest, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil outside. One evening, feeling rather bored, she prepared a meal. Halfway through her meal, Shintingsha returned home. He cast a fleeting glance at her as he passed through the living room and retreated to his room. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Song followed him. Shintingsha, what's wrong? She knocked on the door, but received no reply. Shintingsha, open the door this instant, she commanded. And the next moment, the door swung open, revealing Shintingsha's pale countenance, as fragile as if he might collapse at any moment. Jiang Song's heart tightened. What had befallen him? Had he encountered a formidable opponent yet again? As she contemplated various scenarios and how she might proceed if something had indeed happened to him, Shintingsha's deep voice interrupted her thoughts. What are you thinking? Taking a deep breath, he continued, I'm fine. A player was hiding in my factory, attempting to ambush me. I accidentally got caught in the blast when I pressed the button. Jiang Song hastily pulled off his shirt. Let me see how bad it is. Shintingsha felt somewhat uncomfortable with her sudden action. Her fingers grazing his skin sent tingles down his spine. Soon, his upper body was bare to the air, and Jiang Song circled around him to inspect. Where's your injury? Shintingsha gestured to a small cut on his arm. Jiang Song couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Goodness, if we discovered it any later, it would have healed on its own. Should we find a doctor to bandage it? Shintingsha's eyes darkened. I told you I'm fine. Then why do you look as though you're on the brink of death? You scared me half to death. If you were to die, my card would be wasted, and I'd be left wandering the world again. Jiang Song. The game was nearing its end. She hoped nothing would go awry. Shintingsha's survival was paramount for her. I simply haven't eaten all day, causing my blood sugar to drop. Shintingsha gritted his teeth. Jiang Song shot him a disbelieving glance. How could such a formidable boss suffer from low blood sugar due to skipping a meal? How did I not notice you were in such a weakened state before? All right, put your shirt back on. I just finished cooking. Let's eat together. Don't say I don't care for you. With that, Jiang Song exited, leaving Shintingsha, half undressed and feeling slightly ridiculed, in a state of confusion. During dinner, Jiang Song inquired further about the details of Shintingsha's encounter, learning that the player who had attempted to ambush him was one of his factory workers. Discontent with Shintingsha's methods, the worker had not only exposed the factory's location but had also plotted against him. However, his life was cut short by Shintingsha's swift actions as the explosion claimed him before he could succeed. Jiang Song found it difficult to pass judgment on that foolish player. With such a secure identity, all he had to do was endure 30 days in the factory, and he could have ended the game. Yet, driven by a misguided sense of justice, he chose to challenge the game's boss. It seemed that heroism had no place in a survival game. Chapter 74, The Transparent World 20. End. Will the exposure of your factory's location have any repercussions? Jiang Song expressed her concerns regarding this issue. Shintingsha, upon hearing this, let out a cold chuckle. Hey. Those two syllables sufficed as his response. All right, fine. Jiang Song, noticing his arrogant confidence, felt somewhat reassured. On the 30th day of the game, the final day arrived, and this gaming session felt interminable to Jiang Song. As it was nearing its conclusion, an exhilaration coursed through her. She hummed a cheerful tune, while the online vitriol and curses directed at Shintingsha showed no signs of abating. The current state of the alien nation resembled that of a nefarious city, where malevolent incidents had become the norm. Unfortunately, no one could hold the true instigator, Shintingsha, accountable. They could not stand him, yet they were powerless to eliminate him. This game has been rather favorable for you, hasn't it? Shintingsha remarked nonchalantly, glancing at his tablet. Huh, are you referring to the time you sent a fugitive after me? Jiang Song quipped, spearing a piece of fruit with a toothpick and popping it into her mouth. Shintingsha responded with silence. Aside from that incident, Jiang Song pondered seriously for a moment, realizing that aside from the beginning, Shintingsha had not inflicted any harm upon her during this game. Let us negotiate something. What? If we meet again, you refrain from controlling me, and I shall spare you. How does that sound? Jiang Song burst into a fit of laughter. Shintingsha frowned. What are you laughing at? Jiang Song shook her head, remaining silent. The notion of Shintingsha seeking a truce and proposing mutual non-aggression seemed utterly ludicrous to her. Although they had only participated in 4 games thus far, she had long since discerned Shintingshi's malicious character. His claim of sparing her was undoubtedly a ruse to lower her guard before ultimately betraying her. Having navigated the complexities of society for 3 years, Jiang Song was not one to fall for such deceitful words. She offered no response, and Shintingshi's gaze grew increasingly dark. Around 10 o'clock that night, an unknown instigator incited a riot, not targeting Shintingsha but rather unleashing chaos upon ordinary citizens. The streets echoed with screams, blood tainted the city, and fear and slaughter became the revelry of the night. Liang Ruqing and his companions were reluctantly drawn into the turmoil, yet their superior equipment shielded them from significant harm, allowing them to shelter several fleeing civilians within their domain. Jiang Song concluded the game in slumber. Beep, congratulations to player Jiang Song for surviving 30 days in the transparent world, earning a reward of 300 points. Exiting the game. 10-9-8. As the voice faded, Jiang Song found herself aboard a bus, groggily rubbing her eyes before dashing to her room to resume her slumber. Upon awakening, she began to check her information. Player. Jiang Song, gender, female, age, 24, games completed, 4 points, 320 online players, 82, 605, 717. The player count had diminished by approximately 10 million, a significant reduction compared to before, indicating that players were gradually adapting to the game. Jiang Song then reviewed her card usage. History of game usage, 4 card owner, Jiang Song, game name, Transparent World, attraction target, NPC Shintingsha, attraction value, 23. This was a slight increase from before, yet still disappointingly low. It was evident that Shintingsha was reluctant about it. However, their animosity had already been established, and unless they never crossed paths again, Jiang Song had him ensnared. Upon inspecting her points, the amount was dismally meager. After deducting the 100 points required for mental replenishment, she was left with a mere 220 points, rendering the purchase of a spatial item utterly impossible. As she browsed the marketplace, she discovered a product that piqued her interest. Item name: a Dreams Pocket, price, 500 points, item description, a pocket with a capacity of 100 cubic meters, items placed inside the pocket bear no weight, possessing it is akin to possessing its contents. At 500 points, it was priced similarly to a revival item, certainly not inexpensive. Jiang Song desired this pocket immensely and proceeded to contact the Rydal Mall customer service. Customer service Xiaomai, hello. Rydal Mall customer service 001, greetings, player, how may I assist you? Customer service Xiaomai. Can the items in the mall be discounted? Rydal Mall customer service 001, dear player, our mall does not entertain haggling. Customer service Xiaomai, please, can you lower the price a little? Rydal Mall customer service 001. Smiley face. Customer service Xiaomai, do you accept old item exchanges? Rydal Mall customer service 001, dear player, what item would you like to sell? Jiang Song sent over the longsword. Rydal Mall customer service 001. Dear, this broadsword's original price is 450 points, and the buyback price is 270 points. Customer service Xiaomai, can you raise it a bit more? Rydal Mall customer service 001. Dear, this is the regulation, the buyback price is fixed at 60% of the original price. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Jiang Song reluctantly agreed, exchanging points to gather enough, as the long sword was of no use to her, and it was better to trade it for something she deemed more valuable. Jiang Song confirmed the buyback, and instantly, 270 points were credited to her. After deducting the points spent on food, she now had 490 points, just 10 points short. She opened the chat window with Liang Ruqing. Customer service Xiaomai. Hi, brother Liang. Old driver, little Mai, you actually took the initiative to contact me. Customer service Xiaomai, har, just wanted to ask how your last game went, was it smooth? Old driver. Thanks for your concern, it went quite well. Being with other players is certainly better than going solo. Customer service CMI, that's great. Just as Jiang Song was about to request some points, the other party spoke up first. Old driver. Transferring 50 points. Old driver, by the way, this is for the points I borrowed from you last time. Jiang Song had only lent him 14 points previously, yet he returned her 50 points. In the game, every point held immense significance. It could mean the difference between life and death. Customer service CMI, Brother Liang, this is too much. Old driver, no worries, little Mai, just accept it. If it weren't for you lending me points last time, I would have been dead. What's a little extra, don't mention it. Jiang Song felt a warm comfort in her heart. She had witnessed those who acted like lords when borrowing money in the real world. Individuals like Liang Ruqing, who were self-aware and grateful, were truly rare gems. Jiang Song accepted the points, now totaling 540. Without hesitation, she purchased a Dreams Pocket, securing this portable space, which would undoubtedly prove immensely convenient in future gameplay. The intermission of the game always passed swiftly, and before she knew it, the 48-hour break had elapsed, heralded by the timely announcement from the bus. Chapter 75, Survival in the Desert 1. The time-space bus kindly reminds the passengers to take their seats, as the next destination is imminent. The time-space bus announces that the destination has been reached. Please disembark. 10, 9, 8, 7. Game title, Desert Survival Game Role, The Lost Backpacker. Game description, the dangers of survival in the desert are manifold. As a lost backpacker, you must strive for survival, paying attention to items left behind by others, which may prove beneficial to you. Beware, the conditions will grow increasingly harsh. Gather sufficient supplies as soon as possible. Game objective, survive for 15 days. Upon disembarking, Jiang Song was greeted by a desolate expanse of desert, seemingly endless in all directions. A gust of wind swept by, engulfing her face in a cloud of yellow sand. Puh, she spat out the grains lodged in her mouth. She assessed her gear, clad in a yellow hard-shell jacket, her large backpack slung behind her. Opening the pack, she discovered a package of compressed biscuits, a bottle of water, an empty canteen, and an orange that appeared less than fresh. Beyond that, there was naught. Jiang Song's heart sank. This was scarcely better than having nothing at all. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, casting its relentless rays upon the desert, and although the jacket felt stifling, she dared not remove it, for exposure to such intense ultraviolet light could result in severe sunburn and a rapid depletion of her bodily fluids. Fortunately, the desert was intermittently graced by winds, providing some respite. Despite lacking experience in desert exploration and trekking, Jiang Song was aware of the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Before dusk descended, she needed to locate additional gear. The game description hinted at the possibility of finding items left behind by others, akin to treasure chests, awaiting her discovery. As she continued her observations, Jiang Song felt the small pocket of her A-dream bag nestled within her, a diminutive cloth pouch emblazoned with the image of a robotic cat, reminiscent of a coin purse. She attempted to place her items inside, and much to her surprise, the pouch seemed to function like a bottomless pit, yielding no resistance as she deposited her meager belongings. Although her possessions were scant, she stowed everything within, ultimately setting out with only an empty backpack. Donning the jacket's hood, she chose a random direction, relying entirely on fortune. After an indeterminate period, her throat parched, she cautiously retrieved her water bottle, taking a careful sip before tightly sealing the cap, fearful of spilling even a drop. The sunlight dazzled her eyes, and in the distance, she discerned a dark shape resembling a backpack. Wiping the sand from her face, she focused intently and noticed a shadowy figure sprinting toward the same object. Without hesitation, Jiang Song dashed forward. They both had their eyes set on the backpack, both resolute in their pursuit. Fueled by enhanced physical prowess and an intense desire, she ran with remarkable speed. Observing her rapid approach, the man opposite her increased his pace, but they collided nonetheless. The impact was jarring, a girl of 165 centimeters colliding with a fitness enthusiast standing at 180 centimeters, the latter nearly sent sprawling. Quick-witted, Jiang Song grasped the backpack and rolled to evade his immediate counterattack. In the midst of her maneuver, she swiftly unzipped the bag and discovered a small knife, brandishing it menacingly at him. "Damn it," the man exclaimed, clutching his chest in anger. "I spotted it first." Unfazed, Jiang Song replied, "It's mine." Possessing the knife and recognizing her agility, the fitness enthusiast hesitated. Players who had survived this long, particularly female players, typically possessed some measure of skill, and he dared not act recklessly. "How about this, we split it," he proposed. Jiang Song shook her head resolutely. "You can seek other backpacks." "Are you intending to hoard it all?" he retorted, his expression darkening. Jiang Song remained unwavering. "Whoever grabs it first gets to keep it." With narrowed eyes, the man lunged forward. Jiang Song deftly sidestepped, countering by seizing his arm and delivering a swift cut with her knife. The wound was superficial, yet sufficient to complicate his prospects in the game. Withdrawing, he raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I concede. It's yours." With that, he retreated, moving in the opposite direction of Jiang Song. Relieved by his departure, Jiang Song opened the backpack and rummaged through its contents. Inside, she found 2 bottles of water, a pair of sunglasses, a mask, a lighter, a roll of toilet paper, and 2 chocolate bars. While the haul was modest, each item was undeniably useful. Grateful for her courage in claiming the spoils, she donned the sunglasses and mask, stowing the rest in her atrium pocket, and continued her quest for additional backpacks. After a while, she stumbled over an object. Glancing down, she noticed a slightly raised sandbag. As she kicked it aside, a backpack partially buried beneath the yellow sand came into view. Jiang Song quickly knelt and began to excavate, soon retrieving a complete backpack. Inside, she discovered a pristine watch, a bottle of orange-flavored drink, a half-full water bottle. The watch would keep her time, the orange drink would replenish her vitamin C, the blanket would provide warmth as temperatures dropped at night, and the metal rods could serve as a means of defense. Elated, Jiang Song organized her newfound treasures and took a refreshing sip of water. Feeling invigorated, this treasure hunting experience thrilled her, and she harbored hopes of uncovering even more valuable items. Yet, it seemed that the more she yearned for something, the more the universe conspired against her. After nearly 2 hours of fruitless searching, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and she was drenched in sweat. Finding a suitable spot, she sat down, propping the 2 metal rods into the sand, allowing them to stand about a meter high. Jiang Song removed her jacket and draped it over the rods, positioning her back to the sun to shield herself from its glare. A makeshift sunshade was thus fashioned. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, her skin slick with perspiration, she settled behind her improvised shelter to rest. Her only food consisted of compressed biscuits, chocolate, and a somewhat wilted orange. Opting for the orange, she knew it would not last long. Best to consume it before it spoiled. Peeling back the skin, she was pleasantly surprised to find the flesh more palatable than anticipated, sweet and tangy, with sufficient moisture. Jiang Song devoured the entire fruit, feeling a slight restoration of her stamina. After approximately half an hour of rest, she rose to gather her belongings, determined to continue her search for supplies before sunset. At last, persistence bore fruit. An hour later, she spotted not 1 but 2 backpacks, alongside 2 lifeless bodies, their contents strewn across the ground. It was evident that the 2 individuals had engaged in a fierce struggle over the bags, resulting in mutual loss, leaving the spoils for Jiang Song. She collected the items scattered about: 2 loaves of bread, 3 bottles of water, a pack of wet wipes, a compact mirror, and a bundle of rope. Chapter 76, Survival in the Desert. Jiang Song managed to procure 2 weapons from the hands of the 2 individuals. Congratulations on acquiring a disposable item. Lady's pistol, 10 rounds, currently 8 remaining. Item description: a standard pistol, intended for use within the game. The other item set smiley disposable item, trident. Item description: a weapon of Poseidon, may you wield it with the grace of the sea god. It seemed that both of these individuals were players, and their items had been acquired rather inexpensively by Jiang Song. She grasped the pistol firmly in her hand, stowed the trident into a dream's pocket, and before departing, she stripped the 2 of their outer garments, for she had ample space to accommodate all useful items. Having organized her belongings, Jiang Song resumed her journey. given the circumstances, it appeared that all players had been dispersed in this vicinity, the crowd was considerable, and she needed to locate more backpacks before the others. Resources equated to survival. Along her path, she collected stones, diligently scavenging as she went. Jiang Song toiled until the sun vanished from the horizon, stopping only when the clock struck 10 at night, when the temperature had plummeted significantly. Based on her own sensations, if the game had commenced at a sweltering 40 degrees, it was now well below freezing. The breath she exhaled transformed into a mist, and she was clad in 3 layers of windbreakers, her own and those of the 2 players. Jiang Song found a suitable spot and dug a shallow pit just large enough for her to fit. Earlier in the afternoon, she had discovered 3 backpacks, acquiring a small iron pot, 5 bottles of water, 3 cans of beef, a small box of toothpicks, a compass, and a bottle of vodka. Her haul was substantial. Jiang Song stashed everything into her pockets, keeping them close at hand. With the pistol and a small knife beside her, she removed 1 or 2 layers of her windbreaker to cover the opening of her makeshift shelter, weighed down by a backpack filled with stones to shield her from the biting wind and isolate her from the frigid air. Lying in her self-made pit, Jiang Song consumed a piece of bread and drank half a bottle of water, then wrapped herself in a blanket she had scavenged, allowing the night to pass. On the second day of the game, Jiang Song awoke feeling stifled. Having enjoyed a secure night, she attended to her physiological needs, a necessity, with toilet paper, which she buried, and prepared to continue her quest for resources. However, after a morning of searching, she found not a single backpack, and those she did come across were empty. With the sun now blazing fiercely, she decided to take a brief respite. After consuming a can of food, she reviewed her current provisions: 1 piece of bread, 2 cans, 8 bottles of water, 1 bottle of vodka, and 1 bottle of orange juice. With 14 days remaining in the game, her supplies were woefully insufficient. Jiang Song glanced at the pistol in her hand, hoping to avoid a dire situation. Just as she finished her water, she heard voices in the distance. Rather than flee, she remained still, awaiting their approach. "Hey, there's someone over there." "Indeed, let us go take a look." "Hello, are you a player?" a bespectacled man called out from a distance. Jiang Song nodded in response. "Greetings, we are players too. Would you like to join us? In such a vast desert, it's safer in numbers." The bespectacled man spoke, yet his gaze lingered on Jiang Song's backpack. Jiang Song smiled, her eyes gleaming with longing. "Really, big brother, can you truly take me with you? However, I still need to find my brother. He is also a player. Could you accompany me in the search?" The bespectacled man stepped closer to Jiang Song. "Of course, but joining our team requires adherence to our rules. All resources must be managed collectively, thus, you must first surrender your provisions." "How does that sound?" Jiang Song rose, unable to conceal her excitement. "Absolutely, big brother, all my resources are here, take them." The bespectacled man grinned as he accepted the backpack Jiang Song offered, but his smile faltered as he opened it. Inside lay an empty bottle with a few drops of water, a packet of compressed biscuit wrappers, a set of clothes, and nothing else, merely a heap of refuse. His expression turned incredulous. "Is this all?" Jiang Song nodded innocently. "What's wrong, big brother? Did you not seek resources after entering the game? Surely you didn't come away empty-handed yesterday?" She feigned innocence. "Big brother, I've always been with my brother. I never handled these matters. He takes care of everything for me." The bespectacled man's face reflected sheer disbelief. He had anticipated encountering a lucrative target, only to find a liability. He tossed Jiang Song's bag onto the ground, his demeanor now impatient as he returned to his group. Jiang Song called after him, "Big brother, wait for me. Won't you take me along? Help me find my brother." The bespectacled man turned back, his expression menacing. "I in such an expansive desert, searching for her brother. Why would they concern themselves with her plight? Listen, sister, we have other matters to attend to. You can search for your brother yourself. Being siblings, you must have a connection, right? You'd likely find him faster alone. We won't want to hold you back." With that, he departed, offering no further acknowledgement to Jiang Song's pleas. Alas, who would have thought this girl had nothing to offer? "We can't take her along, she'd only hinder the team. Let us go." The bespectacled man and his group walked away, and Jiang Song watched their retreating figures until they disappeared completely, shedding her facade of longing. She glanced toward the direction they had come from, realizing that the backpacks in that area had likely been scavenged. Choosing another path, she continued her journey. The wind and sand were fierce today, yet with her goggles and mask, Jiang Song could keep her eyes open and searched diligently, ensuring she did not overlook any backpacks buried beneath the yellow sand. By day's end, Jiang Song had found only one backpack, which contained merely a bottle of water and a box of pills. Following her previous evening's method, she dug another pit to shelter herself. On the third day of the game, Jiang Song amassed 2 additional backpacks, totaling 3 bottles of water and a 5-pack of instant noodles. As she prepared for sleep that night, she couldn't shake the feeling that the temperature was significantly colder than in the previous days. Though wrapped in her blanket, the chill still seeped into her body. To warm herself, Jiang Song constructed a flat surface with stones, then dismantled 2 backpacks to use as fuel, setting a pot over the flames to boil a pack of noodles. The fragrant, steaming noodles mixed with broth were entirely consumed, warming her body instantly. The cooking spot still retained some warmth, and after returning to her pit, she sealed the opening once more before drifting into slumber. In the distance, a player with the misfortune of being a non-entity huddled within a backpack. After 3 days of gameplay, he had found only one backpack, which had been snatched away from him. Currently, he was covered with another backpack, which, after a short while, was swept away by the wind. In the biting cold, he seemed to catch a whiff of noodle soup and swallowed hard, struggling to fall asleep. Chapter 77, Survival in the Desert 3. On the morning of the 4th day of the game, Jiang Song awoke to an irritating itch. Upon rising, she discovered numerous small red welts on her neck, reminiscent of insect bites. She restrained herself from scratching but found it quite uncomfortable. Jiang Song wiped her neck with a wet tissue and resolutely continued her search for the day. After an entire morning of scouring, she had only come across 2 empty backpacks and found nothing of value. Just as she sighed in exhaustion, she encountered another player, who was alone. The 2 exchanged wary glances, then tacitly agreed to avoid disturbing one another and went their separate ways. As they brushed past each other, the female player suddenly halted and turned to call out, "Hello, do you have any painkillers? I can trade you something." Jiang Song paused, noticing the girl's pale complexion and weak demeanor, and inquired, "What do you need painkillers for?" The girl offered a bitter smile, "I've started my period, and my stomach hurts. I always need to take medicine." Jiang Song had indeed found a box of ibuprofen the day before. "What do you have to trade? Do you really have some?" Jiang Song produced the medication, holding it firmly, her gun in hand, knowing that as long as the other party did not harbor ill intentions, she would not resort to violence. It merely served as a deterrent. Seeing the medication in Jiang Song's possession, the girl retrieved her backpack and opened it, saying, "Look, what do you need? Take whatever you like." Jiang Song glanced inside. It contained only ordinary items, with food and water in pitifully short supply. However, a small bottle of menthol oil caught her attention. "I'll take this," Jiang Song declared, lifting the green bottle. The girl eyed her with suspicion. Why would she choose menthol oil over food and water? Jiang Song chose not to elaborate, handing over a blister pack of tablets containing 8 pills, more than sufficient for the girl, while keeping 2 packs for herself. After their exchange, a fragile bond of trust began to form. As they engaged in conversation, Jiang Song learned that the girl had actually found a considerable amount of supplies over the past 3 days but had been robbed once, making her cautious around others. Desperate for assistance due to her discomfort, she had mustered the courage to approach Jiang Song, sensing she was not a threat. Once they parted ways, each set off on their own journey. After some time, Jiang Song still had not made any further discoveries. The sun blazed overhead, the temperature rising, and sweat poured from her body, yet she dared not remove her jacket. She felt as though she were trapped in a steamer, nearly unable to breathe, unable to continue. Jiang Song turned her back to the sun, set up her clothing as a makeshift cover, and stripped down to a tank top. She then retrieved the bottle of vodka, dampened a tissue, and wiped her body to cool down. The red patches on her neck, exacerbated by the heat and sweat, became increasingly unbearable. After cleansing herself, she applied the menthol oil to the affected area, the cooling sensation instantly alleviating her irritation. Jiang Song let out a deep sigh, reflecting on how challenging this scenario was. Although she had not encountered Shintingzi during this session, nor had he caused her any trouble, she found herself inexplicably nostalgic for the days when he was around, as he had provided her with considerable conveniences. Just as Jiang Song became lost in her thoughts, she jolted back to reality, shaking her head. What was she thinking? Indeed, she had grown accustomed to better days, forgetting the true perils of the game. Her focus should be on adapting to the challenges and enhancing her abilities rather than relying on an NPC to navigate the game. After all, was it not true that she could manage without an NPC's aid? Relying on oneself was far more dependable. Jiang Song gave herself a motivational pep talk, instantly revitalizing her spirit. After resting for half an hour, she set out once more, determined to search for supplies. Just before nightfall, it seemed fortune smiled upon her efforts as she stumbled upon a treasure, a sleeping bag. The moment she discovered the sleeping bag, all the frustrations and despair of the day melted away. This sleeping bag would elegantly resolve her difficulties in finding a comfortable place to sleep and protect her from pesky insect bites. With the sleeping bag, her nighttime rest would be significantly more convenient. She would no longer need to dig a pit. The all-encompassing design required only a small opening, which she could cover with her clothes, providing far greater safety than direct contact with the sand, which might have been the source of the insects that had bitten her the previous night. That night, the temperature dropped considerably, and after enduring the great disparity in day and night temperatures for 4 days, Jiang Song felt the toll it was taking on her. After dinner, she hurried to rest, hoping to find more backpacks the following day. Night fell, and the gentle wind stirred the yellow sands, casting an enigmatic and eerie glow upon the desert illuminated by the moonlight. Countless players scattered throughout this boundless wilderness sought a means of survival. In her sleep, Jiang Song felt a peculiar sensation, as if something were licking her. Upon realizing this, she suddenly jolted awake, surprised to find that the clothing covering her had somehow fallen away, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes staring back at her. Her pupils constricted in alarm. This terrifying sight sent chills down her spine. Jiang Song swiftly extricated herself from the sleeping bag, raising her gun toward the unknown creature. It was only then, under the moonlight's glow, that she discerned the true nature of the creature. A small fox, with large ears, a tiny head, shiny black eyes, and a coat of greyish-white fur. It was rather adorable. Jiang Song recognized this creature as an fennec fox, having seen it in educational videos due to its charming appearance. To her surprise, she had encountered one in person. She had indeed startled it, but fennec foxes were typically very cautious. What could have prompted this one to approach a human? To get a better look, Jiang Song cautiously approached, and the fennec fox merely took a small step back but did not flee. As she crouched down, she noticed that the fennec fox bore an injury on its hind leg. Seemingly aware that Jiang Song was examining its wound, it emitted a few soft whimpers, as if seeking sympathy. Jiang Song shook her head, exasperated. "Oh, you little creature," she admitted that she might have turned away if a wounded human had come seeking her help, but this adorable little animal was another matter entirely. It was akin to the way one might remain stoic at the sight of a human in distress but break down at the sight of a small puppy suffering. Ultimately, Jiang Song opened a can of meat and fed half of it to the fox. It devoured the food eagerly and quickly, letting out a soft whine of gratitude once it finished. Jiang Song gently patted its head, saying, "All right, that's all I can do for you. I can't help with your injury." The little creature seemed to understand her words, glanced at her, and then limped away, watching its small, limping figure disappear into the night. Chapter 78, Survival in the Desert. For on the 5th day of the game, upon awakening, Jiang Song discovered the little fox from the previous night, curled up in a tiny ball not far from her. To her surprise, it had not fled. Jiang Song gathered her belongings and approached it, and the little creature opened its eyes and moved closer to her. "Why have you returned?" The little fox nuzzled against Jiang Song's pant leg, its affection unmistakable. Observing its demeanor, Jiang Song speculated that it might have been unable to return to its own kind due to its injuries. "Have you become attached to me?" she remarked, unable to resist commenting on its clingy behavior. Ultimately, she picked it up, a small bundle in her arms, and placed the little fox into her backpack, intending to carry it along. Perhaps the little fox possessed a stroke of luck, for after taking it with her, Jiang Song found more supplies that day than in the previous 2 days combined. By midday, she had acquired 3 backpacks, each brimming with provisions, 8 bottles of water, 10 sausages, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, a coconut, a flashlight, a bowl, and a tent. With excitement, she opened a sausage for the little fox, gently stroking its small head as she said, "You truly are my little lucky star." After a brief respite following their meal, Jiang Song set out once more to search for supplies. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, so she positioned her backpack in front of her, its zipper open, with the little fox nestled inside. Every step through the sweltering desert proved laborious, yet Jiang Song pressed on, unwilling to pause until she had gathered ample resources for a proper rest. In the afternoon, she stumbled upon 2 more backpacks, one of which contained basic medical supplies. Without hesitation, she treated the little fox's wounds. Beyond the medications, she discovered an umbrella, a bottle of shampoo, 2 bottles of water, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, and a bag of cookies. Jiang Song stashed all the supplies into her spatial pocket, feeling unburdened, yet each step still weighed heavily upon her. She resolved to take a moment to rest, tallying her current provisions. 4 packs of instant noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 can of beef, 8 sausages, 1 loaf of bread, 2 bars of chocolate, 1 pack of cookies, 1 coconut, 1 bottle of orange juice, and 16 bottles of water. This bounty was quite substantial. If utilized judiciously and with careful planning, it might sustain her until the game's conclusion. Deciding to establish a camp, Jiang Song promptly erected the tent. The surrounding sand swirled in a golden haze, and with the tent set up, she could shield herself from the wind and sun, as well as ward off insects at night. The tent was quite spacious, and as she worked, the little fox observed her intently, occasionally tilting its head in curiosity. After much effort, Jiang Song quenched her thirst, noting that the temperature was beginning to drop. She had no intention of venturing out again, so she brought the little fox into the tent, retrieving her trident to guard the entrance, with her pistol and knife close at hand. With provisions and weapons at her disposal, Jiang Song felt a sense of security. The presence of the little fox made her feel somewhat more cheerful than in the preceding days. After all, in such a vast desert, everyone was scrambling for resources, each person enveloped in solitude, resorting to various means to survive, while innocent creatures knew nothing of such struggles, which undid the little fox to her. The little fox, being an omnivore, was unpicky with its food. Jiang Song shared her meals with it, and it exhibited remarkable obedience. "Little one, our meeting must be fate. Look at you, so adorable and clever. From now on, I shall call you Big Ears." The little fox blinked in apparent confusion. "Big Ears," Jiang Song said, scratching its chin. Big Ears seemed to appreciate the attention, allowing Jiang Song to pet it freely. This process was quite soothing, and the night felt less lonely. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jiang Song lay down to rest. The temperature dropped noticeably. Having initially worn only a short-sleeved shirt, she gradually donned a jacket, wrapped herself in a blanket, and climbed into her sleeping bag. Big Ears nestled into her backpack, resting beside her head. The night breeze whispered gently, and the tent remained relatively stable, with little swaying. 800 meters away, a weary man huddled, wrapped in several layers of jackets. Spotting a backpack in the distance, he rushed toward it with excitement. His lips were cracked and dry, his teeth chattering from the cold as he trembled while opening the backpack, only to find it utterly devoid of contents, evidently having been scavenged. He let out a wail to the heavens. "Oh, God, am I truly so unworthy? Why is it that others can possess what I cannot?" From the outset, with only a single bottle of water to his name, his survival thus far had been sheer luck. The man exhaled deeply, utterly exhausted before collapsing onto the ground. The morning of the 6th day in the game, Jiang Song prepared to search the surrounding area, not intending to venture far, when by chance, she spotted the man from the previous night. Believing him to be dead, as his breath was faint, she began rummaging through his bag, which yielded nothing. Just as she turned to leave, the man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on Jiang Song as if he had seen a savior. He reached out a hand, though he could barely lift it, only managing to inch it toward her direction. "Help, help, me!" Jiang Song glanced back in surprise, realizing he was still alive. She feigned ignorance, preparing to walk away. The man, witnessing her departure, croaked a hoarse call, though his voice barely escaped his throat. Jiang Song moved with determination, not once glancing back. She had known since childhood that one should never rescue a man by the roadside, let alone in a game of survival such as this. She turned to explore another direction, finding little of interest, before deciding to return to her tent. To her astonishment, upon her arrival, she noticed a group approaching her tent. Jiang Song hurried toward them, intercepting them before they could reach her. "Halt," she commanded, raising her weapon to aim at them. The group paused, their eyes widening at the sight of her gunpoint. One of the women raised her hands in surrender, saying, "Is this yours?" Concealed behind her mask and glasses, Jiang Song's expression was unreadable, yet her tone remained icy. "This is my territory. If you wish to remain alive, depart quickly." The group consisted of one man and two women, the same woman continuing, "We mean no harm, we are merely passing through and will not steal your belongings." They took a cautious step back, distancing themselves from the tent. "We are simply seeking a place with others, miss. Are you alone? Would you like to join us?" Jiang Song remained silent, her weapon unwaveringly aimed at them. "Shan, let's not pursue this any further, she seems formidable. We should keep our distance." The one referred to as Shan sighed, "We are all women here, it's wise to be cautious, she is likely just wary of us as potential threats." "You need not fear, young lady, we are nearby and will maintain a respectful distance. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach us, and I will offer help to the best of my abilities," Shan concluded, leading her companions away. Jiang Song watched their retreating figures, skeptical of their words. Helping others in this game, a NAVE notion, who knows if they might attempt to lure her into a trap to rob her of her resources. Jiang Song was no fool. Chapter 79. Survival in the Desert 5. Jiang Song had been intently observing them, and indeed, they had not ventured far, having set up their tent nearby. Fortunately, they were not encroaching upon her territory. To her surprise, they had rescued that man, offering him not only water and food but also emotional support and comfort. Jiang Song watched this scene from a distance, unable to suppress a thumbs up in her mind. She had truly encountered a benevolent soul. She wondered if she pretended to be in distress, would they also provide her with free provisions? Such thoughts quickly dissipated. Being around saints would only hasten her demise. If she desired resources, it would be far more expedient to seize them directly from these individuals. Despite these musings, Jiang Song remained vigilant in her domain, ensuring a mutual non-interference. She was fortunate that her companion, Big Ear, was highly alert and sensitive. Whenever someone approached, it would nudge her to signal a warning. During her midday rest, Big Ear roused her once more, and upon exiting the tent, Jiang Song spotted Sister Shan approaching with water in hand. "Little girl, do you have enough supplies?" "I have water here, would you like a drink?" "Rest assured, it's complimentary," she said. Jiang Song, unsure if she was merely paranoid due to Shinting's intimidation, felt an instinctual distrust towards this woman, reminiscent of a wicked stepmother offering Snow White a poisoned apple. After all, the most costly things in life often come free. Who could know what she had mixed into that water? Jiang Song decisively shook her head. "No, thank you. Little girl, I genuinely want to help you, there's no need for such hostility towards me." Sister Shan began to counsel her earnestly. Jiang Song glared at her impatiently, aiming her firearm at her feet, and fired the first shot since entering the game. The deafening sound and the scattering of sand startled Sister Shan, causing her to collapse onto the ground. She pointed at Jiang Song, her water spilling onto the earth. "What are you doing?" Jiang Song's expression remained impassive. "I have told you before to keep your distance and not encroach upon my territory. Your repeated attempts to approach me suggest you are incapable of understanding human language." Sister Shan was rendered speechless by this rebuke, and the other three individuals quickly rushed over, one of whom was the man they had saved. He recognized Jiang Song as the woman he had sought help from the previous night, only to be ignored. His expression was complicated as he assisted Sister Shan back to her feet. "Sister Shan, let us not concern ourselves with her. This woman was cold and ruthless, certainly not an ideal ally." Jiang Song observed them and spoke again. "This is merely a warning. Should you offend me again, I shall not hesitate to direct my bullets at you." Sister Shan's gaze flickered, but she remained silent, leaving with the support of her companions. "Sister Shan, I told you we should ignore her." She is ungrateful, you offer her kindness, and she responds with hostility. Indeed, Sister Shan, encountering someone like her in this game is akin to karmic retribution from a past life. It's one thing not to express gratitude, but to fire at you is quite another. Sister Shan, do not be disheartened. We are here for you, let us disregard her. The group continued to shower Sister Shan with words of comfort, yet she maintained a stoic expression, betraying no emotions. It seemed they were oblivious to her feelings, chattering incessantly about trivialities. Jiang Song contemplated whether to change her location, but realized that even if she moved to another area, she could still encounter other players. Avoidance was not a solution to her predicament, especially since she had painstakingly erected her tent. Thus, she relinquished the thought of leaving. She would make the best of her situation, as she possessed the ability to protect herself and had no need to hide. Initially, Jiang Song considered leaving Big Ear to guard her belongings, yet she feared that upon her return, both the tent and Big Ear might be gone. However, she also didn't want to dismantle the tent again. Just as she was mulling over her dilemma, she spotted a familiar figure approaching in the distance. Hey, Brother Liang, look over there. There's a tent, it must belong to a player. How fortunate, how do they manage to find everything? Don't stare too long, given the current situation, we should avoid direct confrontation with other players. Resources are scarce, and we are all adversaries. As they spoke and prepared to circumvent the tent, they noticed a small figure waving at them. Liang Ruqing squinted, scrutinizing the figure closely, and the more he looked, the more familiar it appeared. Finally, Wen Xiyu exclaimed, Brother Liang, that person looks just like Sister Mai. Jiang Song removed her mask and glasses, prompting Liang Ruqing to confirm that it indeed was Jiang Song. The two hurried towards her. My goodness, Sister Mai, what a coincidence. We keep running into each other, Liang Ruqing exclaimed, a sense of inexplicable excitement bubbling within him. He couldn't quite articulate why, but seeing Jiang Song filled him with joy. Jiang Song, surprised by this vast desert encounter, might have felt anxious previously, but now that they were familiar, and given Liang Ruqing's character, she felt quite pleased, especially under the current circumstances. Sister Mai, it's wonderful to see you again. Wen Xiyu exclaimed, radiating youthful vigor and vitality even in such harsh conditions, making him particularly endearing whenever he sweetly addressed Jiang Song as a sister. Yes, it is indeed a pleasure to see you both again. What are you up to? Liang Ruqing answered for Wen Xiyu, we are in search of supplies. Since entering the game, we've only managed to find a dozen backpacks, and our resources will only last 3 days. By the way, Sister Mai, what about you? I have some bread here, would you like to have some? Liang Ruqing instinctively assumed that Jiang Song, as a young girl, would have less stamina than the two men, and felt she required assistance. Jiang Song declined, saying, No, Brother Liang, I'm fine. Liang Ruqing glanced at the tent beside her. Is that yours? Jiang Song nodded. Liang Ruqing understood. He had nearly forgotten that Sister Mai was exceptionally capable. Several times, he had almost failed his tasks without her help. It was evident that she was faring better than the two of them. Brother Liang, shall we form a team? Jiang Song proposed for the first time. Liang Ruqing hesitated momentarily. Previously, he would have readily agreed, but now he considered that he and Wen Xiyu were two, while Sister Mai was alone. Given that her resources appeared adequate, teaming up might seem opportunistic. Yet, her initiative to propose a partnership indicated her trust in him, and he felt he could not let her down. Thus, he patted his chest, saying, Absolutely, Sister Mai, but let me clarify first. Brother Liang will not take advantage of you, your resources remain yours, what we have will be shared equally, and any future finds will also be split. Jiang Song was taken aback by his words. She thought he hesitated out of concern, not realizing he was contemplating fairness. Her heart swelled with both gratitude and disbelief. Brother Liang, since we are forming a team, let us skip the survival in the desert 6-inch Xiaomai. I speak sincerely, this matter must be approached according to my counsel. Liang Ruqing's demeanor was resolute, and Jiang Song no longer resisted his intentions. All right, then let us gather more supplies together. Suddenly, Big Ears emerged from the tent, darting to Jiang Song's feet, startling both individuals who were prepared to defend themselves until Jiang Song intervened. "Wait, Brother Liang and Siyu, this is my little fox." Jiang Song picked up Big Ears and gently stroked its head for comfort. "Is this a fox?" Liang Ruqing sheathed his weapon, scrutinizing the creature. Wen Siyu, too, curiously leaned in for a closer look. "Yes, I found this little fox 2 days ago. It's a desert fox, injured, so I decided to take it with me." Liang Ruqing reached out to touch it, but Big Ears burrowed into Jiang Song's embrace, its head tucked away, eliciting laughter from the group. Just as they were sharing light-hearted moments, Jiang Song's expression suddenly turned grave. The others followed her gaze and noticed a few figures standing in the distance. "Xiaomai, who are those people? Do you recognize them?" Jiang Song recounted the situation, and Liang Ruqing frowned, stating, "Really, they don't seem like good people." Liang Ruqing's intuition resonated with Jiang Song. She too felt an underlying unease and wished to avoid any interactions. Yet, that Sister Shan appeared particularly persistent. "Don't worry, Xiaomai, I will probe this individual to see what her intentions are," Liang Ruqing assured with a reassuring glance. Jiang Song nearly forgot that Liang Ruqing's initial equipment was the wind listening ear, granting him the ability to eavesdrop on conversations. From a distance, Sister Shan directed a seemingly benevolent smile toward Liang Ruqing and Wen Siyu, completely unaware that her words were being intercepted. After a short while, the group settled into the tent, Liang Ruqing's expression darkening. Jiang Song could not help but inquire, "What did you overhear, Brother Liang?" Liang Ruqing cast a glance at Jiang Song. "That woman, Sister Shan, she intends to devour you." Jiang Song's head was filled with question marks. "What? You mentioned they rescued a player this morning. That woman plans to dispose of him tonight, and you are her next target. She commented on your tender flesh. Clearly, you would be a delectable meal. If not for your heightened alertness, she would prefer to feast on you first." Jiang Song fell silent. Was she supposed to feel honored by this? Is that woman deranged? Jiang Song suddenly recalled something. Is she certain she is a player? Liang Ruqing shook his head. "I cannot discern that." Jiang Song thought of her card, attempting to input Sister Shan, but no NPC appeared. However, when she entered Shintingzi, it was bindable. Jiang Song exited the interface. Regardless of whether the woman was an NPC or a player, she needed to be dealt with. "Xiaomai, do not fret. You have us by your side. She will find it difficult to harm you," Liang Ruqing consoled. "Indeed, Sister Xiaomai, I am quite capable of safeguarding you as well," Wen Siyu vowed. Jiang Song smiled at the two. "Thank you both, but I believe it would be best to resolve this matter sooner rather than later." Initially, she did not wish to cause trouble for anyone, for Jiang Song was not a villain of unspeakable malice, one who slaughters indiscriminately. She generally adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless she herself was threatened. However, with the evident intent to eliminate her, remaining silent would be discourteous. She could not allow a hidden peril to linger in her vicinity. "Xiaomai, do you have any plans?" In the dead of night, with temperatures plummeting, the trio traversed the desert. Jiang Song led, her pistol in hand, followed by Wen Siyu wielding a trident, his expression brimming with excitement, while Liang Ruqing brandished a tangdao. They approached Sister Shan's location. The closer they got, the more they could sense the unsettling aura permeating the air. Jiang Song wrinkled her nose as they arrived at Sister Shan's encampment, where she beheld the players brought by Sister Shan, now expressionless and gathered around a roaring fire. An iron frame was set above the flames, and a man, stripped of his garments, was bound to it, his blood drained, while his flesh sizzled in the heat. They were roasting human flesh. Jiang Song felt a wave of nausea wash over her, and Liang Ruqing and Wen Siyu shared her discomfort. The two individuals moved mechanically, their faces and bodies smeared with blood. It seems as though they are under some form of control. You have discovered my little secret." A sinister female voice echoed from behind, prompting Jiang Song to whirl around, where she found Sister Shan standing ominously close. Unlike her previous amiability, Sister Shan had now discarded her facade, her complexion ghostly pale, with crimson staining her lips. Her gaze was ravenous as she fixed it on Jiang Song. "Are you so eager to enter my belly? I had intended to keep you for a few more days." Jiang Song regarded her with a frosty expression. She was clearly not of sound mind. She aimed her gun directly at Sister Shan, declaring, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sister Shan's countenance shifted abruptly, lunging toward Jiang Song. With quick reflexes, Jiang Song evaded her advance just in time. Liang Ruqing and Wen Xiyu were momentarily caught off guard as the two became entangled in a struggle. Sister Shan moved with alarming speed, matching Jiang Song's rhythm, but with a gun in hand, Jiang Song shot her shoulder, momentarily hindering her actions. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Xiyu pounced, using the trident to pin her neck. As a player's item, the trident was exceptionally sturdy. Sister Shan attempted to pry it off but found it utterly immovable. Jiang Song kept her gun trained on Sister Shan's head, and just before pulling the trigger, Sister Shan panicked, exclaiming, "Do not kill me, I have vital information to share." Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Do enlighten me. First, promise you won't kill me." Sister Shan had not anticipated Jiang Song's prowess. She appeared far from an ordinary female player, and her defeat was unexpected. "Fine, I won't kill you." Jiang Song's willingness was quick, causing Sister Shan to harbor doubts. "Are you sure? You won't deceive me?" Jiang Song clicked her tongue. "You may choose not to believe me. I can easily send you to meet your maker." Sister Shan hastily raised her hands, shielding herself from the ominous muzzle. "No, no, I believe. I believe." The trident pressed painfully against her throat, yet she gritted her teeth and continued, "I am merely a humble native NPC, posing little threat to you players. However, beware of a formidable boss. He is not so easily dealt with. I only occasionally indulge in a craving for players, but he is intent on outright annihilation." From her words, the group deduced that Sister Shan was indeed an NPC, and like Shintingsi, she was aware of her own identity. "Do you hear yourself? You speak as if you are some benevolent entity." Jiang Song crouched down, gun aimed at their foreheads, smiling sweetly as she posed several questions. Eventually, she uncovered some of the mysteries she had long pondered within the game.